Chapter 1. I draw mechs, and they come to life. September. The autumn air is crisp and invigorating. A notice has been released. This weekend, all school clubs will host a welcoming event for new members. Only 2 days remain. Suyong, why are you daydreaming? Did you catch the task clearly? In the classroom, members of the Future Science Fiction Society are convening to discuss the arrangements for the welcoming activities. Tasks have been assigned. Su Yang's responsibility is to create a poster of a futuristic warrior for promotional purposes, using powered mechs or Gundam as his creative template. As a major in art design, he is perfectly suited for this task. Assure, Su Yang nods. A month has passed. He has come to accept the fact of his transmigration. The good news is, this world is nearly identical to his original one. The bad news is, he possesses a golden finger, yet remains utterly clueless about its utility. Sign-in successful. Sign-in points. 30 throughout this month. He is checked in daily. And yet, nothing has transpired. He had anticipated finding a sign-in mall, but after several days of searching, he was disappointed. He also expected a newbie gift pack, yet after a month, it had not materialized. Su Yang has given up, thinking of the sign-in sheet merely as a record of his arrival in this world. Upon receiving his task, he must create a roll-up banner measuring 84 centimeters x 198 centimeters. This is not particularly difficult. The challenge lies in the size of the artwork, as coloring it will require considerable time. Returning to the art studio, he sets up his easel. He immediately begins sketching, as working from a reference image proves to be quite effortless. By the end of the afternoon, the composition is complete, and the rough sketch is finished. Sign-in successful. Sign-in points. 31 the following day, he enlists a few friends to assist him. The coloring is swiftly completed. For the final touches on the head, Su Yang decides to take on the task himself. And the eyes. Let's use a light blue to accentuate the red, giving it a touch of the sci-fi aesthetic. It is now past 9 in the evening. Only Su Yang remains in the studio. After finishing the eye coloring, he stretches and prepares to call it a day. At that moment, the previously lifeless system interface unexpectedly responds. Would you like to infuse your artwork with sign-in points? What? He turns to gaze at his completed mech exterior painting, momentarily lost in thought. So, this is how sign-in points are utilized? Should I give it a try? He consents to the infusion. Sign-in points consumed. 10. Subsequently, a faint blue glow begins to emanate from the artwork. The azure luminescence converges from all directions, coalescing before Su Yang. To his astonishment, the mech depicted in the painting steps forth into reality. This revelation takes him by surprise. So, this is the function of sign-in points and his golden finger. Isn't this akin to the legendary brush of Ma Yang? Whatever I draw, as long as I infuse it with sign-in points, it can come to life, and furthermore. Acquired, electric-driven mech battle suit design diagram. Within the system's repository, an additional document appears, a design diagram. With this design diagram, could this creation be mass-produced? Su Yang leans closer, scrutinizing the mech that in the realm of advanced technology, one might ponder. Are not the mechas depicted in science fiction films predominantly powered by miniature fusion reactors? How then has the concept shifted to electric propulsion? Su Yang sogt answers. The technological boundaries of this world have yet to be transcended. Miniature fusion reactors cannot be manufactured. Well, that sounds quite reasonable. Shall I give it a try? Su Yang attempted to awaken the mecha. Buzzing. A deep engine roar resonated. The mecha's eyes, shimmering with alternating blue and red luminescence, came to life. The mecha opened its frame. Su Yang extended his arms. To his astonishment, the mecha swiftly adhered to his body. Once dawned, an array of data rapidly unfolded before Su Yang's eyes, encompassing details such as the mecha's height, battery life, and functional capabilities. Goodness, this is no mere model, this is the real deal. With a standard height of 175 centimeters, the mecha could be fine-tuned to accommodate wearers ranging from 165 to 190 centimeters. The graphene battery boasted a remarkable 32-hour operational capacity under full functionality. It significantly augmented the wearer's strength, agility, and jumping prowess. After donning the mecha, Su Yang could easily leap to a height of 2 meters. Equipped with an auxiliary motion AI, augmented reality vision, and comprehensive data evaluation. Quite impressive indeed. Tomorrow, I shall wear this mecha to fulfill my duties. He calculated the usage of the mecha. The dormitory was nearing closing time. Su-young stored the mecha in the art studio, draping it with a cloth before returning to his dormitory. Drawing mechas is quite a lucrative endeavor. What if I were to sketch beautiful women? Ahem, perhaps not. Now, drawing money. That certainly does not cross any boundaries. As he contemplated his return to the dormitory, his roommates were still engrossed in a game of Honor of Kings, inquiring if Su-young wished to join. Su-young shook his head. A dreadful game not even a dog would engage. Huh, were you not utterly defeated yesterday? 10 consecutive losses? If you don't quit, you truly are a talent. Outside the university, at a barbecue stall. Dad, how long is your leave this time? Zhou inquired. Her father is a military man. Throughout her childhood, they had spent little time together. She always arrived at school by herself, only for her father to visit during his breaks to see her. Zhou Jianjun sighed. They'll check in on you, then visit your mother and grandparents before returning to the research institute. You know my research focus. The collaborative operations of unmanned units in individual combat systems. Zhou Jianjun worked at a military research institute. He had always aspired for his daughter to pursue a path in national defense. Yet, upon her high school graduation, during a heartfelt discussion, she resolutely stated that she did not wish to lead a life of separation from family and would not follow her father's footsteps. The child had grown. All right then. Zhou Ying did not seem surprised. Have you achieved any results? As she spoke, Zhou Yang felt it inappropriate and, while savoring the barbecue, added, is it permissible to discuss? There's nothing confidential. My research direction is pursued worldwide. Essentially, it's the digitalization of combat manifested in individual systems, managing the interplay between soldiers and unmanned devices. To be more explicit, it concerns the management of individual combat units and their collaborative relationship with drones, robotic dogs, and unmanned vessels. Zhou Jianjun has consistently led the project research. Yet regrettably, there have been no significant breakthroughs. Consequently, the higher-ups have granted Zhou Jianjun a brief respite, urging him to relax and spend more time with his family, perhaps to spark some inspiration. Zhou Ying exclaimed, somewhat irritated. Dad, so your visit to the school is merely to inspire me, is it? Ha ha ha. One might say that, considering you are my precious daughter. After enjoying a barbecue, Zhou Ying glanced at the time. It was getting late. She returned to her dormitory, while Zhou Jianjun chose to stay at a hotel outside the school. It wasn't a random choice. For someone of his stature, always had national security personnel discreetly ensuring his safety during travels. In recent years, numerous top-tier scientific talents from the Dragon Country have mysteriously met with fatal accidents. Consequently, the state's protective measures for its talents have escalated significantly. Via WeChat, Zhou Ying messaged, Dad, there's a club activity at school tomorrow, and I'd like to choose a club. Would you accompany me to have a look? Zhou Jianjun replied, absolutely. Chapter 2 Engaging in the Art of Promotion. You created a genuine mech on the day of the club activities, at the entrance of the cafeteria. The entire avenue was adorned with well-constructed sunshades. Each club brought forth their true prowess, striving to recruit new members in the finest manner possible. After breakfast, the activity area gradually filled with people. The upperclassmen merely hurried past, while the majority lingering at the various association booths were first-year students. The Animation Association, Military Association, Dance Association, Literature Association, and many more showcased the vibrancy and vigor of youth. Oh my, the students from the Military Association were indeed impressive. They had even procured an armored vehicle. It was said to be part of a patriotic education initiative provided by retired military personnel for our school. Quite remarkable indeed. It would likely attract numerous new members. Wow. The Animation Association was equally striking, with numerous cosplay enthusiasts dazzling everyone. Really? I must go over and take a photo. Yet, there were also some booths with an astonishingly low turnout, such as the Future Science Fiction Association, which hadn't even prepared a pull-up banner. Some students mistakenly thought they were there to maintain order and approached them for directions. The association president, Yu Guangyu, was feeling overwhelmed. Where was that guy, Su-young? Couldn't he manage to prepare a simple pull-up banner? He was already feeling frustrated and decided to call him. If they failed to recruit new members, their association would face dissolution. The call connected. Su-young said, hold on. I'll be there shortly. After a while, Su-young called back, bro. Come to the cafeteria near the playground to pick me up. I'm stuck in traffic. Yu Guangyu replied, I just came from that direction. Everything was fine. How can there be a jam? I'm not lying. I really am stuck. Su-young desperately explained. All right. I'll come see what's going on. Yu Guangyu instructed a few things and made his way to the other side of the cafeteria. It really was congested? What is going on? Yu Guangyu sought out a vantage point to see ahead, straining to locate Su-young. However, he didn't see him. Instead, he spotted a robot. Perhaps it was a cosplayer from the Animation Association? His phone rang. It was Su-young calling. Bro, stop looking. The robot surrounded by people is me.
I didn't make the pull-up banner. I crafted a real one. Yu Guangyu was taken aback. What? No wonder it looked familiar. ISNT that the mech we discussed at the meeting a few days ago, which we decided to showcase with a pull-up banner. You were supposed to make a pull-up banner, yet you created a genuine mech instead? Brother, our future science fiction association is going to be phenomenal. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yu Guangyu quickly regained his composure. Like a raging bull, he surged into the crowd, racing to Su Yong's side. Yu Guangyu's voice boomed as he called out to the crowd, fellow students. This is the work of our future science fiction association. Join us to learn more. Please visit our booth for more information. He tapped Su Yong, his voice low, suggesting collaboration. How shall we collaborate? Shall I perform a backflip for you? Oh, indeed. This suit of armor seems to have integrated several small drones. With a mere thought, 2 tubes extended from the spine on his back. With a burst, 2 cylindrical drones launched into the air, buzzing above him. The drones were entirely controlled by the integrated management system of the mech suit. Should Su Yong wish to take command, he could effortlessly intervene through the AR helmet. They finally arrived at the exhibition area. Su Yong needed only to don his mech suit and perform at the entrance. Wait a moment, fellow student. Why do I feel like your mech suit is exceeding the limits? Could you perform a backflip? Haha, do you think this is a dog show? Hey, isn't that jumping a bit too high? This mech cosplay is absolutely stunning. If only we could collaborate with the military association and capture a photo next to the armored vehicle. Ah, how far university life has progressed. Zhou Jianjun and his daughter Zhou arrived at the activity area. Zhou noticed her father seemed somewhat reserved in such a setting. So she took on the role of a guide, exploring each association's booth. It was clear that her father was particularly interested in the military association. Upon seeing the armored vehicle, he excitedly began to share numerous details, from the vehicle's model to its production date and the strength of its armor. As if he were an expert. As they descended the next slope, they reached the entrance of the cafeteria. Suddenly, her father froze mid-step. His gaze fixed intently ahead as though he had spotted an extraordinary quarry. Following his line of sight, they observed a robot. It must be a cosplay. When the robot leaped, it nearly defied gravity, soaring skyward. Dad, that's just cosplay. There's nothing remarkable about it, Showing remarked. Zhou Jianjun rubbed his eyes. Is that on wires? No, if it were on wires in front of the cafeteria, it could potentially injure someone. Who would take responsibility for that? So, you mean that robot can leap nearly 2 meters high purely by its own power? His voice quivered slightly. No one can jump that high. Unless aided by external force. Mechanical exoskeleton? No. Even a mechanical exoskeleton couldn't provide such tremendous jumping power. How is this possible? Question swirled in Zhou Jianjun's mind. Refusing to dissipate, he glanced back at his daughter, excitement bubbling within him. Come, let us go take a closer look. I have a feeling we might discover something extraordinary at your university. Upon reaching the cafeteria entrance, Zhou Jianjun finally realized that it was the Future Science Fiction Association showcasing their newly designed mech warrior suit for recruitment purposes. There was indeed someone inside. With a click, the helmet's visor lifted, revealing a person within. Many believe it to be mere cosplay. However, Zhou Jianjun recognized at a glance, atop the mechanized battle suit. 2 drones hovered, autonomously circling overhead, capturing footage without any operator. How is this possible? Autonomous tracking? No. It is the collaborative operation of unmanned devices. This is precisely Zhou Jianjun's primary field of research. It is him. This is it. This must be it. He clapped his hands in excitement. Zhou approached, asking Dad, what is going on? Xiaoying, my vacation may have to conclude sooner than anticipated. Zhou Jianjun replied, do you remember what I told you about my research focus? It is the mechanized battle suit before us. It undoubtedly contains what I seek. The individual combat system, the collaborative operation of unmanned devices, is a challenge I have long wished to address. The higher-ups were right. Indeed, one must venture out more often. Who would have thought that a finished product would be crafted by university students? Zhou Ying's expression dimmed slightly, though she was accustomed to it and expressed her understanding. So what do you plan to do? Xiaoying, quickly, join their association. I wish to converse with them. Zhou Jianjun paused momentarily and added, just a simple discussion for now. I must confer with the military district before making any decisions regarding subsequent actions. Chapter 3 is this cosplay? I must say, it appears more authentic than gold. I turned around, surveying the anime association, and this mech cosplay is undoubtedly the most realistic. Indeed. How can one move so gracefully while clad in such heavy attire? How is this possible? Our senior is quite the talent. Senior. If one joins the Future Science Fiction Association, does everyone receive a set of mech armor? Just take a look at the association's mission. It primarily caters to enthusiasts of science fiction literature. They engage in discussions on writing sci-fi novels, share sci-fi films, and even distribute mechs. Why not just hand out 50 million directly? Yu Guangyu is also feeling the pressure. Thanks to the mech that Su Yong brought, they successfully attracted considerable attention to their association. However, it was merely attention. Very few actually expressed interest in joining the Future Science Fiction Association to discuss weaponry. After all, who can't read novels? Who can't watch movies? One could simply hide under the covers. Why endure hardship to watch a sci-fi film and then come to the association to write reflections? Dear students, the benefits of joining our association extend far beyond this. We have numerous other activities, not solely focused on reading novels. Yu Guangyu desperately explained. Yet, the onlookers remained captivated by the Mech, taking out their phones to snap pictures and post on social media. The genuine inquiries about joining the association were few and far between. Senior, I would like to know how to join the Future Science Fiction Association. A girl with a high ponytail, dressed in sportswear, and standing at least 170 centimeters tall approached for information. Yu Guangyu was elated. It's quite simple. Just fill out an application form, and we will register you. When activities arise, you can come and participate. The girl promptly filled out the application form. Name, Zhou. Age, 19. Major, mechanical design. After completing the form, Yu Guangyu noticed an older gentleman approaching from behind Zhou. Zhou shyly remarked, Senior, my father is also a science fiction enthusiast. He really loves that Mech. Could we possibly find some time to discuss how it was created? Ha ha ha, of course, no problem. Yu Guangyu waved his hand. Suyang, we have a newcomer. Come over and introduce yourself. Thus, surrounded by a crowd, Suyang made his way to the display stand, removing his helmet and holding it under his arm. Hello, I am Suyang. Zhou, she replied. She then inquired, Senior, was this Mech exterior created by the Future Science Fiction Association? Yu Guangyu chuckled. No. This was all accomplished by Senior Suyang alone. Impressive, isn't it? Our Future Science Fiction Association encompasses far more than merely reading sci-fi novels. We have a plethora of activities. One person created this? Zhou Jianjun gazed in astonishment at the young man emerging from the Mech. The Mech opened up, revealing a seamless construction, not assembled from various modular parts. After Suyang stepped out, the Mech's openings seamlessly rejoined, leaving no hint of incongruity. Good heavens, is this still considered cosplay? Whose cosplay props are so advanced? The onlookers around are already buzzing with speculation. Goodness, Iron Man? What wealth? Such an outfit must cost at least hundreds of thousands to create, right? Whose young master's toy is this? I envy it to the point of feeling a tinge of jealousy. Then, I gaze at the drone hovering above. After Suyang emerged, it automatically returned to its base. Zhou Jianjun, unable to contain his excitement, inquired, Suyang, could you enlighten us on how that drone autonomously returned? Suyang was momentarily taken aback. What can I possibly explain? Fortunately, he recalled the blueprints stored in the system warehouse. Pondering, he thought to glance at the blueprints. Perhaps to offer some impromptu insights? After all, the elderly gentleman before him resembled a school leader. Upon accessing the diagrams in the warehouse, a torrent of vast knowledge surged into his mind. The content encompassed mecha structural design, material selection, integrated control systems, human factors engineering, and more. Suyang grasped the extensive knowledge surrounding mechas. He nodded slightly. It's quite straightforward. We have our own flight control system integrated into the drone. When not in use, the drone can follow autonomously, and when needed, specific commands can be issued. Zhou Jianjun, perplexed, thought, is it really that simple? In just a few sentences, Suyang had elucidated the critical logic. He stared at Suyang in astonishment, wanting to say, by solving this, you elevate the combat capabilities of loyal companion drones to unprecedented heights. What material is your mecha primarily made of? Of course, carbon fiber. It's a high-strength material that is lightweight and rigid, making it perfect for the mecha's main structure. How can such flexibility be achieved? Isn't it just about having hands? What is it like for the person inside? Will they feel pain from strong impacts? Suyang was momentarily speechless, staring at Zhou Jianjun. Uncle, are you conducting an interrogation? Is it you joining the Future Sci-Fi Association or your daughter joining us? Suyang was quite impatient. Are we that familiar? Zhou Jianjun realized he had overstepped and chuckled awkwardly. My apologies. If I were a student at your school, I would definitely join your association. Zhou Jianjun glanced at his daughter. Xiaoying, chat with your classmates. I'll come to see you tomorrow. With that, he departed. In truth, he had barely taken a few steps when he immediately pulled out his phone and dialed several numbers. Old Yang. When does the Individualized Digital Combat Equipment Development Competition organized by the Ministry of Defense begin? The voice on the other end replied, Are you out of your mind? It's next month. Zhou Jianjun exclaimed, You must come to Wizhou. Old Yang, I've discovered a rare gem at my daughter's school. Oh no, it's more than that. It's a treasure. He has managed to accomplish everything our entire research institute has worked on. The voice on the other end responded, Are you joking with me? Zhou Jianjun, after all these years, do you truly perceive me as one who jest? Call upon Lao Wu and Lao Sun. I must convey to you that, perhaps, the first genuine exosuit, fully encompassing the body, is on the verge of emergence in Manhwa. After the call, Zhou Jianjun shared several videos within the research institute. Instantly, the internal group erupted with excitement. Director Zhou, surely you jest? Are you stating that this is real? Confirm it is not merely a children's cosplay, as the ancients proclaimed. True masters dwell among the populace. How could I be deceived? Is this truly the work of students? Zhou Jianjun, come at once. Arrive in Wizhou by tomorrow morning. The exosuit entered cruise mode, parked adjacent to the Future Science Fiction Association, welcoming any interested individuals to capture photographs and commemorate the moment. Following Zhouing, several new students gradually filled out application forms to join the association. Yu Guangyu was elated, exclaiming, "Brothers, tomorrow night, I shall treat you all." Chapter 4. Commander of the Military District. Deng Xian. The club activity spanned 2 days, with 1 day remaining. Yu Guangyu naturally hopes that the future Science Fiction Association will recruit more new members. He has prominently showcased the greatest advantage of joining the association, the opportunity to learn how to write online novels, particularly in the science fiction genre. In the association's promotional materials, he highlighted his own novels written on Tomato, which have garnered 300,000 readers, allowing him to earn tens of thousands in just a month. Dear classmates, join us. Embrace the glorious evolution, he urged. Who among you, having entered university, still has wealthy parents? Writing novels is the least costly side job for making money. All you need is a pair of hands. Through such persuasive tactics, he successfully attracted numerous new members. Moreover, the mechas, currently in cruise mode, are available for casual viewing, touching, and photography, truly a spectacle. By the end of the day, the Future Science Fiction Association transformed from a relatively obscure club into the most discussed association within the school. Various discussions erupted across school forums and groups regarding the mechas, which are far from mere plastic products. With a primary structure composed of carbon fiber materials, these mechas boast exceptional hardness and toughness. Critical components are crafted from titanium alloys, enabling them to perform a myriad of complex movements. Some students recorded videos and shared them on Douyin, even garnering a modest influx of views. Club Activity Day, one mecha, wearable. The buzz around it rivaled the military association's feat of bringing armored vehicles on a campus. That night, at the behest of his roommates, Su Yang donned the mecha once more and returned to the dormitory. Upon entering the building, he was met with a joyous reception from the male students, leaving him somewhat flustered. His dormitory was surrounded by layers of curious onlookers. Are all of you art majors this impressive? Bro, can I borrow the mecha for a bit? I want to take some photos for my social media. Su Yang, you're so mischievous. You drag us into playing Honor of Kings every day, yet you secretly work on mechas? Residents from the same floor lingered in the dormitory until nearly lights out, captivated by the mecha, which stood in the room, powered down and charging. Meanwhile, in the Yuezhi military district, it was already deep into the night. Commander Deng Xian drove over urgently. Old Zhou, Academician Wu, Professor Sun, what is the hurry? In a couple of days, Deng Xian was scheduled to attend a meeting at the Ministry of Defense. Receiving a call from Zhou Jianjun, he hurried over without delay. The 3 individuals present were heads of the military district's Weaponry and Equipment Development Department, specifically overseeing the Individual Combat System Development Project. Wu Yu, a national academician, Sun Shuzhou, a professor at the National Defense University, and Shou Jianjun, the project's primary leader. All 3 were national treasures, enjoying exceptionally high security privileges. Zhou Jianjun stated that there was an urgent matter to report, prompting Deng Xian to set aside his work and rush back. Commander, please watch the VCR. Without further ado, the video was played. It was footage captured at the school, with his daughter having filmed additional clips. Cosplay? Upon viewing the video, Deng Xian's initial reaction was indeed as expected. Zhou Jianjun promptly articulated his observations in detail. He continued to liken the creator of that mech to an unrefined gem. Commander, I did not engage with him in my official military capacity, and I am not yet well versed in the internal structure of that mech. My assessment is that there are certainly imperfections in the craftsmanship and operational intricacies. However, with thorough refinement by the military, it could undoubtedly evolve into the next generation's core individual combat system for our soldiers. Commander Deng Xian's interest was thoroughly piqued. A student, handcrafting a mech, one that is wearable and functional, setting aside its other capabilities, simply in terms of drone coordination, human physiological enhancement, and the mech's agility, it has far exceeded expectations. A prodigy indeed. Old Shou, what year is this child in? Can we recruit him into the military? Deng Xian inquired. Zhou Jianjun shook his head. He is only a sophomore. A sophomore? How could he possibly handcraft a mech? He didn't buy it from outside, did he? I don't think so, Zhou Jianjun replied. I had a brief conversation with him, and he possesses comprehensive knowledge of mech manufacturing and its performance. After a moment of contemplation, Deng Xian resolved, then tomorrow, let us visit the school and meet him. Oh no, this is not how we treat talent. Tomorrow, we shall go to the school to meet him. The next morning, upon waking, Su Yang suddenly realized. It seemed he might run out of sign-in points. Each mech required 10 points, and if he were to spend more, wouldn't he deplete them in no time? However, Su Yang did not dwell on this issue for long. Amidst the envious gazes of his roommates, he donned the mech and descended to the club activity venue. Many passing classmates approached him, requesting to take photos. Su Yang, at that moment, he heard someone calling his name from behind. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Turning around, he saw a woman. Who was it? He recalled. The original owner's ex-girlfriend. What was her name again? Tang Shu. I messaged you yesterday. Why didn't you reply? Why didn't you answer my calls? Don't you want to reconcile? I'm giving you a chance. Bring the Mech over to shoot a video with me. If the results are good, I might consider giving you another chance. Su-young thought to himself. Wow, the original owner was quite the pushover. He stared at Tang Shu in surprise for a few moments before letting out a disappointed sigh, closing the Mech's visor, and turning to leave. The pushover was the original owner, not me. Su-young, what do you mean? Tang Shu rushed up to him. You're not willing to cooperate for the video? The Mech could leap, and its standing jump height could reach 2 meters. Tang Shu was of decent height, nearly 170 centimeters, quite exceptional. He needed to tuck his legs in while jumping to avoid kicking her head. Clang. After landing smoothly, Su-young finally spoke. Excuse me. Could you please not block the way? You. Wah. You're bullying me. Tang Shu collapsed onto the ground, hugging her knees and weeping uncontrollably. Su-young merely cast a glance her way before turning to leave. Tang Shu, what has happened to him? In the past, whenever I cried, he would surely come over to comfort me and fulfill all my wishes. This isn't the first time we've parted ways. We've been together for 3 months. Breaking up and reconciling 7 or 8 times. What is he doing today, giving me the cold shoulder? Su-young, are you pretending not to recognize me? Fine. Don't say I didn't warn you. I merely went on a trip to Guilin with Bai-chun. Nothing happened between us. Look at you, so petty. I've told you repeatedly, he is my male best friend. Su-young recalled that the reason the original character broke up with Tang Shu was due to her weekend trip to Guilin with her male best friend. He thought to himself, the original character still possesses some dignity. Tang Shu boasts a Douyin account with over 200,000 followers. And Bai-chun hails from a wealthy family. It was always about these trivial matters. You can have your fun, but don't come siphoning off my energy. Seeing me create a Mech, you wish to ride on my coattails to gain followers and plunder my male fans' pockets? Not a chance, my friend. Chapter 5. The original master is truly talented. The sacred body of the dog? Shu. Wait until my father arrives. He is going to sponsor our new media association. Bai-chun spotted Tang Shu from a distance and rushed over. What happened? Is someone bullying you? Tang Shu stamped her feet in frustration. I asked him to cooperate for the account video shoot, but he pretended not to know me. Woo-woo. Bai-chun embraced Tang Shu from behind, lifting her from the ground. Don't cry, darling. It's all right. My father will come soon and sponsor us. He will definitely help you become a million-follower internet sensation. He is not worthy of you. How much is your father planning to sponsor? He has prepared one. 2 million. When will our father arrive? Bai-chun? A new day has begun. The club activity area has also attracted many senior students. Today, there are even more people. The prominent hotspots include the Military Association, the Animation Association, the Future Science Fiction Association, and the New Media Association, among others. Some teachers passing by couldn't help but exclaim, is it possible for today's youth to turn club activities into a cosplay event? Inspired by the Su-young mecha. The Military Association has also introduced some new activities today. Camouflage uniforms, goggles, and toy guns were purchased online, and a dozen individuals formed a special operations team. After reporting to the school security, they began patrolling back and forth between the cafeteria and the club activity area, drawing considerable attention. The New Media Association also showcased something new today, with several female students donning alluring outfits and engaging in live demonstrations. Low emotional intelligence, suggestive. High emotional intelligence, showcasing the vibrant youthfulness of college students. Even higher emotional intelligence, the esteemed chairman of the Bai Group, Bai-chun's father, has arrived. A well-known entrepreneur in Huizhou, with a fortune exceeding 1 billion. Bai-chun also announced that the Bai Group would establish a scholarship, available for anyone to apply. A Maybach parked not far from the cafeteria. A middle-aged man, somewhat portly with a receding hairline, exited the vehicle. Accompanied by security and reporters, they struggled to clear a path for the middle-aged man. The vice principal and several deans hurried over. Mr. Bai, welcome to our school to guide our work. Mr. Bai, this way please. Bai Lishan, chairman of the Bai Group, warmly greeted the principals and deans. When he saw that the reporters had settled into their positions, Bai Lishan directly announced that the Bai Group would allocate 10 million yuan annually for scholarships, helping students forge ahead on their educational journeys. 10 million for a single school. Even if divided equally, nearly every student could receive some form of assistance, naturally eliciting cheers from the crowd. Principal Luo, I heard that your new media association is doing quite well. Shall we take a look together? Bai Lishan said. Of course, Mr. Bai, this way please. The new media association's booth is situated opposite the Future Science Fiction Association. One is on this side of the street, while the other is on the opposite side. Yu Guanyu felt a headache coming on. Su-young, your girlfriend's boyfriend's father has come and stolen all our attention. Su-young was on the verge of uttering a curse. Good heavens. The verdant pastures above the original owner's head were evidently not a secret. It stands to reason. Tang Shu, the campus belle, was a focal point wherever she went. Besides establishing a relationship with the original owner, Tang Shu had several male friends. This led to frequent teasing directed at Su-young, as people would jest about his girlfriend enjoying outings with her male companions. With the chairman of the Bai Group, along with the vice principal and several deans offering their protection, and the annual donation of 10 million to the school, Bai Lishan had become the institution's benefactor. Who wouldn't he be mesmerized? The students of the future science fiction society could only watch enviously. Oh no. Aside from Yu Guanyu, Su-young noticed that the others had also rushed over to join the commotion, eager to inquire about scholarship applications. Amidst the excitement, Su-young suddenly sensed something amiss. Guanggu, that old bald man, has he been staring at us this entire time? Yu Guanyu quipped, perhaps he covets your figure. Get lost. As he said this, the WeChat group for the Future Science Fiction Society chimed. Su-young, senior, your ex-girlfriend is quite remarkable, having caught by S attention. The vice principal inquired to the New Media Association if they needed any assistance, and guess what? They expressed a desire to borrow our association's Mech for video shooting. Here they come. Everyone has arrived. After glancing at the message, Su-young raised his head again. A throng of people across the street surged toward them. Bai Lishan, the vice principal, Tang Shu, Bai Chen, and others were being escorted to the forefront. Su-young was somewhat bewildered. Foolish woman, is she really playing this game with me? They paid no mind to Su-young's demeanor. Bai Lishan pointed at the Mech and remarked, Principal Luo, your school truly produces talent. This Mech model is exquisite. If it could be used in collaboration with the New Media Association for promotional filming, it would significantly enhance the school's reputation. Principal Luo nodded repeatedly, indeed. Who is the person in charge of your association? Did you hear what Mr. Bai said? It is only right for students to cooperate with one another. You all must work closely with the students of the New Media Association for the promotional video. Among the crowd, Tang Shu smirked with a sense of triumph. Yu Guangyu stood up. Principal Luo, is this an order from the school? Associations should operate independently, and if there's a need for collaboration, it should be the New Media Association seeking to negotiate with us. Issuing a school command, what does that signify? Moreover, this Mech was created by Su-young. Whether or not to cooperate is not solely up to me. It depends on him. Without hesitation, Su-young shook his head, stating he was too busy at the moment. The expression on Principal Luo's face darkened immediately. Students, you must consider the bigger picture and cooperate with the work. The bigger picture being the Bai Group's donation, 10 million a year. Having spent this money, how could one refuse to make the benefactor happy? Bai Chen chimed in. No wonder Shu Shu looks down on you. You lack any sense of the larger context. Bai Lishan's face flushed with embarrassment. Having spent his money, he was publicly humiliated? If word got out, how would he ever maintain his standing? Bai Lishan lowered his voice. Principal Luo, our school still needs to advance in the realm of student quality education. I hope that once the scholarship is established, student quality will serve as a criterion for evaluation. At the western gate of the school, several military vehicles were stationed at the entrance. After the secretary displayed their identification to the security guard, the guard, taken aback, promptly allowed the military vehicles to enter. The guard nearly suffered a fright. What on earth? The commander of the military district? Is this a jest? They must be distinguished guests invited by the school's higher-ups. It would have been prudent for the administration to inform the gatekeeper in advance to avoid such an embarrassing situation. All right, let's park here and walk over, he said. Due to the throngs of people at the cafeteria entrance, they were concerned about potential accidents if they drove in. Upon exiting the vehicle, Zhou Ying had been waiting for quite some time. Uncle Dang, Uncle Will, Uncle Sunday Dad. Dang Xian nodded repeatedly. You've all grown so much. What wonderful children. You resemble your mother more and more, becoming ever more beautiful. Under Zhou Ying's guidance, they proceeded toward the activity area. From a distance, they could see a sea of people at the cafeteria entrance. Dang Xian inquired, why are there so many people today? Zhou Ying replied, yes. I saw in the group chat that it seems Bai Group has taken an interest in our association's mechas. Dang Xian and the others immediately stiffened, shocked by the mention of Bai Lishan, the unscrupulous businessman. Chapter 6. The military recruitment. Only a lack of funds can lead to a deficiency in confidence. Yu Guanyu was crafting his novel amidst the chaos, having once earned a remarkable sum of 100,000 in a single month. He was not relying on scholarships. Listening to Bai Lishan's words, he chuckled. Su-young, does that old man imply your character is lacking? Su-young shrugged. But I scored full marks in ideological and moral cultivation, received a national scholarship, and was recognized as an exemplary student in the province. He surely cannot be referring to me. After all, I have adhered to the national talent cultivation standards to reach this point. To suggest my character is lacking would be tantamount to slapping the nation in the face. Yu Guanyu raised his thumb. My friend, you are remarkable. You've ascended to a national level. To question you is to question the efficacy of the national talent cultivation standards. Bai Lishan turned pale, glaring furiously at Principal Luo, who was equally flustered. Had he encountered a troublesome student? Principal Luo bellowed. What is your major, and which class are you in? Who is your homeroom teacher? At that moment, several individuals squeezed through the crowd. Mr. Bai, I never expected to encounter you here, a girl exclaimed. Accompanied by several middle-aged men and a young individual in uniform, presumably a member of the military association. Principal Luo turned sharply, admonishing, do not create a disturbance. He assumed these were merely students from the military association, cosplaying to cause trouble. However, upon observing Bai Lishan, he noted the previously overbearing demeanor had vanished, replaced by a bowing and submissive posture towards the middle-aged men. What is happening? Principal Luo was still bewildered when he heard Bai Lishan utter a few words. Commander Deng, what brings you to our university? Bai Lishan recognized Deng Xian. They had previously been removed from the military supplier list, a decision personally made by Deng Xian. Just as Principal Luo was trying to comprehend the situation, the head of the school's armed forces department rushed over. Sir, you have arrived. Yet you did not inform me in advance so that I could receive you properly. After a round of introductions, Principal Luo finally realized, good heavens, the commander of the Yuezhou military region. He came to the university unannounced. Deng Xian navigated through the crowd and approached Su Yang, speaking softly. Student, did you truly create this mecha? Su Yang nodded. Yes. The military region commander, along with Zhou Ying, had arrived. The girl who joined the association yesterday was indeed extraordinary. Bravo. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Deng Xian generously praised. The military is highly interested in your mecha and wishes to invite you to the military region to guide us in its development. I wonder if your schedule allows for such an arrangement? Certainly. No problem, Su Yang replied without hesitation. The military region commander personally coming to the school to extend an invitation was an opportunity too rare to decline. Deng Xian asked, shall we depart now? Initially, Deng Xian had thought to simply converse with the mecha creator at the school. However, upon arrival, he realized the overwhelming crowd and cacophony of noise could lead to undesirable repercussions. Therefore, it was best to return to the military region. Su Yang cheerfully glanced at Bai Lishan and Principal Luo, speaking in a tone of utmost courtesy. Mr. Bai, Principal Luo, may I accompany the military personnel? Certainly. Please be sure to cooperate with the National Defense Construction. My dear student, when you return, the school will certainly reward you handsomely. Deng Xian could easily discern that Su Yang was leveraging his connection. He nodded appreciatively. Young man, if you are not a bit reckless in your youth. If you lack a touch of audacity, the military would hardly take notice. With his mecha in tow, Su Yang followed Deng Xian and the others. Once aboard the military vehicle, he turned to Zhou Ying, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Big Soxio. Zhou Jianjun, she's my daughter, came the reply. You, young man, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Zhou Jianjun, head of a certain military project. At the club activity venue. The crowd surged with excitement and murmurs. Wow, the military district commander came directly to the school to make a request? Who is this person? The mecha he created felt off since yesterday. It seems my instincts were correct. This is bad. Su Yang's girlfriend's boyfriend is going to have a headache over this. Dude. Let us not mention Su Yang anymore. He is not even in the picture. I heard he broke up with that girl ages ago. The future science fiction society is truly impressive. Senior, I want to join. Yu Guangyu was grinning from ear to ear. The society was about to see a surge in membership. Seeing the military personnel depart, Bai Lishan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not looking back as he dashed to his Maybach. I must leave quickly. When Bai's group became a military supplier. The actions Bai Lishan took could easily lead to a decade or more in prison if the military chose to pursue the matter seriously. Mr. Bai, what about the scholarship? Principal Luo pressed on. It will be granted. Of course. Bai Lishan waved his hand dismissively, closing the car door and speeding away. Why was he in such a hurry to donate for charity? Naturally, it was to establish a positive image and build a charitable reputation. He gambled that even if he were apprehended in the future, his status as a philanthropist would result in a lighter sentence. Tang Shu grew anxious, urging Bai Chun. Your father hasn't mentioned our society as sponsorship yet. Bai Chun shrugged. The funds have already been transferred. Our father keeps his word. He truly is a top-tier entrepreneur. On the road to the military district, Deng Xian and Su Yang engaged in a wealth of professional discourse, to which Su Yang responded fluently. Before they arrived at the military district, Deng Xian mentioned the desire to acquire the mecha. Su Yang thought to himself that keeping such a device served little purpose. It was merely a showpiece. With the military interested in purchasing it, he saw no reason to refuse. Regarding the pricing, Deng Xian stated, upon reaching the military district, we will need to conduct a comprehensive assessment of the mecha's overall technology, and then we can negotiate a price. What do you think? Su Yang replied, no problem. Upon arriving at the military district, they proceeded directly to the research institute. The technological assessment encompasses various facets, the overall structure of the mecha, materials utilized, the comprehensive control system, the auxiliary control system, the design of degrees of freedom, impact resistance, and the power system, among others. At the research institute, Su Yang observed the military technologies under investigation, including unmanned mechanical exoskeletons and an array of individual combat weapons. The individual integrated combat system aims to maximize the combat capabilities of a single soldier and enhance their coordination with other military branches and equipment. Zhou Jianjun personally donned the mecha for testing. Within mere minutes, screams emanated from the cockpit. Good heavens! I initially believed the mecha's development was subpar. I thought the military could offer some constructive feedback. My word, this mecha is ready for mass production. And this helmet, its information processing capability, is astonishing. I feel as though the boundary between man and machine has been transcended. Wait, little Sue, I just saw the word laser on the visual helmet. What does that signify? Chapter 7. Battlefield Situational Awareness. Upon donning the helmet, Zhou Jianjun was confronted with something extraordinary. An AR helmet, augmented reality. Everything within his field of vision could be transformed into data. Despite wearing the helmet, his sight remained utterly unaffected. The presence of individuals, objects, and spatial distances adhered to rational standards, thus preserving the visual experience. It was as if the tangible world was merely embellished with physical labels. With a mere movement of his eyes, he could capture information from the real world. A fleeting thought allowed him to access the relevant functionalities of the mech. Astonishingly, this mech even possessed a device to capture brainwave signals. How absurd! A sophomore capable of creating such technology? Zhou Jianjun noticed a laser device within his visual realm. What did this mean? Had a laser weapon been integrated as well? Su Yang remarked that there was a popular figure online who used lasers to eliminate mosquitoes. And finding that feature quite practical, they decided to incorporate it. In truth, it was present from the outset. Should I be blamed for that? Commander Deng Xian was equally astonished. Old Zhou, why not give it a try? The staff set up a testing ground. The target was a metal plate. Zhou Jianjun activated the laser apparatus, and the barrel extended from beneath his arm. Zing! A beam of laser flickered, instantly melting through the iron plate. Zhou Jianjun closely monitored the mech's power levels. The single laser discharge consumed merely 2 of the mech's total energy. Academician, will you observe this scene? Drenched in cold sweat. Good heavens! Are you crafting such toys at school, my fellow student? Do you realize what the metal plate you just perforated is? Su Yang inquired. What is it? That is TC4 titanium alloy, with a melting point of 1650 C. Academician Wu Yu excitedly adjusted his glasses. The fact that your laser melted through the titanium alloy plate in an instant implies that its power has surpassed that of conventional weapon-grade lasers. The preceding shooting experiment underwent millisecond-level information analysis through specialized equipment. When the mech's laser was discharged, the instantaneous temperature exceeded 6,000 degrees, and it consumed a mere 2 of the overall power. Commander, it seems that a soldier-level laser weapon is on the verge of being born. A true marvel. We must thoroughly investigate how to integrate such high-powered laser weaponry within the compact dimensions of the mech. Professor Sun queried, do you believe that deploying such lasers on tanks, in conjunction with multi-module phased array radar, could achieve 100 defense against suicide drones? This question ventured into Sun Qingzhou's area of expertise. Phased array radar had become remarkably affordable in Long Country. Adding several units to a tank would not significantly inflate costs if this laser weapon were to be integrated. Sun Qingzhou felt a surge of excitement. Then, our strategies for preventing suicide drone attacks will be over a decade ahead of the world. The Great Mao and Air Mao War has alerted the globe that suicide drones will become formidable instruments of warfare in the future. The pressing question now is how to defend against them. The approach proposed by the Bear Country was to equip tanks and armored vehicles with protective nets, resembling an added shell. And now, the Dragon Nation has discovered a novel approach to problem solving. The upcoming test project involves the collaboration of unmanned devices. The mecha has integrated drones. In the school setting, Su Yang has already demonstrated the synergy between the drones and the mecha. Once the drones are deployed, they gather information about surrounding targets, relaying this data back to the mecha's control console. When the pilot does not actively request information, the drones autonomously process the collected data. Should the pilot wish to access this information, the control is immediately returned to them. Su Yang illustrated the limit of drone integration for units. Zhou Jianjun procured several robotic dogs, inquiring if Su Yang could incorporate them as well. Of course, the concept remains the same, Su Yang replied. Utilizing the laboratory's computer equipment, he engaged in a lengthy hour of coding to synchronize the interfaces of the mecha and the robotic dogs. Subsequently, the robotic dogs became an integral part of the mecha system. However, it was necessary to implant certain commands in advance, such as terrain mapping, environmental data collection, and obstacle clearance. These directives would be coordinated by the AI Control Center. Unless the pilot required the robotic dogs for specific tasks, they would operate independently. After testing, the inclusion of 3 robotic dogs maximized operational efficiency. Hurry, we must proceed to the outdoor training ground for trials, Deng Xian urged eagerly. However, glancing at the time, Su Yang remarked, Chief, it's already past 6. I need to return to school. Return? Nonsense, Deng Xian said warmly. Don't call me Chief. It feels too formal. Call me Uncle. Secretary, please assist Xiao Su in taking leave. He won't be returning to school tonight. Su Yang. The staff transported the testing equipment to the outdoor training ground, while Su Yang took the mecha and robotic dogs directly there. The obstacle training ground is vast. Zhou Jianjun explained, this area is designated for urban combat training. Deng Xian summoned a platoon of soldiers, instructing the squad leader to engage the entire unit using only the mecha and robotic dogs. Aside from the squad leader, the other soldiers grinned widely, some even cracking their knuckles, playfully suggesting, Squad leader, we'll take good care of you. The kitchen brigade delivered dinner, allowing an hour for the soldiers to eat and familiarize themselves with the mecha. Training would commence at 7. The laser simulation rounds for the training were also provided. Any target hit would be deemed destroyed or incapacitated, thus exiting the battlefield. The robotic dogs, already equipped with weaponry and capable of targeted attacks, were considered combat-ready. In developing a new algorithm, a provision was added. Once a target is locked, if the pilot issues no special commands, the robotic dogs would possess the ability to autonomously engage in defensive fire, truly becoming the mecha pilot's wingman. The squad leader spent half an hour acclimating to the mecha. The soldiers, under the impression that they were testing new weaponry, gazed longingly at the mecha, contemplating the possibility of utilizing it before their service concluded. Thus, a more profound interest in the beloved squad leader emerged. The training commenced. The squad leader deployed 4 drones for aerial reconnaissance and released 3 robotic dogs to collaboratively inspect the conditions of every street block. Shortly thereafter, billows of blue smoke began to rise within the training ground. The soldiers emerged, dejected and disheartened. The squad leader cheated, employing drones, exclaimed one. Goodness. I was overwhelmed by a robotic dog. It was unbearable. Hand me that mech. I feel I could manage it. Meanwhile, in the command center, Deng Xian's emotions were akin to those of a national soccer team scoring in the World Cup, overwhelmed with excitement. This was merely a straightforward training exercise, with numerous aspects still in need of refinement. The development of the mech's functionalities had yet to reach its pinnacle. However, one thing was clear. It illuminated the path forward for the Dragon Kingdom's military, situational awareness on the battlefield. Individual soldiers utilizing drones and robotic dogs significantly enhanced battlefield situational awareness. The operator, that squad leader, possessed limited information processing capabilities, yet the mech's auxiliary AI would analyze the current environment, discerning which information required the operator's judgment and providing prompts within their field of vision. Moreover, this model is replicable. Not only can individual soldiers possess auxiliary units, but such support systems can also be integrated into armored vehicles, fighter jets, and warships. Classmate Xiaosu, your mech is truly extraordinary. Do you realize that? Chapter 8. Engaged as a military equipment design consultant. As all the soldiers were eliminated, the squad leader, clad in mechanized armor, exited the training ground with palpable excitement. Young men, your skills leave much to be desired. Haha. If you wish to challenge me, you must return and train diligently. Tomorrow morning, I shall reward you with a 50-kilometer weighted march. The soldiers were instantly dismayed, exclaiming, What? Squad leader, you are cheating. Can't we settle for 30 kilometers? With a sense of dejection, the soldiers departed. It was nearly 9 in the evening when Deng Xian personally instructed his secretary to secure a room for Su Yang at the military district's guest house. Once the training concluded, Su Yang could rest there. Back at the research institute, the staff's evaluation had been completed for 170 million. The military was prepared to purchase Su Yang's mech design, with a minimum payment of 470 million in mind. An unspoken truth lingered among the staff. Had the evaluation been based on market value, they would have had to eliminate the decimal. Seizing the moment while Su Yang was occupied in the restroom, Deng Xian summoned Zhou Jianjun and others, stating, Our esteemed colleague Su Yang is a rare talent. We must devise a means to retain him. Lao Zhou, do you have any thoughts? Zhou Jianjun pondered for a moment, recalling the ancient wisdom that talent should not be confined to a single mold. He possesses great potential, yet he still has academic obligations. Perhaps we should investigate his political background. As long as there are no issues, we could appoint him as a design consultant for the military district. As a consultant, he wouldn't need to be present daily but could return to offer his insights when necessary. Wu Yu and Sun Qingshou nodded in agreement, expressing their approval. A bewildered Shou Ying also nodded along, having recently joined the Future Science Fiction Society and now following the group to the military district. Contemplating the prospect of becoming a military equipment design consultant, someone capable of guiding her father. Upon returning from the restroom, Su Yang was met with Deng Xian's direct offer. Upon hearing the staggering figure of 470 million, Su Yang did not hesitate to accept. Wow, 470 million. If I didn't wish to strive, I could simply return to my village and live a life of ease. Deng Xian had no intention of concealing the value of the mech equipment. 470 million is the military's offer. However, should your design enter the market, there are those who might even erase the decimal for you. I have an excellent suggestion. Would you care to hear it? Su Yang nodded eagerly. Deng Xian continued, Your university years are meant for striving. If you were to remove the laser weapon system and downplay the auxiliary AI features, you could establish a company for self-manufacturing and sales, entering the civilian sector, which would undoubtedly evolve into a world-class enterprise. Su Yang paused, forcing a smile, yet refrained from responding. In his previous life, he had toiled away as a mere cog in a corporate machine, ultimately exhausting himself. The thought of starting a company felt like an insurmountable burden. Typically, military procurement from civilians follows a bidding process. However, in the face of extraordinary circumstances, special arrangements are made. Zhou Jianjun and the others swiftly drafted a preliminary contract for Su Yang's review. Su Yang, however, was unconcerned about the contract. After all, could the military truly deceive him? The payment process provided by the military entails an initial disbursement of 220 million to acquire the mecha, with the remaining balance to be paid upon the formal delivery of the design schematics and pertinent documentation by Su Yang. Without hesitation, Su Yang affixed his signature. At 10:30 in the evening, Su Yang received the sum of 220 million. His bank account balance transformed into 22,000,000,023, 57 yuan. Previously, it had been merely 23, 57 yuan. With no other source of income, he was on the brink of starvation. Su Yang recalled that the original owner had squandered his parents' compensation funds in an attempt to curry favor with Tang Shu. What a remarkable individual. Suddenly, Zhou Jianjun interjected. Young Su, may I visit your mecha fabrication facility? To which Su Yang, maintaining his composure, replied, not this week. How about the weekend instead? All right, it's a deal. However, there was no facility for mecha production to speak of. How could he explain the origin of the mecha? To tell someone, I am the divine brush of Mao Yang, would likely land him in a psychiatric ward. Nevertheless, Su Yang had devised a plan to acquire a storefront and establish a mecha manufacturing workshop of his own. Hence, the request for a week's time. It was already quite late. The security personnel escorted Su Yang while Zhou headed to the guest house. Their rooms were directly opposite each other. It was not yet midnight, which was a prime time for youthful revelry. Su Yang called out to Zhou, let us go out for barbecue. It's on me. After all, he had just earned 220 million. Wasn't it appropriate to indulge a little? Zhou responded, wait for me. I'll be right there. They found a nearby barbecue establishment and returned home only after indulging until 1 in the morning. The following day, military vehicles transported them back to campus. It was then that Su Yang noticed the WeChat group buzzing with news about him, which had gone viral among his classmates. Surely, he hadn't violated any major laws and been apprehended for interrogation, had he? He hadn't even returned to school the previous day. Are you suggesting that the fellow sold state secrets? Can't you see? That military district commander was defending Su Yang yesterday. Could it be? There had been rumors that Su Yang's parents were deceased, but in truth, his real identity was that of the commander's son? Friend, if you have more to say, please do. Su Yang sent a message in the group. Your esteemed elder is back. Responses flooded in. What? You're still alive? Last night, someone claimed you had been taken away. Brother, tell me, where did you go after you were taken? Su Yang pondered for a moment and sent another message. Having acquired a general's title, you'd best be cautious in our future conversations, lest an army come for you. Aha. Indeed, it is the living Su Yang. Brother, Principal Luo is looking for you. He is at your dormitory door. Do you want to return? Without delay. He rushed back to his dormitory. Principal Luo was exceedingly courteous. Young Su, you must be exhausted from last night. Here, I brought you some breakfast. Please make do. I've already eaten, Principal Luo. The roommates felt a chill run down their spines. Are you really turning the table on the principal? Not giving him face at all. Su Yang glanced at his ravenous roommates and remarked, why all this formality when the principal has graciously invited us to dine? Our heartfelt gratitude to the principal. Your generosity is overwhelming. We could have simply dined at the cafeteria, they replied, a touch of embarrassment in their tone, especially as they accepted breakfast prepared by the principal. The roommates, already poised to leave for class, unceremoniously divided the principal's meal among themselves. Little Su, I would like to inquire about certain matters, once said, as the others, with an understanding nod, departed with their breakfast. It was only then that Principal Luo spoke up. Did the commander mention anything yesterday? Did he perhaps voice any concerns regarding the school? Principal Luo had endured a restless night, for he was merely the vice principal. Offending the military district commander could cast a shadow over his future prospects. Thus, he awaited Su Yang's return with bated breath. Upon his arrival, Su Yang pondered for a moment before responding, yes. Oh, pray tell, urged Principal Luo. He mentioned that the portions served in our cafeteria are insufficient. Indeed, is there more? He remarked that our school charges students excessively for electricity each year. And further, he expressed that our school pays insufficient attention to the fine arts program. Noting that many items in the studio are outdated and in need of replacement, Principal Luo, taken aback, thought to himself, you little rascal. Are you taking this opportunity to settle a score with me? Chapter 9, The Mech Manufacturing Workshop Morning. A report arrived in the hands of Commander Deng Xian. It was an investigation into Su Yang's political background. Orphaned. The incident occurred 2 years ago. Su Yang's parents were tragically killed by terrorists while engaged in foreign aid in a nation known as the Iron Brotherhood. The aftermath of that event had a profoundly detrimental effect, causing significant delays in the construction of the economic corridor. Deng Xian still recalled how, following that incident, dissenting voices against the conservative military ideology grew ever louder within the armed forces, particularly in the Western theater, even leading to petitions sent to the Ministry of Defense, demanding military action against the terrorists. It was unexpected to discover that he was a victim of that incident. Did he study fine arts? The report indicated that. Following the tragedy, Su Yang underwent a significant transformation in character. Just as he was preparing for the Gaokao, he initially aimed for an engineering path, yet ultimately enrolled in an art program at university. His political background posed no issues. Rather, his personal history was quite tragic. This child has already faced great adversity without succumbing, and it is astonishing to see such aptitude in mechanical manufacturing. No concerns remain. Let us extend him an offer. With his political background cleared, we shall appoint Su Yang as a design and development consultant for military equipment. After all, Times have changed, and to attract talent, the military must adopt innovative approaches. Take drone pilots, for instance. Some military districts have started recruiting skilled civilian drone operators. Talents abound among the populace. There are numerous exceptional drone pilots in the Dragon Country, and integrating them into the military could cultivate a formidable drone force. Zhou Jianju nodded, Commander. I will visit again this weekend to present the offer. At noon, Su Yang met with his classmates from the Future Science Fiction Society. He briefly recounted the events of the previous day. The mech has already been donated to the military. Zhou Ying nodded in bewilderment. Wow, Senior. Your choice of words in the donation is remarkable, for 170 million, and not a word about it. President Yu Guangyu jovially embraced Su Yang, exclaiming, Did you see that? Who says our Future Science Fiction Society is only about reading and writing novels? Our brother here has made contributions to national defense. Su Yang, upon hearing this, quickly waved his hands. Oh no, no. I'm more suited to being a salted fish. Well then, brothers and sisters, this evening, I shall treat everyone to a buffet in the city. Yu Guangyu looked at Su Yang. You are the major project of our society, deserving of a reward. So, let us say 1,000 yuan. That's unnecessary, brother. Su Yang shook his head. You've already rewarded me several times this month. The original owner had been overly indulgent with Tang Shu, spending all his funds. Fortunately, Yu Guangyu consistently found ways to reward Su Yang, providing financial support. Su Yang was well aware that those rewards came from Yu Guangyu's own earnings. Zhou Ying chuckled. Senior, you needn't reward Su Yang. The military district has already done so. Oh really? Yu Guangyu expressed surprise. Then, do you treat tonight? Absolutely. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Zhou Ying hurriedly ran over to open the door. Two individuals entered, Tang Shu and Bai Chen. They had already become acquainted. Oh, look who is here, the ex-boyfriend? Bai Chen scoffed, his nostrils flaring. How delightful. Here. Take this invitation. To celebrate Tang Shu surpassing 500,000 fans, I've booked a villa for a celebratory party. The corners of Tang Shu's mouth curled upward. Chen Gu spent 300,000 on this party. Su Yang, I imagine you've never encountered so much money in your life? Oh wait, you must have seen that amount when your parents met their demise. How dare you splash water on me? She exclaimed, just as Zhou Ying doused her with a cup of water. Zhou Ying retorted with conviction. If you cannot respect others' parents, how can you expect respect in return? No wonder the senior looks down on you. Have you been reading too many mindless romance novels? Once you hooked up with a wealthy man, you come flaunting to your ex? Yu Guangyu gave a thumbs up. He remained silent, yet his eyes brimmed with admiration, despite her demure appearance. The big sock displayed a fiery temperament. Su Yang remained unfazed. Buddy, are you blind? Your father fears the military district commander. That commander is my uncle. Should I inform my uncle right now? Regardless of the consequences, since Deng Xian had requested him to call him uncle, Su Yang felt no hesitation. He could even call him adoptive father. In a society driven by connections, mere systems might not suffice without a network. Bai Chen stammered. Why you? Gritting his teeth, he retorted. I was just joking, bro. Come hang out sometime. I'll take my leave now. He grabbed Tang Shu and dashed away. In the afternoon, Su Yang remained in the art studio. Utilizing his understanding of mechas, he constructed a conceptual diagram of a mecha manufacturing workshop, meticulously refining the details. By around 10 o'clock that night, the workshop was complete. It would require 2 sign-in points for materialization. However, he needed to rent a location off campus the next day. The space could not be too small. Upon returning to his dorm, Su Yang continued to ponder the matter. Should he rent a storefront? It seemed he would need to lease a row of shops. Alternatively, he contemplated taking Commander Deng's advice to establish a company. This way, any groundbreaking technology he produced could be justifiably explained. Forget about renting a storefront. Su Yang devised a relatively practical approach. He would return to his hometown and convert the garage there into a workshop, creating a space akin to a handcrafted haven. Next week, he planned to take Shou Jianjun back to his hometown for a visit. In truth, Su Yang's hometown was in the outskirts of Yueshou, easily accessible by a ride of just over an hour. The following day, Su Yang took a leave of absence. When the teacher inquired about the reason, Su Yang replied, The military district acquired mechas, and there are some aspects I don't fully understand. I need to assist. The teacher did not ask further questions, merely advising, Do your best and bring glory to the school. Upon arriving home, he found his family residence was a 3-story building, featuring a warehouse with a makeshift roof. Su Yang designated the warehouse as the workspace. He infused the drawings with sign-in points. Shortly thereafter, a wondrous light blue glow re-emerged, enveloping every inch of the warehouse in an instant. As the blue fluorescence dissipated into the air, the old warehouse was transformed anew. It had become a fully equipped workshop, brimming with various materials, featuring a small smelting furnace and a workbench. Su Yang had exploited a bug in the system, deliberately sketching a semi-finished mech while drafting the workshop blueprint. And there it was, suspended on the iron rack. The main torso was 50 complete, while the auxiliary control systems remained unfinished. Is this even permissible? Had I known, I would have drawn a few more. After arranging the workshop, Su Yang returned home to prepare lunch. Following his meal, he boarded a vehicle back to Yueshou. It was quite a hassle to run back and forth. Perhaps it would be prudent to purchase a car. Su-young mused that if he had a vehicle, he could save at least 3 hours on his round trip today. Chapter 10. Why do I keep running into you? Tangshu. When one has merely 20 yuan in their pocket, the thought of purchasing a vehicle seems absurd. Even the next meal requires careful consideration. Yet, when one possesses 220 million yuan, as for buying a car, Su-young had no concrete plans. He did have one thought. Owning a car would save him a significant amount of time spent dealing with foolish individuals. Thus, the car must possess high recognition and be expensive. Electric vehicles were out of the question. Su-young was not accustomed to the inconvenience of charging for 1 or 2 hours while out and about. Traditional cars, on the other hand, could be refueled at a gas station and driven off effortlessly. Wouldn't that be delightful? If high recognition was the goal, perhaps he should order the luxurious S800. A collaboration between Huawei and Zhonghua Automobile. Its exterior would immediately convey its high value, attracting numerous opportunists and minimizing his interactions with unsavory characters. He had heard that its intelligent driving capabilities were impressive, and Su-young was particularly eager to test it. However, upon inquiring on the official website, he discovered that ordering now would result in a 2-month wait for delivery. Patience was not Su-young's virtue. At that moment, a bus passed by the CBD area along the riverside. Turning his head, he spotted a Rolls-Royce dealership. He decided to purchase a Rolls-Royce for the time being, and once the S800's production ramped up, he could indulge in that as well. After all, money was not an issue. He had 220 million yuan. Goodness. If he spent his money methodically, he might never exhaust it in a lifetime. Recently, he had read in the news that when elderly individuals passed away, their money was seized by the bank. Su-young had no intention of becoming a victim. He earned his money and spent it freely, without the need for frugality. As for the preachings of humility and modesty, to hell with that. No one could teach him to be low-key with the money he had earned through his own efforts. After disembarking at the previous stop, Su-young walked to the dealership's entrance. The store was remarkably simple, with only 2 Rolls-Royces on display. A business-savvy salesperson, clad in a suit, high heels, and black stockings, was conducting a live stream. Su-young found it peculiar. Did those who could afford a Rolls-Royce truly spend their days in a dealership watching sales presentations on the vehicle specifications? Good day, sir. Another female salesperson approached Su-young, inquiring if he needed assistance. Su-young paused for a moment, thinking, what do you perceive I need help with? Do I look like someone who has come here to ask for directions? What are you waiting for? I'm here to buy a car. Ah. The female salesperson was momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, during training, the manager had emphasized a crucial point. Never judge a customer by their appearance. In this day and age, discreetly wealthy individuals abound. Just look at the understated yet affluent influencers online. When they decide to spend, they can effortlessly acquire several Rolls-Royces. Very well, sir. Please follow me. The manager had also imparted some insider secrets. Any potential customer interested in purchasing a Rolls-Royce should never be denied any request, no matter how extravagant. Because when they choose to spend, it ensures a life of comfort and security for all involved. Su-young approached a luxurious Rolls-Royce, inquiring with utmost simplicity. If I make the payment today, can I drive it away now? The response was affirmative. Absolutely, you can. With urgency, he added. I lack the time to arrange for the license plate and other formalities. Could you possibly send someone to expedite the process? The sales representative assured him. I will personally ensure that all procedures are completed, and you shall be pleased with the license plate number. Very well. Let us proceed to sign the contract and make the payment, Su-young stated decisively. The female sales representative, momentarily taken aback, stammered, Why yes, please, mister. You may rest in the VIP room for a moment. No need. He replied, I'll just occupy the car for a bit. Once everything is settled, please bring me the keys. I intend to drive away immediately. Understood. The saleswoman's legs trembled as she walked away, her heart racing at the thought of the nearly 9 million price tag. She couldn't help but marvel at his audacity, placing an order without a hint of hesitation. The commission on a Rolls-Royce was substantial, amounting to hundreds of thousands. Moreover, this young client seemed remarkably youthful. She pondered whether someone of his stature would ever consider her. Shaking off the thought, she resolved to focus on securing the sale first. Meanwhile, Shushu said, Today, I'll take you to see the Rolls-Royce. My father promised to order one for me upon my graduation. Bai Chun, eager to please, chimed in with flattery. Leaning on Bai Chun's shoulder, Tang Shu mused, Chin, you've worked hard by the way. How much does a Rolls-Royce cost? The Phantom is over 9 million, Bai Chin sighed. Truth be told, I desire a supercar. But my father forbids it, fearing I'd drive too fast and end up in an accident. Wait, who was that? They reached the entrance of the Rolls-Royce dealership. Peering inside. Oh, is that Su-young? At that moment, Su-young was inside the luxurious vehicle, exploring its features. Bai Chin chuckled, Shushu. I truly don't understand what you see in him. Just look at him. He carries an air of poverty, as if he has never experienced the finer things in life. Entering the showroom, Tang Shu felt a flush of embarrassment and hurried over. Su-young. Please don't embarrass yourself here. Come down. That's a Rolls-Royce Phantom, worth over 9 million. If you damage it while fiddling around, can you afford the repairs? Su-young, equally bewildered, exclaimed, "What the heck? Are you two my shadows? Why do I keep running into you?" Bai Chen interjected. "I brought Shu Shu to see the car. Come on, don't make a fool of yourself. If the manager arrives, even I might not be able to help you." With graduation just 2 years away, Bai Chun was confident he would be able to purchase a Phantom then, and he was willing to leverage his influence to assist Su Yang, hoping to prove to Tang Shu that being with him was the right choice. At that moment, the sales representative arrived, having prepared the contract. She approached Su Yang with a smile. "Mr. Su, are these two your friends?" Su Yang shook his head. "No." The saleswoman continued warmly. "Sir, miss, please make yourselves comfortable. Our staff will be with you shortly." Bai Chen and Tang Shu exchanged puzzled glances. The saleswoman handed the contract to Su Yang, who signed it without hesitation and promptly produced his bank card. The financial personnel who followed were adept at processing the transaction. Other staff members in the store quickly gathered around, standing on either side of the Rolls-Royce, preparing to celebrate Su Yang's purchase with fireworks. There were plans for a banner and a small delivery ceremony, but Su Yang was in a hurry to leave. The sales team could only conduct a brief ceremony, with Miss Yetchin, his dedicated service representative, congratulating Mr. Su on becoming the esteemed owner of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, assuring him that he could reach out to her for any inquiries in the future. Su Yang nodded and stated that he had other matters to attend to before departing. As he drove away, Xietchin received the order, and the manager expressed his delight, assigning her to follow up with the two newly arrived clients. Approaching Bai Chun and Tang Shu, she apologized sincerely for their wait, offering to accompany them in exploring the vehicles. Bai Chun, overwhelmed with excitement, suddenly exclaimed, "Wait a moment, were you filming a video just now? That car, that car." He pointed in the direction where Su Yang had vanished, his speech faltering. Xietchin clarified, "Are you referring to Mr. Su?" He had only just arrived, appeared quite taken with the Rolls-Royce Phantom, paid in full immediately, and drove off. He is truly a decisive individual, without a hint of hesitation. Bai Chun and Tang Shu were left in shock. Full payment? Chapter 11. Youthful arrogance is a folly. Times have changed. Having acquired a computer from the city, Su Yang returned to school, taking a leave of absence for the day, thus skipping the afternoon classes. Upon arriving at his dormitory, he promptly assembled the computer and began entering files pertaining to the design schematics of the electric-powered mech suit and its associated documentation. With the weekend approaching, these materials needed to be submitted to the military to secure a subsequent funding of $250 million. He was determined to uphold his commitments. As his roommates returned from class, they were astonished to find a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked downstairs. "Su Yang, did that scoundrel Bai Chen bring it here to deliberately vex you? I must say, the offspring of the wealthy can be quite exasperating. So many girls are flocking around that license plate. Wait, I think I'll go snap a picture to show off. Hey, Lao Su, what are you doing? Why the silence?" Su Yang turned and inquired, "Can any of you drive?" Li Nan nodded, having just obtained his driver's license. Su Yang tossed the Rolls-Royce keys to him, saying, "Go on, take it for a spin and flaunt it a little. I have to focus on this documentation." The three exchanged glances. "Is this yours?" The mech was given to the military district as a reward. Su Yang replied nonchalantly, "Wow, that's impressive. Adoptive father. May I bow to you?" Exclaimed one of them. "Brother, then I shall not hold back. Haha, don't worry. I'll make sure to hype you up when I drive it around, so those blind fools will steer clear of you in the future. Adoptive father. Is the car for sale? I'll offer 100. Su Yang, get lost. Bring me some food when you come back tonight. I need to pull an all-nighter to finish the military documents. Will we be a bother to you? Why would you say that? We're nothing. If you're happy, we'll sleep in the corridor tonight." The three left, chattering with the keys in hand, leaving the dormitory in silence. Only then did Su Yang find the tranquility to immerse himself in the documentation. A vast amount of information resided within Su Yang's mind, and he could not submit it directly to the military. He had to painstakingly type it out, one word at a time. Meanwhile, at the military district, a message arrived from the Ministry of Defense to Commander Deng Xian. As long as the single-soldier combat system mentioned by the Yuezha military district achieved excellent results in the competition for developing digitized combat equipment, it would propel mass production. Excellent. Lao Zhou, expedite the optimization of this mech, defeat all competitors, and make it standard equipment for the Dragon country's military. Commander Deng was elated by the response from the Ministry of Defense. Zhou Jianju nodded, indicating that the Research Institute had already begun intensive work, analyzing and modifying every component of the mech. "Speaking of which, Commander, my daughter mentioned that Comrade Su Yang went out today and bought a Rolls-Royce Phantom, quite ostentatious." "Isn't it?" Zhou Jianjun remarked. However, Deng Xian chuckled. The money was given to him. It is his to spend as he pleases. We, as old-timers, cannot impose our values on him and force him into charity, can we? Ha ha ha, indeed, indeed. Zhou Jianjun chuckled awkwardly, reflecting that youth should be marked by exuberance. Yet times have changed. In our day, we reveled in the saying that a fine wine is not deterred by a narrow alley. The news of Su Yang's purchase of a Rolls-Royce had already spread throughout the school. Su Yang's explanation was that the mech was given to the military district, which rewarded him with a car. To make it even more dubious, he claimed he needed a part-time job to cover the fuel expenses. The source of this information stemmed from Su Yang's dormitory. This infuriated Bai Chen. This kid truly knows how to put on a fade. How shameless to claim that the car was a military gift when he paid for it in full. Yet, Bai Chen dared not voice his discontent, fearing that Su Yang might actually call the military district commander and stir up trouble for the Bai group. After witnessing Su Yang's outright purchase of the Rolls-Royce and feeling threatened by him, Bai Chen returned home, piecing together the situation. It turned out that when the Bai group served as a military supplier, his father had advised the factory to cut corners to save costs and even embezzled funds from the middleman, failing to maintain confidentiality in information processing. In short, any single detail could jeopardize the Bai group's future. His old man was truly outrageous. How dare he engage in such dishonest dealings? Bai Chen only knew that his father advised him to avoid Su Yang at school, steering clear of any association and, ideally, not allowing Su Yang to recall the Bai group. Naturally, if there was an opportunity to mend their relationship, that would be even better. But how could he possibly cultivate goodwill with him? Would that mean becoming chummy with Shu Shu's ex-boyfriend? Or, heaven forbid, be the one who broke them apart? Bai Chen puffed on his cigarette, his face a portrait of unspoken anguish. Time swiftly passed the Saturday morning. Zhou Jianjun's vehicle was parked at the university gate. After a week of relentless effort, Su Yang had finally compiled all the necessary documentation. The textual content, combined with the blueprints, amounted to a staggering 30 gigabytes even after compression. Su Yang had integrated the auxiliary AI designed for the Mech into his computer. It was with the assistance of this AI that he managed to complete the intricate documentation. Excellent. Upon my return to the Research Institute, I will thoroughly study the materials and blueprints, and should I encounter any uncertainties, I shall seek your guidance. As a military equipment design consultant, Zhou Jianjun produced the appointment letter issued by the Yuezha Military District, officially inviting Su Yang to serve as a military equipment design consultant. Upon receiving the letter, Su Yang was momentarily taken aback, his first question being, "Am I truly qualified for this? If you were not qualified, this old fellow, would have retired on the spot. Having produced that set of mechs, what is there to doubt?" Zhou Jianjun continued, "There is one more matter to discuss. I wonder if you have time next month, in October, for a competition organized by the military. Would you be interested in participating?" "Of course. I would be interested. Gaining experience is always beneficial." Soon, Zhou Jianjun sent over the relevant information regarding the individual soldier digital combat equipment development competition. It turned out that in October, Yuezha would host the World Light Weapons Exhibition, and seizing this opportunity, the Ministry of Defense was spearheading a competition for the development of individual soldier digital combat equipment in the various military districts of the Dragon Nation. It is imperative for all units to participate in competitions. Other nations of the world are welcome to present their advanced individual combat systems for consideration in these contests. Su Yang, having taken the wheel of his Cullinan and accompanied by Yu Guangyu, drove toward his home. Today, he intended to showcase the marvels of his mecha manufacturing workshop to the military representatives. After an hour's drive, they arrived at Su Yang's residence. He opened the door to his workshop, which had materialized just days prior. In the center of the workshop, an unfinished mecha hung in suspension. Su Yang remarked, "My father was an engineer, and under his influence, I was exposed to this world from a tender age. A significant portion of this manufacturing workshop is a legacy left by him. Alas, he is no longer with us." Su Yang crafted a plausible narrative. The original owner's father, an engineer, had shed blood for the motherland. Attributing matters to him could only serve to enhance his credibility. After all, one might say he was the son of a hero. As the son of a hero, possessing a sincere heart and a touch of exceptional talent is hardly a flaw. Having inspected the workshop thoroughly, Zhou Jianjun was convinced that the mechas were indeed born in this secluded village. His earlier doubts dissipated completely, as he had never anticipated that such remarkable creations could emerge from such an unassuming locale. "Uncle, if you put it that way, I must disagree," Yu Guangyu interjected. "After all, Apple was born in a garage." Su Yang seemed to ponder for a moment before inquiring, "Director Zhou, do you think my work could be showcased at the World Light Weapon Exhibition?" Zhou Jianjun responded, "Oh, pray, elaborate on your thoughts." Chapter 12. Su Yang starts a company. Military sends congratulations during this week. Su Yang engaged in numerous endeavors. For instance, he attempted to illustrate a beautiful woman, questioning whether infusing it with sign-in points would yield any results. Evidently, it proved futile. He also explored the depiction of currency, only to arrive at the same conclusion. This too is ineffective. Ultimately, he discerned that only by rendering objects associated with technology could he hope to manifest them into reality. Past illustrations held no merit. Only future creations would possess potential. In his freshman year, the original owner had sketched a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Su Yang contemplated infusing it with sign-in points, yet met with failure once more. He was resolute. If he were to redraw a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, it would undoubtedly materialize, albeit requiring an immense investment of sign-in points. To enhance his understanding to the fullest while discreetly concealing the existence of his unique ability, establishing a company became imperative. The endorsement from the military would be an added boon. After returning from the military district, Su Yang pondered for an extended period, perhaps realizing his innate talent in the development of military weaponry. Recent inspiration surged forth, urging him to pursue a breakthrough. If he could showcase his work at an expo, subject to public scrutiny, he would undoubtedly achieve greater heights. Zhou Jianjun surveyed the workshop, noting the unfinished mech. Could it be that new developments were to arise from this foundation? Suyang added, inspired by Uncle Deng's words. That he aspired to create a company that would transform his advantages into societal productivity, contributing to national progress. If fortune favored him, he might even establish a company rivaling the leading tech enterprises of Silicon Valley, thus fulfilling his life's value. To garner military support and acquire additional governmental resources. He recognized the necessity of having lofty ideals and a detailed plan. He briefly outlined which functionalities of the mech would be omitted for civilian markets and what would be excluded for arms export markets. Zhou Jianjun nodded in agreement, encouraging him to proceed. The light weaponry exhibition would surely reserve a place for him. Please hold on a moment. I shall call the commander. Approximately half an hour later, Zhou Jianjun returned, his face illuminated with incredulous joy, considering that a robotic production enterprise would undoubtedly require land. The commander inquired if Su Yang would be willing to convert the remaining 250 million into 10 million cash, granting him control over a plot of land linked to military-related enterprises, which could be utilized for factory construction in the future. Zhou Jianjun opened his phone's map. The location was in the outskirts of Yueshou, actually not far from Su Yang's home, just a half-hour drive. After pinpointing the site, he noted that a factory previously producing tank brake pads had once occupied the area before relocating. The land had remained with the military district for many years without use. Granting it to Su Yang would allow him to enjoy numerous preferential policies when establishing his factory. Su Yang contemplated that holding excessive cash might not guarantee its expenditure. Converting it into tangible assets seemed a wiser choice, thus he consented. Excellent, Zhou Jianjun exclaimed. Since it is nearby, let us go and take a look. The military district has dispatched a surveying team, who should arrive around the same time as us. The group reboarded the vehicle, heading towards their destination. Sitting in the passenger seat, Yu Guangyu finally inquired, Brother, are you truly intent on starting a company? Indeed, Su Yang affirmed, with the arrow drawn, it must be released. Yu Guangyu hesitated, his expression betraying his inner turmoil. Su Yang sensed his apprehension and reassured him, Brother, there is no need for embarrassment. As long as the company gets off the ground, I hope you will join us. Absolutely. Yu Guangyu nodded, I aspire to be the chairman. Get lost. So that's what you were weighing. Qingge, this place is quite desolate, remarked Tang Shu as they exited the city of Weizhou. Not long after, they stumbled upon an abandoned village. Gazing out of the window, a sense of unease washed over her. Bai Chen, who was driving, proudly flaunted his knowledge. Shushu. You may not know this, but there used to be a factory here which has since relocated, taking the residents with it. Then why are there still villas? She inquired. There for homestays, Bai Chen cheerfully replied, suppressing a thought. In the remote wilderness, villas make for perfect accommodations under the cover of darkness. As they rounded a hill, the view expanded. Nestled against the mountains and by the water, a solitary villa stood out prominently. Numerous vehicles had already arrived, delivering supplies and picking up other classmates, along with many of Tang Shu's fans. Though touted as a celebration party, it had morphed into a fan meeting courtesy of Bai Chen's generosity. Qingge, you truly are a wonderful person. Meanwhile, Su Yang and Zhou Jianjun encountered military vehicles en route. They stopped to greet one another. The surveying team had arrived to reassess this long-abandoned land and prepare a report for the military district. With military backing, they would liaise with local authorities to establish transportation infrastructures. After all, the road had been constructed over a decade ago, without adequate transport facilities. Operational costs would significantly escalate for the factory. As they navigated around the hill, Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Ying spotted the villa from a distance. Zhou Jianjun was taken aback. Why is there a villa here? Everyone moved away over a decade ago. Daughter, send a message to your classmate and let us find out what is going on at that villa. Zhou Ying nodded in agreement. In Su Yang's vehicle, Yu Guangyu, fixated on the navigation, sensed something amiss. When Zhou Ying's message arrived, he slapped his thigh in realization. Brother, it seems your ex-girlfriend's fan meeting is being held at that villa. Su Yang responded with intrigue. Now that's interesting. It's as if Bai Chan has come to my house to celebrate with my ex-girlfriend. Inside the villa, a diverse array of men and women reveled in merriment. Suddenly, someone rushed over, stammering, Qingge. Several military vehicles have arrived outside. And a Rolls-Royce Phantom. You're incredible. You can invite such distinguished guests. Upon hearing the mention of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Bai Chan was momentarily taken aback. None of today's guests arrived in a Phantom, and in my circle. There is hardly anyone who owns such a car. Wait a moment. Who said there was no one in the circle? My own father, Su Yang, drives that car. Doesn't he? Has he truly come? He hasn't let go of you after all. Despite feeling a sense of melancholy, I rose quickly, urging myself to greet the guests. A sudden jolt of surprise coursed through Tang Shu's heart. Could he still be pursuing me? Perhaps this would be advantageous. Soon I would be filming videos with a Rolls-Royce, undoubtedly elevating the quality of my content. The Rolls-Royce Phantom had already taken its place at the forefront of the procession, drawing the attention of onlookers. Brother Chen certainly possessed clout to have secured such a prominent figure's presence. And a military vehicle as well. Such generosity. I wonder which esteemed company this driver represents. Su Yang emerged from the vehicle. Bai Chun and Tang Shu approached him, exclaiming, Su Go, welcome. It must have been a tiring journey. Shall we head inside for a bite? As the front passenger door swung open, Yu Guangyu stepped out, wearing a look of anticipation. Su Yang chuckled, not at all. It's all in the comfort of home. What does that mean? They pondered, confusion evident on their faces. Just then, Zhou Jianjun jogged over, exclaiming, Little Su, we've discovered that this villa is an illegal structure. The police are already searching for individuals involved and you, young comrades, must vacate this unlawful building immediately. What is going on? This land has been granted to Su Yang. Such an incident is quite embarrassing for me. Bai Chen, illegal structure? The entire parcel of land belongs to Su Yang? What an obscure term. Chapter 13, New Weapon, adding death laser cannons to drones. Tang Shu collapsed instantaneously, crouching on the ground and weeping uncontrollably. Su Yang, what do you mean by this? Are you deliberately trying to disgust me? When we were together, you were destitute. And now that we've parted ways, you drive a Rolls-Royce Phantom, have developed a mech, and even acquired land? Woe is me. You simply wish to take advantage of me. After all the effort put into arranging a fan meeting, you still come to torment me. Tang Shu was unable to comprehend the situation. Why? Clearly, Su Yang had nothing when we separated, yet now he possesses everything, even a military background. Enough with the unreasonable tantrums, Su Yang chuckled mockingly. If you have time to spare, you should prepare to explain yourself to the police. They will be arriving shortly to seal off this place. The military will investigate as well. Soon after, the military surveying team arrived, addressing everyone on the scene, stating that the police would arrive in half an hour. Aside from the event organizers who were to remain for the investigation, everyone else was permitted to leave. Except for Bai Chen and Tang Shu, everyone departed in an orderly manner. Bai Chen was in a state of panic. This villa belonged to a friend of his father, Bai Lishan. Sensing trouble, he found an opportunity to slip to the back of the villa to make a call. Dad, shouldn't we make a run for it? I feel like I've brought calamity upon us. After hearing the explanation, Bai Lishan remained calm. Do not panic. Our family has no ties to that villa. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived, accompanied by personnel from the Land Resources Department. They confirmed it was an illegal structure and were already in contact with the builder. The solution proposed by the Land Department was clear: demolition. Su Yang pondered for a long while before deciding against the demolition. Let it remain for the factory employees to reside in. We will establish a factory here in the future. One more villa does not alter the overall situation. Let it stay. Zhou Jianjun pulled Su Yang aside, indicating that some matters should not be discussed openly. Follow the Land Department's procedures. Let them demolish what needs to be torn down. As for whether you will rebuild a villa afterward, that remains unknown, and no one would dare to speak on it. Su Yang awkwardly nodded. Uncle, please guide me through the intricacies of social relations. The villa had fallen silent. After the guests departed, a considerable amount of litter remained, necessitating a cleaning crew. Su Yang entered the villa to inspect, and was quite satisfied. To his surprise, kind-hearted individuals had even taken the initiative to present the villa. The entire construction, along with the renovations, must have cost a significant sum. The military had allocated a vast expanse of land, including the old factory area of tank brake pads and several acres of nearby mountainous terrain, complete with mountains, water, and lakes, truly a paradise. The surveying team would continue their explorations. Su Yang and his companions then returned to his hometown to prepare a meal. In the afternoon, they returned to school. Zhou Jianjun created a group chat that included Su Yang, Zhou Ying, Zhou Jianjun, a section chief from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, and Principal Luo. Little Su. This is Section Chief Lu from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. You may consult him about establishing a company. After some pleasantries, they exchanged contact information. Zhou Ying's inclusion was not lost on Su Yang. The old man clearly intended to mentor her. Consequently, all subsequent tasks related to the establishment of the company, including documentation and location selection, were entrusted to Zhou Ying. As evening descended, Principal Luo arranged a meeting at a tea house off campus, inviting Su Yang to discuss his entrepreneurial endeavors. Su Yang, in turn, included Yu Guangyu and Zhou Ying in this gathering. The school was poised to provide substantial assistance to Su Yang, not out of a belief in his exceptional capabilities, but rather due to the support he had garnered from the military, prompting the school to take action. To register a company, a registered address is required. The school generously offered Su Yang 3 offices in the Technology Innovation Incubation Base, specifically rooms 808 to 810, for complimentary use. Have you settled on a name for your company? My dear Su Yang, Principal Luo inquired cheerfully. I am quite adept at naming. Would you like to hear my suggestions? No need, Su Yang replied nonchalantly. I've already decided on a name, Tiandong Kaiwu Technology. Splendid choice. Principal Luo responded, somewhat awkwardly adjusting his glasses. Su Yang aspired to encompass both the research and production of robotics and weaponry, which necessitated various qualifications. Later that night, Section Chief Lu compiled a list of required documents and qualifications for the company's establishment and shared it with the group. Zhou Jianjun responded that the military would assist with the qualifications for weapon development, while he requested Section Chief Lu's help with the others. Lu assured a prompt response. By next Monday, all qualifications will be secured. The company's legal representative just needs to sign. Without delay, Su Yang made his way to the studio, preparing for the light weaponry exhibition, needing to present something noteworthy. He recalled the scene from the military district, where a sergeant deployed drones and robotic dogs for reconnaissance, achieving swift victory with ease. Would it not be even more convenient to equip drones with weaponry to strike adversaries? In truth, Su Yang's military knowledge was limited. Discerning what was feasible relied heavily on intuition. He sketched as ideas arose. Informed by numerous news articles highlighting the significance of small drones in the future, what weaponry to incorporate? Drawing from his knowledge of the electro-driven mecha armor design, Su Yang first contemplated laser weaponry. After all, one cannot conceive of that which lies beyond their cognitive realm. The concept of a drone integrated with laser weaponry and AI target recognition took shape in his mind. With a mental image sketched, he began to draw, laboring until past 11 o'clock to establish a framework. After a brief rest in the dormitory, he returned to the studio on Sunday to continue his work. Occasionally, fellow students from his major would inquire about his drawings, to which Su Yang would respond, "I am designing drones for the military." However, it was no secret that the mecha he crafted by hand had already been sold to the military, leaving no room for doubt. All he received were thumbs up and exclamations of admiration. "Dude, that's impressive." Due to his limited familiarity with drones, Su Yang devoted considerable time scouring the internet for various coaxial drone images and specifications, spending an entire day on this task. At long last, he completed his drawing. Injection sign-in point. 1. Acquired. Death Ray Laser Cannon Drone Platform Blueprint has appeared. With a gentle blue luminescence emerging, a quadcopter materializes from the canvas, transforming into a visual display. The drone is capable of executing a maximum of 3 laser cannon strikes, constrained by battery capacity, which limits further discharges. Ensuring 3 laser cannon strikes while maintaining a flight endurance of 50 minutes is quite commendable. The drone is equipped with a miniature phased array radar, coupled with a visual system, endowing it with remarkably reliable target locking capabilities. It remains uncertain whether such a design will garner approval. Su Yang impatiently clicked on the blueprint. In an instant, knowledge regarding drone manufacturing flooded his mind. Having only one type of drone for the light weapon exhibition would be rather unimpressive. There is still time to concoct something novel. Sign-in point. 37. The sign-in points are sufficient. What else should be created? A gun? A rifle? Or perhaps? Chapter 14. The self-detonating flapping mechanical bird lacking a clear direction. I sighed, pondering the need for a restful sleep before contemplating the matter further. Upon returning to the dormitory, the clock had already surpassed 10 o'clock in the evening. "Hey, I heard you sent by Chen and Tangshu to the police station. Is it true?" A voice exclaimed. "What a relief. You used to be so submissive to them, waiting for this chance to strike back, right? Haha. I also heard that the bald old man from the Bai family wanted to bail them out, only to be reprimanded by the higher-ups. In the past, Susu became famous after a striking encounter in a Rolls-Royce. Now, you'll be the first to exact revenge like a true Rolls-Royce." At a gathering in a villa, many attendees were from our school. They had arrived and seen Su Yang leading a group surrounding the villa. They witnessed the military intervening to disperse the crowd and the police making arrests. All of this unfolded with a mere word from Su Yang. Consequently, rumors spread throughout the school. The reclusive big shot Su Yang had returned, striking back at the wealthy second generation and materialistic women. With a resigned sigh, Su Yang remarked, "At this rate, I'll be known as the heir to the sunflower scripture." After chatting for a while, everyone took a shower and lay on their beds, scrolling through their phones. Linian shared a short video in the dormitory group chat. "Oh my god, I didn't expect the great powers to be us. Look, has the Rabbit family's military advanced to this level?" The video showcased a military challenge where soldiers advanced on skateboards, deploying mechanical birds from underwater to scout targets. Once the mechanical bird video was released, it sent shockwaves across the internet. Many international friends remarked, "Dragon Country's military technology has reached an entirely new dimension." This spurred a discussion among my 3 roommates, while Su Yang fell into silence. Mechanical birds? What remarkable devices. Compact and lightweight. They undoubtedly belong to the category of light weapons. Su Yang, filled with excitement, tossed and turned, finding it difficult to sleep. He immediately began researching the flapping mechanical birds and their roles on future battlefields. Due to their biomimetic design, these birds could effortlessly infiltrate enemy rear lines, serving as an excellent means of intelligence gathering and targeted strikes. If that's the case, compact and lifelike should be the primary focus of the flapping mechanical birds. By the time dawn broke, Su Yang had already conceived a comprehensive design for the flapping mechanical bird in his mind, complete with numerous details visualized. He estimated that in 2 to 3 days, he could finalize the drawings. Exhausted, he gradually drifted into slumber. Fortunately, there were no classes the following morning, allowing Su Yang to sleep until 9 o'clock. Upon waking, he checked his phone to find that Zhou Ying had bombarded him with messages. "Senior, wake up. Is the company still operational? Director Liu brought you the documents, but you've been unreachable. Startled, Su-young quickly freshened up and hurried downstairs to the 8th floor office of the incubation base. Director Liu was quite amiable, or at least he gave Su-young that impression, bringing along a plethora of unfamiliar documents to assist him in completing the company's business registration procedures. A service-oriented government has been effectively implemented at the grassroots level, allowing citizens to enjoy convenience. By 11 o'clock, all formalities were completed. The business license and official seal will be delivered tomorrow. The Weizhou Tiangong Kaiwu Technology Company Limited has been officially established, primarily engaged in the development and manufacturing of robots, AI, weaponry, and more. The next step is renovations. As for the company's future endeavors, Su-young's plan is to recruit several capable individuals to initiate the operations of the robot production supply chain and prepare for the establishment of a robot manufacturing facility. It has been determined to propel Mech into the market. Addressing the production supply chain is an unavoidable reality. The factory has land but lacks funds. Investing in the construction of an industrial park requires at least tens to hundreds of billions to materialize. Su-young does not possess such capital and is not inclined to seek investments. Thus, he opts for trade. There is no rush. The good news is that Yu Guangyu, now a senior, can intern in the second half of the year, providing ample time to devote to the company's development. Regardless of his capabilities, Su-young feels reassured by his presence. Hence, the recruitment of talent and the company's renovations will receive greater effort from him. Yu Guangyu even complained, saying, "The chairman has me working hard. Look, I'm still not graduated and already being exploited." After 2 afternoon classes, Su-young immersed himself in the studio. He began working on the weapon design for the light weapon exhibition, choosing the image of a crow. The rationale: crows are quite common and their presence is reasonable in any setting. Learning to draw necessitates an understanding of anatomy. Only those who comprehend biological structures can create lifelike artworks. Having previously dissected a crow, Su-young felt confident in his ability to render it accurately. Time flew by. On Wednesday afternoon, a sudden roar erupted from the studio. "Haha, I did it. Brother, I made it. Dude, have you gone mad?" The artists, engrossed in their work, were bewildered by the outburst. Upon realizing it was Su-young, the owner of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, their confusion dissipated. The classmates responded with understanding expressions. Su-young left with his artwork and headed to the incubator office. Check-in point. 1. Acquired. Mechanical crow with flapping wings, blueprint. The familiar blue light illuminated the space. A lifelike mechanical crow appeared before Su-young. The dimensions of the mechanical crow perfectly matched that of a real one. Its flight posture and behaviors were meticulously imitated. Through precise mechanical control and the use of special memory metal for the wings, it could mimic a real bird with 100 accuracy during flight. The mechanical crow features a unique charging mode. It can recharge while perched on a power pole. Su-young lifted the mechanical bird, weighing it in his hands. It was impressively light, aligning with the notion that even a small sparrow contains all its vital organs. Within the crow-sized body, a small amount of explosives was concealed, capable of eliminating an individual upon detonation. It is equipped with reconnaissance devices, graphic processing capabilities, AI information sharing, and control functions, among other features. For instance, when confronted by a sniper, one could simply release a drone, ensuring the resolution of all challenges. Su-young chuckled softly. The objects depicted in the artwork had transformed into reality and could be reabsorbed into the system's repository. Su-young cast the 2 newly acquired weapon samples into the warehouse, certain they would suffice for the upcoming light arms exhibition. October approached swiftly. Following the brief National Day holiday, individuals gradually refocused. Students returned to their studies. Employees resumed their duties, and preparations for the World Light Weapons exhibition commenced. On the first day after the holiday, the military sent Su-young an invitation, extending a warm welcome to the Tiangong Kaiwu Technology Company, Limited, to participate in the World Light Weapons exhibition commencing on October 12th. A space would be reserved for Su-young, and even if he chose not to attend, it mattered not. Sign-in point: 53. After a period of accumulation, the number of sign-in points surged dramatically. Chapter 15. Can a lightsaber be considered a cold weapon? In the military district, the commander received news that the Land Warrior individual combat system from the Great Eagle Nation was to be dispatched for a contest of strength with them. The staff responsible for connecting the individual digital combat equipment development competition entered and informed Deng Xian of the news. Deng Xian was momentarily taken aback. Had they finally decided to showcase their prowess? The individual digital combat equipment development competition would see participation from various military districts of the Dragon Nation, with leading weapon development companies presenting their conceptual designs for individual combat systems. To his surprise, the Great Eagle Nation's Land Warrior system would actively compete in the Dragon Nation. Since its inception in 1996, the Land Warrior had been in the development stage, serving as a benchmark for the evolution of individual equipment worldwide, with some of its achievements already integrated into the military forces of the Great Eagle Nation. The opportunity to showcase and compete in the Dragon Nation certainly indicated that it had incorporated the latest research advancements. Previously, The Dragon Nation had been fervently pursuing this path of exploration. All right, we finally have a chance for a direct confrontation. Old Zhou, has the mass production plan been finalized at the factory? Deng Xian inquired. Zhou Jianjun nodded, stating that all supply channels had been thoroughly investigated. And once the Ministry of Defense set the tone, producing tens of thousands of sets in a month would pose no issue. However, Zhou Jianjun sighed. We disassembled the battery of the Mech model and discovered that the internal battery utilizes a brand new graphene technology, significantly enhancing its capacity and cruising capabilities. If this technology enters the battery market, it will undoubtedly cause upheaval. They had struck a substantial bargain at 470 million. With the mass production plan established and the military possessing the design blueprints, they had the confidence to conduct a more detailed disassembly of the Mech sent by Su Yang, including the battery and internal chips. However, they were unable to trace the origin of the battery and chip manufacturers, assuming they were merely the handiwork of Su Yang. Yet, upon further examination of the battery, everyone was utterly astonished. The new technology utilized in the electromagnetic field was poised to revolutionize the current landscape of new energy batteries. Indeed, it does feel a bit like taking advantage of that young man. We should lend more support to him. By the way, isn't he supposed to participate in the light weapons exhibition? How's the preparation going? Zhou Jianjun replied. I heard from my daughter that their company is being established very smoothly with several young and vibrant individuals. The drones equipped with laser cannons and self-destructing mechanical birds would serve as their showcase for the light weapons exhibition. Su Yang could only purchase once from the system mall. To acquire more, he would have to manufacture. Literally meaning, find suppliers, establish a factory, set up production lines, and engage in mass production. By the end of September, Su Yang, as the chairman of the company, interviewed a seasoned veteran from society, only to receive a stern lesson. Where did you, a rich second generation, learn to imitate others in entrepreneurship? In search of a stable job and financial security, I find myself with little time to indulge in games. It is either the inexperienced Su Yang demands a monthly salary of 100,000, leaving me quite exasperated. The military's allocated space is vast. And while conceptualizing an industrial park seems plausible, I hesitate to present my ideas outright. However, the issues surrounding the supply chain must be addressed, specifically concerning batteries, chips, materials, motors, sensors, converters, and more. I am not keen on merely capitalizing on the military's resources. Perhaps they will devise a means to aid in resolving these supply chain dilemmas. Yet, if they cannot even tackle these fundamental issues, what reason would they have to believe in Su Yang's capability to manage significant undertakings? Ultimately, it falls upon Su Yang to take action. For instance, regarding the Mechs, through the disassembly of blueprints and guided by military oversight. I have discerned which technologies are not permitted in the civilian sector. Fortunately, I have secured military authorization for weapon development research, which will inevitably lead us into the arms market, with the military providing pertinent technical guidance, an expansive scope indeed. Subsequently, I dismantled the Mech manufacturing process into 21 systematic modules, accompanied by requisite technical standards, which I entrusted to Yu Guangyu as core company documentation. I approached the academic institution and, leveraging its connections, successfully recruited a seasoned procurement manager to expedite the establishment of our supply chain alongside Yu Guangyu. Initially set to embark on an internship, Yu Guangyu is now thrilled to dive into entrepreneurship. Moreover, among Yu Guangyu's followers, several are poised to contribute to the supply chain. From mid-September to mid-October, within a month, the supply chain for Mech production was finalized. The product name, Sun, first came to mind. I firmly believe that the Mech's market debut will be nothing short of spectacular. Akin to the zenith of the sun, the suggestion from Director Liu of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau was clear. Registering Sun as a trademark would be implausible. Thus, I should center my thoughts around Sun and expand outward. Ultimately, I settled on the name Corona as the core product name. Corona will also apply to the flapping mechanical bird and the drone laser cannon, much like how Apple encompasses its range of products, iPhones, computers, iPads, headphones, chargers, and so forth. Starting October 20th, tickets for the World Light Weapons Exhibition began to be sold en masse online. However, the exhibition's notoriety cannot hope to rival that of an airshow, where attendees are treated to tangible marvels: fighter jets, transport planes, self-propelled artillery, drone launchers, missiles, and unmanned vessels. In contrast, when light weapons are mentioned, most people's immediate reaction is, oh, just a gun exhibition. What's so captivating about that? On October 22nd, I completed the Mech enhancement plan in my workshop back home. Within the workshop hung an unfinished Mech, and after the enhancements, it was perfectly poised to be showcased at the exhibition. Upon arriving at the exhibition venue, I found that the military had indeed reserved a space for me, albeit in a rather remote location at the edge of the exhibition, and it was not particularly spacious. Other companies had already begun setting up their booths. From today onward, personnel from various companies will be able to remain here. Why is there Arabic? At the entrance of the venue, Su Yang noticed staff members hanging banners in Arabic in a prominent area. He took out his phone to photograph and translate it. The general meaning was, welcome. Upon hearing this, the staff smiled, as all our airshows and arms exhibitions consider Middle Eastern countries as esteemed guests. Well, I had heard about it online long ago. Some exhibition halls are already accessible. After taking a tour, Su Yang's understanding of light weapons deepened significantly. Firearms, grenade launchers, laser weapons, armored equipment, and so forth, all fall under the category of light weapons. Oh, cold weapons are included as well. In certain exhibition areas, Su Yang observed daggers, machetes, and other forms of cold weaponry. Anti-explosive gear is also considered. Indeed, it is essential to venture out and broaden one's horizons. If cold weapons are included, then surely, lightsabers must also qualify as light weapons, right? Chapter 16. The emergence of the lightsaber upon contemplating the lightsaber. Su Yang felt a thrill of excitement coursing through him. Suddenly, a bold idea took root in his mind. If he struggled to envision something worthy of depiction, he could draw inspiration from the wealth of science fiction films and novels. How could one's solitary imagination possibly rival the creations of countless minds? With newfound direction, Su Yang felt a clearer path ahead. In the afternoon, after returning to school, Su Yang hurried to the art studio to illustrate a lightsaber. He first needed to comprehend its essence. He scoured the internet for information, exploring toy models and props from various films. To his astonishment, he discovered threads dedicated to the intricacies of crafting a lightsaber, replete with specialized terminology such as plasma, chlorine gas, magnetic confinement, and photons. Naively, he believed that by grasping these technical concepts, he might bypass the need for drawing altogether and actually create a lightsaber. However, upon delving into the technical materials, he quickly found himself overwhelmed and bemused, unable to decipher the complex jargon. Resolving not to get lost in convoluted theories, he organized the information he had gathered and soon envisioned a rough outline of the lightsaber in his mind. Should he adhere to the models portrayed in films? No. Since he intended to draw, it must possess an element of antiquity. The design of the hilt was of utmost importance. Fortunately, the drawing process proved effortless. Su Yang opted for a hilt design reminiscent of the Qin dynasty swords. While researching, the lightsaber had also conjured thoughts of the legendary Chungying sword, inspiring him to finalize the form of the blade itself. In truth, creating the lightsaber did not consume much time, including the coloring process. By 10 o'clock that evening, he had completed the artwork. Eager to test his creation, he exclaimed, "What a price! That's equivalent to a month's worth of sign-in rewards." Yet, envisioning the luminous lightsaber in his grasp, Su Yang gritted his teeth and resolved to proceed. After all, he had saved his sign-in points for so long. It was time to put them to use. Deducting sign-in points. 30. Acquired. Lightsaber design and related knowledge. Acquired. Lightsaber, self-injury prevention device design. A blue light flickered as the lightsaber gradually materialized from the drawing. Su Yang grasped it, and at first glance, it resembled an ancient hilt. To his surprise, 2 additional blueprints appeared in the system's repository. The lightsaber, self-injury prevention device design, was intended to shield the user from injuring themselves or their allies while wielding the lightsaber. Su Yang absorbed the knowledge regarding the self-injury prevention device, discovering it was composed of an ultra-high density, ultra-thin material. If fashioned into clothing, it could render the wearer impervious to cuts or burns from the lightsaber. Upon merging this knowledge with the lightsaber design and related knowledge, Su Yang was astounded. Realizing the value of the 30 sign-in points spent was indeed monumental. How was the lightsaber ultimately crafted? Firstly, it required a source of energy. The supercharged plasma capable of supporting a lightsaber is but a preliminary requirement. Additionally, it must possess the ability to compress plasma with immense intensity until it transforms into a sustainable solid light. This endeavor necessitates extraordinarily powerful, stable magnetic confinement. Only upon resolving these 2 issues can one truly embark on the journey of creating a lightsaber. The materials also reference an element that, after an exhaustive examination of the periodic table, Su Yang could not locate. It is a wholly novel element that must be synthesized within a large particle accelerator. The energy generated by this element is pivotal in providing a continuous power source for the lightsaber. With a buzz, Su Yang activated the switch. A faint quivering sound resonated through the air, reminiscent of a low insect hum. The lightsaber's blade shimmered in a vibrant orange hue, cylindrical in shape. With a swift swing, it felt remarkably lightweight. At a weight of merely 30 kilograms, it hardly resembled a mere toy. It would surely attract attention at the light weapon exhibition. In the military district, late at night, Deng Xian awaited the arrival of an old friend, General Yang Shu from the Western Military District. "Welcome, my old comrade. It is a pleasure to have you here in Yuezhou to guide our efforts." Deng Xian had prepared a late-night feast, believing that old friends should share a drink together. However, Yang Shu appeared troubled. During their meal, he sighed deeply. "Old brother, do you carry a burden?" Deng Xian inquired. "Just a few days ago, you expressed such confidence regarding the upcoming individual digital combat equipment development competition, claiming you would secure the championship." "It is not that matter," Yang Shu replied, taking a sip of his drink. "The championship is within reach, but my mind is in turmoil due to the border situation." Deng Xian paused. "Oh? Wasn't there talk of negotiations with the Baixiang nation?" Are they causing trouble again? It has even made the news, Yang Shu lamented. What cannot be achieved on the battlefield is even less attainable at the negotiating table. They likely aim to exploit the situation further during the discussions. This time, I intend to procure some excellent cold weapons to deal with them. With a clink, their glasses collided. Let us vanquish them. On October 27th, the light weapon exhibition officially commenced. Once the exhibition was underway, orders were guaranteed to flow in. Some companies had already negotiated contracts with clients to be signed on-site. Attendance at the light weapons exhibition had diminished significantly, and public interest had waned. Nevertheless, numerous military enthusiasts remained fixated on each exhibit from the onset of the fair. Military bloggers were also present in droves. Outside the exhibition area, a large screen announced upcoming events at 10 a.m. this morning. An array of light weapons from various nations will be showcased at the demonstration site. All exhibitors are welcome to participate. Numerous prospective clients will be in attendance. The following morning at 10 a.m., the individual digital combat equipment development competition would commence, featuring advanced individual combat systems from various nations engaged in practical confrontations. Major powers and large manufacturers invariably shown as the most prominent figures at the weapon exhibition, with booths from the Great Eagle Nation, the Judah Nation, and the Cherry Blossom Nation perpetually surrounded by eager crowds. In truth, the arms exhibition is predominantly orchestrated by a select few leading nations, capable of exporting their advanced weaponry. When considering a nation in Africa, it becomes evident that they lack such capabilities. The land warrior system from the Great Eagle Nation is truly impressive. Almost breathtaking in its design. The nation of Judah, renowned for its relentless urban combat, has indeed devised new innovations for their cornered firearms. Our own products are remarkable as well. To my surprise, I witnessed the wall-penetrating device showcased. Haha, I inquired, and it turns out it is merely for display, not for sale. I have just returned from that venue, and I could see the envy etched on the faces of several Middle Eastern princes. I also encountered electromagnetic rifles. This year's models seem to exhibit even greater stability and precision. Is that so? I noticed a particular exhibit that embraced abstraction, featuring lightsabers and mechs. Haha. Surely a nod to the Eagle Nation's ambitious Star Wars initiative. The air show flaunts the White Emperor aerospace fighter to the Eagle Nation, while the light weapons exhibition presents them with lightsabers, does it not? Chapter 17, Exceeding Expectations. One can only say it is exceedingly exceptional. Deng Xian and Yang Shu, having changed into casual attire, arrived at the exhibition center. Old comrade, allow me to introduce you to an intriguing young man. You must know that Su Yang's company is undoubtedly participating in the exhibition. They have brought along an innovative line of mechs intended for export and civilian use. The military-grade mechs, enhanced with advanced weaponry, will not be unveiled until tomorrow. Oh, if even you sing his praises, he must indeed be fascinating, Yang Shu remarked with excitement. However, as they entered the exhibition, it was nearly 11 o'clock, and the various exhibitors had already conducted an hour of demonstrations. Deng Xian received word that Su Yang's company would soon take the stage. Let us proceed directly to the demonstration area. That young man is about to perform. Do you see that? That is the target zone, where one can showcase flight and shooting demonstrations among other events, he explained. In the preparation area, staff were briefing Su Yang on how to present his products. The personnel were arranged by the Yuezhou military district. Thus, they were not overly surprised to see Su Yang donning a mech suit. In fact, passers-by around them appeared rather unfazed. In an era where everyone could partake in cosplay, such sights were no longer extraordinary. Suddenly, a staff member inquired, by the way, what project are you showcasing? Drones. Su Yang hesitated before affirmatively stating, yes, precisely, drones. At last, it was Su Yang's turn to present. Heeding the staff's advice to display the equipment's capabilities to capture attention and create opportunities for discussions with potential clients, he pondered how to showcase it effectively. Tiangong Kai Wu Technology had brought 4 items, a drone laser cannon, a self-destructing winged bird, a lightsaber, and a mech. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback as the mech entered the demonstration area. What's this? A weapons exhibition featuring a cosplay protagonist? Perhaps it was a special program arranged by the organizers. Who knows, there might be an unexpected delight in store. That mech seems rather deliberate, one remarked. Deng Xian pointed excitedly at the mech now in the demonstration zone, exclaiming, old comrade, do you see? That is the young man I told you about. Yang Shu's eyes widened. Brother, you cannot be serious. A person clad in cosplay attire? How could he possibly warrant your effusive praise? Surely, there must be a misunderstanding. Just wait. There is bound to be a surprise. Su Yang contemplated beginning with the drone laser cannon. Thus, a coaxial drone unfolded from his back and ascended into the air. This particular drone featured a simple transformation design, allowing it to be carried like a compact backpack. Su Yang synchronized his view with the drone's camera, swiftly locating the target zone. However, he thought to himself, merely shooting at the target seems rather undemanding. Consequently, he maneuvered the drone that was integrated with his mech to hover above the target zone, substituting it as the target. With a sudden burst, he opened fire. A brilliant orange light flashed, and the target drone was instantly obliterated. concerned that the audience on the ground might not have a clear view. Su-young promptly locked onto another target in the ground target zone. Zing! Another orange laser flickered, reducing the ground target to ashes in an instant. Smoke billowed forth, rising towards the heavens. And thus, the demonstration concluded. There was truly little to showcase regarding light weaponry. But there was the flapping mechanical bird. Su-yang activated a switch located at his waist, and a bird resembling a raven soared into the distance. Its flight posture was indistinguishable from that of a real bird. It landed quietly on a nearby sign. Su-young was now able to receive information transmitted back from the flapping mechanical raven. However, just because Su-young could see it, did not mean he could share this information with the audience. It was no wonder that the airshow attracted many visitors. As its displays were all visible to the naked eye, the light weapon exhibit, on the other hand, had many aspects that were simply unable to be showcased. Of course, this was merely Su-yang's concern. Every action he took on the demonstration stage was clearly visible to the audience around him. Wait, look at that drone. My goodness. Is it equipped with an active phased array radar? Is that a laser? A drone with laser weaponry? This combination seems quite reasonable, exclaimed one onlooker. That power seems formidable. It instantly penetrated the target. Such power could easily destroy a tank. Which company produces this? Impressive. Another added. And what about that bird that flew out? Is it mechanical? It looks so lifelike. If that is the case, I must question the authenticity of that mech. Deng Xian's eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. He exchanged glances with Yang Shu. Professionals could discern the nuances. The coaxial drone was primarily used for reconnaissance, suicide attacks, and bombing on the battlefield. And now, they had integrated laser weaponry on top of that. With such formidable power, equipped with phased array radar, this device could detect targets several kilometers away and swiftly destroy them. Moreover, it was soldier integrated. Deng Xian was particularly exhilarated, for he understood that Su-yang's soldier integration meant the drone was capable of autonomously seeking and attacking targets. This indicated a portable air defense system for individual soldiers, a significant advancement for solo operatives. Yang Shu nodded repeatedly. Old comrade, you have brought forth an impressive array of innovations at this light weapon exhibition. However, Deng Xian furrowed his brow. I sense we might be exceeding limits. Just then, voices speaking in Arabic could be heard from behind. Turning around, he saw a translator conversing with an Arab man clad in white cloth. Mr. Muhammad expressed great interest in this laser weapon system and hoped to collaborate with the Silent Hunter to form a laser defense system. A staff member remarked, very well. We will arrange for Mr. Muhammad to speak with the manufacturers. Yang Shu's brow furrowed deeply. Brother, that combination of drone and laser weaponry indeed seems a bit excessive. Can that thing even be sold? Deng Xian shrugged. I have no idea. Moreover, behold the flapping bird. My goodness, how can it appear so remarkably lifelike? Military experts have long concluded that the flapping bird, being compact and highly discreet, serves as a formidable instrument for information gathering and situational awareness monitoring. The military has conducted research and is advocating for the regular deployment of the flapping bird. However, the ability to replicate its agility to such an extent, achieving nearly complete biomimetic restoration, is extraordinary. Truly extraordinary. As the two individuals marveled, they witnessed in the demonstration area Su-young retrieving an object from the right side of the mech, holding it delicately in his grasp. It was a lightsaber, without any self-harm protection measures. I must exercise caution. 10 meters in front of Su-young stood a wooden post, perfectly suited for practice. The switch was activated. Buzzing. A low hum resonated. The almost solidified plasma manifested as the blade of the sword. Su-young charged towards the wooden post, brandishing the lightsaber. With a single swing, the post was severed. The lightsaber danced in his hand, continuing to emit its buzzing sound. Chapter 18, Lonka Institute. If it's true, the Nobel Prize is already secured. A lightsaber, capable of slicing through a tree stump as thick as a bowl. Goodness, this is no mere artifact. This is the real deal. A lightsaber, indeed. It looks magnificent. Yet one cannot help but ponder the immense power required to wield such a high-energy laser capable of severing flesh. Responsible for showcasing the Land Warrior system from the United States and Manhwa is the General Dynamics C4 Systems Company, led by Thompson. Prior to arriving in Manhwa, he had overheard discussions among high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Defense regarding certain Middle Eastern nations beginning to favor Longwa-made weaponry. For years, there had been no public contest between the weapons of Longwa and the United States. Thus, this modest light weapon exhibition presented an opportunity. By bringing the most advanced Land Warrior system, the intent was to assert dominance on Longwa's territory, making it clear to those Middle Eastern nations who their true ally was. Thompson awaited the next day's live combat demonstration, confident that the Land Warrior would sweep all before it. He wandered around the exhibition hall. The selection of light weapons was rather limited. After a thorough inspection, nothing caught his eye. Until, the lightsaber, the lightsaber, the lightsaber. Excitement erupted from the demonstration area as he hurried over, witnessing a mech warrior brandishing a lightsaber, exactly like the one from his imagination, reminiscent of Star Wars. The mech warrior shone like a Jedi. A cosplay performance? My goodness. Yet, with a few swift motions, the lightsaber effortlessly sliced through the thick tree stump. Within the United States, extensive research on lightsabers had been conducted. It was widely believed that the sharpness of the lightsaber stemmed from an extraordinary temperature, reaching thousands or even tens of thousands of degrees, sufficient to melt anything in an instant. However, where could such a compact lightsaber derive its sustaining energy? Yet, if Longwa truly could manufacture lightsabers, how could they possibly reveal such a secret to the public? Wouldn't they need to keep it under wraps? Unfazed, Thompson promptly relayed his observations back home. Exceeding expectations. Exceeding expectations. This is truly astonishing. Deng Xian watched, dumbfounded. Su Yong expressed his desire to participate in the light weapon exhibition, claiming he had some new ideas. Goodness. He unexpectedly produced 3 items, each exceeding standards. This is it. The commander of the Western Theater, as though witnessing a hidden treasure, trembled with excitement. Old comrade. A lightsaber. It's a cold weapon, right? Ha. It must be a cold weapon. Deng Xian felt a chill run down his spine. Old brother, what are you planning? Of course. Yang Shu's eyes glinted with malice. To eliminate those bastards. Ha. The Western Theater found itself at the forefront of conflict with the White Elephant Nation. All manner of cold weapons had been deployed. Broadswords, mace, sabers. Every conceivable melee weapon was in play. It was a unique spectacle. Although both sides possessed modern armies, their conflict remained entrenched in the age of cold weapons. Due to the unwritten regulations in East Asia, the first shot must never be fired. A lightsaber. It undoubtedly belongs to the realm of cold weapons. Old Yang, come down. Come down. Deng Xian hurriedly restrained Yang Shu, reminding him to maintain composure until the situation was clarified. Subsequently, Deng Xian made several phone calls and confirmed a critical piece of information. The academic team from the Institute of Nuclear Physics in Longwa was in Yuezhou and had heard about the lightsaber incident, promptly making their way over. Old Yang, let us first examine the lightsaber situation once the academicians from the Nuclear Physics Institute arrive. Deng Xian stated. We must now enhance security for Comrade Su Yang's exhibition. Su Yang had yet to exit the demonstration area, and several soldiers had already taken their positions behind him. Exiting through a special passage from the demonstration area required traversing the waiting area. Su Yang changed out of his mech suit in the waiting area. The soldiers informed him that personnel would be assigned to specifically oversee the lightsaber, allowing it to remain on display, primarily to prevent accidental activation that could lead to unintended injuries. They also mentioned that a technical inspection would be conducted on the drone laser cannons and the flapping mechanical birds. Su Yang felt their reaction was somewhat excessive and voiced his protest, exclaiming, "Come on, I can't do anything. The authorities want to interfere with everything. How am I supposed to innovate?" His greatest concern was that whatever he created would attract official scrutiny, leading them to declare it a matter of national security and seize ownership. What is the point then? Little Su, it's not as you imagine. A familiar voice resonated from behind. It was Deng Xian, accompanied by a formidable-looking man whose intense gaze belied his fierce appearance. Deng Xian continued, rest assured. Supporting innovation is a national policy. However, what you have developed does exceed standard parameters. The authorities will provide you with some technical guidance to help you grow. And rest assured, this technology will not pose a threat to national security. Moreover, the state will compensate you fairly. They want to take advantage of you. Su Yang nodded, still filled with frustration, muttering in acknowledgement. In truth, he was cooperating with the authorities, as he certainly did not wish for his creation to pose a threat to the national security of Longwa. After waiting in the lounge for approximately 40 minutes, several elderly gentlemen gradually arrived. Upon introduction, he learned that one of them was academician LV from the Institute of Nuclear Physics. He took the lightsaber and wielded it gently in the air. Suddenly, his expression tightened. Little Su, please don't tell me there is a microreactor concealed within the lightsaber's hilt? The others' faces also turned serious, and some even took a few steps back. Goodness, a microreactor? Does that imply nuclear propulsion? Su Yang pondered briefly and conceded that it could indeed be described as a microreactor. After all, he had no means to name the object within the lightsaber. Referring to it as a reactor or a furnace would be equally valid. As academician LV continued to examine the lightsaber, his pupils contracted as he pondered, and what about the strong magnetic confinement device? What materials is it made from? This is under normal temperature conditions. Let us not delve into the implications of the microreaction reactor and the technologies it encompasses. It is said that academician L possesses knowledge of such matters. At room temperature, under constant magnetic confinement, what does this signify? Room temperature superconducting materials. Su Yang nonchalantly remarked that they do not exist on the periodic table. Academician L, however, noted that there are currently 118 known elements on the periodic table, of which 94 are naturally occurring, while the remainder are synthesized in laboratories. How could a mere university student casually claim the discovery of a new element? What basis does he have? Is he merely boasting? Yet, the light sword is undeniably present before our eyes. At this juncture, Deng Xian interjected, questioning what academician L meant by stating that something is absent from the periodic table. L Dek Hang, suppressing the tempest within, pondered, if this were indeed true, then Su Yang would be a frontrunner for next year's Nobel Prize. Should the Nobel Prize in Physics for Chemistry not be awarded to him, the credibility of the Nobel would be irrevocably compromised. The discovery of a new element, room temperature superconductivity, strong magnetic confinement, tears welled in Dechang's eyes. If this were indeed the case, next year would witness the advent of our nation's commercial fusion reactor. Chapter 19. You speak of the greater good, but I am reluctant. Academician Dechang's tone was fervent. Comrade, this pertains to the fate of our nation. The light sword must be taken to a specialized laboratory for investigation, and of course, compensation will be provided. As he elaborated on the matter of compensation, Su Yang swallowed hard. A Mech nation had allocated 470 million. Academician L spoke of room temperature superconducting materials, strong magnetic confinement, and even the Nobel Prize. It was inconceivable to offer less. Amidst the crowd, someone murmured, Comrade, one must prioritize the greater good and not dwell solely on monetary matters. Su Yang glanced up and retorted, if you are so capable, why not develop the light sword yourself? General Yang Shu of the Western Theater Command was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. I appreciate candid individuals. Su Yang, come to the Western Military District, and I shall take you to slay the dogs of the White Elephant Nation. Deng Xian, seeking to mediate, nonetheless sided with Su Yang, asserting that if talented individuals were not adequately compensated, how could they improve their lives and, by extension, change the world? Old comrade, times have changed. Researchers ought to receive the most generous rewards globally, and it is entirely reasonable for them to become the wealthiest individuals. Moreover, Su Yang is, after all, an equipment design consultant for our West Military District. With the two military leaders speaking up, Su Yang felt a surge of confidence. Wow. This is what it feels like to have backing. Academician L smiled. Commander Deng is correct. If talent does not receive fair treatment, it will inevitably flow abroad. Young comrade Su, I hope to bring the light sword back for thorough research, assess its value, and then provide you with a suitable offer. What do you think? Very well, Su Yang replied. Academician L, one more thing. Could the light sword be kept confidential for now? Su Yang pondered briefly before assenting. After all, Academician L had mentioned that the technology involved touched upon national strategy. Su Yang could not afford to act recklessly. Soon, a secure case was delivered, and the light sword was placed inside. A designated team escorted it away. As Academician L departed, he looked back at Su Yang. You may soon need to come to the capital. I will notify you in advance. Once L departed, the gazes of Yang Shu and Deng Xian turned toward the drone laser cannon and the flapping bird. The flapping bird, resembling a crow, gently landed in Deng Xian's hands. Indeed, a mechanical flapping bird, Yang Shu exclaimed. However, its demeanor and flight posture are indistinguishable from that of a real bird. Su Yang, what is its endurance capability? The flight duration is 2 hours, with 100 realism, autonomous charging, information transmission mechanisms, and waterproof features, Su Yang detailed. The flapping bird was quite small. Not only mechs, but even ordinary soldiers could be equipped with it. It represented a completely new class of drone. Oh right. Su Yang realized that there was a crucial feature yet to be introduced. The flapping bird was equipped with a minuscule amount of explosives. The exact potency remained uncertain, but incapacitating an individual was undoubtedly achievable. A self-destruct mechanism, too? Should this technology be deployed during wartime, a multitude of flapping birds could be released unexpectedly, effectively dismantling the enemy's rear defenses. Observing the eager expressions on Deng Xian and Yang Shu's faces, Su Yang preemptively suggested, why don't we speak candidly? Deng Xian promptly contacted Zhou Jianjun, who was also attending the exhibition. He had come to familiarize himself with the adversary ahead of tomorrow's practical confrontation. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Jianjun arrived. Having witnessed Su Yang's demonstration at the venue, he had already surmised the current situation. I can only say, Su Yang, you are a treasure. After inspecting the drone's laser cannon and the flapping bird, Zhou Jianjun proposed a plan akin to that for Mechs. The military would acquire the technical blueprints. And for Su Yang to engage in arms trading with these two items, limitations on the drone's laser cannon power would be necessary. Naturally, the self-destruct feature of the flapping bird was excessive. For overseas arms trading, this capability needed to be further diminished, having its range, eliminating the automatic charging function, and removing the self-detonation feature. If marketed as a civilian product, it would also be imperative to liaise with traffic management authorities to incorporate an identification code within the flapping bird, facilitating tracking and investigation to prevent misuse by malefactors. Su Yang nodded, acknowledging that the military did not need to provide additional compensation for the blueprints of the drone's laser cannon and the flapping bird. A reward in accordance with military invention regulations would suffice. After all, he was an equipment design consultant for the military. Su Yang anticipated that the state purchasing the lightsaber would bring him immeasurable wealth. Requesting further funds felt rather inappropriate. Once he received the employment letter, he would officially be part of the military and ought to contribute something. Moreover, the military was the support he clung to. He could not exploit it excessively. Deng Xian, undeterred, replied, all right, Su Yang, after the exhibition concludes, come to the military district, and we shall have a thorough discussion. He summoned several plainclothes soldiers to ensure Su Yang's safety and then swiftly departed with Yang Shu. Yang Shu, perplexed, remarked, "Old comrade, why not engage with that young fellow further? Isn't he in the business?" Deng Xian sighed. "I came to the light arms exhibition, yet left without securing a single order. It hardly seems appropriate for us to exploit him. There will be ample opportunities in the future." Returning to the exhibition site, back at his company's booth, Yu Guangyu, Zhou Ying, and others found themselves surrounded by a throng. "Oh dear, we are eagerly awaiting our boss's return. I mentioned that he took the showcased equipment to discuss collaboration. The lightsaber? I am unaware. That is our boss's signature act. I truly do not know. It must be some sort of special effect. Here is the information on the Corona, Mech. You may peruse it in the meantime. The physical model will return shortly, and then everyone can have a hands-on experience." Alas, my dear brother, esteemed boss, and chairman. Upon witnessing Su Yang returning with the Mech, Yu Guangyu waved his hands in excitement, inquiring about his whereabouts. "Where have you been? Goodness, we are besieged by inquiries regarding the lightsaber. You must address them promptly. Come, everyone, the Corona, Mech has returned. Gather around to witness." The Tiangong Kai Wu Technology Exhibition booth swiftly transformed into a focal point of interest. However, when the audience arrived, the area was conspicuously empty, as all the tangible exhibits had been taken by Su Yang. With his return, the spotlight remained on the lightsaber. Curious attendees clamored for Su Yang to demonstrate once more. Reflecting on the elder academician's advice to keep the lightsaber project under wraps, Su Yang contemplated the implications of branding it as merely a toy. Such a designation would undoubtedly diminish its prestige, leading potential business partners to question the seriousness of his company. After a moment of reflection, Su Yang enigmatically declared, "The lightsaber project shall remain confidential for now." Meanwhile, Lu Dekhang and others, already en route to the airport in a military vehicle, were consumed by thoughts of the lightsaber. They pondered the transformative impact that the widespread adoption of lightsaber technology could herald for the entire world. Suddenly, an assistant interjected, "Academician Lu, is this how confidentiality is maintained regarding the lightsaber project?" Someone had sent the assistant a video from the exhibition, showcasing Su Yang's description of the project. In the video, Su Yang reiterated that the lightsaber project was to remain confidential. Upon viewing the footage, Lu Dechan's expression darkened. He thought, "My dear progeny, is this truly how you keep a secret? This is akin to claiming there is no silver here when it is plainly visible. Could you not have fabricated a reason? Perhaps claiming it was a prop or part of a cosplay performance." Chapter 20. Orders from the Middle East. Amidst the crowd, a few foreign faces could be discerned, one of whom was Thompson. He had initially come to witness the appearance of the light sword and to comprehend why the Dragon Kingdom had suddenly chosen to unveil it. However, upon reaching the display stand, he was taken aback to find several youthful faces, unmistakably university students who had yet to reach maturity. A wave of astonishment washed over him. Could it be that these students were part-time employees hired by the Dragon Kingdom? He shook his head in disbelief. It seemed evident that the truly remarkable items were being concealed. At that moment, Thompson noticed a few individuals from the Middle East approaching. Could it really be? A sense of alarm gripped him. While it was understandable that the light sword was not available for public sale, the armored combat suits and drone laser cannons, if sold internationally, could indeed disrupt the regional balance of power. Are you the head of this company?" The translator stepped forward, gazing at Su Yang in disbelief. His immediate reaction being, far too youthful. Surely, he couldn't be here as a part-timer? Su Yang greeted him with a smile. After all, this was business. "Yes, I am the founder of Tiangong Kaiwu Technology." He called over someone from the organizing team to validate his identity, after which the translator continued, "Hello, this is Mr. Muhammad, who is very interested in your company's combat suits and has come to learn more." Su Yang was well aware of the internet meme circulating in the Dragon Kingdom. "With a cloth on my head, I am the richest in the world." Their presence indicated they were there to procure goods. They certainly had the funds. Su Yang shook hands with Muhammad. "Greetings. There is a famous saying in my country, without investigation, there is no right to speak. Mr. Muhammad, I would like to invite you to test drive." The Corona combat suit had been designed with the international market in mind. Hence it accommodated the world's major languages. Once the translator concluded his interpretation, Muhammad nodded enthusiastically. "That would be splendid." With Su Yang's assistance, Muhammad donned the combat suit. Accompanied by the staff, he circled the entire exhibition center. Half an hour later, Muhammad returned to the front of the display stand, where the crowd had mostly dispersed, having been drawn away by a company showcasing a demonstration of robotic dogs employing pack tactics. Emerging from the combat suit, Muhammad addressed Su Yang. "Please provide a quotation. I need to discuss with my colleagues back home to determine the quantity for procurement." Quotation. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated jumping straight to the pricing stage. What should he do? Suddenly, it struck him that the military had likely completed the mass production plan for the combat suits, meaning they must have a cost calculation in place. How to set the price? He would need to seek external assistance. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yang smiled and said, "Mr. Muhammad, there will be a live combat exercise tomorrow, and I hope you can return to witness it before making your decision." Muhammad assumed that Su Yang was merely waiting to increase the price after the demonstration and could only nod in agreement. His attention shifted to the drone and the laser cannon. Are those for sale? They are, replied Su Yang. Please provide me with the quotation tomorrow. No problem. Su Yang agreed. After watching Muhammad and his entourage leave, Yu Guangyu, feeling disappointed, approached with his phone in hand. Darn it, I thought with mecha, lightsabers, and flapping birds we could break through, but there was hardly any impact. Just this little buzz. Seizing the moment, Yu Guangyu promoted the company's products online, which attracted a surge of traffic. However, the comments from netizens were overwhelmingly negative. A light weapon exhibition? And you even invited cosplayers? Be sure to invite us to the next comic convention. The more one explains online, the more stubborn netizens become, which frustrated Yu Guangyu to no end. Su Yang, however, remained unfazed, suggesting they take it slow. Confronting netizens was certainly not beneficial. Brother, keep an eye on the exhibition here. I need to head to the military district. Yu Guangyu nodded. Let us grab a boxed meal first. The organizers had begun distributing boxed lunches, available to all exhibitors. Zhou Jianjun also came over to join for lunch, primarily reluctant to leave his daughter behind. Su Yang expressed his hope for assistance from the military regarding product pricing. Coincidentally, I will return to the military district this afternoon. You can accompany me. By 3 in the afternoon, Su Yang and Zhou Jianjun arrived back at the military district. Su Yang's judgment proved correct. The military had already prepared a mass production plan and calculated the costs. They generously informed Su Yang that, under the condition of maintaining quality and quantity, with the robust industrial support of Manhwa, the cost would range between 1.2 to 1.6 million Manhwa coins. However, Zhou Jianjun did not disclose to Su Yang that this cost did not include the investment in the new graphene battery production line. The military had no intention of allowing information about the new graphene batteries, which were integral to the mecha, to circulate, at least not until the timing was right. But Su Yang would certainly have access to use them. With the cost in hand, Su Yang felt more confident about setting the sales price. Having never handled a similar project before, he humbly consulted, Director Zhou, do you think a price of 1.8 million Manhwa coins is appropriate? Not appropriate. Just then, Military District Commander Deng Xian arrived outside and interjected, Comrade, you're here to make a profit. Setting such a miserly price shows a lack of confidence in a great nation. Huh. Su Yang was taken aback. Is it too high? It's too low? Deng Xian explained. You should surf the internet more. Back in the day, we priced the Winter Wind missile at 100 million Manhwa coins each, and they hiked it to 100 million US dollars each. Do not doubt the appeal of your product, nor the financial capability of the other party. I understand. I understand. Deng Xian, Yang Shu, and Zhou Jianjun were well versed in the international arms market. They were aware that Muhammad's interest in the mecha was certainly for military purposes. With their assistance, they ultimately settled on a price, 800,000 US dollars per unit. Deng Xian declared, you must have enough confidence. If this type of mecha were to emerge in the Great Eagle Nation, a price below 10 million US dollars per set would mean my loss. Just as Su Yang arrived at the military district, the military district promptly extended assistance to Su Yang, meticulously establishing the management of export technical specifications. They also set the prices for the drone laser cannon and the flapping wing bird. The drone laser cannon is priced at 150,000 per set, while the flapping wing bird is set at 1,200 per set. I sense that the technological sophistication of the flapping wing bird is significantly higher. Why, then, is its pricing so modest? Su Yang inquired with curiosity. Zhou Jianjun, if you do not reduce those functionalities for international sales, you could easily sell it for 10,000, and there would be eager buyers. Very well, Su Yang conceded without further objections. As time swiftly passed, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. With other matters to attend to, Su Yang initially intended to leave, but was halted by Deng Xian, who said, Su Yang, let us converse a little longer. Deng Xian spoke with grave seriousness. You are like a rising sun. If you shine too brightly, you may attract malevolent forces. Have you considered remaining in the shadows? In the shadows? Su Yang pondered briefly before responding, no. Chapter 21, The First Bucket of Gold, 8. $3 billion. Su Yang comprehended the commander's intent. Not long ago, Deng Xian had remarked that the world was currently unsettled, with not only top-tier foreign talents and scientists mysteriously perishing but also numerous elite individuals within the Dragon Kingdom experiencing inexplicable accidents. Even with national security measures in place, these unforeseen incidents could not be prevented. Isn't it peculiar that, amidst such a multitude of accidents each year, the likelihood of the most distinguished scientists and engineers encountering misfortune is remarkably high. Nonetheless, Su Yang resolutely declined. A youth should not squander their prime. If I possess extraordinary talent and have yet to ascend the pinnacle, must I retreat into obscurity? Uncle Deng, that is not the life I seek. Deng Xian. Very well. Let us consider this conversation as if it had never transpired. Upon reflection, it makes sense. The individual is still young and at the precipice of exploration. His company had been established for less than 2 months. To thrust him into the shadows merely for developing a few weapons would be unjust. Very well. I shall heed my heart. Deng Xian nodded, stating, should you require any assistance, come to the military district. As I have said, as long as I am in the Yuezhou military district, this place will be your greatest support. After sending Su Yang back, Yang Shu approached to bid farewell. Old comrade, I must head to the capital. I need to oversee the mass production of the lightsaber. Just wait, once we secure the lightsaber, the tales of the western border will become thrilling. After dinner, Yang Shu departed. Dragon Institute, Nuclear Physics Research Institute. This night was destined to be sleepless. Upon Lu Dechang's return, he promptly organized a team to conduct scans and inspections of the lightsaber. Initially, there were skeptics regarding Su Yang's assertions. That skepticism has vanished. When the lightsaber activates, it generates a powerful magnetic field that adheres to the blade. A novel element has been discovered on the lightsaber that does not exist on the periodic table. Furthermore, within the latter half of the hilt lies a precision device undetectable by X-ray. It is speculated to be the microreactor Su Yang mentioned. My heavens! I must ascertain all the properties of this groundbreaking element immediately. Lu Dechang's eyes were bloodshot. The technology contained within the lightsaber, any single component of it, is worthy of a Nobel Prize. Someone proposed, Academician Lu, perhaps we should invite the inventor of the lightsaber to the capital. Only he can elucidate all our queries. Lu Dechang nodded, deciding to promote the research assessment and, when the inventor arrives in the capital, to offer him a reasonable price. We must not dishearten a genius. The Great Eagle Nation, General Dynamics C4 Systems Company. A report has arrived from the Dragon Kingdom, sent by the frontline commander, Thompson. Drinking? A lightsaber? It appears more genuine than our country's version. Is Thompson overly anxious to the point of addressing such matters? The report indicates that Thompson, while at the light weapons exhibition in the Dragon Kingdom, observed the lightsaber and suspects that the Dragon Kingdom has made a breakthrough with it. Once again, I beheld the Mech to the Dragon Kingdom, alongside a peculiar flapping bird and a coaxial drone outfitted with laser weaponry. The assessment from C4 Systems was that the Dragon Kingdom had conjured yet another bizarre contraption to divert the attention of the Great Eagle Nation. After all, in years past, the Great Eagle Nation employed similar tactics. What was unexpected, however, was the Dragon Kingdom's decision to deploy a smokescreen at such an ostensibly insignificant occasion as a light weapons exhibition. What could it signify? The following day, the light weapons exhibition continued. The individual soldier digital combat equipment development competition unfolded as anticipated. By midday, the Mech dispatched by the Yuezhou military district effortlessly claimed victory. After all, who could rival an entirely unmanned system executing coordinated operations involving drones, robotic dogs, and even satellite connectivity? Victory was secured. Deng Xian was nearly exhilarated to the point of leaping, exclaiming to Old Shou that the era of mechs belonging to our nation was upon us. The Ministry of Defense had promised that should they secure the championship, production of the mechs would commence in earnest. Indeed, upon clinching the championship, Deng received a call from the capital, instructing him to report to the Ministry of Defense to discuss matters pertaining to mech production. Old Zhou, we must proceed to the capital. They need to grasp the Ministry of Defense's resolve. Just how many of these mechs will be manufactured, if decisions are finalized? As fundamental equipment for the Dragon Kingdom's military, the investment would be monumental. Beyond the regular army, it was likely that police forces, armed police, customs, and others would also express demand. Deng could even envision that this would evolve into a colossal industry in the future. In the exhibition's reception room, designated specifically for signing contracts, Muhammad posed a pressing question. Mr. Su Yang, could you enlighten me on whether your mechs are a continuation of those from the Dragon Kingdom's military? This query was not solely Muhammad's. It echoed the thoughts of all who had witnessed the practical confrontations during the individual soldier digital combat equipment development competition. Su Yang nodded affirmatively. With this acknowledgement, all of Muhammad's doubts evaporated. Mr. Su Yang, please provide your quotation. Su Yang relayed the price that had been determined the previous evening. After perusing it for a while, Muhammad presented their requirements. For the Corona mechs, we wish to order 10,000 sets. For the drone laser cannons, 2,000 sets. And for the mechanical flapping birds, 10,000 sets. The total value has reached $3 billion. Su Yang, in this initial collaboration, would offer the mechanical flapping birds as complimentary gifts. A staggering total of $3 billion. Su Yang could scarcely fathom such a dizzying figure. Would he ever be able to exhaust such wealth in his lifetime? The value of 10,000 mechanical flapping birds stood at 12 million. He could afford to give them away. Without a second thought. Soon, the contract was presented. Su Yang held no concerns regarding potential issues with the contract, as the organizers were overseeing the process. Likewise, Muhammad felt assured. Having received concrete confirmation that Su Yang's mechs were indeed aligned with those of the Dragon Kingdom's military, the contract stipulates the payment method, a deposit of 35. With deliveries made in batches, where payment is made for the remaining balance corresponding to the number of units delivered. The 35 deposit amounts to an astonishing $907 billion, which, when converted to the currency of the Dragon Kingdom, totals 335 billion. Note, this book adopts a constant exchange rate of 1:7. Muhammad is convinced that Su Yang is backed by the military of the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, he nearly signed the contract with his eyes closed. The efficiency of the fund transfer was astonishingly rapid. No sooner had he signed the contract than Muhammad inquired through a translator whether the deposit had arrived. They had arranged for the funds to traverse a special channel. And within 10 minutes of signing the contract, the money was already in their account. Soo-young was left agape. Ordinary individuals must prove to the bank that their funds are earned through labor. My father is my father. Yet this sum of over 20 billion was virtually instantaneously credited. A delightful collaboration, Mr. Soo. Meanwhile, on the large screen at the exhibition venue, a rolling banner announced the successful acquisition of an order valued at $3 billion by a certain company. A wave of astonishment swept through both inside and outside the venue. $3 billion? Who on earth possesses such formidable power? It must be one of those state-owned military enterprises from the Dragon Kingdom. I believe the land warrior from General Dynamics of the Eagle Nation also has a contract signed. Could it be them? Remarkable. Such a substantial contract has yet to emerge from the light weapons exhibition. Chapter 22 Teacher. I am requesting leave to attend a conference at Lonka Institute. There are also conspiracy theorists speculating whether the organizers intentionally released information to induce transactions for their own benefit. However, it matters little now. Soo-young glanced down at his phone. The few people at the company had already gone into a frenzy. Mr. Soo, the company just received a whopping 20 billion. My goodness, how could there be this much money? Our boss is incredible. Our boss is imposing. From now on, I can walk with my chest held high. What should we do? Our company only has 10 employees. Can we handle so many orders? Yu Guangyu also messaged the group to remind everyone, our company is accepting military-related product orders. Please adhere to the confidentiality regulations established by the military district. Violators will be dealt with accordingly. Received. Tiangong Kaiwu Technology had previously obtained assistance from the military district to establish confidentiality protocols. From the moment the orders were signed, security procedures had been upgraded. Military personnel informed Soo-young that Tiangong Kaiwu Technology needed to establish a confidentiality department to protect intellectual property and technological secrets, and the military could provide assistance. Thus, Soo-young planned to request some retired soldiers from the military district to form this department. The exhibition held little allure for Soo-young now. An order worth $3 billion was already substantial. His sole focus was on fulfilling these orders to completion. He left someone at the booth to oversee things while he, along with Yu Guangyu and Zhou Ing, returned. Fortunately, before his journey through time, Soo-young had been a top-tier talent. Having worked in leading enterprises and experienced the grand scope of the business world, he knew precisely what needed to be done next. An order worth $3 billion. With no factory of his own, he could only seek out manufacturers for production. Thankfully, the military had already opened the door. Factories under military control would offer Soo-young the most favorable prices. This matter seemed easily resolvable. The scale of Yuezhou Tiangong Kaiwu Technology Company Limited needed to expand. There was a necessity for after-sales service, front-end sales, maintenance engineers, administrative staff, and technical development. Recruitment must continue. The pace of his personal hiring clearly could not keep up with the demand. He needed to enlist the help of a headhunting firm. Furthermore, with the funding now available, it was finally time to construct the factory on the land provided by the military. While in a meeting, Soo-young suddenly received a phone call. Is this not Academician Lu from yesterday? Mr. Soo, congratulations. I heard your company has successfully secured a super order worth nearly $10 billion. You are about to become a newly minted unicorn. News travels fast, Academician Lu. Do you have any further instructions? Lu Dekang here. We have been analyzing the light sword, but there are too many technical aspects we do not understand. We would like to invite you to the capital to guide our work, especially regarding that new element you discovered. As its inventor, we cannot name it without you. When would this be? In the next few days. By the way, Mr. Soo, could we take a look at the site where you discovered the new element? Soo-young replied, all right, I shall come over the day after tomorrow. You will send someone from your side to the school in the morning to accompany me to explore the location where the new elements were discovered. I will be there. L. Dekang exclaimed excitedly. Soo-young contemplated the necessity of visiting the capital city. After all, the military district had allocated a vast expanse of land, ample enough to establish a superpark. Soo-young envisioned the superpark, where a plethora of advanced technologies could emerge, a notion that seemed entirely reasonable. However, constructing such a superpark would require an investment of hundreds of billions. Soo-young thought to himself that for a project of this magnitude, he would need to secure alliances with influential powers, particularly the military and the Dragon Science Institute. Their involvement would ensure that Soo-young was effectively aligned with the state, facilitating a transformation in his identity. As a representative of the nation, he would no longer fear bullies, and it would be justified for him to act with a certain audacity in his endeavors. Regarding your father, Soo-young pondered for a moment, considering whether he could persuade him to join as CEO. Yet, he was reluctant to be tethered to that position indefinitely. He preferred to find someone capable to manage affairs while he retained the liberty to wield the hundreds of billions he would amass, playing as he pleased. No, Zhou Ying shook her head without further explanation. Come on, think about it. My father has reached the position of project development director in the military. Do you really believe he would venture into the private sector? Fine, Su Yang sighed, resigning himself to the situation. Upon returning to his studio, he realized that the family workshop still lacked a machine capable of producing new elements. Before integrating the designs and knowledge of the fusion lightsaber, he was utterly clueless about the machine's appearance. However, after the fusion, a clear framework emerged in his mind, a particle accelerator, specifically a miniature one, with a 5-meter diameter ring. With this framework established, the drawing process would be remarkably smooth. That night, Su Yang chose not to return to his dormitory and instead spent the night in the studio. He worked diligently from the afternoon until just past 4 in the morning, finally completing his task. Seizing the opportunity before dawn, he drove back to his hometown. Checkpoint activated. 5. Acquired. Design blueprint for miniature particle accelerator. It was rather costly. Su Yang converted the family barn into the operational center for the miniature particle accelerator, leaving it above ground. Once it was set up, he managed to catch a brief nap. To his surprise, he awoke to find it was already past 10 in the morning. His roommate had sent numerous messages, stating that the teacher was taking attendance today, and Su Yang was caught. The teacher declared on the spot that Su Yang would fail the course. Su Yang could only rub his temples in exasperation. After a quick bite to eat, he hurried back to the school, unless he took a leave of absence. He remained a student and was obligated to adhere to the school's regulations. He would need to request a leave for his trip to the capital the following day. Upon returning to the school, Su Yang had yet to find the opportunity to visit the teacher's office when news from the company indicated that representatives from the headhunting firm had arrived and wished to meet him. With no other choice, Su Yang had to prioritize meeting with the headhunters, and thus, his afternoon was consumed with busyness once again. Su Yang could only wait until the following morning to seek out his teacher. The next day, he arrived early at the teacher's office, clutching the leave request. Fortunately, the teachers were required to clock in daily. Su Yang? Up so early? Are you here to see your class teacher? To his surprise, Principal Luo was also present. With a polite smile, Su Yang responded, Yes, I may need to request a few days off. Principal Luo adjusted his glasses and remarked, I understand you are venturing into entrepreneurship, but remember, Su Yang, your studies must not be neglected. Your academic qualifications are the key to your future. Thank you for your guidance, Principal Luo, Su Yang replied, gracefully passing by him to approach the desk of his class teacher. Here is my leave request, he said. The teacher accepted the note and inquired, What is the reason? I am attending a conference at Lonka Institute. Upon examining the leave request, which indeed stated, invited by Lonka Institute to attend a conference in the capital, the teacher stared at Su Yang in astonishment. Are you certain? Chapter 23 Academician L. Have we unearthed the wild Iron Man? Su Yang inquired. Of course, we are certain. We must leave shortly, came the reply. The homeroom teacher turned back, visibly troubled, glancing at Principal Luo, who appeared equally flustered. Principal Luo approached, casting a glance at the leave request, his expression darkening. Su Yang, I understand your strong connections with the military. Your request to assist the military district is indeed an honor for our school, but you must be an honest child. Su Yang did not offer an explanation. So, will the leave be approved or not? Principal Luo shook his head. Child, this cannot be approved. The school is a place for cultivating character. Look at you. Can't you speak a bit of truth? Just then, Su Yang's phone rang. It was Academician L. Dekang, inquiring when Su Yang would be coming out. Su Yang glanced at Principal Luo. Academician L., I wish to leave as well, but the school is not granting my leave. Could you possibly come here to assist me? All right, the call ended. From Principal Luo's gaze, Su Yang perceived a flicker of fury, as if it were silently chastising him. You little rascal, are you truly asking for someone to play along? While awaiting the so-called Academician L., Principal Luo began to chat. Young Su, how is your company progressing? With military support, you must not squander such a splendid opportunity. Su Yang nodded. Yes, I understand. After approximately 10 minutes, Principal Luo continued to impart his wisdom to Su Yang. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Academician L arrived. Hearing Principal Luo's admonitions, he could not help but interject. Junior, your teaching methods remain as stringent as ever. Our mentor once advised us to embrace diverse talents. Why do you refuse to heed that wisdom? Principal Luo turned to face him. L. Senior? They had once studied under the same mentor. Subsequently, Principal Luo transitioned into administration while L. Dekang became an esteemed academician in the field of nuclear energy research. Principal Luo's understanding deepened as he gazed at Su Yang, astonished. Is he truly going to the capital for a conference at the Lonka Institute? If you disagree, L. Dekang remarked, I can inform the dean to hold the meeting in Yuezhou. After all, this conference cannot commence without our student Su Yang. I thought he was jesting. This mischievous child. Why didn't he clarify his intentions? Principal Luo's face flushed with embarrassment. Senior, this child is a bit overambitious. Please do not elevate him too highly. Not at all. L. Dekang pondered, refraining from further comments. Su Yang, should you find it unbearable to stay in Yuezhou, you may always transfer to the Manhwa Institute for your studies. Yuezhou is quite nice, Su Yang replied with a grin. So, Principal Luo, homeroom teacher, about that leave request. Approved. Most certainly approved. The homeroom teacher joyfully signed the document. Su Yang, upon your return, do share your experiences from the Lonka Institute conference with your classmates. As they watched the two depart, Principal Luo felt a sudden weakness. Goodness, how has this rascal connected with the Lonka Institute? They first headed to Su Yang's hometown. In the barn. Upon witnessing the minuscule particle collider, Dekhang and his students found themselves momentarily rooted to the spot. Su Yang, did you construct this yourself? No, my father did. Su Yang replied nonchalantly. His father, the original creator, had once been an engineer before his untimely demise. Any issues could conveniently be attributed to him, an infallible scapegoat. What a marvel! What a wonder! I never imagined that a particle accelerator could achieve such feats. My understanding has truly expanded. Teacher, I finally grasped the story of Madame Curie extracting radioactive materials using a large cauldron. I had thought it was mere exaggeration. Indeed, there are masters among the populace. Dekhang and his students meticulously examined the particle collider, uncovering the answers to their lingering questions. Activating the collider necessitated an immense amount of electrical energy. But from where would it come? Batteries. Dekhang was utterly astonished to discover that the pigsty adjacent to the barn was filled to the brim with large batteries. The entire room was packed with them. Connected by wires to the collider, they could be drained of their energy instantaneously upon activation. However, reactivating the system would require a complete recharge, which would take several days and cost thousands in electricity. What a stroke of genius. Such a structure is truly remarkable. A wild Iron Man. Teacher L, it seems we have stumbled upon a treasure. Su Yang, can we take this collider with us? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yang declined, stating, no, I need it for my own research. A few students seemed to think they could simply claim it because it was impressive. Noticing one student appeared ready to speak, Su Yang preemptively cut him off, admonishing him not to speak of the greater good. He was unworthy of such a claim. Dekhang felt a bit embarrassed, remarking, how have I taught you? When you see something valuable, do you think you can just seize it? If I hear such talk again, I will expel you. After departing from Su Yang's hometown, they headed to the airport, boarding a flight to the capital. Upon arriving at the Lonka Institute, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Entering the conference room, a seat was reserved for Su Yang, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. Seated before him were esteemed academicians from the Lonka Institute, along with senior researchers from the National Materials Research Institute, the Nuclear Physics Research Institute, and those involved in nuclear fusion projects. And there was the director of the Lonka Institute, Ji Changsheng. They were all waiting for Su Yang. Comrade Su Yang, do not be nervous. Today, everyone present is your student. We have analyzed the light sword from various perspectives, yet the technology involved eludes our understanding. Which is why we have summoned you for clarification. On the way, Dekhang had briefly explained the situation. However, upon facing dozens of expectant gazes, Su Yang's heart raced. Perhaps he had overexerted himself. Lacking any prepared materials, he instructed Dekhang to compile their findings and the areas of confusion, using these questions as a starting point for elucidation. The first question posed was regarding the characteristics of the new element and how it should be named. This solitary issue consumed Su Yang over an hour. As for the naming, Su Yang had not given it much thought. He merely proposed a casual title, Element 119. An academician in the field of materials science remarked that with the discovery of a new element, a room temperature superconducting material, the privilege of naming it lies with you. If you declare it as Element 119, then it is indeed Element 119. Following this, several significant challenges emerged. For instance, the microreactor and the strong magnetic confinement, among others. Su Yang could only provide a brief overview. Otherwise, the discussion of a microreactor could extend for days on end. As the clock struck 3 in the morning, he found himself inundated with various inquiries. Su Yang was utterly bewildered. Goodness! Observing these individuals in their 40s and 50s, how could they possess such vitality? They had been listening intently for over 10 hours without showing any signs of fatigue. Chapter 24, the young academician comrade Xiao Su, are you feeling fatigued? Inquired Dean Ji Chacheng. Su Yang thought to himself, isn't that a redundant question? Yet, being relatively youthful, he found it embarrassing to admit that he could not endure the night like his older counterparts. Thus, he mustered a smile and replied, not at all. Are you not weary? It is quite late. Let us adjourn for now. Everyone should take some rest. We shall reconvene at 9 in the morning. Ji Changsheng glanced at the clock and waved his hand to signal the end of the meeting. Only then did the attendees begin to rub their eyes in realization of how late it had become. Indeed, time had flown by swiftly. After a brief respite, nearly everyone returned to the conference room well before 9. Comrade Xiao Su, do you mean to say that the magnetic confinement technology applied to the light sword can be proportionally scaled up for use in a tokamak device? Following this line of thought, it is indeed plausible that next year, our nation will possess its first commercial fusion reactor. Element 119 must be mass-produced. However, according to your projections, it would require a scale comparable to that of the Large Hadron Collider in the Alps to yield any results. Perhaps there are new fabrication methods that necessitate dedicated research. Comrade Xiao Su, do you have any relevant materials regarding microreactors? Let us ponder this thoroughly. I believe humanity is on the brink of liberating itself from the era of fossil fuels. Suyang was able to address each question posed. Materials? Yes, I have them. Unfortunately, they reside solely in my mind. To organize such a vast amount of information would likely take several months. He acquiesced to the request, assuring them he would expedite the compilation of the materials. Well then, if there are no further questions, you may all return to your tasks. Should any queries arise, feel free to obtain Comrade Xiao Su's contact information for further consultation. After a day and night of discussions, no one doubted Suyang's role as the creator of the light sword. They understood that Dean Ji Changcheng had allowed them to leave as he intended to focus on talent retention. Once the others had departed, only Ji Changcheng, Suyang, and a few others remained in the conference room. Ji Changcheng took the initiative to introduce Comrade Suyang. The individuals you see here are members of the Dragon Academy's Academician Qualification Review Committee. Oh, Suyang nodded. You have discovered a completely new element with the light sword, resolving the issue of room temperature superconductivity and ushering in a new era of energy. Therefore, the Dragon Academy has decided to confer upon you the title of Academician. Ji Changcheng continued. The technology derived from the light sword will soon be compiled into a paper and published in an international journal under your name, Comrade Suyang. The Dragon Academy will fully support you in securing next year's Nobel Prize. Academician. I did not expect it to come so directly. Suyang was momentarily taken aback. It was only when LV Dekhang reminded him that he regained his composure. To put it plainly, after being awarded the title of Academician, your principal Luo will have to speak to you with utmost respect at all times. That is splendid. Suyang, not one to feign modesty, readily accepted the title of Academician. After all, granting oneself additional advantages will undoubtedly facilitate the journey of establishing a company. Ji Changcheng nodded, stating that the new list of academicians would be announced in January next year, and at that time, your name would grace the list. Then we can discuss another matter. The compensation for the lightsaber. Quite frankly, the technology involved in the lightsaber is priceless. It cannot be quantified in monetary terms, thus rendering a price impossible to establish. You may propose a price. Any conditions will be met. What do you desire? Suyang had already contemplated this. A development park. The state will invest and assist in constructing a park. Upon hearing this request, Ji Changcheng and others felt a sense of relief. Is that all? Nothing more? Suyang replied, that is all. If funds are lacking, I will seek to earn from foreign sources. Oh, of course, while mentioning this, I hope the state can introduce me to any client resources. All right, no problem. Ji Changcheng responded with a smile. After lunch, several prominent figures arrived at the Lonka Institute. Following their discussions, a plan for the construction of the Yuezhou Special Technology Park was approved and would soon be forwarded to the provincial government, with special funds allocated. As for client resources, later in the evening, someone came to invite Suyang to a hotel in the capital. In a private meeting room, Suyang encountered Zhou Jianjun and another individual who claimed to be from the Investment Promotion Bureau. Zhou Jianjun mentioned that shortly, a representative from the Bear Country would arrive, responsible for discussing foreign investment cooperation. This individual would assist you in establishing an overseas subsidiary in Vladivostok, with all factory and transportation costs covered by the Bear Country, and all products purchased by them. Suyang, what does that imply? The representative from the Investment Promotion Bureau chuckled. Did you not understand? The Bear Country will produce and utilize it. Suyang, it seems I am starting to comprehend. This implies that the Bear Country desires my mecha, the flapping bird. However, due to national pride, the Dragon Country would certainly hesitate to sell it openly to the Bear Country. After all, mechas are associated with military applications. Yet, the Bear Country, through arduous research and development, has also manufactured mechas and applied them on a large scale in warfare, which would not concern the Dragon Country. Indeed, when it comes to subtlety, one must look to the Dragon Country. Soon after, a representative from the Bear Country arrived. After a brief conversation, he presented conditions to Suyang: land, factory, and subsidies. He promised that the Bear Country would commence manufacturing mechas and would purchase at least 20,000 units, based on the agreed price. This would amount to a substantial transaction of at least $16 billion. Suyang couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, the arms trade is truly a silent path to immense wealth. No wonder the Eagle Country has birthed a military-industrial complex. Naturally, Suyang agreed, as it was akin to picking up money, merely a matter of bending down. Why not consent? He promptly signed the contract. The following day, Suyang received an invitation from the Ministry of Defense to attend a meeting, the Mass Production Model Mecha Finalization Conference. At the Ministry of Defense, the mecha was named Kunlun Armor. The mass-produced mechas have undergone several modifications, enhancing features such as night vision and infrared capabilities. The weaponry has also seen significant upgrades. The Ministry of Defense has established a plan to initially produce 300,000 units, prioritizing deployment in the Western theater before distributing them across other theaters, thereby facilitating the collection of further improvement data. 300,000 units, an investment in the billions. Suyang felt a surge of trepidation. Indeed, the expenditure on national defense knows no bounds. After the meeting, Deng Xian approached Suyang. expressing his congratulations on securing the academic title of an academician. Why not stay a few more days in the capital? I can show you around, he suggested. No, Uncle Ding, Su-young replied. I've only taken 3 days off and must return to my classes. Ah, haha, very well, Dang Xian thought to himself, pondering whether he should persuade Su-young to consider taking a break from his studies altogether. But how could one ever counsel someone against pursuing education? Chapter 25, Mr. President. UFO Incident Investigation Report. Upon returning to Wesho, it was already the following day. The homeroom teacher requested Su-young to share his insights from the meeting at Lonka Institute. Su-young earnestly began to share in the group, relishing the experience. Just 3 simple words caused some individuals to become quite defensive. Come on. If you don't want to share, then don't pretend. If you really have nothing to say, just keep quiet. We can't possibly not know how enjoyable it was. What made it enjoyable? Su-young, would it kill you to elaborate a bit more? However, Su-young chose to disregard their remarks and proceeded directly to the Uezhou government office. The documents for the capital city had arrived, along with special funding that would aid Su-young in developing an industrial park. This marked the first special meeting convened by the Uezhou government. High-ranking officials from the province attended, along with leaders from design institutes and heads of national construction companies. The special meeting established the basic framework for the industrial park, which included factories, warehouses, a research and development center, an administrative building, and employee dormitories. The provincial government introduced a new economic development strategy. A new economic corridor would be established around this industrial park. The stance of the provincial leaders was clear. Aligning the economic focus with the capital city was undoubtedly the right course of action. While it was termed a park, it may have been somewhat overreaching. After all, the entire park would be under Su-young's purview. Consequently, Su-young also offered some suggestions regarding the future design of the park. In the ensuing days, Su-young found himself shuttling between the school, the company, and the Uezhou government. To be honest, it was exhausting. Su-young pondered whether it might be time to withdraw from school. The daily grind was beginning to feel meaningless. However, he still needed access to the school's art studio. Perhaps he would wait until his home studio was completed before making that decision. After all, a bachelor's degree would not significantly enhance his resume. Su-young engaged a specialized company to construct a top-tier independent art studio at his family home, estimating that it would take 1 to 2 months to complete. He was not in a hurry. A few days later, a series of news articles ignited the global internet. Lonka Institute, room temperature superconducting material, discovered new energy deployment plan. Next year, a commercial fusion reactor will be established to ensure national energy security. Nature magazine publishes paper by Dragon Nation team. Element 119 exhibits room temperature superconducting properties. Experiments are replicable. Commentary. Dragon Nation poised to secure Nobel Prize. Reports indicate Dragon Nation will invest in building the world's largest collider, currently in the site selection phase. Academician Yang publicly opposes Dragon Nation never speaks falsely. Indeed, they have surely discovered room temperature superconducting material. Just 2 years ago, the Great Eagle Nation and the Kimchi Nation were frantically hyping room temperature superconductors, and unexpectedly, we achieved it quietly. Heavens, can someone provide an explanation of what this actually means? Explanation? What more is there to clarify? Can't you see? With the emergence of room temperature superconducting materials, the nation has directly commenced the construction of a commercial fusion reactor. A new element. Who would have thought it was a new element? Brothers, my apologies. Although I may be illiterate and unable to comprehend your discourse, I cannot help but feel a sense of awe. Truly, I have discovered a paper published in the esteemed journal Nature. My goodness, what an astounding feat. The author credited is Su-young. Esteemed senior, I pay my respects to you. A couple of years ago, a team from the Great Eagle Nation emerged, claiming to have found room temperature superconducting materials, garnering worldwide attention. Yet, when it came time to present the physical evidence, that team declared the specimens lost. Last year, the Pickled Vegetable Nation also proclaimed the discovery of room temperature superconducting materials, only to be proven to have staged the findings. This year, the Dragon Nation asserts that it has mastered room temperature superconducting materials. Do you believe it or not? In London, at the headquarters of Nature, an incessant barrage of phone calls pours in from across the globe. Countries with substantial research capabilities, including Europe, the Great Eagle Nation, and the Cherry Blossom Nation, are all seeking confirmation regarding the veracity of that paper. Sir Wells, the editor-in-chief and a professor at Oxford University, has received dozens of calls in succession. At this moment, he is on the line with representatives from the Great Eagle Nation, who are inquiring whether the paper on room temperature superconducting materials is indeed authentic. Wells confirms that the paper is genuine, with no discernible flaws. However, he has never heard of the individual named Su-young making any notable contributions in the relevant field. As for the authenticity of the room temperature superconducting materials and the so-called 119th element, it remains indeterminate. Wells can only convey so much. They are merely a journal. When others pay to submit papers, the editors publish them if they believe the research is thorough and rigorous. Wells thinks to himself that the paper was submitted by the Academy of Sciences of the Dragon Nation, with Su-young as the lead author. This implies that if the room temperature superconducting materials prove to be genuine, Suyang will be a Nobel laureate during the forthcoming selection process. As the call concludes, Wells exhales deeply. The Dragon Nation has never been one to boast, with the paper submitted by the Academy of Sciences. I believe the moment that could reshape the world may very well arise from the Dragon Nation. In Northern Europe, the Nobel Prize Selection Committee reacts with astonishment. What? The Dragon Nation? Room temperature superconducting materials? The 119th element? Is this confirmed? If so, we must visit the Dragon Nation for a thorough discussion. For many years, the Nobel Prize selection process has faced criticism. However, awards in the sciences, such as the Nobel Prize in Physics, Medicine, and Chemistry, have always been regarded as authoritative within the academic community. Dr. Richard, will you personally attend? Someone inquires. Richard, the head of the selection committee and president of the Royal Academy, a figure well known throughout the academic world, nods in affirmation. The Academy of Sciences of the Dragon Nation has extended an invitation, and they possess unwavering confidence in securing next year's Nobel Prize. I see no reason to decline. Not only is there no reason to refuse, but if room temperature superconductors prove to be genuine and the Nobel Prize is not awarded to this endeavor, the authority of the Nobel Prize may come into question in the future. Please book me a flight. It has been many years since I last visited the Dragon Nation. As for the Great Eagle Nation, the presidential seat has become almost a mere facade. The previous president has yet to vacate the office, yet the power has been largely undermined. The next president will not take office until January of next year. Thus, if the Dragon Nation has indeed developed room temperature superconductors and is advancing the commercialization of fusion reactors, to whom should this be reported? The members of the National Academy of Sciences in the Great Eagle Nation are somewhat bewildered. However, a consensus quickly emerged. The incoming president. Let us not concern ourselves with the current one. Within the confines of the Haiho Manor, Tep was presented with a report from the National Academy of Sciences. And a single sentence caused his brow to furrow deeply. The room temperature superconductor is destined to incite an energy revolution, even a new technological revolution. With the Dragon Nation poised to seize the initiative, Tep's fury was evident on his face. I do not wish for any unforeseen circumstances as we strive to restore the greatness of the Great Eagle Nation. We must seriously reflect on why the Dragon Nation is capable of nurturing such groundbreaking technology while we are not. When Tep's mood had slightly improved, his assistant handed him another document. Mr. President, this is the Defense Department's report on the investigation of the UFO incident in New Jersey. Chapter 26. The Nobel Prize Committee is coming to the Dragon Country. The UFO incident in New Jersey has garnered widespread attention, with too many witnesses to suppress. A public explanation is imperative. Trump stated on social media that once he assumes office, he will address the concerns of the populace. For instance, the list from Laurie Island and the extraterrestrial events. Many who voted for him believe that upon his arrival at the White House, he will unveil all secrets. In light of the New Jersey UFO incident, petitions have emerged online, initiated by numerous UFO enthusiasts inviting Trump to disclose the files regarding the Roswell incident, the Philadelphia experiment, the high-altitude drop operation, Area 51, and other such occurrences. Having received a report submitted by the Department of Defense, it revealed several points. First, radar failed to detect any unidentified flying objects over New Jersey. Second, the Department of Defense launched missiles at the unidentified flying objects but could not lock onto a target. Third, the UFOs exhibited erratic flight patterns. And fourth, boom. Trump did not finish reading. Upon reaching the fourth point, he discarded the report. This was not the document I wished to see, nor the outcome the people sought. Trump scoffed, stating that what people truly want to know is whether extraterrestrial life exists in this world. What purpose does analyzing this useless information serve? In the Dragon Country. In Uesho, students at school are buzzing about Element 119 and the commercial fusion reactor set to commence construction next year. University students are always at the forefront of cutting-edge technological news. As the company has stabilized, the Corona Mechas have entered military production facilities. Soo-young finds himself rather leisurely today, attending class. The day's subject is Western art history. Indeed, the students are discussing the potential impact of the commercial fusion reactor on the world. While the completion of the reactor may not affect the employment of art students, it is AI that poses a threat to our careers. A senior mentioned that after graduation, when applying to design firms, tasks that take him days to accomplish can be completed by AI in mere minutes. I'm starting to feel anxious. Anxious about what? Just like Su Yang's adoptive father. One can simply start a company. Speaking of which, the paper published in Nature, Su Yang, could it possibly be you? It is quite rare for Su Yang to attend class. Before the teacher arrives, everyone is engaged in lively conversation, with Su Yang naturally being the center of attention. His roommate, Li Nan, suddenly recalls the circulating paper on room temperature superconducting materials, authored under a pseudonym that sounds remarkably like Su Yang. Su Yang chuckles and says, "Is there any need to elaborate? It's undoubtedly me. Let us celebrate after class. Drinks are on me." They say that paper is destined for the Nobel Prize. If it truly comes to fruition, what business do you have attending our mundane classes? Stop boasting, man. Why don't you tell us if your company is hiring? A little side job would be great. Su Young replied, "We re not hiring. The author of the paper is indeed Su Young. Just a couple of days ago." Lonka Institute sent a message to Su Young regarding this matter. Humph. A thunderous and familiar voice echoed from behind. "What are you pretending for? We are all classmates. Can't you lend a hand? Look at Brother Chen. He's organized over 60 people to work part-time at their mobile phone sales store." This voice was unmistakably from Tang Shu. What surprised Su Young was that Big Socks was sitting directly behind him. With a chuckle, Su Young remarked, "Has your Brother Chen purchased that Rolls-Royce Phantom yet?" "You." Tang Shu frowned in annoyance. Su Young couldn't help but commend the original owner's taste. Indeed, when Tang Shu knitted her brows, she possessed a certain allure. A campus belle is still a campus belle, her beauty undeniable. Suddenly, Tang Shu recalled something she had heard from Uncle Bai. The land you acquired is merely industrial wasteland. And the provincial government's economic focus isn't directed that way. Haha, once you graduate and return to develop animal husbandry, it might not be a bad idea. Indeed. I have a fondness for animal husbandry, Su Young replied. Uncle Bai mentioned that today's youth are overly ambitious, lacking the foresight to build solid connections with the military before embarking on entrepreneurial ventures, naively believing that simply shouting slogans suffices. Su Young, is your reluctance to recruit classmates for part-time work because you're struggling? Tang Shu burst into laughter. How about this? Lend me your old car to shoot some videos. And as for the Mech, I'll seek Uncle Bai's assistance for you. Before Su Young could respond, Li Nan chimed in. Old Su, it seems that after your breakup, your arguments resemble that of a couple. This fellow truly knew how to mediate. With a single remark, both of them fell silent. At that moment, several individuals entered through the classroom door. Oh, what is happening? Look at their attire. They are clearly military personnel. Isn't that Principal Luo? Why is Principal Luo bowing to that person? Goodness, check the group chat. The person to whom Principal Luo is being so deferential is none other than academician Sun Qingzhou from the Materials Research Institute of the National University of Defense Technology. An academician of Lonka Institute. Is he famous? Indeed. He is a distinguished individual who has received the National Science and Technology Contribution Award. As academician Sun Qingzhou and Principal Luo stepped into the classroom, their gaze swept across the room. Principal Luo called out, Su Yang, step outside. Academician Sun is looking for you. All eyes in the class turned towards Su Yang in unison. Su Yang, Li Nan, please help me carry my things back to the dormitory. It seems urgent. Otherwise, Uncle Sun wouldn't have come to the classroom. With that, Su Yang rose and departed. You. Tang Shu was left speechless, astonished that an academician had come to the school. What is going on? Could it be that Su Yang has committed some egregious act and has been apprehended? Watching Su Yang leave, Tang Shu could not help but inquire, Principal Luo. What has he done? Principal Luo, who was about to leave, abruptly turned around, nearly losing his glasses. Focus on your studies. Learn from classmate Su Yang. Observe the gap between you. Observe the disparity among you. Classmate Su Yang has already assisted academician Sun in resolving complex issues. Humph. Principal Luo waved his sleeve dismissively and turned to leave. Addressing the students, he struck a formidable pose, his indignation palpable. Yet, as he beheld Su Yang's departing figure, a radiant smile adorned his face, illuminating the atmosphere like the splendor of spring. Academician Sun refrained from disclosing the exact nature of the events. But Principal Luo surmised that there must have been a dilemma concerning the mecha that required Su Yang's expertise. What is the matter, Uncle Sun? Upon leaving the school, Su Yang inquired anxiously as he entered the vehicle. Sun Qingzhou's expression betrayed an uncontainable joy. The Nobel Prize Committee representatives would soon arrive in our country to observe the production process of Element 119. Young Su, it appears you are on the verge of receiving a Nobel Prize. Dean Ji Chongqing and academician L. Dekang will be arriving shortly. Let us head to your home to prepare for the production of Element 119. Su Yang was taken aback. Is this for real? Chapter 27, The Commencement of the Minuscule Accelerator. The Artificial Black Hole. Su Yang's ancestral home is quite spacious, nestled within a valley, flanked by mountains and water. In his grandfather's youth, he operated a pig farm. As time progressed and Su Yang's father achieved success, a new residence was constructed and the pig farm was filled in, transformed into a warehouse, garage, kitchen, and cattle pen. Eventually, under Su Yang's stewardship, it was repurposed into a workshop housing the minuscule accelerator. Recently, a construction crew has arrived to erect an art studio. Once the studio is completed and the industrial park is established, Su Yang plans to withdraw from school. Lounging at home while checking in, the total floor area of Su Yang's family home has exceeded the standards set for residential land significantly. Nevertheless, Su Yang is unperturbed by any potential reports from the village committee, especially since he had recently donated 1 million yuan to the committee for the renovation of the village's infrastructure. Upon driving back home, he encountered numerous neighbors gathered at his doorstep, engrossed in the spectacle. It's such a pity that the old Su couple left us too soon. Their son has truly made a name for himself. While still in university, he has donated 1 million to the village and has already acquired a Rolls-Royce, which is said to be worth several million. Could he be an internet celebrity? It seems that only by becoming a social media influencer can one amass wealth nowadays. Perhaps I should encourage my own son to ponder how to become a sensation. Su-young approached to greet them. Hello, uncles and aunts. Little Su has returned. How long will you be staying? Do come sit with us. The neighbors then noticed that Su-young had returned with individuals clad in military attire, armed as well. Su-young, a professor from the National Defense Science and Technology University, has come to discuss some matters. The neighbors speculated that these were indeed professors from the university. Engaged in serious discussions. After exchanging pleasantries, they dispersed. The accelerator was not a forte of Sun Qingzhou, who arrived first to ensure the safety of the apparatus. Upon witnessing the construction of a minuscule accelerator in such a rudimentary setting, Sun Qingzhou's expression was one of utmost astonishment. Little Su. I now comprehend why Commander Deng has consistently remarked that you, young comrade, have exceeded expectations, constructing an accelerator in a cattle shed. This is something I have only witnessed in the film Iron Man. In 2 days, members of the Nobel Prize Committee would arrive. Thus preparations for the experiment were to commence immediately. Su-young had never operated this equipment before. However, he possessed complete design schematics and relevant knowledge from his drawings. He was confident in his understanding of its operation. It was time to commence charging. All batteries would need to be fully charged, which could take a full day and night. Those accompanying Sun Qingzhou were there to assist with the experiment. Under Su-young's guidance, they swiftly connected the charging cables. Watching the electric meter spin wildly, Su-young felt a surge of anxiety. Let us not consume tens of thousands in electricity all at once. Fortunately, the spacious home provided ample accommodations for everyone. As for meals, Su-young had no need for concern. Someone was scheduled to bring ingredients in the afternoon to prepare their meals. The following day, the dawn had yet to break when Ji Changqing, L. Dekang, and others arrived. Under Ji Changqing's coordination, 2 mysterious large trucks appeared. Outsiders could scarcely fathom what lay within. L. Dekang informed Su-young that it was the nuclear power treasure. Previously, he had heard in the news that the Nuclear Energy Group had developed this nuclear power treasure. However, he never imagined it to be so large. Su-young had assumed it would be akin to a portable charger, small enough to fit in hand. Upon arrival, the nuclear power treasure was already operational. It unfolded, connected wires, and began charging the battery pack, as well as linking to a minuscule accelerator power source. Having seen reports of a 14-year-old in the Great Eagle Nation crafting a nuclear power plant, Ji Changqing could not help but be astonished upon seeing the small accelerator housed in a barn. And you, my young academician, are already capable of crafting an accelerator. In comparison, the 14-year-old with a nuclear power plant cannot hold a candle to you. Ji Changqing had brought specialists in accelerator research who promptly began their work. Conducting a thorough examination of the accelerator, their conclusion was, though small, it was complete in every aspect. Praise was set aside as preparations for the experiment the following day were paramount. At noon, Ji Changqing received a call informing him that the Nobel Prize Committee members had safely arrived. Ji Changqing, Xiao Su, prepare well. Tomorrow's experiment is of utmost importance for you, for the scientific community of Manhwa, and for the global academic world. How old are you this year? Su-young replied, 20. The youngest recipient of the Nobel Prize in Physics, William Lawrence Bragg, was 25 when he won. My young academician, this record is destined to be broken. He patted Su-young on the shoulder and departed. As dawn cast its gentle light upon the land, a hazy mist rose along the road from Yuezhou City to the suburbs. Richard glanced around curiously and asked, Mr. Ji Changqing, have you constructed a secret collider here? My goodness, one can only say that the confidentiality efforts of you Longwa people are exceptional. In 2020, Europe approved the construction plan for a future circular collider, set to be built in the underground tunnels of Geneva, spanning an impressive 100 kilometers. The progress of the project was witnessed worldwide. Richard had heard that Longwa discovered element 119 during collider experiments, leaving him intrigued. What? Where did Longwa acquire a collider? An esteemed academician Yang from Manhwa had consistently opposed the construction of a collider. Ji Changqing smiled and replied, when you arrive, you will understand. Shortly after, Richard found himself in the barn, confronted by the minuscule accelerator. He and his team displayed expressions of disbelief. An accelerator can truly be this small? Unbelievable. Ji Changqing introduced him to Su-young, saying, Mr. Richard, element 119 was discovered by academician Su, who also established its characteristics as a room temperature superconducting material. Oh my God. Mr. Su is truly young, Richard exclaimed in genuine admiration. However, Richard immediately contemplated another possibility. Could this Su-young be a descendant of a prominent figure from the Dragon Kingdom, participating in this project merely to enhance his credentials? Su-young, then let the experiment commence. The group exited the cattle shed and entered the monitoring room. As Su-young pressed the activation switch, the accelerator roared to life. On the monitor, the metallic materials surrounding the accelerator's ring began to levitate, seemingly liberated from the grasp of gravity. The energy display fluctuated, 100, 95, 90. The energy was depleting rapidly. It reached the speed of light. My God, I never imagined that within such a small accelerator ring, particles could indeed be accelerated to the speed of light. Richard was utterly astonished. The energy display read 10, 5, 0. The collision persisted for approximately 2 minutes. The energy was exhausted. Boom. The metallic objects that had been suspended around the accelerator crashed heavily to the ground. All right. Once the particle collision zone cools down, we will obtain element 119. Su Yang's words were abruptly interrupted. With a resounding roar, the monitor revealed the particle collision zone, collapsing inward. Ji Changcheng, Richard, and the others were struck with terror. A black hole? In a mere span of seconds, the particle collision zone had entirely collapsed. A pitch-black vortex hovered in midair, no larger than a thumb. Chapter 28. The evaporation of the black hole. Everyone gazed in terror at the man-made black hole. All conceivable notions of black holes surged into their minds, devouring everything. Annihilating all. What should we do? Is the apocalypse upon us? Will the black hole consume human civilization and engulf the Earth? 10, 9, 8. In that moment, all were at a loss. Su Yang was equally bewildered. Oh my, during the inaugural activation of the miniature accelerator, I never anticipated it would yield such a phenomenon. 3, 2, 1. In approximately 10 seconds, the dark vortex gradually dissipated. The black hole had evaporated. Oh my God. Richard felt as if his heart might leap from his chest. In those fleeting 10 seconds, he thought of his wife, children, the wheat fields of his hometown, and the farewells he had not yet had the chance to make. His mind was racing. Unexpectedly, the black hole had indeed evaporated. Ji Changcheng was also momentarily stunned. Regaining his composure, he instructed his secretary, quick, call the military district and request the intervention of the biochemical unit. Conduct controlled research on the accelerator. Su Yang. You. Su Yang vigorously shook his head. During the last experiment, this phenomenon did not occur. There was no precedent. The miniature accelerator had been illustrated but not yet utilized. Ji Changcheng reassured him, do not take this to heart. In future experiments of a similar nature, please ensure you are thoroughly prepared. Your safety is of utmost importance. In the military district, Deng Xian had just returned from the capital. The Ministry of National Defense praised him highly and encouraged the Yuezhou military district to continue their efforts in exploring new combat technologies and devices. Suddenly, a secretary rushed in. Breathless, Commander, a grave situation has arisen. The president of the Dragon Institute just called, stating that they have created a man-made black hole, and it has gone out of control. What? Deng Xian was momentarily taken aback. In Comrade Su Yang's hometown, they are requesting troop deployment to control the area of the incident. Commander, yesterday, they had mobilized 2 nuclear power units to Comrade Su Yang's hometown. What? Deng Xian felt a slight panic, although he was unclear about what it meant for the man-made black hole to be out of control. Orders had already been issued to dispatch the Qianlong Special Operations Team. Stabilize the situation and control the information. Do not let panic ensue. This old fool is courting death. Don't drag Su Yang into it. In the Great Eagle Nation, New Jersey, an unidentified flying object of peculiar design suddenly appeared in the sky. Recently, an F-35 fighter jet squadron had been patrolling the area. Upon receiving the report, the jets immediately locked onto the direction of the unidentified flying object. Countless messages swiftly spread across the Great Eagle Nation's networks. UFOs have reappeared over New Jersey. Surely it is a secret weapon developed by the military. Not just one UFO. New Jersey has witnessed 4 or 5, and reports have emerged from Minnesota and Florida capturing unidentified flying objects. My heavens. There have even been sightings of UFOs near the pyramids in Africa. How strange. Since the results of the presidential election were announced, UFO incidents have become increasingly frequent. You ponder whether it is conceivable for extraterrestrials to descend and extend their felicitations to President Trump. My esteemed friend above, your loyalty withstands scrutiny. Come work at the White House. At the Sihu Manor, Trump gazed at the latest report just released by the Department of Defense, his brow furrowing at the multitude of UFO sightings. Previously, there were reports from New Jersey. Now, similar incidents have emerged in Minnesota, Florida, and New York. Could it be that extraterrestrials truly exist? As he drew a puff from his cigar, enveloped in a haze of smoke, he mused aloud, as though some occurrence had inadvertently activated the UFO switch. In the Dragon Kingdom, amidst the bustling metropolis, an inexplicable flying vessel materialized in the sky, resembling a ship. Goodness, a UFO? Aren't they supposed to be in the Great Eagle Nation? What brings them to our shores? Yet, one cannot deny, this UFO bears an uncanny resemblance to the one captured in New Jersey. No time to waste. Call the authorities. UFOs are prohibited within the Great Xia territory. Richard was ablaze with excitement. He had witnessed the evaporation of black holes and their subsequent collapse. Oh, he even beheld the birth of a black hole. Alas, if only the minuscule accelerator had been equipped with ultra-high-speed cameras. If it had, they would undoubtedly have captured the entire process of black hole formation. Mr. G, we have succeeded in creating a micro black hole with a duration of 1/10,000th of a second at the European Large Hadron Collider. Yet you, with such rudimentary apparatus, have generated a black hole lasting 10 seconds. What has transpired today is sufficient for your Dragon Kingdom to secure several Nobel Prizes over the years. Ji Changming endeavored to suppress a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. We shall expedite the publication of our research findings. He fought to maintain a composed demeanor, not wanting to betray his amusement too overtly. Once they compile today's achievements, he is confident he can persuade the capital to invest in constructing the world's foremost collider, far surpassing the 21 billion spent on the European collider. Soon after, Deng Xian arrived with the military, observing military vehicles entering Su Yang's residence. The village was already abuzz with commotion. Good heavens, that lad from the Su family hasn't breached any divine edicts, has he? Indeed, why so many soldiers to apprehend him? Village chief, perhaps we should expunge his name from the family genealogy to avoid implicating ourselves. Nonsense. Let us ascertain the facts before jumping to conclusions. The special operations team has intensified patrols around Su Yang's home. The biochemical unit arrived on site, inspecting the accelerator's vicinity to confirm the absence of nuclear radiation or any hazardous substances. Richard's team and Ji Changming's team gradually made their entrance. Among the ruins of the collider's impact zone, Su Yang extracted a luminous substance. Behold, this is element 119, he remarked nonchalantly, having regained his composure. The minuscule accelerator may be lost, but it could be reconstructed. Oh no, that would be too perilous. It nearly led to his undoing. The element 119 extracted from the ruins was swiftly preserved. Ji Changming briefly outlined the plan. These elements would be sent to a specialized laboratory at the Lonka Institute for testing of their room temperature superconducting properties, while also determining the industrial synthesis and manufacturing pathway. This was necessary, as the Nobel Prize Selection Committee needed to confirm the reproducibility and repeatability of the room temperature superconductivity experiments. While the Academy of Sciences sought results that could be mass-produced, the manner in which academician Ji addressed Su Yang had drastically changed. He now stated, "The losses you have incurred today will be compensated by the nation. Moving forward, please." "Please, Director Ji," Su Yang interjected, shaking his head vigorously. "I have a company to manage and cannot be away for an extended period." Upon hearing that he would need to accompany them to the capital for the experiments, Su Yang was decidedly reluctant, as this was not within his area of expertise. Sun Chuzhou suggested, "There are laboratories in Guizhou as well. We could conduct the aforementioned experiments there," allowing Su Yang to participate. Ji Changming nodded in agreement. "Then it shall be in Guizhou." Academician Su, "The upcoming phase of the experiment is crucial. Please assess whether your schedule permits." Su Yang shrugged. "I still need to request leave." For a moment, everyone forgot that he was merely a sophomore in university. As a senior, it felt inappropriate to advise him to suspend his studies. Ji Changming sighed. "Your education must take precedence, Academician Su. Once your schedule is arranged, please join us." "Oh my God, is he still a student?" Richard exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at Su Yang. Initially, he perceived Su Yang as merely a descendant of some prominent figure from the Dragon Nation, seeking to embellish his resume. However, after witnessing the activation of the miniature accelerator, his impression had transformed entirely. He now regarded Su Yang as a remarkably young genius from the Dragon Nation, possessing knowledge that reached global standards. To his surprise, he was still a student. Su Yang smiled politely, indeed. Chapter 29, National Regulations. Private individuals forbidden from constructing accelerators. The military has begun dismantling the minuscule accelerators, which now lay in ruins. All items associated with these accelerators are to be securely packaged and removed, for they pose an immeasurable danger. The mere risk of spontaneously creating a black hole is intolerable. Upon arriving at Su Yang's hometown, Deng Xian realized the gravity of the situation. Su Yang had crafted an accelerator that resulted in the formation of a black hole. Fortunately, the black hole, no larger than a fingertip, existed for a mere 10 seconds. Scientists have issued the most alarming predictions. If left unchecked, the Earth could be consumed by a black hole. L. Dekhang expressed his concerns to Deng Xian, suggesting that the government establish regulations to prevent private construction of accelerators. Richard and the Nobel Prize Selection Committee, along with Ji Changming and others, departed ahead. Two vehicles equipped with nuclear power sources had long since fled, wary of potential repercussions. Before leaving, Ji Changming made a special request of Deng Xian to enhance the protection of academician Su Yang. He also reminded Su Yang that the schedule at the university had been arranged, and he must come to the laboratory. As Sun Chuzhou departed, he offered Su Yang a piece of advice. He could transfer to the National Defense Science and Technology University, where special arrangements could be made for him to become a graduate student under Sun Chuzhou, thus liberating him from the constraints of university regulations. A few individuals remained at Su Yang's workshop to safeguard against any potential theft of technology. Su Yang and his companions returned to Guizhou, and Su Yang resumed his studies at the university. Deng Xian made a visit to the Armed Forces Department. Shortly thereafter, Su Yang received a message from the village chief in the hometown group chat. Good news. Due to the need for maintaining public order, a police station branch will be established in our village. Henceforth, we will have police presence. The village chief called Su Yang to inform him that the police station's location would be a mere 100 meters from his home. Su Yang had no objections, for Commander Deng Xian had personally explained to him that this police station was merely a FAA day. actually serving as a special security point established by the National Security Department, tasked with safeguarding Su Yang's residence in the Suyang Industrial Park as confidentiality. Upon returning to school, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Su Yang pondered Sun Xingzhou's advice. Retaining his status as a student would afford him access to numerous national laboratory resources, which could be utilized free of charge. With the backing of the National Defense Science and Technology University, it seemed there would be more avenues for selling weaponry in the future. He decided to contemplate this further next year. In the dormitory, just as Su Yang intended to rest, Li Nan approached him, saying, "Brother, tell me, what did you do today?" Su Yang replied, "I nearly triggered the apocalypse by creating an artificial black hole." Li Nan laughed. "If you don't want to share, I understand. There must be a confidentiality agreement in place, right?" Then Li Nan added, "Did you know that after you left, your ex-girlfriend has been trying to find you some work?" Li Nan sent Su Yang some chat screenshots, revealing Tang Shu's messages in other school groups. One must possess a sense of conscience and social responsibility. The military has provided Su Yang with substantial support. Yet he has offered nothing in return to society, instead flaunting his purchase of a Rolls-Royce. That's why I ended our relationship. In an effort to assist students facing difficulties in their academic pursuits, Chen Guo has persuaded his family to contribute a staggering 10 million yuan to establish a scholarship fund, an annual allocation of 10 million yuan, no less. If Su Yang were to donate to the school as well, I might regard him with a modicum of respect. Can you believe it? This woman truly knows how to manipulate public sentiment. A multitude of people are currently echoing her sentiments, casting aspersions upon you, my friend. Has the military district indeed granted you substantial allowances? If there are surplus funds, perhaps we ought to contribute as well to avoid further gossip? Su Yang shot a glare at Li Nan, exclaiming, "Am I foolish enough to donate to those ingrates? What benefit would that yield? If I had spare change, I would much prefer to treat my friends to a meal. Let us go. Gather a few others. We shall dine at the buffet tonight." "Father." Li Nan promptly messaged the other two. In no time, they all responded. They hopped into a Rolls-Royce and headed to the city center. Su Yang surmised that this was an idea concocted by the foolish Tang Shu, attempting to gauge his current standing. According to Yu Guanyu, Tang Shu had made several visits to the company, eager to ascertain the progress of Tiangong Kaiwu technology. However, due to the company's ties to national defense, Yu Guanyu mandated that all personnel strictly adhere to confidentiality protocols. Even the receptionist must keep silent. It was impossible to glean any information. Are you attempting to engage in moral coercion? How absurd. I shall not fall for such tactics. If the buy group enjoys donating, let them continue to do so. As a matter of fact, the company is currently recruiting legal advisors, financial supervisors, production managers, service managers, and other executives. Su Yang messaged Yu Guanyu and Zhou Ying to secure a hotel reservation. He invited 3 of his roommates and scheduled a dinner with all the executives as a form of team building. For many, it was their first encounter with Su Yang. Their expressions reflected disbelief. Their chairman was indeed a mere student. After dining and sharing a few drinks, the conversation flowed as the clock approached 8 o'clock. During their chatter, someone stumbled upon a news article. "Hey, take a look at this. The recent news regulations in our country have become increasingly absurd. The Ministry of Science and Technology has just issued a directive prohibiting the construction of high-energy particle accelerators without prior permission. The state holds me in high regard. Do they truly believe I could secretly build an accelerator, publish papers, and win a Nobel Prize? Ha ha." Thus, they continued their light-hearted banter, completely unaware that Su Yang's expression had turned a shade of green. This was outrageous. They even went so far as to publish a statement targeting him. Yet, when they dismantled components of my minuscule accelerator, they seemed quite pleased. The advent of this regulation from the Ministry of Science and Technology ignited fervent discussions among countless netizens. Highly upvoted comments included, "Any regulation enacted surely stems from an incident of misfortune. Come on, is there some rogue father out there secretly building accelerators, prompting this emergency rule? Specialized regulations. How impressive. As the ancients said, true masters reside among the common folk, and they do not deceive me. Where did this deity come from? Compelling the Ministry of Science and Technology to issue a regulation? My friend, I may sneakily watch adult films, but you are clandestinely constructing an accelerator? Iron Man of the Dragon Kingdom." And thus, they returned to school. Ji Chongqing discreetly sent a message to Su Yang. "Academician Su, that regulation is not directed at you. Rather, your situation has illuminated the flaws within our rules, prompting us to address these vulnerabilities." Su Yang replied, "Understood." Ji Chongqing continued, "I heard from Academician Sun that there are intentions to transfer your academic status to the National University of Defense Technology. What do you think? Would you consider moving to Lonker Academy?" Su Yang responded, "I have no plans for such a transition this year. I appreciate your concern, Dean. The year is nearly at its end." With no significant intentions to relocate or leave Yuezhou, Su Yang offered a few evasive remarks. Ji Chongqing cheerfully replied, "Very well. By the way, in 2 days, there will be a conference in the capital regarding the Super Collider project, and I've sent you an invitation. You must attend." Su Yang was momentarily taken aback but ultimately acquiesced. The troublesome part was that he would likely need to request leave again. The following day, early in the morning, Zhou Ying's call jolted Su Yang awake, informing him that his father, Zhou Jianjun, had brought a Russian acquaintance to the school. Su Yang instantly perked up. That Russian would serve as the intermediary for establishing a factory in Russia. Chapter 30. The first batch of mechas arrives, and the Western Military District goes wild. The office at the hatching port had yet to vacate. Here, Su Yang encountered the representative from the Bear Country. Regardless of the individual's true identity, Su Yang was indifferent and refrained from further inquiries. This was because Zhou Jianjun had sent a message early on, clarifying that the business liaison was Andre. The Bear Country intended to introduce Tiangong Kaiwu technology through an investment attraction model. Andre had studied in Long Country, facilitating seamless communication. He presented Su Yang with an abundance of collaborative details, including panoramic videos and photographs of the factory in Vladivostok. Furthermore, the customs of the Bear Country would provide preferential access for the entry of components necessary for mecha manufacturing. An additional condition left Su Yang astounded. The Bear Country would supply all involved ores without limit and free of charge. Su Yang need not travel to the Bear Country. A mere delegation would suffice. He mused that it appeared necessary to cultivate a cadre of specialized technicians. Following the finalization of specific collaboration details, both parties gradually signed supplementary agreements and contracts. Su Yang pledged to dispatch a working group to the Bear Country after New Year's Day. After exchanging contact information, Andre took his leave. Zhou Jianjun also prepared to depart. Before leaving, he pulled his daughter aside. Xiaoying, make sure to spend more time with senior Su Yang. If possible, even consider a romance during university. Dad, didn't you say I shouldn't date in college? If the person is Su Yang, then I wholeheartedly support it. Why? What makes him so special? Don't you know? Zhou Jianjun lowered his voice. He will undoubtedly win a Nobel Prize next year. Shoo. It's not confirmed yet. Keep it under wraps. Zhou immediately felt a pang of inferiority. Her peers were already in the running for a Nobel Prize? The disparity felt overwhelming. In the teacher's office, Su Yang arrived cheerfully. Many teachers were engaged in discussions about the day's lessons. Their demeanor towards Su Yang was exceedingly amiable. Su Yang, or should we now address you as Director Su? How is your company faring? By the time you graduate, will you be able to help boost our school's employment rate? Don't let your studies fall behind. What was that about the academician who sought you out? By the way, Su Yang, what brings you here today? Teacher, I am here to request a leave of absence. This time, Su Yang's reason for leave was to attend to personal matters, requesting 3 days off. The homeroom teacher shook his head. You, my dear, are not being forthright. Tell me the truth about your intentions. Su Yang replied, I assure you, you likely will not believe me. I believe you. I am attending the National Project Proposal meeting for the Strong Hadron Collider in the capital. The homeroom teacher sighed. Fine. Just sign here. As if I never asked. Upon receiving the leave slip, Su Yang returned to his dormitory to pack his belongings and encountered his roommates. After some contemplation, he finally spoke. Gentlemen, if time permits, Tiangong Kaiwu Technology welcomes you and will provide semi-official positions as a means to familiarize yourselves with the harsh realities of society. Su Yang was aware that his visits to the school would likely be infrequent in the future. Therefore, he decided to express his sentiments in advance. Foster father, thank you for the meal. We will certainly strive to excel and never bring you shame. Brother, where are you headed? Su Yang. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Yang's phone rang. It was a call from Commander Deng Xian of the military district, requesting his presence. After hanging up, Su Yang waved goodbye to his companions, saying, see you later. At the military district, in Commander Deng's office, Su Yang could faintly hear a chorus of cheers from within. What is happening? Have you struck it rich? Su Yang, come quickly. Witness your masterpiece. Let us replay the video. It was a vlog featuring a desolate landscape, barren mountains, a desert, and snow-covered terrain. A soldier eagerly exclaimed, a fight broke out. A fight broke out. After speaking, the camera stabilized, revealing over 30 armored warriors, Kunlun armor, which had already entered mass production. The first batch was dispatched directly to the plateau, to the Western Military District. The video captured the uncontainable voice of the squad leader. In a moment, I'll go up and shake hands with him. Bring that rascal in, and I'll give him a thorough beating. I want to see who flinches. When I return tonight, I'll punish myself with a bottle of old village wine. The scene shifted as the squad leader approached the encircling enemy to shake hands. The enemy leader, unaware of the impending danger, was pulled in and met with a fierce assault. But they were armored warriors. Ordinary bullets could not penetrate, let alone stones, clubs, or knives. In an instant, the encircling enemies were overwhelmed and ground into the earth, their blood staining the rocky heights crimson. There were several similar clips that prompted more cheers from those in the office. Commander Deng remarked, fortunately, Yang Shu ran fast and managed to hold back these youngsters. Otherwise, they would have charged right into the enemy's stronghold. I suspect videos of the White Elephant Nation crying will surface in the next few days. They have no grounds to refuse in the border negotiations. Su Yang, Commander Yang Shu has asked me to convey his gratitude to you. As he spoke, Deng Xian saluted sharply, declaring, Comrade Su Yang, thank you for your contributions to national defense. Su Yang returned the gesture, albeit with a sly chuckle inwardly, thinking, haha. What a bully. Sending armored units to engage in cold weapon warfare? The White Elephant Nation must be in disarray. When the combat footage of the Kunlun armor is released, it is likely to stir the international discourse, Su Yang mused, anticipating a surge of orders. Speaking of which, the production of the Corona Mechs was progressing smoothly. The first batch of 200 units was scheduled for delivery to the Camel Nation by New Year's, allowing Su Yang to collect the final payment for those units. At that moment, the personnel from the Equipment Research Institute entered, carrying a large model of a tank. Deng Xian waved his hand. All right, everyone, let us focus. It's time to discuss serious matters. The higher-ups have requested us to articulate our expectations for future tanks. I invite everyone to share their thoughts. You may refer to this model. It seemed this was the main focus of the meeting. Deng Xian elaborated slightly. A plan has already been established for the development of a new generation of main battle tanks, and we are currently gathering the requirements and opinions of frontline combat units to make a well-informed decision. The reason for inviting Su Yang is that he serves as an equipment research consultant for the Yuezhou military district. As for tanks, Su Yang attentively listened to the remarks of others, gradually gaining insight into the desired technological advancements for future tanks, such as enhanced armor, anti-drone capabilities, electromagnetic resistance, formidable firepower, and significant stealth features. Comrade Su Yang, do you have any thoughts? Deng Xian inquired, noticing Su Yang's focused demeanor. Su Yang's expression turned serious. Indeed. I have been a tank enthusiast since childhood. After the successful development of the AI integrated within the mech, I assisted in creating several tank models. Commander, once I return from Beijing, shall I utilize resources to develop a prototype for everyone to examine? A tank enthusiast, you say? If it's a tank you desire. The first image that sprang to Su Yang's mind was the Apocalypse tank from Red Alert. Let me sketch it out, he exclaimed. Chapter 31, Locking onto the electromagnetic railgun tank. Deng Xian was both astonished and yet found it entirely reasonable. After all, the remarkable invention before him had prompted the capital to formulate specific regulations in response. The capabilities of AI in fields such as painting, conversation, weather forecasting, and industrial manufacturing are no longer secrets. However, it was unexpected that Su Yang had applied AI to weapon design, such forward thinking. Having experienced the power of the Kunlun armor's AI, Deng Xian did not dwell on it further. Comrade Su Yang, it seems that enlisting you as a consultant for military equipment development has been one of my most astute decisions. Given this, I eagerly anticipate your performance. Upon returning from the military district, Su Yang hurried to his studio, which was remarkably tranquil. He immediately began researching the Apocalypse tank online. As a child, he had played Red Alert, and when tanks were mentioned, the first one that came to mind was undoubtedly the Apocalypse tank. The information Su Yang found described it as a heavy tank characterized by high offensive and defensive capabilities, in line with the Soviet design philosophy. Armed with two 125mm cannons capable of firing high explosive and armor-piercing shells, it was indeed an impressive specimen. While perusing the information, Su Yang stumbled upon a concept tank that caught his attention, the electromagnetic railgun tank. Goodness, was this not even more formidable than the Apocalypse tank? The stunning entrance animations of the electromagnetic railgun tank in the game Battlefield 2042 left a lasting impression. Consequently, the idea of the Apocalypse tank was swiftly dismissed from Su Yang's mind, replaced instead by the concept of the electromagnetic railgun tank. However, while drafting the prototype, Su Yang still drew inspiration from the Apocalypse tank schematics. The electromagnetic railgun tank's design must certainly project an imposing presence. He envisioned a dual railgun configuration, reinforced and enhanced, equipped with a more powerful propulsion system. Yet, the complexity of the electromagnetic railgun tank's design meant that there was an overwhelming amount to draw. Su Yang estimated that even without food or rest, it would take him at least 5 days to complete. He resolved to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to the creation of the electromagnetic railgun tank upon his return from the capital. Isn't this Su Yang, our illustrious leader? What brings you back to school with such audacity? Su Yang knew without turning around that it was Bai Chen's voice. The tone suggested trouble was brewing. He set aside his brush, crossed his arms, and turned. It was indeed Bai Chen. But behind him loomed a group of burly men in suits and sunglasses. This fellow seemed poised to escalate matters. Well, Bai Chen, I see you've managed to pull yourself together. Have you finally crossed that hurdle in your father's heart? Su Yang chuckled. You needn't worry about that, Bai Chen remarked. Of course, we have moved past that incident. Someone has already taken the blame. Even if the military wishes to revisit old grievances, they cannot implicate the Bai group. Bai Chen felt quite pleased. Su Yang, I invite you to my company for tea. I hope you will honor my request. Su Yang waved his hand dismissively. Tell your father I have no time. Are you refusing my courtesy? Bai Chen roared angrily. Do not think that just because you have the support of Deng Xian, you can relax. You are likely unaware that after the new year, Deng Xian will be reassigned and leave Yuezhou. When that time comes, who will protect you? Su Yang glanced at the time. It was only a little past 4 in the afternoon. There was still ample time. Very well. I shall go and see what the Bai group is truly about. Goodness, What a grand affair. At that moment, Li Nan happened to pass by. Old Su. Do you want me to call the police? Su Yang replied, no need. The Bai group has invited me for tea. I will return shortly. Bai Chun let out a few cold laughs, his expression seemingly suggesting, you may go, but whether you return is uncertain. Approximately half an hour later, Su Yang arrived at the Bai group. Bai Lishan immediately unleashed a torrent of scolding upon Bai Chin. You little rascal, I instructed you to keep a low profile. Did you really bring dozens of people along? Bai Chun feigned innocence. Dad, the school believes I am filming a short drama. No one is paying attention. In the conference room, Bai Lishan adopted a friendly demeanor. Young Su, I have heard that your company is developing quite well. I have invited you today to discuss potential cooperation. Oh, what sort of cooperation do you have in mind? Bai Lishan responded, as your uncle. I am deeply concerned about young entrepreneurs. I worry you may take wrong turns, thus I wish to offer my assistance. Young Su, how about you sell your company to me? His expression, filled with determination, left Su Yang astonished. Did he truly wish to acquire Tiangong Kaiwi technology? Su Yang couldn't help but smile. Older brother, it seems your intelligence network is lacking. Have you not considered the consequences of such a statement? Consequences? What consequences? Bai Lishan lit a cigar, the previous friendliness vanished. I have encountered too many young people like you. You think that climbing the social ladder grants you immunity. But what will become of you? Talent is often fleeting. With a puff, smoke rings spiraled leisurely into the air. Bai Lishan's predatory gaze fixed on Su Yang. Wearing a triumphant expression, suddenly, the conference room door was flung open. The secretary rushed in, nearly tumbling over herself. Bai Zong. Our company is surrounded by the Qianlong Special Forces. Bai Zong. Someone has arrived. Bai Lishan was taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. Fully armed special forces stormed in. Following them were individuals Bai Lishan had never anticipated. Ji Changqing, president of the National Academy of Sciences, military region commander Deng Xian. Leaders from the Provincial Bureau of Industry and Commerce, and the chief of police from Yuezhou. Ji Changqing's face was ashen as he coolly remarked, I did not expect the business environment in Yuezhou to be so dire. Upon my return to the capital, I must properly report this situation. Meanwhile, the leaders from the Provincial Bureau of Industry and Commerce were left speechless. The leader, acquainted with Bai Lishan, pointed an accusatory finger at him, vehemently berating, You, Bai, intend to ruin the entire Yuezhou, do you? Tiangong Kai Wu technology. Is that something a wretch like you can meddle with? Deng Xian let out a cold, mirthless laugh, pondering who had spread such absurd rumors. After the new year, he intended to inspect the mecha combat experience in the Western Military District. Yet it was twisted into a tale of his transfer from Yuezhou. Arrest them all. This unlawful detention must be thoroughly investigated. The police chief, in a state of shock, recalled having shared a drink with Bai Lishan just days prior. At that time, Bai Lishan had mentioned potential complications that required leniency from the police. Yet here we are. Do you dare to touch the tigress lair? Bai Lishan was equally bewildered. He stared blankly at Su Yang, unable to suppress his inquiry. Why? I merely wish to acquire a recently established company. Humph. Ji Changqing scoffed. That only necessitates a deeper investigation. Is there perhaps an unseen force at play? You seem eager to understand the reasons, but do you truly deserve to know? The greatest concern was that, despite Su Yang's reputation not yet spreading, foreign forces sought to eliminate him. Therefore, an investigation was imperative. After speaking, Ji Changqing hurriedly approached Su Yang, expressing concern. Academician Su, they haven't troubled you, have they? Not at all, Su Yang replied, unabashedly embellishing. Were it not for my refusal to sell the company, and had you not arrived, I fear I would have been unable to leave today. Bai Lishan and Bai Chin felt their legs weaken, nearly bowing before Su Yang. Dear father, please do not say any more. We were merely trying to intimidate you. Wait. The father and son exchanged a glance, feeling as if the very sky had fallen upon them. Academician? Academician Su? He academician? Chapter 32. The background of reaching the ceiling. In the Dragon Kingdom, under the shadow of Su Yang, Bai Chun felt as if he could hardly breathe. That individual was the president of the National Academy of Sciences. Earlier, in his father's office, he had glimpsed his photograph, which indicated that the president had come to Yuezhou. With various connections, his father sought a chance to meet Ji Changqing. Even if it was merely for a photograph of them shaking hands, this was a figure whom even his father had to look up to. Yet now he expressed guilt before Su Yang. He even referred to Su Yang as an academician. Bai Chun felt he was on the verge of losing his mind. An academician? What kind of academician is he? Hey, old man, clarify this for me. Smack. Bai Lishan, in a fit of anger, kicked Bai Chun in the back. I told you to read more and not to fool around outside. Look at him. After breaking up with that vixen, he directly became an academician. And here you are, playing the fool. The farce between the father and son did not last long before the police intervened. The chief of the Yuezhou police station exchanged contact information with Su Yang in front of the crowd, stating, Comrade Su Yang, should you encounter any issues in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to us, serving the people. Naturally, Su Yang and his companions departed as well. On the way back, Su Yang began to understand the situation. He initially thought that Li Nan had assisted in gathering these individuals. In reality, Li Nan's contribution was limited to reporting to the police immediately after Su Yang was taken away and seeking help online. Throughout the ordeal, Su Yang was accompanied by undercover agents from the national security, who promptly reported the situation to the relevant authorities. Meanwhile, Ji Chancheng had been working at the Uezhou Materials Research Institute, promoting in-depth studies on element 119. When he encountered some issues and intended to invite Su Yang to discuss them the following morning, who would have thought that this incident would escalate so rapidly? Indeed, Ji Chancheng belonged to the scientific research hierarchy. However, his influence in the capital was undeniably at the ceiling level. Consequently, he utilized his connections to create a channel from the capital to come to the rescue. This left the provincial authorities stunned. Who on earth has stirred such chaos? Upon learning of the incident, Deng Xian was naturally furious. What the hell? This is truly impressive. Someone just returned from my military district and was directly apprehended by the Bai group? Absurd. Comrade Su Yang, are you certain you wish to return to school? At parting, Ji Chanxing could not help but say, as long as you desire, you can obtain an undergraduate degree from any university in the Dragon Kingdom. If you wish, you can easily acquire master's and doctoral degrees under any mentor. The implication in Ji Chanxing's words was clear. Brother, you are already an academician and possess such capabilities. There is no need to waste time and energy in a classroom. You can occupy a suitable position and create value that matches your abilities. Su Yang smiled lightly. Let's talk about it next year. He returned to school as usual. At the foot of the dormitory building, a large crowd had gathered. Tang Shu was sitting on Su Yang's Rolls-Royce Phantom, thoroughly intoxicated, cursing at Su Yang. You can't stand to see me do well, can you? Report Shingu Company for causing the Bai Group to be shut down, resulting in the unemployment of thousands. Su Yang, are you still human? Su Yang, come down here. The crowd instinctively parted, allowing Su Yang to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Upon returning to school from the Bai Group, he discovered that the company had been sealed off under allegations of organized crime and fraud. Su Yang was acutely aware of the true reason. The Bai father and son had encountered insurmountable opposition. However, he was taken aback by the swiftness with which the authorities acted. Tang Shu, let me be clear. Su Yang's expression darkened. The Rolls-Royce Phantom, valued at 9 million, was damaged and you cannot afford to compensate for it. To his astonishment, Tang Shu, precariously perched atop the car, suddenly regained her composure. If I cannot afford it, then, shall we reconcile? What the hell? Su Yang instinctively recoiled, feeling as if the grass above him was surging uncontrollably. This woman, is she out of her mind? Fortunately, at that moment, Principal Luo, just off duty, arrived and directed the security personnel to intervene and put an end to the farce. Principal Luo was already aware of the situation with the Bai Group and regarded Su Yang with a particularly complex expression. The Bai Group's audacity to come to the school to apprehend someone was outrageous. Yet, with the Bai father and son arrested, the annual scholarship of 10 million was also lost. What to do now? As long as everything is fine, everything is fine. Principal Luo patted Su Yang's shoulder, said nothing more, and departed. The following day, Principal Luo arrived at school feeling disheartened. The news had been repeatedly confirmed, and the version he received was that the Bai father and son had encountered an inspection team during their apprehension, which led to them being made an example of, with severe consequences imposed from above. Sigh. Principal Luo, I just received word that at our neighboring Jiangnan University, someone will be selected as an academician for the Dragon Academy next year, enjoying the benefits of the academician stipend. At that moment, someone from the office entered with some gossip. Upon hearing this, Principal Luo's heart sank further. With another academician emerging from the neighboring school in the future, when we attend meetings at the Education Bureau, those fellows will be insufferably arrogant. Don't take it too seriously. Principal Luo spoke in a calm tone, though he could not conceal his inner disappointment. Our school emphasizes the humanities, while our research in science and engineering is lacking. Perhaps in the future, our school might produce a few Nobel laureates. The literary prize is certainly within reach. Principal Luo attempted to reassure those around him. Around 9 a.m., an urgent encrypted letter was delivered to Principal Luo's hands. Upon opening it, Principal Luo thought he had misread the next year's National Academy of Engineering academician selection list. Wait, this list is typically released in January or February, right? Has the regulation changed? Wait a moment. Why was this list sent to me? Principal Luo briefly considered that perhaps a colleague from the neighboring school had intentionally sent it to vex him. However, upon examining the list, his gaze swept across it, and he was instantly rendered speechless. He saw a name he knew all too well. Su Yang. Behind the names of others, there were affiliations and titles. Only Su Yang's name was present, with nothing else accompanying it. No, it couldn't possibly be him. Absolutely not. How could he be selected as an academician? But if it isn't him, why has this confidential document found its way into my hands? Principal Luo was suddenly startled. Where's Su Yang? Bring him to me. 10 minutes later, Principal Luo learned of Su Yang's whereabouts. He had taken a leave of absence to attend a conference in the capital, participating in the project approval meeting for the National Hadron Collider. Early in the morning, Su Yang packed his belongings and departed. His first stop was the Uezhou Materials Research Institute, where he was to meet Ji Chanqing. To Su Yang's surprise, Richard, a member of the Nobel Prize Committee, had yet to leave. Even more astonishing was the realization that one should never underestimate the industrial prowess of the Dragon Kingdom. How much time had passed? The industrialization plan for Element 119 had already been finalized. Soon, Element 119 would be mass-produced, heralding the advent of the room-temperature superconductivity era. Su Yang was the most knowledgeable person in the world regarding Element 119. The mass production plan required Su Yang's involvement for verification, and certain characteristics of Element 119 needed his expertise for deconstruction. After spending the day on these matters, by evening, Su Yang, along with Ji Changqing and Richard, flew to the capital. Su Yang was quite astonished. Director Ji, is that foreigner also attending our meeting? Ji Changqing nodded. Mr. Richard is one of the foremost authorities on the Hadron Collider in the world. Chapter 33, the father of electromagnetism, academician Ma Ming, held a project demonstration meeting at the Academy of Sciences. Gradually, attendees began to arrive. In fact, Ji Changqing had previously informed Su Yang that he need not take any active role in this meeting. It was merely an opportunity for him to broaden his horizons. Indeed, the latest European Large Hadron Collider, with an investment of 21 billion euros, approximately 160 billion yuan, was a colossal project beyond Su Yang's influence. However, prior to the meeting, Ji Changqing personally introduced Su Yang to several prominent figures, truly distinguished individuals. Su Yang encountered a few scientists who had previously only existed in textbooks, as well as experts from Harbin Institute of Technology and Xi'an Jiaodong University. He also met leaders from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology and the Ministry of Internal Affairs. And he had the honor of meeting the father of electromagnetism in China, academician Ma Ming. The electromagnetic catapult system of China's aircraft carriers was his brainchild. That he had previously received was crafted by this remarkable individual. You mentioned your keen interest in the magnetic confinement principles involved in now that you've met the creator, you must engage him in a meaningful conversation later. Academician Ma Ming had already been an academician of the Dragon Academy of Sciences since 2001. With a military background and a resounding voice, he embodied the adage that heroes emerge in youth. Truly, the ancients do not deceive us. If even the esteemed Ji praises you endlessly and the old curmudgeon Yangshu cannot forget you, then I, as an elder, must learn from you. Su Yang. It would be an honor to learn from you after the meeting. They exchanged contact information and entered the venue, which was circular in shape. Su Yang took a seat towards the back. Upon noticing this, Richard inquired of Ji Changqing, Mr. Ji, is this how your country treats its accomplished individuals? Ji Changqing paused momentarily before explaining, there is a saying in our culture, hiding one's sharpness, Mr. Richard. If you delve deeper into dragon culture, you will understand the intent behind such arrangements. Besides, Su Yang truly has little to contribute today. The competitiveness of this meeting is bound to be intense. If Su Yang were to speak up, it could incite animosity, which is unnecessary. At last, the meeting commenced. In fact, the construction of the Dragon Large Hadron Collider had been settled not long ago. Today, the discussion centered on the construction of the largest Hadron Collider in the world. The new European Collider plan aims to build a 100-kilometer-long accelerator, while Dragon's new proposal seeks to construct a 200-kilometer-long accelerator. The justification for building a 200-kilometer accelerator was presented, primarily supported by Ji Changqing, Liu Dekang, and others. Their reasoning? They directly showcased evidence witnessed in the cattle shed of Yuezhou. Black holes have been created. An element 119 has been discovered. According to the logic provided by Su Yang, it might be possible to discover more fundamental particles of the universe, thereby advancing the field of fundamental physics. Additionally, researchers in quantum computing also supported the construction of a superlarge hadron collider. The opposing faction, however, argued that it would be a waste of resources. Europe has commenced the construction of a particle collider, and the Dragon Kingdom's endeavor in this regard is merely a repetition of efforts. Su Yang observed that those opposing the construction of the collider predominantly espoused the belief in the universality of science. Notably, many among them are students of academician Yang Zhining. Some even spoke on behalf of academician Yang, who also expressed dissent, contending that an investment exceeding 200 billion in resources may not yield significant returns in the future. He advocated for redirecting funds to areas of greater necessity, such as poverty alleviation, education, and healthcare. Subsequently, this faction was met with considerable criticism. The rationale for their rebuttal was straightforward, considering the sanctions imposed on the Dragon Kingdom's technological sector in recent years, which have even restricted the use of fundamental chip design software. Who can predict whether Dragon Kingdom scientists will be barred from utilizing the European Collider in the future? At this juncture, Su Yang surmised that the so-called deliberative meeting had likely reached a predetermined conclusion. The construction of the collider was inevitable, and the meeting served merely as a formality. After all, the sanctions history of the past 2 years was vividly etched in memory. Who knows what further sanctions the Great Eagle Nation and the Western world may impose next? As Su Yang had anticipated, the deliberative meeting extended into the afternoon, culminating in a vote where supporters overwhelmingly outnumbered the dissenters, rendering their opposition futile. Richard, as a special guest, delivered a speech, marking the conclusion of the assembly. Comrade Su, academician Ma Ming approached briskly, intercepting Su Yang. Do you have any further plans? If not, would you care to join me for a chat? Sure, Su Yang replied. After exchanging greetings with Ji Changcheng and others, he followed academician Ma out of the conference hall. They soon arrived at the National Defense Science and Technology Key Laboratory for Integrated Power Technology in the suburbs of the capital. Here, Su Yang beheld various proportional research apparatuses, such as the medium-voltage direct current integrated power system and the electromagnetic catapult system. These achievements had long been implemented in the Dragon Kingdom's aircraft carriers and large vessels. Su Yang even encountered a model of an electromagnetic cannon. Electromagnetism, a concept rather foreign and profound to the average person, was succinctly elucidated by academician Ma, enabling Su Yang to grasp the essentials quickly. He thought to himself, this knowledge will undoubtedly aid in my future endeavors to design an electromagnetic railgun tank. Comrade Su. Academician Ma suddenly shifted the topic. What are your thoughts on transferring to the Engineering University of the People's Liberation Army? I believe your accomplishments will be unparalleled in the future. Su Yang suddenly realized that, as per President Ji Changcheng's words, he could now choose from all the top institutions in the Dragon Kingdom. Haha, there's no need to feel pressured. I merely wanted to inform you that the doors of the Engineering University will always be open to you. Should you decide to come, your enrollment can be transferred at any time. Of course, the university will unconditionally support all your research endeavors. Noticing Su Yang's silence, academician Ma quickly changed the subject to avoid leaving a negative impression. Comrade Su, could you elaborate on the strong magnetic confinement technology involved in the light sword? They arrived at a model of a vessel. Academician Ma Ming expressed his concerns. He had long desired to employ electromagnetism to create protective layers for naval vessels and armored vehicles. They envisioned that the ships could generate a formidable electromagnetic field capable of disrupting the assaults of suicide drones and cruise missiles. However, they encountered a significant obstacle. After pondering for a moment, Su Yang remarked, Ma Lao, I have stored all the relevant technologies regarding strong magnetic confinement at my home in Yuezhou. If you require them, feel free to send someone to collect them at any time. Is that true? Ma Ming nodded vigorously. That would be wonderful. Let me check the time. I will be traveling to Yuezhou on Wednesday next week. I shall personally come to retrieve them. Xiao Su, tell me, what do you wish in return? Su Yang replied. Ma Lao, I understand that a strong nation allows individuals like me to live in peace. I would never dare to ask for anything in return for something that contributes to national defense. I sincerely hope that my modest efforts can aid you. Return? What return? The father of electromagnetism in the Dragon Kingdom, the father of electromagnetic catapults for aircraft carriers. Such a remarkable figure is hard to come by. It has been presented to us on a silver platter. However, it is important not to ask for everything without giving. After some contemplation, Su Yang added, Ma Lao, it would be splendid if you could visit Yuezhou next week. Our company has developed a main battle tank equipped with an electromagnetic railgun, and we are set to conduct practical tests next week. If you come, I would greatly appreciate your insights. Oh, Ma Ming exclaimed in astonishment. An electromagnetic railgun main battle tank? Excellent. I shall bring along a professional team and do my utmost to provide you with constructive feedback. Chapter 34, The Young Academician. Expelled? Leaving the laboratory, Su Yang followed to the residence of academician Ma Ming. Ma Ming's wife was a kind-hearted elderly lady who personally prepared a meal. After dining, Su Yang contemplated staying at a hotel. However, academician Ma insisted on engaging him in conversation until the early hours, talking until around 4 in the morning before they finally slept. The next day, academician Ma sent a guard to escort Su Yang to the airport. Upon returning to Yuezhou, Su Yang went directly back to school. The progress of the electromagnetic railgun main battle tank needed to be expedited. Upon arriving at the art studio, Su Yang was taken aback to find his belongings piled in the corridor, leaving his mind in a state of confusion. What on earth? After a brief trip to the capital, his sanctuary was gone? Who could have done this? Furious, Su Yang shouted, attracting the attention of others in the studio, who glanced at him before turning away, feigning ignorance. Ho Liang, a third-year senior known for his amiable nature, could not resist the urge to help Su Yang, discreetly pulling him aside. Junior, you're finally back. It was Teacher Xie who said you were taking too many days off and deemed you unworthy of remaining in the studio, so your things were cleared out. Li Nan spoke on your behalf, but now he is stuck in the office for a discussion. Su Yang, perplexed, did not look back and headed straight for the teacher's office. In the principal's office, Principal Luo had been restless ever since receiving the list. After inquiring through various channels, he confirmed that nearly everyone on the list, except for Su Yang, was a distinguished expert in their respective fields. Many of them had a cordial relationship with him and were likely candidates for the honor of academicians. Thus, it was evident that Su Yang's presence on this list was no mere coincidence. Through certain channels, Principal Luo learned that the list had been forwarded by the Lonka Institute. This meant that someone from above had alerted him to bolster the protection of Su Yang. Oh no, academician Su Yang. Haha, to have such a talent emerge from our school. Protection? I could raise Su Yang as if he were my own son. At this thought, Principal Luo trembled with excitement. What if that old rival from the neighboring school was selected for the academician list this year? Haha, My student is on the verge of becoming an academician, while that old man can only match my student's level. Just then, the office director arrived, informing him to have the gatekeeper keep an eye out, as Su-young had returned and they had just received a call about it. Oh, is that so? Where is he now? I must meet him in person. It seems he has gone to the teacher's office. This child is quite impressive. He returned and even thought to greet his homeroom teacher. How polite. Not exactly, the office director said, feeling embarrassed. His belongings were thrown out of the art studio, and teacher Xie has forbidden Su-young from attending his class. Things are likely to escalate now. Principal Luo was suddenly plunged into an icy abyss. Why didn't you say it earlier? In the teacher's office. Only teacher Xie and Li Nan were present. Teacher Xie, are you just looking for trouble? Li Nan exclaimed indignantly. Someone has taken leave. The homeroom teacher approved it. The school sanctioned it, so why do you object? If you disagree, that's your prerogative, but what gives you the right to take away someone else's belongings? Xie Xian raised his voice in response. What are you shouting about? Has your education gone to waste? Do you understand the importance of respecting your teachers? Su-young has taken leave to run a business. His mind is entirely off his studies. What is he still doing here? Should you also consider leaving? I, Xie Xian, do not tolerate half-hearted individuals. In the arts, one must be fully committed. At that moment, Su-young had arrived at the door, clearly hearing every word. Xie Xian, a prominent figure in the art world and the dean of the fine arts department, held high expectations for his students. Moreover, he had a tendency to protect those close to him. Indeed, he was the brother-in-law of Bai Qin. Teacher Xie, Su-young entered boldly, stating, as far as I know. When Tang Shu was with Bai Qin, she took more leave than I ever did. You even made special accommodations for her. Why is it that when it comes to me, I am deemed half-hearted? Teacher Xie, are you attempting to retaliate against me? Both Xie Xian and Li Nan turned their gazes towards Su-young. What? You can do it, but others cannot? Xie Xian, a man of honesty, did not deny it. Su-young, I can tell you right now, as long as you remain in the fine arts department, you shall never graduate from your major. Su-young scoffed coldly. Fine. Then I shall withdraw. I was planning to wait until next year to address this. I never expected that after one trip to the capital, I would return to such circumstances. Very well, Su-young thought. I need not expend further energy on requesting leave from my teacher. As for the studio, the one back home is still under construction, so I shall simply purchase a top-notch studio right in Yuezhou City. After all, money is no object. Su-young, stop this. You're in your second year. If you withdraw now, your future will be ruined. Li Nan's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately tried to persuade him. How ridiculous. Just because you think you've done a little favor for the military, you act with such disregard for your superiors. We do not need someone like you at our university. Xie Xian's gaze darkened. Do not even think about withdrawing. I will expel you right now. Xie Xian made several phone calls, summoning members of the Student Affairs Department. Pointing directly at Su-young, expel him immediately. Approximately 10 minutes later, Su-young left Principal Luo's office cheerfully, holding the expulsion notice. This is fine. Being expelled means I can pack my things and head to my newly purchased studio for immersive painting. As he exited, he coincidentally encountered Principal Luo. Today, Su-young found Principal Luo particularly amiable, greeting him politely. Hello, Principal Luo. Goodbye, Principal Luo. Ah, good child. Principal Luo smiled warmly at Su-young. Isn't everything just fine? Principal Luo waved his hand and called out. Hey, Xiao Su, let us have a chat later. However, he decided it was more prudent to remind Xie Xian not to provoke Su-young in the future. Upon entering the office, he found Luo Xian reprimanding a student. With a faint smile, Principal Luo addressed Xie, are you done? Come over and talk. Xie Xian gestured dismissively, telling Nan to leave. After regaining his composure, he faced Principal Luo and said, Lao Luo, what brings you here? If you have something to say, just message me, and I'll come to you. It's nothing serious. Principal Luo replied cheerfully, I just wanted to remind you not to provoke Su-young anymore. The Bai group's affairs have little to do with him. Xie Xian paused for a moment, surprised. Su-young? That disrespectful fellow? I've already expelled him. Look, the Student Affairs Department is here. The representative from the Student Affairs Department waved their stamp, smiling. Yes, leader, he has been expelled. In an instant, Principal Luo's world shattered, his smile froze, and his legs weakened. What did you say? Xie Xian, you must be joking. You expelled Su-young? Indeed. That disrespectful fellow. Why keep him around for the new year? How could you? You're in big trouble. Principal Luo nearly fell to his knees, turning on his heel to chase after Su-young. An academician. A future academician. Our school has produced the youngest academician in history, and you just expelled him? Chapter 35. The Military, Lonka Institute seizes talent. Yuezhou Military District. Due to the arrangement of personnel to discreetly safeguard Su-young's safety, Deng Xian receives periodic reports concerning Su-young. Naturally, these reports pertain solely to events that may impact Su-young's personal safety. Trivial matters are not to be monitored or interfered with, lest it be deemed an invasion of privacy. What? Su-young has been expelled? The latest event potentially jeopardizing Su-young's safety is indeed his expulsion, which occurred merely 10 minutes ago. Upon receiving the news from the school, the security personnel immediately relayed it back to the military district. What were they thinking at that school? Oh, no, no, no. How astute. Aha. I was concerned that comrade Su Yang might be reluctant to leave due to ties at the school. His expulsion is for the best. Quickly, arrange for a vehicle. I must meet Su Yang in person. Notify Professor Sun Qingzhou and Director Zhou Jianjun. An opportunity has arisen. The National Defense Science and Technology University has already hinted that, should Su Yang be willing, the doors of the institution will always be open for him. The question remains, however, whether Su Yang would accept. After all, graduating from the National Defense Science and Technology University guarantees at least the rank of a lieutenant. Meanwhile, at the Lonka Institute, the project meeting has concluded with a decisive outcome. The Dragon Nation will invest 210 billion yuan to construct a particle collider with a circumference of 200 kilometers. Richard mused. I have faith in the execution capabilities of the Dragon Nation, though you have committed to building the collider later than Europe. I am confident that the Dragon Nation will complete it ahead of them. Richard has visited the construction site of the Geneva Collider, where 21 billion euros in funding has been allocated, yet formal construction has yet to commence due to the necessity of traversing private lands, which has led to ongoing negotiations. Richard has been appointed as a special consultant for the Dragon Nation's Particle Collider project, a role he gladly accepted. Mr. G. When your young genius from the Dragon Nation receives the Nobel Prize, I shall personally invite the king to present it to him. As Richard prepares to return to his homeland, he reflects on his visit to the Dragon Nation, initially focused on the investigation of element 119 and room temperature superconductors. Unexpectedly, he encountered a young talent who, in an extraordinarily rudimentary setting, crafted an accelerator by hand. My goodness, what a prodigy! And what an unwavering spirit of exploration and science to achieve such feats. Despite the skepticism surrounding element 119 and room temperature superconductors, Richard harbored doubts as he departed. However, upon witnessing the miniature black hole, all his uncertainties dissipated. Ji Chongqing personally escorted Richard to the airport. Just as Richard boarded, news reached Ji Chongqing. Su Yang has been expelled from his former school. What? Expelled? Ji Chongqing was initially furious, but soon, he was overjoyed. This is excellent news. Quickly, check the next flights to Yuezhou. I must go to Yuezhou immediately. This expulsion is fortuitous. Does this mean we can directly bring Su Yang to Lonka Institute? Su Yang feels the same way. He prepared to return to his dormitory to gather his belongings and then head to the studio for the same purpose. First, he would visit the incubation port to formally resign from his office there. From now on, he would be a member of society. Li Nan chased after him, exclaiming, Brother, you were truly expelled? What will I do without you? Who will I rely on for opportunities in the future? Damn it. That scoundrel Xia Xian really thinks no one can see that he is taking revenge for Bai Chen's family. Su Yang replied, Brother, there's no need to be angry. To be honest, I've been contemplating my own plans. After the new year, I intend to suspend my studies. And Xia Xian has conveniently given me a reason to leave early. What is the ultimate goal of life? Surely it cannot merely be the pursuit of a degree. Can it? In my previous life, as a cog in a large corporation, I have long since realized that in this era, a degree is no longer the sole pathway to success. Now that I have this opportunity, it is time to break free. He first went to the studio to pack his items, discarding everything into the trunk of a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Su Yang made a call to the company, asking them to help find a studio near the office. Then, he prepared to return to his dormitory to gather the rest of his belongings. It was time to leave. Su Yang, Laoli, gather everyone for a farewell lunch, he said. Li Nan nodded and took out his phone to send a message. However, he remarked, Brother, your expulsion seems to have become common knowledge. The WeChat group and class group are buzzing with discussions. Wow, Su Yang was expelled? Is that really true? Doesn't the school allow college students to start their own businesses? Yet others are running companies, managing studios, live streaming, and becoming internet celebrities without issue. It appears that it was our college dean who expelled him. That LSP Xia Xian is Bai Chen's brother-in-law or sister-in-law, right? Why should the downfall of the Bai family have anything to do with Su Yang? The one most delighted by the news was Tang Shu, who posted a beaming expression in the group. Ha ha ha. What's there to be proud of? Su Yang, you've gotten your comeuppance, haven't you? Let me be frank. The Bai family will not collapse. Do you know what the Bai family used to do? They assisted the military in manufacturing tanks. Do you understand what true power is? Li Nan was infuriated, thinking, damn this woman. I even treated you to a meal before, believing you to be innocent. Her ability to take advantage of the situation and strike when someone is down was truly remarkable. Su Yang, however, was not angered. Instead, he contemplated the message Tang Shu had sent. The Bai family truly used to manufacture tanks? He mused. Indeed, you were unaware? Li Nan, being a local from Yuezhou, is quite well informed. The Bai family's manufacturing plant was once a state-owned enterprise that underwent restructuring and fell into the hands of Bai Lishan. Rumor has it that the old man embezzled state assets. How intriguing, manufacturing tanks. Su Yang chuckled softly. Once the electromagnetic railgun main battle tank is released, if I can successfully secure military orders, I will indeed need a manufacturing plant to produce tanks. Furthermore, Establishing one's own industrial park requires at least a year. During this period, one cannot solely rely on outsourcing factories and must possess their own production enterprises. It would be splendid to take over the industries of the Bai family group. Principal Luo and the homeroom teacher have made numerous calls and sent many messages to Su Yang, all of which he has neither answered nor read. The most important thing is to enjoy a meal with friends. The other two roommates have also arrived. They left the school and found a restaurant specializing in stone pot fish on the back street. As soon as they sat down, the dishes were served. Li Nan anxiously glanced at his phone and said, "Bro, are you really not going to reply? It seems Principal Luo and the homeroom teacher are searching everywhere for you. That bald guy, Xie Xian, is also looking for you, saying they are searching in pairs. What are they looking for? I am no longer a student of their school." Su Yang replied, turning his head to glance at the entrance. There stood Deng Xian in plain clothes, along with Zhou Jianjun and Sun Qingzhou, as well as the lovely Zhou Ang. "Oh, having a meal, are we?" Commander Deng Xian chuckled. "Indeed, happiness brings vitality. I heard you were expelled? Congratulations." Li Nan and the other two roommates were stunned. Wow, is this how leaders encourage people? Being expelled and still receiving congratulations? However, the next moment, the chopsticks in their hands clattered to the ground. Deng Xian, with genuine concern, remarked, "Transferring your student status to the National Defense University means you won't need to attend classes or ask for leave. You will be provided with a dedicated independent laboratory, and all the laboratory equipment related to the military will be available for your use free of charge. They will directly issue you a graduate certificate for your bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degrees. What do you think?" The National Defense University and military leadership have already discussed someone who has developed Element 119, a lightsaber, and Mech is certainly qualified to receive a doctoral diploma. Deng Xian continued, "The graduation certificates will be issued next June. If you are willing, you can become a postdoctoral advisor, establish your own school, and cultivate students and talents." Chapter 36, The Conditions Set by the Military Outside the Stone Pot Fish Restaurant. Xie Xian arrived, guided by the information provided by the students. He was perplexed by Principal Luo's words. "If you cannot retain Su Yang, then I shall resign." However, Xie Xian was acutely aware of his own stature as the esteemed dean of an art academy. He was not one to be dismissed at the whim of a vice principal. Moreover, his position within the art community was firmly established, ensuring that even if he were to cease teaching, he would still find a prosperous path ahead. That young scoundrel, constantly taking leave, showing little interest in his studies, and attempting to emulate others by starting a business. Xie Xian had no need for such a student. Furthermore, he was the very cause of the Bai Group's investigation. Return? Not on his life. "Su Yang, you come in here." Xie Xian bellowed in fury, as his voice echoed. Several familiar, yet unfamiliar faces turned towards him. Son, academician's son, Director Zhou, Commander Deng? What were they doing here?" Xie Xian recognized them, but academician's son, with a contemplative expression, inquired, "And you are?" Li Nan promptly interjected, "This is our art academy's dean, Xie Xian. He is the one who expelled Su Yang." A smile instantly illuminated academician's son's face as he stepped forward to shake hands. "Ah, so you are Dean Xie. It is a great honor to finally meet you. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation." Internally, he mused, "Excellent. You did well to expel him. Had you not, we would have felt embarrassed to recruit him." Zhou Jianjun and Deng Xian also expressed their goodwill towards Xie Xian. At that moment, Principal Luo and others approached, and Xie Xian felt a wave of confusion wash over him as he realized that mentors from the National University of Defense Technology had arrived. Did they come to poach talent? "Su Yang, do not throw a tantrum. Dean Xie is not targeting you. He merely has some doubts regarding the school's leave policy. This institution is meant for education. How could we possibly expel students without cause?" Principal Luo insisted. "Have you finished your meal? Let us return and discuss this matter further." Before Su Yang could respond, academician's son interjected. Hey, Comrade Luo Wei, Su Yang is no longer a student of your school. What is there to discuss? Can't you see he is eating?" Calling to the owner, he added, "Bring us a table to join." Thus, the table next to Su Yang was quickly amalgamated with those of Deng Xian, academician's son, Zhou Jianjun, and Zhou Ang. Principal Luo, undeterred, forced his way into the mix. Fuming, academician's son exclaimed, "You old fool, do you have no sense of dignity left?" Xie Xian was utterly bewildered. He had merely expelled a student who failed to attend classes, yet now, chaos ensued. To make matters even more absurd, while they were dining, several individuals claiming to be from the Army Engineering University arrived, stating that academician Ma Ming was unable to attend in person but had sent them to speak with Su Yang. "Su Yang," they inquired, "are you interested in joining us?" And thus, the Stone Pot Fish Restaurant found itself hosting yet another table of guests. The owner was utterly flabbergasted. Goodness, it is nearly 1 in the afternoon. And yet there are still so many people? After a brief moment, the scene continued to unfold. Exhausted, Ji Chongqing and his companions arrived, lacking an aircraft. Utilizing his connections, he procured a private jet to fly directly to Yuezhou. "Su Yang, would you be interested in joining the Lonka Institute of Technology?" he inquired. "Oh, I'm currently dining and rather famished. Care to join me? Ji Changcheng integrated himself into the sumptuous stone pot fish feast. At that moment, Xie Xian had already been pushed outside the establishment. Yet, the scene was far from over. He merely lingered at the entrance, and within half an hour, all members of the National Defense 7 had gathered. Goodness, why does it feel as if they are all watching like wolves, just waiting for Su Yang to be expelled so they can swoop in? Inside the restaurant, Su Yang felt somewhat bewildered. He had received the expulsion notice just after 9 in the morning, and now it seemed as though the entire nation was aware of it. His original plan was to focus wholeheartedly on his company once expelled, dedicating his efforts to creating technology. However, with the current circumstances, it appeared he might have to make a choice lest he face endless complications in the future. Su Yang contemplated. He had already discerned that his unique talents in drawing were intrinsically linked to technological endeavors, and any involvement with high-tech would inevitably be applied in military contexts. Thus, aligning with the military would facilitate his future endeavors. However, he could not express his intentions just yet. Rising from his seat, he addressed the gathering. Please allow me to return and ponder this matter thoroughly. However, Principal Luo, I must sincerely apologize. A good horse does not return to graze in the same pasture. The implication was clear. Having been expelled, he would not return. As the gathering dispersed, individuals approached Su Yang to exchange contact information. Regardless of your decision, Su Yang, you are always welcome to reach out. We eagerly await your favorable news. Ji Changxing was also preparing to leave. Spotting Principal Luo Wei trembling at the entrance, he couldn't help but compliment. Your institution truly excels in recognizing and utilizing talent. Principal Luo, it seems my list was given in vain. Luo Wei's face turned ashen. Upon mentioning the list, he grasped everything. It was Ji Changxing, the esteemed president of the Lonka Institute, who had personally provided it. After settling the bill, Su Yang prepared to return to his dormitory to gather his belongings. He naturally ignored the calls from Principal Luo Wei and Dean Xie Xian. Professor Sun, Su Yang suddenly interjected. If I transfer my enrollment to the National Defense University while establishing a company outside and not attending classes, would this adversely affect the school or the military? Professor Sun Xingzhou's gaze shifted slightly, excitement barely concealed in his eyes. Geniuses possess privileges. Rules have never been a constraint for them. Su Yang, as long as your heart remains sincere, the National Defense University will always be your staunchest support. Deng Xian nodded vigorously. The military stands behind you as well. The message was unequivocal. As long as Su Yang transferred his enrollment to the National Defense University, there would be no limitations placed upon him. The sole requirement was his assistance in the development of new weaponry. Very well, Su Yang promptly declared, I shall join the National Defense University. Rest assured, you need not concern yourself with the procedural matters. Sun Xingzhou extended his hand, welcoming academician Su Yang to the National Defense University. As they spoke, they gradually departed. Xie Xian, nearby, heard every word distinctly. He couldn't help but tremble slightly. Principal Luo, what did Professor Sun just call Su Yang? What? At that moment, Principal Luo's expression was one of utter despair, his gaze filled with resentment directed at Xie Xian. What are you shouting about? Can't you hear with your ears? Academician! Academician! An academician of the Dragon Country Academy of Sciences. Damn it, you're thrilled, aren't you? The school produces a student academician, and you, of all people, get him expelled. Xie Xian, let me tell you, you are finished. The education sector and the art world will completely ostracize you. Bang! Xie Xian was struck dumb. He collapsed onto the ground. An academician? How could that be possible? How could someone who barely comprehended art classes ascend to such heights? Was it due to familial connections? What sort of connections could possibly allow the Dragon Academy to grant him special privileges? It's over. This is truly the end. Witnessing numerous schools vying for talent like a scene from a fantastical novel, even the president of the Dragon Academy had personally come. It must be true. At just 20 years old, he had already reached a pinnacle that Xie Xian could never hope to surpass in his lifetime. Chapter 37, Electromagnetic Cannon Main Battle Tank. Arise from the canvas. At the dormitory entrance, Tang Shu had long been aware of Su Yang's expulsion. She also knew that he would inevitably return to collect his belongings. Thus, she waited downstairs. Sure enough, Su Yang and Li Nan returned. I heard you were expelled? Haha, what a talent. You caused Chen Gu to face legal troubles. Yet what have you accomplished? You have merely ruined your own future. Let me tell you, the case involving Chen Gu's family will soon be resolved. And he will return to his studies, while you. What could just starting a shabby company do? What use is a dilapidated Rolls-Royce? This is all you shall achieve in your life. Li Nan intended to argue but was restrained by Su Yang. There was no need, after all. Everything here would soon become a thing of the past. Su Yang wished to leave, but Tang Shu was unwilling to let him go. She opened her phone and began a live broadcast, titling it, My Ex-Boyfriend with a Rolls-Royce. Jealousy leads him to frame my current boyfriend. Let everyone judge. The live stream attracted quite an audience. Su Yang was left speechless. How had this woman become so clingy? Forget it. I need assistance. Su Yang retrieved his phone, located the number for the chief of the Yuzhou Police Department, and dialed it directly. Chief Wei Bing of the Yuzhou Police Department reflected on the previous incident. which had served as a lesson for their law enforcement and political system. If such an event were to occur again, everyone would be in jeopardy of losing their positions. Wei Bing had learned through various channels that Su Yang's invention of the Mech had been designated as future standard equipment by the Ministry of National Defense, meaning that soldiers nationwide would soon don this technology. Consequently, he personally monitored the case involving the Bai group, issuing a strict order: the case must be firmly established and cannot be overturned. At that moment, the phone rang. Wei Bing glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Su Yang. My dear ancestor. A thought flashed through his mind, and he promptly answered the call. Upon connection, Su Yang spoke. Director Wei, I am being cyberbullied and would like your assistance in addressing those who are harassing me online. Su Yang considered not reporting Tangshu. If he did, this woman would likely never relent. And he couldn't afford to lose face in front of his company or the National Defense University. Hearing Su Yang's words, Tangshu erupted in maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. Do you think you own Douyin? You want to ban me? Su Yang, you must be out of your mind. Do you realize I am a big internet celebrity with 600,000 followers? At the police station, a secretary brought documents to Wei Bing. During lunch, she had noticed the director seemed to be in good spirits and contemplated joking with him to leave a lasting impression. However, as she pushed the door open, she was instantly struck by a chill. Wei Bing, who was on the phone, exuded an ominous aura, radiating an intense energy. Who on earth has upset the director like this? With a calm demeanor, Wei Bing spoke. All right, Comrade Su, please hold for 3 minutes. After hanging up, he nearly roared. Network Information Office. Give me the Network Information Office. Damn it. These internet celebrities have absolutely no boundaries. Yes, yes, yes. In less than 3 minutes. After Su Yang hung up the phone, he waited for no more than 30 seconds before learning that Tangshu's live stream had been suspended for 7 days. Moments later, Tangshu suddenly realized that her account, boasting 600,000 followers, had been reduced to mere digits. All her works had been erased. Su Yang noticed this too. With a cheerful wave of his hand, he teased, Big Socks, are you happy now? Without looking back, he proceeded to carry his belongings away. His roommates had already helped him pack, bringing everything downstairs. Principal Luo, Dean Xie, and the homeroom teacher had all arrived, hoping to persuade Su Yang to stay. However, Su Yang firmly stated, a good horse never turns back. With a cheerful farewell, he added, goodbye, old Li, Zhou the Big Socks. See you at the company when you have time. On a tranquil afternoon in early December, Su Yang departed from the school he had attended for nearly 2 years, driving his Rolls-Royce Phantom. The finance department of the company had already assisted Su Yang in acquiring a studio in the city center, previously used for art training. It had succumbed during the pandemic but remained intact, equipped with all necessary amenities and spacious, conveniently located near the company for easy food delivery. After unloading his belongings from the school, Su Yang took a moment to visit the company. The CEO, Zhou Jingzi, was a remarkable individual, recommended by Commander Yang Shu of the Western Military District. Zhou possessed a legendary background, having studied at Harvard and founded ventures in Silicon Valley, only to face setbacks due to being a citizen of Manhwa. Upon returning to his homeland, he had led 2 unicorn companies, with Zhou Jingzi at the helm. Su Yang was relieved of the burden of daily oversight. His focus was solely on providing cutting-edge technology for the company. Although Yu Guangyu was still somewhat inexperienced, Su Yang trusted him enough to appoint him as Zhou Jingzi's assistant, encouraging him to learn as much as possible. Upon reaching the company, Su Yang received news that a batch of 1,000 Corona mechas would be delivered to Camelot tomorrow. Zhou Jingzi also presented Su Yang with a roadmap for introducing their products into the civilian market, clearly outlining the direction for the Corona, mechas, drones, and flapping birds. President Zhou, there is another matter for you to oversee. We need to take over the manufacturing plant under the Bai Group. If you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Zhou Jingzi pondered for a moment, deeming the Bai Group's situation to be straightforward. As long as you make a few calls, it will suffice. Let me handle the initial operations, and once the timing is right, I will seek your help. After leaving the company, Su Yang returned to the studio. Finally able to immerse himself in his work, beginning the design of the electromagnetic railgun main battle tank. Sign-in point, 82. Sign-in point, 83. Sign-in point, 84. Sign-in point, 85. Sign-in point, 86. It was Saturday, and the design of the electromagnetic railgun main battle tank was completed. After a brief rest, Su Yang immediately drove home. His family's house faced a construction site where a police station was being built. Within the temporary structure, officers were already on duty. Upon seeing Su Yang return, they nodded in acknowledgement. Upon arriving home, the workshop has been expanded. Now, even semi-trailer trucks can drive directly inside. The space is vast. The easel is set up. A sign-in point is activated. A long-awaited pale blue glow emerges within the workshop. The area is filled with an enormous entity that comes forth from the canvas. A tank. A super-colossal tank appears vividly before Su Yang's eyes. On the turret of the tank, 2 rectangular cannon barrels are aligned, emanating an aura of deadly intent. Those are the electromagnetic railgun barrels. Let me examine the parameters of this tank. Goodness, this is somewhat extraordinary. Weight, 80 tons. Length, 12. 44 meters. Width, 3, 99 meters. Height, 4, 52 meters. Wow. In the current world, the Challenger 3 main battle tank designed by the Sun Never Sets Nation weighs 66 tons. The T-14 Armada main battle tank from the Bear Nation weighs 55 tons. The M1A2 Abrams main battle tank from the Eagle Nation weighs 62.5 tons. To create such a monstrosity, directly weighing in at 80 tons, could it be too unwieldy? However, upon seeing that the energy system utilizes a miniature fusion reactor, Su-young felt a sense of relief. Is this not the micro-fusion reactor often mentioned in science fiction? Chapter 38. Who taught him to design tanks in the realm of the lightsaber? The micro-reactor fueled by element 119 has perplexed the Academy of Sciences, which has yet to unravel its mysteries, let alone replicate it. The micro-reactor, given the current technological capabilities of humanity, cannot be duplicated. Mass production is simply unattainable. It is akin to how the Dragon Kingdom has comprehended the principles of EUV lithography but is unable to manufacture 5 nanometers or 3 nanometers EUV lithography machines in the near term. Strictly speaking, the microreactor featured in the lightsaber does not fall within the continuum of humanity's existing technological framework. It represents an entirely novel technology. This device, no larger than a thumb, generates energy sufficient to power the lightsaber in combat. Its precision is beyond imagination. Su-young accessed 2 design blueprints from the system repository: main battle tank electromagnetic railgun design blueprint, minuscule fusion reactor design blueprint, as he absorbed the knowledge. The design logic and conceptual framework of the minuscule fusion reactor crystallized in Su-young's mind. He was utterly convinced that humanity's current technological level could indeed produce such a reactor. Harnessing nuclear energy, whether through fission or fusion, is akin to boiling water. The energy generated from fission and fusion reactions is utilized to heat water, producing steam that drives machinery to generate electricity. Before the advent of room temperature superconductors, the scientific community believed that a commercially viable fusion reactor was still many years away. This was largely due to the exceedingly high temperatures of the plasma produced during fusion reactions, which can reach hundreds of millions of degrees. No material on Earth can withstand such extreme heat. The tokamak device operates on the principle of creating a powerful magnetic field to control the circulation of plasma, preventing the ultra-high temperature plasma from coming into contact with any material. Now, with the emergence of element 119, the challenge of strong magnetic confinement has been resolved. Humanity can freely construct heterogeneous magnetic fields to restrain the ultra-hot plasma generated by fusion reactions, utilizing its extreme temperatures to boil water. The logic behind constructing commercial fusion reactors has thus been clarified. Moreover, the minuscule fusion reactor, reminiscent of those found in science fiction, diverges fundamentally in its approach to generating electricity. At the moment of fusion, immense energy is released through the core apparatus of the minuscule fusion reactor, which Su-young refers to as the heterogeneous device. Electricity is generated directly, bypassing the water boiling stage entirely. This heterogeneous device can achieve a 100 conversion rate. Due to its size constraints, the minuscule fusion reactor cannot produce an excessive amount of electricity, thus it cannot power an entire city as depicted in science fiction. However, the continuous electrical output from the minuscule fusion reactor can provide prolonged power supply to equipment such as tanks, personal armor, and automobiles. It is indeed a remarkable invention. It seems I possess ample resources to approach the buy group. Su-young chuckled to himself, contemplating his strategy. Acquiring the buy group. He had no intention of spending a single penny. The rationale behind mass-producing tanks was one of many reasons. Su-young pondered, realizing that the original owner had been wronged and ultimately replaced by himself. This vendetta must be avenged. He stretched lazily and fetched a reclining chair to rest in the courtyard. The winter sun was warm. Basking in it was truly delightful. Su-young had secluded himself for nearly a week, having missed the news. Upon checking his phone, he discovered a plethora of events had transpired during that time. What? When did the White Elephant Nation become so compliant? Headline News 1. The White Elephant Nation and the Dragon Nation have commenced border negotiations, with the White Elephant's forces retreating 15 kilometers. Headline News 2. Media from the White Elephant Nation revealed that the Dragon Nation has significantly deployed mecha battle suits along the border. Headline News 3. The Camel Nation showcased its newly equipped mecha battle suits. During this period, the debate over which is superior, the Solar Corona, mecha battle suit, or the Kunlun armor, has not ceased, igniting discussions among international military experts. If the Solar Corona is indeed an export model of the Kunlun armor, it could become a formidable weapon that alters the global geopolitical landscape. As the mecha battle suits made their grand appearance, countless citizens of the Eagle Nation began to reflect on where their annual military expenditure of over $800 billion was being allocated. Consequently, the efficiency department led by Ma CK uncovered a bag of screws worth $70,000, which was used to transport live sheep to Central Asia for the soldiers' safety, among other news. Furthermore, numerous experts within the Eagle Nation began to point fingers at Ma CK, accusing him of undermining the political stability of the nation. One must admit, international political news is rather intriguing to follow. Li Nan also sent many messages to Su-young, stating that Tang Shu had not only been banned from Douyin, but had been entirely blacklisted across the internet, effectively blocking any path to stardom. Bai Qin had been released and was plotting to help Tang Shu flee the country, among other plans. Su Yang chuckled. Leave the country? Not so fast. I intend to consume your Bai group before you depart. As time was slipping away, Su Yang ventured into the vegetable garden to pick some produce and prepare a meal. Around 1 o'clock, he messaged the father of electromagnetic catapults, Academician Ma Ming. Academician Ma, have you arrived in Yuezhou? Ma Ming quickly replied, I will arrive tomorrow morning. Su Yang responded, great. The prototype of the main battle tank with the electromagnetic cannon has been completed. I will have the military district come by to collect it shortly. Looking forward to your arrival. Ma Ming, send me a photo to see. Su Yang found a good angle and took a photo to send. Moments later, Ma Ming called directly. Su Yang, are you certain this is the actual object and not a model or CGI effects? Of course, it is the real thing. Excellent. I will arrive by 5 o'clock. Even before ending the call, Su Yang could hear Ma Ming instructing his secretary. Hurry, arrange a private jet for me. I must head to Yuezhou immediately. Su Yang then called Zhou Jianjun, the director of equipment development at the Yuezhou military district. Director Zhou, the prototype of the main battle tank with the electromagnetic cannon that we discussed last time has been completed. Can the military district send someone over to collect it? You truly developed it? Su Yang, indeed. During my last visit to the capital, I had an extensive conversation with the father of electromagnetic catapults, Academician Ma Ming. Upon returning, I made several adjustments to certain details, and it has finally been finalized. All right, please hold on for a moment. Zhou Jianjun set down the phone and proceeded directly to the commander's office. Commander, do you recall our discussion last week regarding the research and development of the next-generation main battle tank? Deng Xian nodded, clearly remembering. What about it? Zhou Jianjun replied. Comrade Su Yang has informed me that his electromagnetic railgun main battle tank has indeed been developed. He requests that we send someone to retrieve it. Oh, is that true? Has he sent any images? Let me see. Just then, Deng Xian's phone vibrated. Su Yang had sent images and a short video. A square barrel, dual barrels. The exterior of the tank was adorned with an array of active phased array radars, a dense array of artillery, and rapid laser defense systems, complemented by a sleek design. Deng Xian was taken aback. Who had taught him to design a tank in such a manner? Zhou Jianjun replied, he said it was Academician Ma Ming. Deng Xian exclaimed. What are we waiting for? Growing anxious, he was eager to see what remarkable features the tank possessed. Hurry, send someone to bring it back. This young man truly knows how to create surprises. Chapter 39, the tank barrel points at the forehead. Competing for land? What do you have to compete with? In every man's heart lies a dream. Once wealth is attained, to return and build a villa. Engaging in games, fishing, and lounging. Gazing at the house constructed during the era of the original owner's parents, Su Yang contemplated. Perhaps it should be demolished and rebuilt, larger, capable of concealing more treasures. After concluding his phone call, Su Yang reclined in the sun, awaiting the arrival of the military personnel. Open the door. Open the door. Su Yang, you bastard. Come open the door. A chilling voice abruptly interrupted Su Yang's thoughts. He glanced towards the gate of the courtyard. A bald man, adorned with tattoos and smoking a cigarette, was fervently banging on the door. Who is it? The memories of the original owner surged into his mind. Su Minxiang, a figure from the same village. A person of the previous generation. Su Yang had to call him uncle. However, the original owner's memories revealed that Su Minxiang had quarreled with his father several times over land ownership issues. His father had been beaten and hospitalized just a few years prior. Your father is dead, but the debt remains. Damn it. Donating $1 million to the village doesn't silence everyone, you fool. Boom. Without waiting for Su Yang to open the door, he kicked it open, brandishing a large machete. At that moment, the village chief and others began to arrive one after another. Su Minxiang, you bastard. After years away, you returned to reign supreme, do you? The village chief attempted to leverage his authority to deter Su Minxiang. Unfortunately, it was futile. Su Minxiang spat on the ground. What a load of nonsense. You money-grubbing scoundrel. I'm here today to reclaim my land. What is wrong with that? He pointed at the standalone building under construction. That land was my father's vegetable plot. And you brazenly appropriated it to build your house, didn't you? The studio under construction was the place Su Yang valued the most. Every standard was being executed to the highest degree. It would be completed by February or March of the following year. Su Minxiang, wielding the machete, stormed onto the construction site. Everyone stop. If anyone moves again, I will kill them. The construction workers could only cease their work and retreat to the side. The police station across the road also dispatched personnel. In truth, they were from the National Security Department, ill-equipped to handle such matters, especially civil disputes. They could only attempt to persuade Su Minxiang to negotiate peacefully. I advise you not to meddle in this affair. Damn it, this is none of your business. I'm not here to harm anyone or commit murder. I merely seek justice. Su Minxiang, who had long navigated the boundaries of rules, knew exactly what he was doing. He was there to dismantle the studio. Clang, clang. With a machete in one hand and a hoe in the other, he wreaked havoc on the construction site. The village chief, gritting his teeth in anger, confronted him. Su Minxiang, what are you pretending? That is not your family's vegetable plot. That land originally belonged to Su Yang's family, which you forcibly occupied and turned into a vegetable plot. Do not overstep your bounds. Nonsense. What my mother left for me is rightfully mine. Su Minxiang brandished a machete at Su Yang, challenging him. If you have the ability, go back. Su Yang merely observed the spectacle, responding with a smirk. Ah, so it's finally my turn. I senti it? The art studio will absolutely never be returned to you. With a mocking laugh, he added, just wait a moment, Su Minxiang. He stepped into the workshop. Upon absorbing the tank design blueprints, Su Yang instinctively learned how to operate a tank. He activated the vehicle and opened the warehouse doors with a thunderous rumble. The electromagnetic cannon main battle tank rolled out. Its massive steel frame resembling a small mountain, impervious to mere flesh and blood. The village chief, taken aback, exclaimed, what the hell? You've been hiding in your home to build tanks? Su Minxiang felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground in disbelief. What the hell? Are you insane? Over a piece of land, you're bringing out a tank? The officers from the national security, usually composed and resilient, exchanged bewildered glances. Su Yang, Comrade Su Yang, calm down. For goodness sake, keep your cool. Su Yang understood that reasoning with someone as trivial as Su Minxiang was futile. He needed to assert his dominance through tangible means. Climbing out of the tank, he noticed Su Minxiang, now crumpled on the ground, and offered a friendly reminder. You might want to go home and change your pants. They're wet. Despite being threatened by the dual cannons, Su Minxiang stubbornly retorted, in a society governed by law. What gives you the right to act so arrogantly? You've usurped my land and think you're in the right. You're finished for illegally manufacturing arms. At that moment, the sound of rumbling engines filled the air as a convoy of military vehicles entered the village, followed by large trucks and trailers. Deng Xian and Zhou Jianjun personally arrived on the scene. Upon seeing the electromagnetic railgun tank and the crowd in the courtyard, they mistakenly believed Su Yang was showcasing his latest research. Excitedly, they rushed over. Comrade Su Yang. Indeed, it's an electromagnetic railgun. Impressive. We'll have it sent to the military district for testing immediately. Su Yang nodded, dismissing Su Minxiang entirely. Returning to the tank, he followed the soldier's guidance to load it onto a transport vehicle. He then locked his house and signaled the construction team to continue their work. As he passed by Su Minxiang, he cautioned, think carefully about who truly owns this land. When I return, we shall have a proper conversation. Even if Su Minxiang lacked discernment, he recognized the individuals arriving were active-duty soldiers of considerable rank. The notion of illegally manufacturing arms was now utterly absurd. Everything had been sanctioned by the military. After all, the first principle of mingling in society, one must bully the weak and fear the strong. Upon witnessing Su Yang's formidable background, Su Minxiang immediately cowered, exclaiming, Brother Yang, I was wrong. Please grant me another chance. I truly realize my mistake. The land rightfully belongs to you, brother. Or would you prefer I bow before you? Su Yang chose to disregard him and followed Zhou Jianjun and Deng Xian into their vehicle. Inside the car, Deng Xian inquired curiously, who is he? Su Yang. Zhou Jianjun replied, oh, just a neighbor with whom I've had a minor altercation, but it has already been resolved. Meanwhile, at the Huizhou police station, Wei Bing harbored lingering resentment regarding Bai Chen's release. Upon investigation, it became apparent that the most contentious issue revolved around Bai Lishan. Bai Chen had merely been charged with creating disturbances and was subjected to administrative detention for 7 days. Furthermore, some individuals were maneuvering to aid the Bai family enterprise, a situation Wei Bing found himself powerless to impede. In his state of agitation, a startling piece of news was suddenly presented to Wei Bing. Someone had attempted to seize land from Su Yang's hometown, only to be confronted by Su Yang brandishing a tank at their forehead. What? A tank at the forehead? Wei Bing mused, feeling that Su Yang had perhaps overstepped his bounds. After all, one should not misuse public resources for personal vendettas. However, upon witnessing a high-ranking military official personally intervening to support Su Yang, Wei Bing's frustration grew, compelling him to demand an investigation into this tattooed individual and the situation surrounding him. It truly seemed as though the heavens had turned upside down. Why must everyone oppose a genius like Su Yang emerging from Huizhou? Chapter 40. The National Lunar Research Station construction plan. The tank was dispatched to the military testing grounds. It was already evening when academician Ma Ming arrived. Truly, it was an electromagnetic railgun, and a dual-barrel one at that. That day, at academician Ma's residence, Su Yang exhibited remarkable humility, expressing, once the main battle tank equipped with the electromagnetic railgun is completed, I would be honored to invite academician Ma for guidance and advice. However, after inspecting the tank, Ma was left bewildered. With it in such a state, do you still require my counsel? His gaze towards Su Yang shifted entirely. Comrade Su Yang, perhaps I should take you as my mentor. My goodness, I am now exceedingly eager for tomorrow, to witness its performance in real combat. The practical test is scheduled for tomorrow. Deng Xian and Ma Ming have invited numerous esteemed guests to attend. Su Yang was taken aback. Professor Ma, please do not shorten my lifespan. I cannot bear such a weight. He hastily handed over the hard drive containing the well-prepared technological data on strong magnetic confinement to Professor Ma, saying, "Professor Ma, here is what I promised you." An individual inspecting the electromagnetic rail gun tank suddenly raised a question. "Comrade Su Yang, where is the fuel tank and the refueling port?" "No need for fuel. Is the nation not advocating for new energy sources?" "The electromagnetic railgun main battle tank is, of course, a new energy vehicle." Su Yang pointed towards the cockpit, where the energy system was visible. A few minutes later, those who had entered the tank began to gasp in astonishment. "Nuclear power? Comrade Su Yang, is this a nuclear-powered tank?" "Indeed. Is it a miniature fusion reactor?" "Comrade Su Yang, the display screen states it is a miniature fusion reactor. Is that true?" "Yes," Su Yang replied, maintaining an air of nonchalance. However, the individuals beside him, Zhou Jianjun, Deng Xian, and Ma Ming, were akin to arrows released from a bow, rushing towards the tank. After approximately half an hour, each person had entered the tank to investigate. They all activated the energy device hidden within the core area of the tank, a fusion reactor the size of a fist. The heart of steel. Good heavens. The heart of Iron Man. Have you truly created this? Su Yang, confess honestly, do you have extraterrestrials hidden at home? How is it that you unveil such astonishing inventions every few days? A miniature fusion reactor. This is incredible. Its size is so modest, yet it could accomplish so much. Old Joe, those folks from the space agency are bound to go wild. Indeed, it appears that tomorrow, we shall see even more visitors at the Yuezhou military district. Academician Ma Ming explained to Su Yang why the personnel from the space agency would be ecstatic upon seeing the miniature fusion reactor. Take, for instance, the exploration of the far side of the moon. The probes sent by Long Country to the moon's far side can only operate intermittently due to sunlight exposure and communication issues. However, if a miniature fusion reactor were installed on the far side probe, it would mean it could function continuously for extended periods. By extension, Long Country's space exploration endeavors would leap forward significantly. In addition to the space agency, there are also polar research stations, high-altitude border defense stations, and more. The micro-fusion reactor promises to usher in a transformative era for scientific exploration. Among those present, none doubted Su Yang's ability to perform wonders. After all, he had crafted a lightsaber by hand, and the micro-reactor within it remains beyond the capabilities of the Lonka Institute to replicate. Comrade Su Yang, be sure to rest well tonight in preparation for tomorrow's practical trials, remarked Deng Xian. He had already arranged for several retired tanks to serve as targets. Eager to observe the performance of the electromagnetic cannon main battle tank in actual combat scenarios. After a moment of contemplation, Deng Xian decided to summon Sergeant Yu over. Sergeant Yu Xian, who had been the first to test the Kunlun armor 2 months prior, was currently engaged with his soldiers in the information center, playing the tactical team game. This game provides a remarkably accurate depiction of real battlefield scenarios, serving as an excellent tool for cultivating tactical acumen and enhancing the camaraderie among soldiers. The troops were particularly fond of this method of training. Suddenly, the phone rang. Upon answering, Yu Xian couldn't help but be taken aback. "Haha, brothers, we've got action. There's a new weapon trial tomorrow. The commander has called our name." A soldier looked up. "What weapon, Sergeant?" "I don't know," Yu Xian replied, swiftly gathering his belongings to head to the training ground. The specifics of the weapon remained unclear, but the caller had hinted that it was developed by the inventor of the mecha. He had met this unassuming young man before. Meanwhile, at the Aerospace Bureau, the National Lunar Scientific Research Base Construction Project had been officially established. In September of this year, construction milestones were announced. By 2026, an environmental and resource exploration of the lunar South Pole is to be conducted. In 2028, the feasibility of utilizing lunar resources on-site will be validated. By 2035, a basic lunar research station will be completed, equipped to support scientific operations over 100 kilometers. This means that within the next decade, researchers from the Dragon Country will be stationed on the moon. For Chief Engineer Wu Qingren of the Lunar Exploration Program, the plan is a certainty, requiring no concern. What brings him the greatest satisfaction is the continuous influx of fresh talent into the aerospace research team. Young individuals are indeed a boon. The average age of researchers is merely 33, with many as young as 19 or 20. Their innovative minds consistently devise novel solutions. Wu Qingren relishes brainstorming with the youth, often uncovering astonishing ideas. For instance, during a brainstorming session today with the Lunar Research Base project team regarding energy solutions, he was presented with an unconventional proposal. Constructing a photovoltaic solar power station on the moon would entail excessive engineering and time costs. Instead, it would be more efficient to send 2 nuclear power units directly. The young proposer had evidently engaged in thorough contemplation, presenting several compelling arguments. Indeed, the energy plan must be finalized by March of next year at the latest, a collaborative effort of collective wisdom. As Wu Qingren was speaking, his thoughts were interrupted by an assistant who pushed the door open. Wu Qingren rebuked, "How many times must I remind you not to disturb me during meetings?" The assistant, feeling quite aggrieved, replied that it was a call from academician Ma Ming. Wu Qingren stood up and stepped outside to take the call. It was indeed academician Ma Ming on the line. Old Wu, have you been cursing again? Your temper is quite the spectacle. Haha, when will you ever change? How many times have I told you not to call during my meetings? Now what is it? You had better have something significant to say, or I shall not let this matter rest. Ma's tone shifted to one of gravity. The microfusion reactor has been developed. Come to the Uezhou military district. Testing is scheduled for tomorrow. Nonsense. Trying to deceive me? Not a chance. It was developed by that young academician. He briefly explained the situation. Wu Qingren's lips quivered slightly. Mamaga. You must ensure the Uezhou military district waits for my arrival. Good heavens. The microfusion reactor has been developed. It could advance all our aerospace plans by at least 5 years. The original plan was to establish a basic lunar research station by 2035. If the microfusion reactor is implemented, we could bring that timeline forward to 2030. Chapter 41. Two cannons bombard Pingxiashan, the imperial capital. Loka Institute. In a bid to finalize the construction site for the nation's inaugural commercial fusion reactor before New Year's, after several days of research and deliberation, it has been tentatively decided on Hubei province. Concurrently, the establishment of a production enterprise for Element 119 is to be determined, following thorough evaluation by the relevant authorities. The decision was made to establish a state-owned enterprise dedicated solely to the mass production of Element 119. This new enterprise will not have to wait long. It will be announced on New Year's Day and can commence operations immediately. This is due to the authorities' decision to reorganize certain industries from other state-owned enterprises to form this new entity. As he prepared to leave work for the day, he was looking forward to celebrating his 40th wedding anniversary, with his wife having lovingly prepared a feast. His son and daughters were returning from afar, all waiting for him. However, just then, a phone call from Uezhou completely disrupted the plans. What? Old Ma, are you certain you're not joking? Are you truly referring to the miniature fusion reactor from science fiction? The voice on the other end was adamant. Indeed. For a moment, Ji Chancheng found himself bewildered. What? A miniature fusion reactor has also been developed? It makes sense, after all, since lightsabers have already emerged. The miniature reactor within the lightsaber, Dragon Nation has concentrated some of its brightest minds to unravel its mechanisms, yet they reached the conclusion that mass production was not feasible. Even though Su Yang had provided the most detailed manufacturing process, he also mentioned that there was potential for mass production. This lad, an extraterrestrial, perhaps. Ji Changcheng had devoted his entire life to scientific research, with his wife's unwavering support and understanding thus, he thought, I am truly sorry, my beloved. Meanwhile, Su Yang had spent the night outside the military training grounds. In the morning, before dawn, he was awakened by the sounds of drill exercises. It was time to prepare for the training session. Experiencing military rations for the first time, Su Yang found them to be far superior to university cafeteria food, varied, nutritionally balanced, and plentiful. Upon arriving at the testing grounds, the electromagnetic artillery tanks had already been rolled out, surrounded by many onlookers. Academician Ma Ming introduced Su Yang to several notable figures: the chief engineer of the Lunar Exploration Project, Academician Wu Qingren, Dr. Li from the National Nuclear Fusion Research Center, and several high-ranking military officials. At 21, Hu Zubing was conferred the title of Wolf Jushu. It seems our youthful hero is poised to shatter that record. Comrade Su Yang, you represent the future of Dragon Nation's scientific community. I heard you were expelled from your former school. Is that true? How splendid. Not every genius has such an experience. Many are eager to delve into the intricate workings of the electromagnetic main battle tank. However, the military takes precedence. They need to conduct some tests on this main battle tank. The first test is about to commence: speed and obstacle navigation. Speed signifies the tank's maneuverability. Yu Xian leads his team into the arena as they hear the command to begin. He maneuvered the tank skillfully across an obstacle course. The tank traversed the challenges with ease, effortlessly surmounting mountains and fording rivers, while deftly navigating through dense jungles, showcasing its superior capabilities. During a speed test on level ground, it astonishingly reached a velocity of 140 kilometers per hour. In off-road trials, it achieved a remarkable speed of 100 kilometers per hour. For context, the prevailing speed of mainstream tanks worldwide hovers around 80 kilometers per hour. The T-14 Armata main battle tank from the Russian Federation reaches 80 to 90 kilometers per hour, while the German Leopard 2 boasts a speed of 72 kilometers per hour. The fastest among them, the American M1 Abrams, can reach up to 96 kilometers per hour, rivaling that of a sports car. Remarkably, it operates on electric power, or rather, pure nuclear propulsion. Its silent operation and extraordinary stealth capabilities make it an excellent choice for ambush tactics. Ahem, with children present, let us refrain from discussing ambushes, old dang. Let us refer to it as battlefield infiltration instead. Su Yang felt a tinge of embarrassment. It turned out that military leaders could speak with a degree of ease and comfort, rather than adhering rigidly to scripted dialogue. The second phase involved shooting, a segment eagerly anticipated by all. What kind of power does the dual-barreled electromagnetic cannon possess? Regarding the munitions, Su Yang explained that, due to limited conditions, only 4 rounds were prepared. In fact, These 4 rounds were already positioned within the tank during the setup. A kilometer away lay a rocky knoll, where the target was situated. The target tank was a T-72, a legendary vehicle from the Russian Federation. At one point, the Dragon Kingdom had procured several of these tanks. But as the quality of domestic tanks improved, the T-72s either found their place in military museums or were relegated to training new recruits. The few T-72s in the Uezhou military region could not even be distributed. New recruits now trained with the 99C tank, who would still utilize Soviet-era weaponry. In the observation room, everyone could monitor the testing site through comprehensive surveillance. Green dots represented the electromagnetic cannon main battle tank, while red dots indicated the T-72. Old dang. Isn't this challenge a bit too steep? The target tank is nearly concealed within a cave, as if fearful of being struck by live fire. Someone protested. This is what Comrade Su Yang requested. He asserted that the electromagnetic cannon main battle tank possesses target acquisition capabilities, Deng Xian clarified. Su Yang nodded in agreement, indeed. As the conversation unfolded, the green dot commenced its movement. A circular conduit opened above the tank, and 4 miniature drones were released. Quite sensible. Su Yang's mechanized creation was designed for collaborative drone warfare. It would have been disappointing if such capabilities were absent. The 4 drones not only provided battlefield situational awareness but also assisted in target locking and guidance. The main armament of the electromagnetic cannon main battle tank was, of course, the electromagnetic cannon, supplemented by a light machine gun and artillery shells. Targeting the non-tank red bullseye, the tank adjusted its firing angle under the drone's guidance. The artillery shells landed with precision in the target area. The drones continued their search. The position of the T-72 was swiftly pinpointed, and the information was synchronized with the electromagnetic railgun main battle tank. After processing the data, the AI promptly provided a strike recommendation. In the observation room, they could see Yu Xin's image in the tank's cockpit. It was astonishing to realize that AI assistance could also be integrated into tanks. Such an eye-opening revelation. The AI proposed the most logical order for the strikes, based on an analysis of the battlefield situation. Assuming there were 4 enemy tanks coordinating an assault on the electromagnetic cannon main battle tank, it was evident that eliminating tank of first would dismantle the enemy's backbone. Impressive. Su Yang, is there any way to incorporate this AI into military battlefield analysis and decision-making? As he spoke, the surveillance footage showed Yu Xin maneuvering the tank, adjusting the firing angle. The dual cannon could simultaneously lock onto 2 targets or strike the same target. The cannon remained just that, a cannon. Unlike what one might expect from a science fiction film, there were no arcs of electricity or flickering blue lights before the electromagnetic railgun launched its attack. Instead, there were merely 2 dull thuds. 2 shells soared toward different targets. Boom, boom. With the resounding explosions, the ground trembled. The 2 immense blasts converged, creating a mushroom cloud at the site of the detonation. Boom. The shockwave surged forth, and alarms blared in the observation room. Deng Xian, Ji Changcheng, Ma Ming, Zhou Jianjun, and others were left in a state of shock. Guards rushed in, urging everyone to find cover and take shelter. The chaos lasted for several minutes before subsiding. Deng Xian's face turned pale. What on earth is happening? Commander, the target range has been obliterated. The small hill at the target range is gone. Deng Xian exclaimed. What? Is this some kind of joke? The electromagnetic railgun fired 2 rounds and directly created a mushroom cloud? The small hill has been completely flattened? Deng Xian gazed at Su Yang in bewilderment. Chapter 42. The Ministry of Defense issues an order. Strengthen the Great Eagle Nation. Su Yang was utterly bewildered. He truly did not anticipate that the shells provided by the electromagnetic railgun tank would possess such formidable power. Yet, the fault lies with Su Yang himself. For his understanding of military equipment is still incomplete. His estimations of explosive yields were rather inaccurate. With an awkward smile, he addressed Commander Deng. This shouldn't affect you too much, right? I sincerely apologize. I am not particularly skilled at estimating explosive yields. Commander Deng, with a sardonic smile, retorted, not skilled? Shouldn't you consult the military district? Fortunately, the firing range in Shirshan was empty today. Goodness, if there had been anyone here, it would have been a disaster. Commander Deng consoled Su Yang with a feigned smile. Do not dwell on it too much. Technological innovations often come with unexpected surprises. In the future, just try to keep those surprises within a reasonable scope. It won't affect me, but I fear someone may have trouble sleeping tonight. As he spoke, Commander Deng instinctively looked up at the sky, at the Haiho Manor. Mr. President, we have just received satellite images captured by the Pentagon. The assistant's words trailed off as he presented the latest photographs to Tap. In the images, a mushroom cloud ascended skyward, blooming against the daylight. The reconnaissance satellites of the Great Eagle Nation were closely monitoring several publicly known military bases of the Dragon Nation. Tep's expression darkened instantly. The Dragon Nation has resumed its tactical nuclear weapon tests? How intriguing. They indeed say one thing and do another. When we signed the agreement to cease nuclear weapon tests, they were the most enthusiastic proponents. And now, they dare to accuse us of restarting nuclear weapons research while they themselves commence testing? Quickly. I want to expose the true nature of the Dragon Nation. I shall undertake what that confused old man in the White House dares not do. Innuendo. Academician Ma Ming was reviewing the footage of the explosion when his gaze was drawn to the main battle tank equipped with the electromagnetic cannon. When the shockwave arrived, it appeared as if a curved wall had shielded the tank from the blast. The dust and debris stirred by the shockwave were kept at bay. Outside the tank, Academician Ma excitedly called out to Su Yang that is the electromagnetic field materializing? Is it akin to a plasma shield from a science fiction film? Su Yang nodded. Indeed, Academician Ma. Our last discussion was immensely beneficial. You mentioned using technological means to create a heterogeneous electromagnetic field that could serve as a protective barrier on the battlefield. I thought I would give it a try. And it seems the results are quite promising. Last discussion? What last discussion? Ma questioned. That was only a few days ago. And you managed to create it in such a short span of time? Is it safe? I must see it. Something I've spent half my life trying to understand. And you, young comrade, accomplished it in such a brief period? The joy on Ma Ming's face was palpable. With this, I can retire with peace of mind. I can finally retire. People always say the youth are a lost generation. I have never believed such notions. A lost generation? Just look at Su Yang. Those in positions of power, what right do they have to point fingers? The onlookers grew restless in the observation room, swiftly making their way towards the electromagnetic cannon main battle tank. Upon their arrival, Yu Xian emerged from the tank, a blend of exhilaration and trepidation coursing through him. His legs trembling as he walked. This was indeed astonishing. My goodness. This tank was flawless. Beyond the electromagnetic railgun, it housed ultra-high-energy laser weaponry, yet to be tested. The anticipation was palpable. Once Yu Xian exited, Ma Ming, Ji Chacheng, Wu Qingren, and others became anxious. Old Wu, this is a tank. You wouldn't understand. Just watch from the sidelines. There's no need to peer inside. I wish to see. Ji, the president of the Dragon National Academy of Sciences, interjected, for goodness sake. There are children present. Could you not exhibit some elders' composure? What is the rush? A live artillery demonstration ensued. They all glimpsed what they longed to see, prompting a desire to explore the tank's interior immediately. Ma Ming was eager to understand how the tank's electromagnetic shield was generated and why it possessed the properties of a plasma shield. Wu Qingren wished to ascertain the energy consumption of the microfusion reactor following an electromagnetic railgun strike. Ji Changqing was curious about the logic behind how the microfusion reactor powered the electromagnetic cannon main battle tank. Clearing his throat, Deng Xian urged, everyone, please remain calm. Allow our military to assess the situation first. We need to extract the shells from the electromagnetic railgun for analysis. Military technicians arrived and retrieved the remaining 2 shells. With Su Yang's assistance, they began structural analysis of the shells. Everyone was intrigued, wondering how these small projectiles could unleash such explosive power. A conclusion was swiftly reached. They employed a revolutionary type of explosive and an extraordinary shell design. It could be classified as the next generation, or even the subsequent generation, of thermobaric munitions. Su Yang, someone remarked, you certainly have an abundance of new innovations. The variety of new explosives is remarkable. If we could reduce the quantity a bit, it would be splendid to apply this in long-range rockets. It would undoubtedly seize the international market. My fear of insufficient firepower was instantaneously alleviated. Deng Xian envisioned the scene, a battery of box-type rocket launchers firing in unison, rockets utilizing this explosive raining down, turning the ground to scorched earth. No. It should indeed be my fear of insufficient firepower remedied once more. At that moment, a secretary delivered news. The next president of the Great Eagle Nation had accused the Dragon Nation of conducting tactical nuclear weapon tests, accompanied by documents and satellite images. A mushroom cloud was captured clearly. It seemed. Deng Xian shook his head, thinking someone ought to educate this new president. Our testing ground is merely 60 kilometers from the city center. Even if we were to test nuclear weapons, this would not be the chosen location. Deng Xian paid it no mind. However, the phone from the Ministry of Defense rang, inquiring about the situation. Deng Xian proceeded to explain to the Ministry of Defense. The Ministry of Defense has stated that there is no need to concern ourselves with public opinion. We should focus on testing new weaponry and expeditiously submit the testing report. Regarding public discourse, the ministry will provide an explanation at an upcoming press conference. With a straightforward rationale, the Dragon Nation is currently engaged in the testing of new conventional munitions. Whether one believes it or not is left to the discretion of the Great Eagle Nation. The Dragon Nation's Ministry of Defense, under the leadership of the newly appointed Minister Chen Jun, has issued an edict. As the year draws to a close and the international landscape grows increasingly complex, the Dragon Nation will no longer adopt a low profile and will actively showcase its prowess. Several relatively advanced defense technologies will be unveiled gradually by year-end. Minister Chen is aware that other significant national defense systems, such as high-speed trains capable of reaching speeds of 400 kilometers per hour, will also make their debut. What about the nuclear-powered electromagnetic railgun main battle tank? As he observed the latest equipment presented, Chen Jun fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, the Yuezha military district has entered the practical testing phase, creating considerable stir. Indeed, he inscribed an additional note on the directive. The nuclear-powered electromagnetic railgun main battle tank shall also be showcased to demonstrate our strength to the Great Eagle Nation. Chapter 43. Requesting the buy group. Indeed, it is a matter of personal vengeance. With the experience of the electromagnetic cannon, 2 shots could level a mountain. As for the tank's other functionalities, one must tread carefully in their trials. The efficacy of these features, such as multi-device coordinated combat, electromagnetic warfare, and countermeasures against mines, rocket launchers, and suicide drones, would not be readily discernible. The tank remains within the military district, where specialists will provide the most professional testing reports. Commander Deng, may we borrow the miniature fusion reactor for our research? Ji Changsheng, Ma Ming, and Wu Qingren eagerly anticipate this opportunity. The tank belongs to the military district, and so does the reactor. Observing the proceedings on site, they found no objections. If it could be taken away for research, that would be even better. Deng Xian's smile was wide as he laughed heartily, stating, "You may ask me, but I hold no decision-making power. You should inquire with Comrade Su Yang." Su Yang, not a blood relative, replied, "Do you think I can keep the tank for my own amusement once it's built? Clearly, it is intended for the military. You can make arrangements as you see fit." He remarked, "Isn't this akin to roasting it over a fire?" Fortunately, at that moment, a directive from the Ministry of Defense arrived. Deng Xian sighed, realizing that research on the miniature fusion reactor would have to wait until January. In a few days, the tank would need to make its debut to the world. Ji Changsheng was aware of this and said nothing further. Instead, he turned to Su Yang, "Comrade Su Yang, you truly have transferred to the National Defense Science and Technology University? Excellent. After a few days, once the list of academicians is announced, how about being appointed as a special instructor at Lonka Academy, perhaps even securing a professorship?" Hey, old Ji. Are you trying to undermine me in front of others? Mind your image. There were high-ranking officials from the National Defense Science and Technology University present, and they were displeased by Ji Changsheng's overt maneuvering. Although the miniature fusion reactor could not be dismantled, they could certainly remain at the testing site to observe. Ji Changsheng, Wu Qingren, and Ma Ming resolved to stay at the testing area. As long as the electromagnetic railgun tank was not being tested, they would dismantle the miniature fusion reactor for thorough study. They also wished to retain Su Yang. Noticing Su Yang's reluctance, Deng Xian found an excuse to take him away. Upon returning to the military district's command center, they could already see the announcement from the Ministry of Defense. The military is testing new types of ammunition. There is no allegation of conducting nuclear weapon tests. Deng Xian's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. At this moment, representing the Ministry of Defense, he said to Comrade Su Yang, "Your innovative tank design will serve as the foundation for the next generation of tank development in Manhwa. I have long stated that in Manhwa, every scientific endeavor will reap rewards. However, your tank has exceeded expectations, and the higher-ups are momentarily uncertain about how to reward you. Why not share your aspirations? The electromagnetic cannon tank, the fusion reactor, and the capability to obliterate mountains with a single shot, all technical standards must be enumerated." Deng Xian's first thought was one of excess. Exceeding standards. Far too excessive. "Su Yang, I aspire to venture into the tank business. Certainly, but it requires substantial effort. You are aware of that." Deng Xian nodded. What a jest. Electromagnetic railgun main battle tanks, or even nuclear-powered ones, for export? In that domain, the Dragon Nation is unparalleled. How could we possibly afford others the opportunity to catch up technologically? Su Yang declared with conviction that he intended to establish a tank manufacturing facility under the Baisha Group, which resonated with his vision, but he lacked the funds. Su Yang's assertion was bold, yet he lamented his financial constraints. Deng Xian paused, taken aback. Are you not implying an intention to seize? Wait a moment. The Baisha Group? Upon recalling Su Yang's connection to the Baisha Group, Deng Xian couldn't help but smile knowingly. I thought you lacked the mettle to retaliate against your grievances. Are you merely biding your time to strike when the opportunity arises? Deng Xian was somewhat aware of the circumstances surrounding the Baisha Group, such as Su Yang's girlfriend being taken from him, and his dismissal being linked to the group as well. Young man, one should not be despondent. When others wrong you, one must strive to reclaim what is rightfully theirs. The military favors those with spirit, yet I did not foresee that Su Yang's vengeance would come with a delay. Deng Xian comprehended that Su Yang intended to leverage the prestige of the electromagnetic railgun main battle tank and fusion reactor to significantly advance the Baisha Group. But what of it? The manufacturing facility under the Baisha Group was initially a state-owned enterprise, now hollowed out by a swarm of parasites, ultimately falling under the purview of Bailishan. If Su Yang desires it, let him have it. Aside from this, what else do you wish for? Deng Xian inquired. Su Yang shook his head, momentarily at a loss for further desires. Deng Xian turned, retrieving his phone and dialing a number. The identity of the person on the other end remained unknown. Deng Xian's tone was exceedingly humble as he conveyed the situation, emphasizing that once the Baisha Group's factory was entrusted to Su Yang, it would be utilized to its fullest potential, becoming the manufacturing ground for the next generation of tanks. Upon concluding the call, Deng Xian remarked, "All right, in a couple of days, you can take possession of the Baisha Group's factory. It's quite spacious, and there are numerous workers. They are innocent in this matter. so be sure to manage your relationship with them well. Understood. Su Yang replied cheerfully. His hopes of returning home today seemed destined to be dashed. Shortly thereafter, Wu Qingren returned. He brought an invitation for Su Yang. Comrade Su Yang, I am here on behalf of the National Space Administration to invite you to participate in the construction project of the National Lunar Research Station. I wonder if your schedule permits. Fearing that Su Yang might decline, Wu Qingren hastily added, regarding the micro-fusion reactor, you mentioned the possibility of mass production. I hope you can provide energy assurance for the National Space Program. Su Yang pondered for a moment. Does this mean I must enter the energy sector? But that is a state-monopolized industry. New energy is still a form of energy, Wu Qingren replied. If that is the case. Su Yang couldn't help but smile slightly. My company is still too small if I wish to engage swiftly. I would need to absorb the entire Baishar group to secure sufficient resources to serve the nation. Wu Qingren was perplexed, gazing at Deng Xian in confusion. Deng Xian shook his head and made a phone call, conveying Su Yang's request. A few minutes later, Deng Xian stated, all right, we must swiftly deal with the Bai group. Once that's accomplished, we can truly serve our nation. Su Yang readily agreed to participate in the construction project of the National Research Station. During these days, he had been immersing himself in various science fiction films and novels, seeking inspiration. Indeed, the finest ideas emanated from the celestial expanse. With his artistic brush in hand, stepping into the cosmos was an inevitable journey. Establishing a rapport with the space agency beforehand was a prudent step. In the following days, Su Yang remained at the military district, collaborating with Zhou Jianjun and others, meticulously explaining the design concepts of the electromagnetic cannon main battle tank. He also elucidated to Ji Chongqing and Ma Ming why a miniature fusion reactor could be mass-produced. They were among the most brilliant minds in Manhwa, requiring only the slightest guidance from Su Yang to grasp the concepts. Before long, December 24th arrived, Christmas Eve. The new media publicity department of the Huizhou military district visited Deng Xian's office, obtaining the promotional approval to release a video showcasing the nuclear-powered electromagnetic rail gun tank at noon. It was already 11:30. Deng Xian remarked, go ahead, pay tribute to our predecessors. The peace they yearn for is now well guarded by our generation. Chapter 44, Merry Christmas Eve, the unveiling of a new species of tank. At noon, the students finished their classes, and the laborers concluded their shifts. Across the vast expanse of Manhwa, the essence of humanity flourished. Suddenly, the Ministry of Defense released a video on the social media platform of the Huizhou military district. Without any prior indication, the title read, A New Species of Tank, Nuclear-Powered Dual-Track Electromagnetic Cannon Main Battle Tank. Scene 1. Visual, a juxtaposition of a human fist and a mechanical heart. Caption, it is but this size, a mechanical heart, a heart of power. Scene 2. Visual, starting from two unremarkable pipes, the camera rapidly zooms out to reveal a panoramic view of the dual-track electromagnetic cannon tank, filmed from a slight upward angle. Caption, it is the new species of tank. Scene 3. Visual, footage of the tank racing forward, the cannon firing, and hills being reduced to rubble. Soundtrack, the melody of the Grand Cold Palace. Upon its release, the video skyrocketed to 70 million views in under half an hour. The likes surpassed 1 million. And comments exceeded 200,000. Good heavens, what is this? A nuclear-powered electromagnetic cannon main battle tank? What did the opening imply? A mechanical heart? What on earth? Is it akin to steel? Huh. Just the other day, Brother Tae-Poo mentioned conducting tactical low-yield nuclear weapon tests. Was it you? Greetings, old bull. On this Christmas Eve, I wish joy and happiness to my compatriots in the Great Eagle Nation. Wait a moment. This is an official announcement. Have we truly developed a miniature fusion reactor? Recently, we were discussing the construction of commercial fusion reactors, and now we have accomplished a miniature fusion reactor? If it were reported by other media, I might think it was merely a jest, but several major state-run outlets have shared it. The officials are serious. With the actual product unveiled, it seems improbable that this is a ruse directed at the Great Eagle Nation. To engage or not to engage. At the White House, it was evening in the Great Eagle Nation on Christmas Eve. Families were adorning their Christmas trees, indulging in traditional delicacies such as roasted turkey, mashed potatoes, cranberry sauce, and more. In a month, Biden would be departing. He was largely detached from affairs now. Someone informed him about Longwa's development of a nuclear-powered electromagnetic cannon main battle tank, which was being widely publicized, clearly aimed at the Great Eagle Nation. While Biden was setting up the Christmas tree with his grandchildren, he chuckled, thinking, that is not my concern. Uncertain matters need not be reported to me anymore. Send them to the Haihu Manor instead. At Haihu Manor, numerous world leaders and renowned entrepreneurs had visited recently. It was essential to extend adequate notice. Presently, this place had almost become the epicenter of power for the Great Eagle Nation. Christmas Eve was no longer a solitary occasion for Tae-Poo, but had transformed into a significant social holiday, drawing many influential figures to his side. As speculated by the media, in the new administration, capability was less significant than loyalty. However, the sudden news from the Dragon Nation has disrupted the delicate balance of the world. Masik is also present. Holding his phone, he incredulously contacts Tep. Mr. President, While I may not comprehend military matters, if the Dragon Nation truly develops the Iron Heart technology, we will find ourselves significantly outpaced in the realm of science and technology. Tep, seeking clarity, requests an example that resonates with him. Masik responds, the Dragon Nation will possess the capability for mass production of Iron Men. Tep, the Pentagon. The sacred military ground of the Great Eagle Nation is eerily quiet on Christmas Eve, with only a handful of personnel on duty as the upper echelons enjoy their holiday. Yet, the residents near the Pentagon are bewildered. At this hour, the streets surrounding the Pentagon suddenly become congested. Upon closer inspection, one notices numerous high-ranking military officials hastily summoned back in the dead of night. If the Dragon Nation were to announce a new generation of tanks, the Pentagon might observe without concern. Should they declare the integration of electromagnetic cannons within these tanks, the Pentagon would merely scrutinize the situation, attempting to discern the truth behind the developments. But this is a nuclear-powered electromagnetic cannon tank, with a miniature fusion reactor. Shortly after, a high-level meeting convenes. The current Secretary of Defense and the incoming Secretary of Defense, along with various chiefs of staff, military commanders, and defense equipment development consultants, gather in a tense assembly. Executives from Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, and other defense contractors are also present. Fatigue and confusion are etched on their faces. They had spent Christmas Eve with their families, preparing gifts for their children, only to receive a call for emergency duty at the Pentagon. What a burden to bear. Could the Dragon Nation have learned from our past strategies? Like the Star Wars program that brought down the Ural Nation? It seems implausible, even with the current state of human technology. Even if they have managed to create Element 119 and solve the room temperature superconductivity issue, the development of a miniature fusion reactor remains unattainable. Indeed, a miniature fusion reactor is at least 500 years ahead of our current technological capabilities. If the Dragon Nation admits that the recent explosion was caused by an electromagnetic cannon tank, then they are undeniably far ahead of us in terms of new ammunition technology. As seasoned military professionals, they quickly deduce that a tactical nuclear test is impossible in the vicinity of a city with a population in the millions. Some cast glances toward representatives of major arms developers, questioning whether we possess a development plan for an electromagnetic cannon main battle tank. In the past, the Dragon Nation studied the military equipment of the Great Eagle Nation, aspiring to replicate whatever advancements we made. Now, the tides have turned. It is the Great Eagle Nation that must scrutinize the Dragon Nation. The representatives of the major arms developers exchange glances. The ensuing silence is deafening. If funding permits, we will immediately initiate the relevant technological validations, a representative from Lockheed Martin states. In the ever-sunny London, at the office of Nature magazine, the exclamation, "Oh my God," echoes through the room. The Dragon Nation has either released a smokescreen to confuse the masses or has genuinely developed a miniature fusion reactor. Editor Wells gazed in horror at the online news. He could scarcely fathom the level of technology involved in such a reactor. However, he could envision the uproar it would cause should the relevant technology be documented in a scholarly paper. Alas, even if a fusion reactor were indeed constructed, it would be inconceivable for the Dragon Nation to disclose the manufacturing techniques, let alone publish them in a paper. Meanwhile, in the Republic of Ruidin, the Nobel Prize Committee convened. Richard had just returned from the palace, where he had successfully persuaded the king that upon the arrival of the discoverer of Element 119 to receive the Nobel Prize, the king would present the award himself. As he returned, news emerged from the Dragon Nation. The miniature fusion reactor had indeed been created. What? I have only just returned from the Dragon Nation. Good heavens. To whom should next year's Nobel Prize be awarded? The discoveries of Element 119 and room temperature superconductors are both undeniably deserving of the accolade. Yet, the theoretical knowledge and technological mechanisms surrounding the miniature fusion reactor are equally worthy of the Nobel Prize. After much contemplation, Richard resolved to inquire with his colleagues in the Dragon Nation, regardless of the outcome, to ascertain the truth. Chapter 45. Merry Christmas. The grand unveiling of new equipment in the Dragon Kingdom. Ji Chongqing offered a perfunctory smile, responding to Mr. Richard, National Secret, who can inquire about the inventor of the miniature fusion reactor. After receiving a call from Richard, Ji Chongqing casually brushed him off before hanging up. Moreover, Su Yang had just submitted his findings on Element 119. Should news emerge that he developed a dual-track electromagnetic cannon main battle tank, it would undoubtedly leave countless individuals around the globe in a state of unrest. Historically, Western nations have been known to destroy what they cannot possess. Ji Chongqing felt a pang of fear. If anyone sought to harm Su Yang, the situation could prove quite precarious. At this moment, Ji Chongqing remained in Yuezhou, where the functionalities of the electromagnetic cannon main battle tank had been thoroughly researched. The Academy of Sciences and the Aerospace Bureau were finally prepared to depart with the miniature fusion reactor. Before leaving, Ji Chongqing met with Deng Xian and the head of the National Security Agency in Weishou, expressing his concerns regarding Su Yang's personal safety. The head of the National Security Agency assured him, thumping his chest, that the protection of comrade Su Yang's safety had reached unprecedented levels, and there was no need for concern. Ji Chanqing proposed an idea. Could they assign a trustworthy and capable individual to stay close to Su Yang, serving as a friend and personal bodyguard to ensure his safety? Deng Xian nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, I have considered this. What do you think of Yu Xian?" Deng Xian then retrieved Yu Xian's profile, age 26, fluent in 3 languages, proficient in computer science, skilled in operating various weaponry, and having undergone special forces training. He was set to transition to civilian life next year and had already been earmarked by the National Security Headquarters in the capital. We should consult his opinion, Ji Chanqing suggested. Shortly thereafter, they summoned Yu Xian, offering him the role of safeguarding Su Yang while retaining his status within the National Security Agency. I have interacted with Comrade Su Yang and know he is formidable. However, I did not realize he was this extraordinary. I shall comply with the organization's arrangement. Yu Xian replied. Deng Xian affirmed, "Good, prepare well, and I will find the right opportunity to discuss this with Su Yang." One day later, December 26th. The populace was still reveling in the excitement surrounding the new tank prototype. Almost every social media platform was abuzz with analyses of the dual-track electromagnetic cannon tank and the implications of the miniature fusion reactor's debut on the world stage. On this day, another significant announcement emerged. Chunfei and Shenyang simultaneously conducted test flights of their 6th-generation aircraft. Although not officially released, the footage was crystal clear. No one could doubt its authenticity, given the Dragon Kingdom's stringent confidentiality measures, if they did not wish for you to capture it. Would you even be aware of its existence? Netizens in the Dragon Kingdom were ready to celebrate the new year. The North and South are at odds. My goodness. The 20th generation aircraft has lost its appeal. Apologies to the 6th master. I have found new friends. The 35th generation fighter jet lamented. So, love becomes outdated, does it? I just made my debut at the air show, and now you no longer adore me? Eagle sauce. I have yet to clarify my PPT, Brother Rabbit. Have you already taken flight? Or are there 2 of you? On this day, the streets outside the Pentagon are once again congested. Those on Christmas leave have been urgently summoned back. However, the meeting at the Pentagon has not yet concluded. The Dragon Nation continues to unleash significant developments. A new amphibious assault ship, exceeding 40,000 tons and equipped with electromagnetic catapults, has been officially named. While our compatriots in Sichuan have sadly lost the naming rights to a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the new airborne early warning aircraft has made its maiden flight. And the new unmanned early warning drone is also undergoing test flights. High-speed trains are operating at 400 kilometers per hour. In certain obscure corners, national treasures are making their grand appearances. What is happening? Mother, it seems we are no longer hiding our brilliance. Where is my molecular bomber? Mother, since we have reached this point, shall we not lay our cards on the table? General Zhu, thankfully, I have retired. In such circumstances, it is impossible to carry out any work. Ha ha ha, it is indeed the new year. Where's my cigarette? From now on, I shall light up 2 at a time. Let us see who dares to mock me. Brothers, I am abroad, and guess what I have seen? This morning, the spokesperson for the Great Eagle Nation stated that they feel uneasy about the Dragon Nation's substantial investment in military capabilities and the development of 2 6th-generation aircraft, arguing that the Dragon Nation is undermining regional security, and they have expressed their protest. Ha ha ha, the Great Eagle Nation has actually begun protesting. They're stealing our words. The people of the Dragon Nation are celebrating the new year in advance. Everyone is in jubilation. Oh no, there are those who are disheartened. In the Baiyan building, the territory of the Bai family group, ever since Bai Lishan was apprehended, the company continues to operate normally. After all, a company with thousands of employees cannot collapse just because the top person falls. That would trigger a mass incident. In the chairman's office, Bai Chen and Tang Shu are present. Shu, come with me to Australia. After the new year, our family will sell the Baiyun building, and with the money, we shall go there. It is no longer feasible to stay in the country. Bai Chen earnestly reiterated, you have been blacklisted domestically, and there are no opportunities for development. Outside, there is still hope. Tang Shu's eyes glisten with tears as she replies, I will listen to you. The Baiyun building, located in the city center, should fetch over $1 billion if sold. Just as Bai Chen was about to utter heartfelt words, a disruptive knock on the door interrupted his moment of sincerity. Who is it? Bai Chen snapped angrily. Entering was the company's sales director, Lu Dong'an. Peeking his head in, Lu Dong'an cheerfully said, Little Bai, are you busy? Just speak your mind. Bai Chen retorted irritably. He held a poor impression of Lu Dong'an, who, having some ability, had previously berated his father, Bai Lishan. At the board meeting, claiming Bai Lishan's greed lost them a major military client. Moreover, had this fellow not resigned before? Why is he back again? Lu Dong'an grinned. Little Bai, a friend of yours is here to see you. The door swung wide open, and Bai Chen's expression changed dramatically. It was Su Yang. Su Yang waved at him. Hello, Bai Chen, are you engaged in a heartfelt conversation? Tang Shu appeared flustered, adjusting her attire, her gaze evasive and fleeting, occasionally darting towards Su Yang. Perhaps she regretted not taking advantage of Su Yang earlier. Had she done so, she might have been driving a Rolls-Royce herself. Who allowed you to enter? Bai Chen shouted furiously, Su Yang, get the hell out. I don't want to see you. Where are the security guards? Where are they? A few individuals who had entered merely smiled faintly. Su Yang approached the chairman's seat and sat down directly. He extended his hand, and Zhou Jingzi passed him a cigar, which he lit. A few puffs later, Su Yang discarded it, exclaiming, "Indeed, I am not suited for smoking. Lao Zhou, next time, design a different entrance for me." Zhou Jingzi chuckled and nodded. "Next time, should I take a turn to smoke?" Bai Chen was bewildered. "You lot come to my home and start performing? Security. Where is the security?" Lu Dongnan slightly bowed. "The security who denied Mr. Su entry has already been dismissed by him." Bai Chen, pointing at Su Yang, cursed, "Are you out of your mind? Coming to my company and firing my employees?" With a thud, Su Yang slammed a document onto the table. "Little Bai, do not get it twisted. This is my company." As he spoke, he barely glanced at Bai Chen, instead turning to Zhou Jingzi. "Lao Zhou, shall we rename it to Su-style Daxia?" Zhou Jingzi replied, "That sounds a bit kitsch. How about Tiangong building instead?" "Very well," Su Yang declared. "Lao Lu, go summon the administrative department. Prepare to arrange for the renaming. Oh, and by the way, if anyone wishes to avoid working under me, they may voluntarily resign before the year's end." Bai Chen, in horror, grasped a document from the table. The company transfer agreement, signed by Bai Lishan. The transfer of Baiyun building, for a mere 1 yuan, to Su Yang. What? Why? Chapter 46. Keep your distance. I will not be manipulated. Within a certain detention center, Bai Lishan gazed at the iron bars, on the verge of tears. How could he have given birth to such a foolish son? Why offend anyone, if not Su Yang? He too was perplexed by the circumstances. His company, his building, had nearly been relinquished to Su Yang, and it was Bai Lishan who had consented to this fate. He had no choice but to comply. This was the only way he could hope to see the light of day again and safeguard his family from retribution. Surely, Su Yang must be the illegitimate child of some high-ranking official. Otherwise, how could one so young, merely 20 years of age, achieve such remarkable success? It was a tale no one would believe. Meanwhile, at Baiyun Building, news of the change in ownership swiftly circulated. The new proprietor was none other than the previous rival of the young master. The announcement indicated that the overall structure of the company would remain unchanged, and those willing to stay could retain their original positions. However, they would be subjected to much stricter evaluations moving forward. Members of the administrative department arrived, and Su Yang instructed them to create new signage. He then pointed to Bai Chun and Tang Shu, ordering them to leave. From that point on, they were not permitted to enter or exit Tiangong Building. The administrative staff suddenly became invigorated. What a delight! Earlier that morning, due to time constraints, they had brought breakfast to the office and were eating at their desks. When Bai Chen and Tang Shu approached, they were unjustly berated. Now, it was finally my turn. The administrative supervisor, in his 40s and in the throes of a fiery temperament, could hardly contain himself. "Mr. Bai, Miss Tang, I must insist that you leave immediately, or I will have no choice but to call the authorities." "How dare you? This is my company, my building. What are you so smug about, Fong Qianqian?" "I will not leave, nor can I." Bai Chun was on the brink of despair. He refused to believe that his father would simply hand over Baiyun Building. He had been assured that by selling the building for billions, he would be able to immigrate to Australia. Now, with Baiyun Building and the company gone, how could he still hope to immigrate? Within the chairman's office, no one engaged Bai Chun in argument, nor did anyone utter a harsh word towards him. Su Yang merely observed him coldly, as though he were a superior looking down upon an insignificant insect. To those in power, the protests of the insignificant do not perturb their existence. Rather, they add a touch of amusement to an otherwise mundane life. "Su Yang, speak. Say something. Is this not a forgery?" Bai Chen continued to roar in outrage. Yet, just then, several individuals entered from outside. The leaders of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, along with Police Chief Wei Bing. "Forgery? Bai Chen, use your intellect. Who would dare to forge such a document? Do you not recognize your father's handwriting?" Wei Bing interjected coolly. To ensure a smooth transition of the company, Police Chief Wei Bing had personally come to maintain order and prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from causing trouble. "Are you not leaving? Do you wish to find yourself back inside?" he admonished. Bai Chen. At this moment, Tang Shu was also in a state of turmoil amidst the wind. What is happening? Why does Su Yang possess such formidable influence? Is the police chief personally backing him? The Baiyun Building, worth billions, can he simply take it at will? Bai Chen seemed to have grasped something. Continuing to resist would yield no favorable outcomes. Seeing Wei Bing, despair engulfed him, leaving him unable to regain his composure. He grasped Tang Shu's hand and urged, Shu, we must go. Let's find my father and clarify this situation." With a sharp motion, Tang Shu wrenched her hand away. "Do not involve me. Bai Chen, we have no connection whatsoever. Do not contact me again." Su Yang. Wait. As Tang Shu cast a disdainful glance at Bai Chun and then turned her voice, sweet yet sticky, towards Su Yang, he immediately withdrew, preemptively wishing her happiness. "Su Yang, we have not broken up." Regardless of Su Yang's words, Tang Shu insisted, "You once loved me dearly. Please grant me another chance. The past is behind us, and we can return to how we once were." Except for Su Yang. Inside the office, everyone appeared utterly bewildered. Wei Bing, Zhou Jingzi, Lu Dongnan, Fong Tranqian, and others were expressions of detached curiosity. Ah, so this is the kind of tale we have. Su-yang could only shake his head. It was indeed as he suspected. However, a noble steed does not graze on the same grass twice. Moreover, the original Su-yang's girlfriend is not my girlfriend. The verdant pastures over Su-yang's head do not belong to me. Are you serious? Have you read too many novels? Su-yang dismissed, waving his hand. Keep your distance. I am not interested in this. A few police officers entered, escorting the two away from the chairman's office. Wei-bing then addressed Su-yang, Mr. Su. I shall take my leave. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to call. The handover was completed smoothly. Thus, Su-yang promptly ordered the high-ranking officials of the Bai Group to convene a meeting to announce the company's changes and the necessary adjustments to its operations. The details of these adjustments were not something Su-yang needed to concern himself with, as Zhou Jingzi had already drafted a plan. Originally, they intended to wait until after the new year for the official launch of the civilian version of the Corona Mecha, the Flapping Bird, and drones under Tiangong Kaiwu technology. Now that the Bai Group had been acquired, the business would officially commence after New Year's. The Corona Mecha is prohibitively expensive for the average individual. Therefore, under Su-yang's collaboration, the engineering team developed several civilian versions with varying signals. The first was a rehabilitation model, tailored for individuals with limb disabilities and those unable to stand, classified as a medical product, with all necessary procedures already secured. The second was a labor enhancement model, primarily for manual laborers such as movers and sanitation workers, embodying the concept of mechanical exoskeletons. The third, and so forth, with prices ranging from 3,000 to 100,000. The Flapping Bird has been undergoing civilian testing. Previously delivered to clients in the Middle East were military-grade units. However, they still cannot penetrate the civilian market. One can only imagine the potential consequences if an ordinary individual were to acquire the Flapping Wing drone and, in a moment of folly, utilize it for illicit activities, such as surreptitiously capturing state military secrets. The testing for civilian application primarily involves collaboration with traffic management authorities to conduct serial number management trials. By assigning controllable and manageable serial numbers to each drone, it ensures that every activated unit can be effectively overseen. Furthermore, upon the recommendation of Zhou Jingzi, Su-yang has enhanced the payload capacity of the drone, enabling it to carry a maximum of 3 kilograms. Zhou Jingzi expressed his vision for a low-altitude economy, providing optimal solutions for precise delivery of takeout and parcels. As Su-yang sat in the chairman's seat, he observed Zhou Jingzi as he delegated tasks with remarkable clarity. To be candid, Zhou Jingzi possesses exceptional capabilities, having meticulously organized all assignments. The Bai Group, which previously focused on machinery manufacturing, real estate, and daily necessities sales, is now pivoting towards transformation. Zhou Jingzi has outlined specific tasks for each department, and once they acclimate to this new rhythm, he will find his responsibilities considerably lighter. Lu Dongnan, who was once the sales manager of the Bai Group, resigned midway due to his disapproval of Bai Lishan's actions. At that time, Zhou Jingzi received a directive from Su-yang to take over the Bai Group. By fortuitous chance, he established contact with Lu Dongnan and, through their exchanges, recognized his talent, thus recommending him to Su-yang. After several meetings, Su-yang extended a formal invitation for Lu Dongnan to return as the marketing manager for civilian products at the Tiangong Kaiwu Technology Company. This explains the earlier scene of Lu Dongnan returning alongside Su-yang. Lu Dongnan swiftly presented a proposed marketing plan, aiming to introduce the Corona to the global market. As the morning meeting concluded, Su-yang departed first, returning to the art studio he had acquired. He ordered 2 cups of coffee and took a moment to rest. Since the delivery of the electromagnetic cannon main battle tank, he had not enjoyed a good night's sleep for several days. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. Nevertheless, Su-yang found little time to rest. After a brief nap, he mustered his energy and returned to his computer. Ji Chancheng had invited Su-yang to the Dragon Science Institute to provide an in-depth explanation of how the miniature fusion reactor was constructed. Su-yang was reluctant to step into the spotlight, primarily because Ji Chancheng had assembled a group of esteemed industry veterans from the Dragon Kingdom. The prospect of a 20-year-old novice teaching them was daunting. Thus, Su-yang resolved to compile all the knowledge he had about miniature fusion reactors in his mind. Whoever was interested could peruse it at their leisure. There was an abundance of tasks ahead. Concerned about his memory, Su-yang took a piece of paper and simply outlined the following points. 1. After New Year's Day, a team will be dispatched to the Bear Country. 2. Following New Year's Day, the civilian version of the Corona product series will launch. 3. A visit to the Aerospace Bureau is necessary to understand the National Lunar Research Station construction plan and devise the corresponding energy supply strategy. After the new year, I must make another trip to the capital, where various departments such as the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, the National Development and Reform Commission, and the Lonka Institute will convene to discuss the prospects of micro-fusion reactor applications. Additionally, we must ascertain the demand for the dual-track electromagnetic cannon main battle tanks from the Ministry of Defense while simultaneously proceeding with tank production. Su-yang couldn't help but exclaim, there truly is an abundance of tasks. Indeed, the life of a laborer remains ever burdensome, even with a golden opportunity at hand. There are still endless responsibilities to attend to. Chapter 47. The announcement of the academician list, Soo-young included in the blink of an eye. New Year's Day arrived. Across the nation, people reveled in the joy of the transition into the new year. It was a day for fireworks, a day of ascent, a day marking the beginning of future endeavors. In the capital, the Academy of Sciences officially announced the list of academicians, entering the public notification period. However, in today's society, few people linger on such announcements. Only those close to the circles would take notice. Nevertheless, platforms like Douyin and Weibo stirred some excitement, primarily due to the inclusion of senior technical personnel from prominent corporations in the academician list. These companies were keen to promote this achievement. At the Fine Arts College, the students enjoyed their holiday, and the teachers were also anticipated to be on break. Yet, the principal and vice principal Luo Wei summoned all faculty and leadership from the Fine Arts College for an urgent meeting. The large screen in the conference room displayed nothing but this year's academician list. The foremost name on the list, Soo-young. Dean Xiaxian of the Fine Arts College nervously fidgeted with his fingers, lowering his head in silence. He understood that today marked his downfall. Bang! The principal slammed his hand on the table in fury. The Soo-young on this list is our Soo-young, isn't it? Dean Xia, can you explain what is happening? Xiaxian. Bang! Enraged, the principal stood up, pointing a finger at Xiaxian, unleashing a torrent of invective. Do you comprehend what it means to have a student as an academician? This is the first in our nation since its founding. You expelled him? How audacious. Do you have any idea that the Bai Group, which you have long coveted, has now been acquired by Soo-young? Xiaxian, you are nothing but a relic, bringing everlasting shame to our institution and inviting ridicule. We cannot retain you. Will you leave voluntarily, or shall I expel you? With a heavy sigh, Xiaxian said nothing, rising to depart. In the dormitory. Zhou Ying, is the Soo-young on the academician list our senior? Do you think there is a chance for you in him? He's so handsome. Our senior is like the male lead in a wealthy romance novel. He started his entrepreneurial journey in his sophomore year and is rumored to have acquired the Bai Group, all while secretly becoming an academician, surrounded by her roommates. Zhou Ying's face flushed. A chance for something more? She certainly wished for it, but her senior shone like a brilliant star in the sky, far beyond her reach. An academician? Suddenly, Zhou Ying contemplated. Perhaps if she followed the path her father, Shou Jianjun, had envisioned for her, she might someday cross paths with her senior. Her father wished for her to pursue a military academy. Quietly, she rose and stepped outside the dormitory to call her father. Having already missed the recruitment season, she did not want to wait another year. Perhaps her father could find a shortcut for her. He has become an academician? In another girl's dormitory, Tang Shu stared blankly at the academician list shared by others, feeling a ripple of emotion within. Yes, Soo-young's name had indeed appeared on the academician list. Once, she could have had a boyfriend who was a young academic, yet she chose to forego that opportunity. Tang Shu, with a smile gracing her lips, found tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Curiously, she wiped away her tears, pondering why, despite having chosen this path herself, she felt compelled to shed these little pearls of sorrow. Shu Shu, come out, Shu Shu. I have nothing left. You are all I have now. You cannot ignore me. Bai Qin had been calling for several days from downstairs. The dormitory manager had driven him away, but he returned. The police had taken him away. Yet as long as he was not confined in detention, he would come back. Bai Qin visited the detention center and confirmed with his father that it was indeed his father's choice to transfer the company, Baiyin Building, to Soo-young. After receiving this news, Tang Shu resolutely ended their relationship. However, Bai Qin refused to let go. Tang Shu rushed into the corridor and shouted down to him. You want to pursue me? On what grounds? Just look at Soo-young. He has already been elected as a young academician. What do you have? You claim that the Bai Group is one of the top enterprises in Weshou, yet you haven't even met Soo-young in person, and your hometown has been stolen away. After her outburst, Tang Shu seemed to grasp the truth of her own feelings. Could it be that the one she truly loved was always Soo-young? Perhaps she had chosen to be with Bai Qin only to spur him on to greater achievements. It must be so. If that were the case, then Soo-young's status as a young academician was indeed partly due to her influence. In the bustling metropolis, at the C4 Systems Company, a subsidiary of General Dynamics, Thompson had remained in the Dragon Country since the light weapons exhibition. Many subsidiaries under General Dynamics had faced sanctions and were blacklisted by the Dragon Country. Fortunately, the C4 Systems Company had escaped such fates. The higher-ups instructed him to stay in the Dragon Country to explore opportunities for reconciliation and the lifting of sanctions. Oh, Soo-young? That name sounds familiar. Thompson glanced at the list of academicians from the Dragon Country. After sipping a cup of coffee, he recalled, he was the founder of Tiangong Kaiwu Technology Company. He remembered that at the light weapons exhibition, that youthful individual had perplexed him, leading him to believe the young man was merely a part-time employee hired by the Dragon Country. Could it be? He recalled that the young man seemed to be under 20. If this was not a deliberate smokescreen released by the Dragon Country, it was indeed alarming. What had he accomplished to receive such prestigious recognition? Wait, After rummaging through his office, Thompson found an article published in Nature regarding element 119. Soo-young, could it be the same person? In Europe, in the kingdom of Ruadian. Sir Richard glanced at the latest announcement of the National Academy of Sciences from the Dragon Country and couldn't help but smile, acknowledging the well-deserved recognition. On New Year's Day, Soo-young returned to his hometown after several days away. The construction of the police station at his home was progressing rapidly. Soo-young also visited the site of the industrial park, where a wide, dual-direction, four-lane road was being constructed toward the industrial zone. A state-owned construction company has commenced work on an industrial park, with factories, residential areas, and laboratory buildings all under construction. Soo-young was taken aback. He had envisioned an industrial park, yet the plan seemed to be aligned with the development of a new city, complete with schools, hospitals, shopping centers, and even a few high-rise residential buildings. Brother Soo. Upon returning home, Soo Min-cheong, drawn by the aroma, arrived bearing gifts, several packs of cigarettes and bottles of Moutai. Evidently a significant investment on his part. I was wrong last time, truly. From now on, I, Soo Min-cheong, will be your loyal servant. Following the previous incident, Soo Min-cheong had been taken to the police station and detained for 7 days on charges of provoking trouble. It was then that he recognized Soo-yang's influence and ceased his previous arrogance. Since his return, he had been waiting at Soo-yang's doorstep, eager for an opportunity to apologize. There's no need for gifts. Soo-young waved his hand dismissively. Currently, I am not in need of such things. Uncle Min-cheong, you and I have no grievances. Your issues lie with my parents. Go pay your respects to them. Let bygones be bygones. We are neighbors in the village. If you seek employment, I can recommend you to my company as a security guard. But let me be clear, if you slack off or cause trouble, that would indeed create a conflict between us. Soo Min-cheong, surprisingly agreeable, swiftly accepted and hurried to the ancestral grave in the back mountains to pay homage to Soo-yang's parents. His ability to humble himself was beyond Soo-yang's expectations. Are you aware of the industrial park being developed to the north? Soo-young inquired. Soo Min-cheong nodded, acknowledging that he had heard about the 8 billion yuan investment and the forthcoming new industrial park that would shift the economic focus of Yuezhou. Good, go ahead. I will inform the security chief over there. You can report directly. Soo-young gestured for him to leave. Soo Min-cheong paused, bewildered. Do you know the security chief there? Wait, brother, that industrial park, it couldn't possibly belong to you? Soo-yang's silence served as an acknowledgement. Upon realizing this, Soo Min-cheong felt as if struck by thunder, his worldview shattered in an instant. At the age of 20, a state investment of 8 billion yuan was being made for his industrial park. My heavens. Brother, if you ever need my assistance, just say the word. If you ask me to eat dirt, I shall eat dirt. Soo Min-cheong expressed his loyalty in the most vulgar terms before departing joyfully. Soo-young kept his promise. After Min-cheong left, he called the security chief of the industrial park to relay the necessary information. After a restful night at home, the following day, January 2nd, Soo-young arrived early at the company. Guests from afar were arriving. Andre, the representative from the Bear Country. Today, the technical team dispatched to Bear Country would officially set off. In the company's conference room, Soo-young, Zhou Jingzi, Yu Guangyu, and others gathered, awaiting Andre's arrival, as the dispatched technical team was also present. Shortly thereafter, Andre arrived, now serving as the city investment representative for Vladivostok and Bear Country. The trading operations with the Bear Country are relatively intricate. After all, the coronary Mechs inherently possess military attributes. If they were produced directly in the Dragon Country and subsequently exported, it would inevitably incite diplomatic disputes. Thus, once the coronary Mechs reach the Bear Country, they will be manufactured as customized models, specifically designated as Katarina. Chapter 48, Arrival at the Space Agency. The director personally welcomes the design of Katrina. Mech. Soo-young has made enhancements to the design of the Katrina Mech based on the Corona model, primarily adjusting its exterior. This process did not consume any sign-in points, as once he mastered the Mech design blueprint, altering its appearance and basic parameters became second nature to him. The design of Katrina drew significant inspiration from the magnetic burst infantry. Soo-young pondered that a Mech tailored for the Bear Nation must embody a certain ruggedness characteristic of Soviet aesthetics. His rigid perception of Soviet aesthetics was largely shaped by the games Red Alert and Atomic Heart. Thus, it was only natural for him to first think of the magnetic burst infantry. After presenting the design blueprint of Katrina to Andre, he sought approval from the Bear Nation, which was met with no objections. The Bear Nation prioritizes practical functionality. As long as the Mech's capabilities remain unchanged, its appearance is of little consequence. Following the meeting, the technical team departed with Andre, formally embarking on their journey to the Bear Nation. By afternoon, the product line of Tiangong Kaiwu Technology Company was officially launched. The civilian version of the Corona Mech, the flapping mechanical bird, and drones were introduced, garnering immense anticipation from countless netizens. The price of the flapping mechanical bird was surprisingly reduced to just a few thousand yuan, making it accessible for casual use. Remarkably, it also came equipped with a dedicated app, allowing operation via a smartphone. complete with product introductions and enhanced load-bearing capabilities, eliminating the need to step outside for takeout. The Mechs from their company boast a military technology background. It was astonishing how swiftly Mechs had entered the civilian realm. Brothers. I noticed in the Mech's documentation that it seems capable of enhancing human capabilities. I have an unrefined idea. If my friend can only last 3 seconds, could he endure 10 minutes with the Mech? Be quiet. This company is extraordinary. They utilize military technology. We must support and check it out. Following the launch of the new products, the benefits of acquiring the Buy Group began to manifest. The original service team from Buy Group transitioned over, rapidly boosting e-commerce and offline sales channels. With investment in advertising, those opening Douyin in the afternoon could primarily scroll through content related to Tiangong Kaiwu technology, showcasing the new Mech species and their applications across various industries. During a meeting, someone suggested that Su Yang make an appearance akin to other companies, leveraging his status as an academician for marketing purposes. However, this proposal was promptly dismissed by sales manager Lu Dong'an, who asserted that their company's marketing did not require gimmicks. The focus should be on perfecting the product. If sales fell short, it would be a concern for the sales department. Su Yang greatly appreciated Lu Dongnan's perspective. The title of academician represents national recognition for one's contributions, not a marketing tool for Su Yang. Moreover, he genuinely did not need to resort to such tactics. As the company increased its advertising on Douyin, speculation regarding the identity of the chairman of Tiangong Kaiwu Technology had already reached a fever pitch. Su Yang greeted Zhou Jingzi and others, informing them that he would be visiting the Aerospace Bureau the following day and would address any questions upon his return. After the meeting concluded, Yu Guangyu called out to Su Yang, "Brother, do you know what is happening with Showing now? What is the matter?" It seems she transferred to the National Defense University. Ah, how fortunate are those with connections. Su Yang replied, "I hadn't anticipated that." Just as Yu Guangyu finished speaking, Su Yang's phone chimed. A message from Showing appeared. "Senior, your journey inspires me. I have also transferred to the National Defense University. We shall be schoolmates once more." Su Yang responded, "How sweet. Hey, why are you pushing me?" Su Yang looked at Yu Guangyu in disbelief, quickly retracting his message. "All right. Let us progress together." Yu Guangyu nudged him, causing the message to tremble as he typed on the keypad. "Zhou seems quite impressive. As your senior, I endorse this union. Get lost. I consider her like a sister," replied Su Yang. "Sure. I believe you," Yu Guangyu teased. "Your tone suggests otherwise." Su Yang playfully punched him. As Su Yang was set to travel to the capital the next day, he reflected on how long it had been since he had shared a meal with Yu Guangyu. "Senior, let us invite Li Nan and a few others. It's been ages since we gathered for drinks." This time, they only invited Li Nan and a few close friends. Li Nan was working at Tiangong Kaiwu Technology, holding a part-time title, but primarily engaged in full-time responsibilities. Whenever he had no classes, he would come to the company. Though he might not contribute significantly, he approached his studies with dedication. The other full-time employees might not appreciate Li Nan and his friends, but who cared? After all, their roommate was the company's chairman. Su Yang knew and trusted them well, and while he hadn't assigned them any weighty responsibilities, he had given them rigorous academic tasks to cultivate their potential. Old Su. Rest assured, we will never bring you shame. We can endure the hardships others can bear, and we can withstand what others cannot. I feel that a single day at the company teaches me more than a year at school. Old Su. We recognize that the value we create for the company does not justify our salaries, but trust us, one day we will make everyone take notice. Now, let us raise a toast. As they chatted, Su Yang suddenly inquired, are you still writing novels?" "Of course," Yu Guangyu replied. "I just can't help myself. If I don't write 4,000 words for my readers every day, I feel uneasy. Why not write at the company? Here, we don't impose any undue pressure. You can finish your writing before starting work," Su Yang suggested. "That won't do. If others criticize me, they'll be criticizing you too." Yu Guangyu raised his glass, recalling how he had once suggested Su Yang take on the role of chairman, to which Su Yang had objected. Laughter filled the air as the gathering came to a close. The next day, Su Yang flew directly to the capital, traveling light with only a few pieces of clothing and his drawing board. Having long since developed the habit, regardless of how busy he may be each day, Su Yang always carves out time to paint. After all, this is the means by which he earns his livelihood. It is high time to consider hiring an assistant. Carrying cumbersome bags alone is quite a challenge. Upon disembarking from the plane, Su Yang hailed a taxi to number 8, Jia, Fuqing Road, Haidian District. Upon arriving at the Aerospace Bureau compound, Su Yang identified himself and awaited in the security room. "Now, everyone, let us take advantage of these days to finalize our year-end summaries and outline plans for the coming year," announced Zhang Kechuan, the director of the Aerospace Bureau, as he waved his hand, signaling the conclusion of the morning meeting. Today, all the chief project leaders from the Bureau were present, including the chief engineer for manned spaceflight, Wu Qingrun, the chief engineer for lunar exploration, and the chief engineer for the Mars exploration program, among others. Wu Qingrun still had some work to report. Once the others had departed, he began to speak. "Director, Just as he was about to continue, his phone rang, a call from the security guard. With the director's consent, he answered the call. Moments later, Wu Qingren's expression changed dramatically, his demeanor filled with excitement. Director, that young comrade has arrived. Su Yang has truly come to our Aerospace Institute. Zhang Kechuan was momentarily taken aback. Is it that youthful academician? This child, without so much as a greeting, has come directly here? Quickly, come with me to welcome him. Unexpectedly, the director seemed even more exhilarated than himself. After all, the director of the National Aerospace Administration holds the rank of Vice Minister. Chapter 49. The Solar System Archaeological Program. Su Yang was only acquainted with Wu Qingren. However, upon noticing Wu Qingren trailing behind, he could surmise that the individual leading the way held a significant status. To his surprise, it turned out to be the director of the space agency. Comrade, welcome to the space agency for guidance. Su Yang responded courteously, I am here to learn. And I kindly ask the esteemed seniors of the space agency for their valuable insights. The personnel from the security office exchanged glances, bewildered by the presence of this young man who had elicited a personal welcome from a deputy ministerial director. Upon entering the courtyard, the reception room had already been prepared. Zhang Kechuan briefly held a welcoming ceremony for Su Yang. The prominent figures from various systems within the space agency had not yet departed and gathered to show their support. The most frequently posed question was, when will the micro-fusion reactor be mass-produced, and when will it be utilized in space exploration? Zhang Kechuan's expression darkened slightly. Hey, this comrade is visiting the space agency for the first time, and you old-timers are behaving as if you are about to overwhelm him. Let us not frighten the young comrade. Today, we want to discuss work. He turned to old Wu, you are familiar with Comrade Su Yang. Take a break from work and help him understand our space agency. In truth, Su Yang felt quite intimidated. Upon arriving at the space agency, he was immediately surrounded by a crowd. Without further ado, they began to inquire about the micro-fusion reactor. Esteemed seniors, that micro-fusion reactor is currently secured at a classified institution for research, right? Zhang Kechuan's words provided Su Yang with some comfort. Wu Qingren nodded enthusiastically. That is splendid. This is the perfect opportunity for me to take a little break. The laughter that followed lightened the atmosphere. One by one, the others were dismissed, returning to their respective duties. Soon, only Wu Qingren, Su Yang, and Wu Qingren's secretary remained. Under Wu Qingren's guidance, Su Yang delved into the history of the space agency and learned about the various ongoing exploration projects. Upon reaching the rocket exhibition hall, Su Yang beheld an array of rocket models from the nation spanning several decades, complete with detailed informational materials. In an effort to bridge the gap and spark conversation, Wu Qingren suddenly remarked, currently, the world's leading space agency on the internet is Musk's, isn't it? Su Yang replied, indeed. Comrade Su, take a look at this. Wu Qingren gestured, prompting the secretary to play a simulation animation of a space technology exploration company utilizing a massive mechanical arm to recover rockets. Wu Qingren inquired, what do you see? Very innovative and eye-catching, Su Yang contemplated before adding, if successfully developed, the rocket recovery technology of the space technology exploration company would reach new heights. Wouldn't it? A slight smile graced Wu Qingren's lips. The precise and timed recovery technology is a crucial means of reducing the costs of space launches. Presenting challenges for them, they must strive further. For them? For us, it's not difficult? Su Yang probed. Comrade Su, you must understand that in the Great Eagle Nation, any technology that is widely promoted is primarily employed for profit. Wu Qingren did not directly answer Su Yang's question. However, we do not require that. Su Yang. Goodness, did I just perceive a hint of disdain in Mr. Wu Qingren's gaze? The recent release of the animation depicting the mechanical arm recovery of rockets by the Space Technology Exploration Company has left the world in awe, with many extolling Ma Sike, proclaiming that he is once again poised to transform the world. Yet, numerous critics from the Dragon Nation assert that only in the Great Eagle Nation can truly great entrepreneurs emerge, lamenting the systemic issues and yearning for the chance to restart their ventures. Consequently, such methods of rocket recovery are merely viewed as a work in progress within the esteemed realms of the Dragon Nation's aerospace sector. Well then, it seems I have indeed arrived at the right place. Having concluded the historical overview, it is now time to unveil the future. What are the forthcoming developmental plans of the Dragon Nation's Aerospace Bureau? The Kilometer-Scale Spacecraft Development Initiative. Previously, Su Yang had only encountered this in online discussions, erroneously believing it to be a mere smokescreen released by the Aerospace Bureau to distract the Great Eagle Nation. To his astonishment, this initiative has now entered the phase of active implementation. How frightening. The Manned Lunar Landing Program. The construction of a lunar scientific research station. The Asteroid Exploration Initiative. The Mars Exploration Program, alongside plans for manned landings on Mars. The Asteroid Defense Strategy. The Solar System Archaeological Endeavor. The Deep Space Exploration Initiative. And so forth. Gazing at the stars, the Dragon Nation possesses the most detailed plans, all currently underway. Mr. Wu, the Solar System Archaeological Initiative? This had garnered considerable attention online previously when the Aerospace Bureau first announced it. Netizens speculated whether something had been discovered on the far side of the moon. Some even suggested it was the Dragon Nation's version of a Star Wars initiative, intended to mislead the Great Eagle Nation. After all, in the minds of the Dragon people, archaeology typically involves excavating ancient tombs and seeking relics. I knew you young folks would find this intriguing. Oh dear, I'm quite fatigued. Let us find a conference room to discuss this further. Wu Qingren was pleased to see Su Yang's interest in the Aerospace Bureau's future plans. They located a conference room, opened the relevant materials, and commenced the introduction. The Solar System Archaeology Project is a significant task outlined in the National Space Science Medium to Long-Term Development Plan 2024 to 2050. Its primary objectives include investigating the origin and evolution of the solar system, as well as the formation and development of various celestial bodies, searching for a second Earth, and seeking extraterrestrial life. The subjects of study encompass asteroids, meteorites, and various celestial bodies, employing methodologies such as large radio telescopes, deep space exploration satellites, and probes. So it's not about excavating extraterrestrial graves, Su Yang mused. After Wu Qingren had provided a thorough introduction, Su Yang pondered for a moment and inquired, Mr. Wu, do you believe that there are truly extraterrestrials in the universe we inhabit? Wu Qingren's demeanor shifted to a serious tone, stating, the observable universe extends over 13.8 billion light-years. If there are no extraterrestrials, no forms of life beyond our own, that would be truly terrifying. In the Great Eagle Nation. At Haihu Manor, Mr. President, it appears that the current Secretary of Defense is quite eager to cultivate a good rapport with you. As you can see, the latest briefing has already been delivered directly to you. The words of the assistant were greatly appreciated by Taepu. The latest briefing from the Department of Defense pertains to the ongoing investigation into the New Jersey UFO incident. It highlights an extraordinary phenomenon. During the concentrated outbreak of UFO sightings in New Jersey, there was a simultaneous surge of UFO observations occurring worldwide. Videos captured by witnesses indicate that the UFOs were extending their flight paths, all moving almost concurrently towards Asia. Subsequently, several UFO sightings emerged within the borders of the Dragon Nation. The Department of Defense produced a schematic illustrating the flight directions of these observed UFOs. Across various locations in Africa, Europe, and the Americas, the UFOs were observed flying in a singular direction before vanishing. If one were to extend the flight paths of these UFOs infinitely on a globe, all lines would ultimately converge within the territory of the Dragon Nation. The report mentions a correlation. Following the concentrated outbreak of UFO events, the Dragon Nation revealed advanced weaponry at the end of December, including nuclear-powered dual-track electromagnetic cannon main battle tanks, 6th-generation fighter jets, and suspected pulse detonation engine aircraft. Taepu could not help but massage his temples, pondering that once he officially assumes office in the White House, he must declassify related documents to convince the populace that the Great Eagle Nation is indeed the chosen land of the divine. After a moment of silence, Taepu seemed to muse aloud. Could it be that extraterrestrials truly exist? Within the confines of the Dragon Nation Space Agency, Wu Qingren observed Su Yang lost in thought and decided to take a brief respite. When the judges arrived, Wu Qingren finally spoke, expressing interest in space explorations. Did he not? Comrade Su Yang, the future survival space of the Dragon Nation will undoubtedly lie among the stars and the sea, should you be interested. Consider establishing a space exploration company and laying down some technological groundwork, for it may flourish in the future. Su Yang replied, however, I have no clear direction. That's easily remedied. Wu Qingren promptly called for his secretary to retrieve last year's project proposal for a low-cost cargo transport system for space stations. The secretary hesitated. But Wu replied, that project has already been confirmed, hasn't it? The Halong cargo spaceplane and the Qingzhou cargo spacecraft have been selected. Wu Qingren reassured him, I am aware. Precisely because it has concluded, I am bringing it forth to assist Comrade Su Yang in finding an entry point into civilian space exploration, though that solicitation project has ended. The overall technical requirements established by the space agency remain. If Su Yang wishes to venture into the field of space exploration, adhering to those technical specifications will certainly help him avoid many detours. Wu Qingren looked at Su Yang, saying, rest assured, young comrade, our space agency possesses ample technical reserves. Should you find yourself uncertain in this realm, you will receive sufficient support. Chapter 50. The establishment of the Dragon Nation's Giant Spirit New Energy Company before long. A volume titled Technical Guide to Low-Cost Cargo Transport Systems was delivered into Su Yang's hands, detailing specific design requirements. Wu Qingren advised Su Yang to take it back for reference, to contemplate and devise designs based on this guidance. Should he determine a path forward, Su Yang could create a model and a proposal, at which point the Aerospace Bureau would convene experts to offer their insights. Su Yang mused to himself, this is excellent. With the Aerospace Bureau's endorsement, he had seemingly discovered a pathway into the realm of space exploration. Subsequently, Wu Qingren escorted Su Yang to the National Lunar Research Station project team. A chorus of welcomes erupted for our project's formidable external ally, academician Su Yang. Instantly, many members of the project team turned to gaze curiously at Su Yang. The name of academician Su Yang had long echoed throughout the technological landscape of the Dragon Nation, and numerous individuals had heard of the young academician. They were eager to ascertain just how youthful this prodigy truly was. Could he possibly be younger than they? Many within the team were merely 24 or 25 years old. Observing Su Yang's comparable age, they silently resolved to strive harder. After all, their peer had already ascended to the rank of academician, and perhaps they too still had a chance. Several leaders were summoned to provide Su Yang with an overview of the relevant technologies regarding the construction of a national lunar research station, placing particular emphasis on the energy components. Originally, the energy plan for the lunar research station hinged on nuclear and solar power, either dispatching 2 nuclear power units or establishing a photovoltaic power station on the moon. The energy plan was nearing finalization when Su Yang, with a decisive gesture, introduced the concept of a miniature fusion reactor. Wu Qingren remarked, "Comrade Su Yang, not only our Aerospace Bureau but also numerous significant projects from various nations will require miniature fusion reactors. Could you provide us with a definitive timeline for when these miniature fusion reactors might be mass-produced? We are all eagerly awaiting the opportunity to procure them." The miniature fusion reactor was a technology developed by Su Yang. No one could instruct him on how to contribute this technology to the nation. But what would follow after such a donation? Ultimately, the goal was commercialization, market penetration, and widespread adoption. Would it not be disgraceful if the state accepted Su Yang's technological contribution only to subsequently spearhead its commercialization and marketization? Thus, countless individuals awaited Su Yang's decision on how he intended to utilize the miniature fusion reactor. Old Wu, if I wish to promote the mass production of miniature fusion reactors, what steps should I take? Su Yang inquired. It was evident that such technology, intertwined with national security, could not be approached casually, as one might with a simple agricultural product. After some contemplation, Wu Qingren replied, "You must establish a new energy company. And this company will have the State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission as a stakeholder, holding a majority share. However, rest assured, they will not partake in dividends. Their role is solely to ensure the safety of the technology. Following this, you may operate according to standard market practices." This was indeed something that Su Yang had not anticipated. However, with the backing of the state, he could simply await the distribution of profits. It was, without a doubt, a lucrative venture. Su Yang expressed his willingness, and thus, Wu Qingren led him back to the office of Zhang Kechuan, the director of the Aerospace Bureau. Upon learning of Su Yang's interest in the realm of space exploration, Zhang promptly made several calls to prepare the necessary documentation for access to space exploration. With these procedural documents in hand, Su Yang would face no obstacles in establishing a space exploration company. When it became known that Su Yang intended to promote the commercialization of microfusion reactors, Zhang Kechuan took the initiative to accompany him to the State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission. He also summoned Ji Changqing, the president of the Long Institute, along with several senior military representatives, including academician Ma Ming, the father of electromagnetic propulsion. After deliberation, the agreement reached was as follows. The newly established energy company would have the State-Owned Assets Commission holding 35, the Long Institute holding 25, and Su Yang holding 40. The State-Owned Assets Commission and the Long Institute would not receive dividends. Their involvement was solely to ensure that energy security remained in the hands of the state and that the initiative for technological updates was maintained by the country. Given the national emphasis on energy security and after considering their comprehensive plans, Su Yang conceived a new idea. He would provide the technology for microfusion reactors and would only require 20 of the profits, opting out of involvement in the formation and management of the new energy company. By merely supplying technical documentation, he could reap profits without entangling himself in the complexities of the venture, which he found quite advantageous. Ma Ming, Ji Changqing, Zhang Kechuan, and others nodded in agreement, acknowledging Su Yang's choice. It was a clear decision to keep personal interests separate from energy security. That night, Su Yang stayed at academician Ma Ming's residence. The next day, he accompanied Ma Ming to the Ministry of Defense to participate in the procurement demonstration meeting for the nuclear-powered dual-track electromagnetic cannon main battle tank. After receiving the most detailed investigation report from the Yuezhou military region, the Ministry of Defense acknowledged that this was to be the standard configuration for the next generation of tanks. The purpose of today's meeting was to finalize the procurement quantity. Through an analysis of potential future warfare scenarios, the conclusion reached was 2,000 units. While 2,000 units may not seem excessive, the manufacturing cost of such a tank reached an astounding 100 million Manhwa currency. The total cost amounted to 200 billion, and it was unreasonable to expect the manufacturers to incur losses. According to the principle of a 5-price increase for procurement, a minimum of 210 billion was required to be deemed reasonable. Su Yang felt uneasy about profiting from the state in such a manner, thus suggesting the idea of exporting the electromagnetic cannon main battle tanks to earn money from foreign nations to subsidize domestic needs. No. A chorus of voices erupted simultaneously, leaving Su Yang speechless. Comrade Su Yang, you must understand that the advent of this tank is our language trump card for ensuring an advantage in conflicts. It absolutely cannot be exported. We are not in need of this small sum. Young comrade, do not entertain thoughts of selling everything abroad. After a brief pause, encouraging voices emerged, suggesting that sales were possible, albeit with some modifications. If one could manage to make those adjustments to render them less outrageous, and after a technical review, selling them could indeed be feasible. However, Su Yang had already begun to withdraw from the venture. It was too cumbersome, and time was of the essence. He decided it would be wiser to focus on developing civilian products. The decision to produce two 000 electromagnetic cannon main battle tanks had been finalized. And by March at the latest, the contract would be settled. As the meeting concluded, someone reminded Su Yang to expedite the arrangement of the production line. After several days of bustling activity, Su Yang returned to Yuesho, filled with a sense of accomplishment. On the day he flew back, the official government in the capital unexpectedly announced the establishment of the Longwood Giant Spirit New Energy Company, with the mission to promote the commercialization of large-scale fusion reaction nuclear power plants and the mass production of miniaturized fusion reactors. Su Yang's name quietly appeared among the shareholders of the Longwood Giant Spirit New Energy Company. The news sparked global astonishment once again. Incredible! Just a year ago, the new tank species was unveiled, and now, after the new year, miniaturized fusion reactors are set for mass production. Such efficiency is remarkable. Comrades, does this imply that Iron Man could soon be mass-produced? Forget Iron Man. I am far more intrigued by the mass production of electromagnetic railgun tanks. My friends, what I am curious about now is whether the Great Eagle Nation will join in or not. Chapter 51. Tears Behind Iron Bars. The reunion of the father and son in prison. Su Yang held shares in Longwood Jeweling New Energy Company. The profit dividends would be directly credited to his personal account. Once he managed to procure the technical documentation for the microfusion reactor and submitted it to the relevant parties, he could retire comfortably, earning money while lounging at home. He first headed to the company. Upon arriving at the company's entrance, Su Yang encountered the ever-persistent Tang Shu. Today, she was dressed flamboyantly, even in the biting winter chill, adorned in black stockings. Suddenly, it struck him that those stockings were purchased by the original owner. A frown creased Su Yang's brow, prompting him to quicken his pace. Tang Shu, however, matched his speed, calling out, "Wait, I need to talk to you." "I have nothing to say to you," Su Yang retorted, sprinting towards the CBD building. While waiting for the elevator, he was once again caught up by Tang Shu. "Su Yang, I truly have something to discuss. In truth, I feigned my relationship with Bai Chen to motivate you. Back then, you..." She hesitated, unable to find a suitable adjective. "At that time, you were quite the sycophant. Your focus was not on your career. So I chose to distance myself, hoping to inspire you. Look, my strategy was effective. Su Yang, our misunderstandings have been resolved. You have achieved success, so I should return." With a look of disdain, Su Yang waved her off. "Get lost." The others waiting for the elevator couldn't help but stifle their laughter, some even pulling out their phones to capture the scene. Su Yang felt a surge of irritation. He called for security, demanding, "Bring your manager here. If we have more disturbances like this, our company will relocate." "Brother, if you cannot handle your personal affairs, it is inappropriate to threaten our security with business matters." The security personnel retorted, clearly displeased. At that moment, their manager appeared, promptly asserting, "Get lost." He shoved the security aside and bowed courteously to Su Yang. "Mr. Su, we will endeavor to create a favorable business environment for your company. Miss, please leave immediately." Was no one capable of discerning the gravity of the situation? The chairman of Tiangong Kaiwu Technology, the one rumored to be fed up with the Bai Group. Even if he desired the sun from the sky, they ought to fetch it for him with utmost care. Tang Shu was escorted out, shouting, "I will be back." Finally returning to the company, Su Yang handed over the aerospace operating licenses obtained from the Aerospace Bureau to Zhou Jingzi. "Old Zhou, make some time before the new year to establish the space exploration company. We need not recruit staff just yet. I will contemplate the company's operations first." Zhou Jingzi accepted the documents with a nod, not probing further. Having returned from the capital, he also brought back these exceedingly rare licenses, speculating that a task had been assigned from above. "Also, old Zhou," Su Yang said with a serious demeanor, "in the next couple of days, I will provide you with the mass production plan for the dual-track electromagnetic cannon main battle tank. The supply chain configuration must be completed within a month, at the latest by March, as the Ministry of Defense's order will be forthcoming. A super order exceeding 200 billion. While the pure profit may not be substantial, however, with the orders secured and the factory operational, numerous employment issues could be addressed." After delegating work matters, Su Yang prepared to return to his studio to contemplate the low-cost goods transportation system. Yet, before he could leave the company, his phone rang. It was Su Minxiang calling. What was the matter? Wasn't arranging work sufficient? Let us see. Upon answering, a heavy, labored breath came through the line. "Brother, you need to come back quickly. There's a riot in the park." "Oh no, I've had a few ribs broken." Su Yang's expression shifted in alarm. What was happening? It was reported that compensation for land acquisition was inadequate, and several hundred people had gathered, leading to chaos. "Call the police." "I already did. A few officers came, but they were driven away." Su Yang was taken aback. This was not right. The authorities had already agreed to assist with the park's construction. How could there be complaints about inadequate land compensation? If that were the case, his presence would be of little use. Was he expected to compensate? Who initiated the violence? Su Yang inquired. Those bastards. Hundreds of them stormed in and started destroying things without a word. Naturally, we had to confront them. But there were just too many of them. Fine. As soon as they strike, you instruct the security chief to evacuate everyone and ensure their safety. Wait for the higher-ups to intervene. After hanging up, Su Yang received videos from the scene. Without hesitation, he forwarded them to Police Chief Wei Bing and a county leader. According to the agreement with the upper authorities, Su Yang need not be involved until the park was completed, at which point he would take over. Before long. The county leader called, subtly implying whether Su Yang had reported the issue to higher authorities. The county was well aware of Su Yang's connections to the capital. As long as it does not affect the progress of the park's construction, let the local authorities handle the matter, the leader reassured him, conveying a sense of relief. Rest assured, academician Su, such incidents are rare, and the county will manage it properly without hindering the construction timeline. Shortly after hanging up, Police Chief Wei Bing sent Su Yang a video showing the mobilization of the armed police. Regardless of your intentions to cause disruption, you have now bitten off more than you can chew, Su Yang mused. When employing stringent measures to resolve issues, they often tend to be swiftly rectified. Around 3 in the afternoon, Wei Bing called Su Yang to explain the events leading up to the turmoil. The military had sold land to Su Yang for 10 million, which was insufficient for developing a scaled park. The county sought to acquire adjacent land for construction, and although compensation had been agreed upon, recent instigators had incited the crowd to demand higher compensation. It was an old acquaintance of Su Yang's, Bai Chen. However, you need not worry, Wei Bing reassured. Bai Chen intended to stir up trouble before fleeing abroad, but he has already reached the airport and has now been apprehended. Father and son have been reunited. Su Yang, what about the group of troublemakers? How should we handle them? The law does not hold the masses accountable. Alas, they must be released. Su Yang, this is unacceptable. Director Wei, they have assaulted individuals, caused disturbances, and delayed work. Can we simply let this go? We must at least apprehend a few exemplary offenders. Otherwise, when I take charge of the park, what will happen if they disturb the peace again? You wish to pursue this matter to the end? Indeed. Su Yang's stance was resolute. Those who inflicted harm must be identified and made to compensate. If property was damaged, they should be found and held liable. They must be compelled to pay until they are utterly destitute. Su Yang had no intention of cohabiting with malevolent neighbors. If they sought to commit wrongdoing, he would confront them with unwavering resolve. Wei Bing pondered for a moment. Very well, I will communicate your demands to the higher authorities. At the detention center, Bai Lishan was calculating the time. Having acquiesced to the higher-ups, he agreed to transfer the Bai Group and Bai Yun building, thus securing immunity from scrutiny for his past misappropriation of state assets. A bit more time in confinement, and he should be released. The clang of the iron gate echoed through the facility. Could it be that they have come to release me early? Bai Lishan felt a surge of excitement. Father, I have come to accompany you. A solitary figure appeared outside the cell door. His own son, Bai Chun. You, at this moment. Were you not supposed to be abroad? How have you ended up back here? I demand to see your superior. They are untrustworthy. Untrustworthy. The officer escorting Bai Chun merely snorted and unceremoniously threw him inside, departing without a backward glance. Chapter 52. The emergence of the aerospace plane. Su Yang could not help but feel a throbbing headache. Day after day, he was subjected to the antics of Tang Shu and Bai Chen. Nevertheless, reuniting them, a father and son, could be considered a noble deed. Unfortunately, the park was not yet under Su Yang's control. Otherwise, he would have pursued legal action to the fullest extent. To his surprise, Su Minxiang proved to be quite capable. Later, Su Yang learned that when the troublemakers stormed in to vandalize, the other security guards cowered in fear, but Su Minxiang was the first to confront them. Consequently, he was pinned to the ground and brutally beaten. He has since been sent to the hospital. Upon arriving, Su Yang discovered that the examination results were not dire. Merely some superficial injuries that would heal in a few days. Su Yang still decided to give him 20,000 yuan. Uncle, I did not realize you had such a good heart. In the outside world, one must be tough, yet loyalty is paramount. You have put aside past grievances and even arranged a job for me. I, Su Minxiang, cannot be ungrateful. Su Yang, work diligently from now on. Once the park is completed, I will need trustworthy individuals to oversee it. Su Minxiang's eyes sparkled with determination. No problem, brother. You can rest assured. I will ensure everything is well taken care of. They addressed each other as uncle and brother, each in their own way. After a day of chaotic events, Su Yang returned to his studio. He began organizing his materials: electromagnetic cannon main battle tanks, microfusion reactors, and downgraded versions of tanks, among others. The volume of information he needed to process was overwhelming. The system design blueprints resided solely in Su Yang's mind. The system repository could only store design drawings and related materials. He had attempted to extract those blueprints from the system repository into the real world. However, this method would hinder his ability to fully grasp the knowledge. Thus, he chose to first learn any acquired blueprints, materials, and knowledge before gradually transferring them into reality. Although this approach might be more time-consuming, it was indeed reliable. On his way back, Su-Yang had already perused the technical guide for the low-cost cargo transportation system. In simple terms, the nation required an affordable transportation solution for space cargo. He recalled that when the proposal was solicited last year, many netizens speculated whether this meant a space elevator was in the works. It was stated to be low-cost. Surely, a space elevator was unrealistic. Even if humanity possessed the capacity to build one, it would require trillions or even tens of trillions of dollars to yield results. Truly, the industrial might of Cthulhu was evident. Once the proposal was released, the Haolong and Qingzhou had already been confirmed, marking the development of a spacecraft that had never before been constructed by the Dragon Nation. Su-Yang held a particular interest in the Haolong cargo transport. Previously, public intellectuals often lamented online, "Look, the Dragon Nation cannot even build a spacecraft, while the Great Eagle Nation has theirs flying everywhere." However, the moment the proposal was published, in less than a year, the Dragon Nation's cargo spacecraft plan was confirmed and even underwent test flights. The strength of industrial Cthulhu was indeed formidable. Title: A low-cost cargo transportation system. The requirements are reusable and extremely low cost. When the proposal was first announced, it faced ridicule. Look, the company isn't open source. They are left to develop a reusable space system on their own. Autonomous flight and reusability. What if it could take off from a conventional airport? The cost would plummet. Su-Yang mused as a coherent logic began to form in his mind. Whether it be the space shuttle of the Great Eagle Nation, the Soviet Union's Storm Snow space shuttle, or the current Haolong space shuttle, all necessitate launches from a rocket launch site using solid rockets. A significant portion of the expenses is tied to these solid rockets. From the space agency, it was gleaned that the next step in reducing costs for the Haolong space shuttle is to enable the rockets to be reusable. With current technology, costs have already been minimized to the utmost extent. An interview video featuring the chief designer of the Haolong space shuttle has circulated online. The designer echoed sentiments similar to those of Wu Qingren. Scheduled recovery of spacecraft is challenging for the company, but not for the Dragon Nation. Just look at their confidence. It was decided, an aerospace plane. The Dragon Nation already has an aerospace plane project. Not long ago, footage of the trial flights of the Ming Dai wide-area aircraft was released, provoking protests from the Great Eagle Nation. The aerospace plane possesses multiple functionalities, including those of an aircraft, a carrier, and a spacecraft, featuring wing structures akin to an airplane for takeoffs on standard runways. However, the question of how to construct an aerospace plane remains unanswered globally. Perhaps nations like the Dragon Nation and the Great Eagle Nation already harbor aerospace planes in their reserves, merely awaiting announcement. Su-Yang ordered a few cups of coffee and immediately began researching. His method of gathering information was rather unique. He directly utilized Douba to search for Introduce Me to Aerospace Planes and find those that have appeared in science fiction films. He swiftly discovered several aerospace planes: the Naboo N-1 starfighter from Star Wars, the Millennium Falcon also from Star Wars, the Entrepreneur starship from Avatar, and the Quinjet from the Avengers. Among the video recommendations was the Bai-D fighter from the Dragon Nation's Nantaman project. Initially intending to draw inspiration, he found them all too extravagant. The Quinjet, while capable of traversing the Earth's atmosphere, struck Su-Yang as aesthetically displeasing. Indeed, the designs of Ming Dai and Bai-D resonated more with his sensibilities, combining elements from the Ming Dai wide-area aircraft and the Bai-D aerospace fighter model. He began to sketch the aerospace plane he envisioned. The process of drawing unfolded swiftly, and within 2 days, he completed a slender, silver-gray aircraft with narrow wings. He needed to find a location to bring his creation to life. Currently, Su-Yang was situated in the city center, on the 17th floor of an art studio, where a lack of focus might lead to failure. It was time to head home. After its completion, it will be set aside for 2 months before being presented to the space agency. The artwork has been tidied up. He drove away in a Rolls-Royce, returning to his hometown workshop. Now, Su-Yang's workshop resembles a colossal factory, having expanded even further. The villagers harbor no objections, nor do any outsiders. Every villager is aware that their community has produced someone far more remarkable than the renowned artisan Gong, who may well lead them to prosperity. Who would dare to oppose such progress? After the electromagnetic cannon main battle tank departed, Su-Yang commissioned an increase in the workshop's height. The ceiling now reaches 12 meters, roughly the height of 3 stories. Su-Yang contemplated that having developed the main battle tank, he would undoubtedly require even greater space for more audacious projects in the future, prompting the elevation. The interior is spacious and well-lit, with impeccable confidentiality. Without Su-Yang's permission, no one could enter. Checkpoint injection 3. Acquired. Design blueprint for a spaceplane. What? A spaceplane? At such a modest cost? Goodness. Soon, the spaceplane emerged from the canvas. Su-Yang discovered the relevant parameters of the spaceplane. Length, 38. 9 meters wingspan, 22. 15 meters height, 11. 85 meters payload capacity, 100 tons. This implies that with each launch, it can transport 100 tons of cargo into space. It remains uncertain whether it meets national design specifications. It can take off and land at any airport. After the new year, I shall invite Elder Wu to evaluate and provide some feedback. It ought to align with the technical requirements of a low-cost cargo transport system, I believe. Chapter 53, The Mysterious American Client. Ordering a massive quantity of winged birds in the capital city, Wu Qingren seized a rare moment of respite. Armed with fine wines and delicacies, he set out to visit his old friend, Ma Ming. Old Ma, he inquired jovially, I hear you've been feeling rather down lately? What troubles you? Speak up and let this old brother bring you some cheer. Wu Qingren chuckled heartily. Ma Ming's expression darkened. You old rascal, have you come solely to mock me? He retorted. I'm in high spirits, indeed. You see. Comrade Su Yang has agreed to join the National Lunar Research Station's construction project and is preparing to delve into the realm of space exploration. I've even assigned him a small task. He is now half my student. Wu Qingren could not contain his joy. However, when the subject of students arose, a touch of embarrassment crept onto Ma Ming's countenance. Previously, when Comrade Su Yang visited, he had thought to offer guidance, hoping to prove his own worth as an elder. Yet, despite the awkwardness, Ma Ming's eyes sparkled with admiration for Su Yang. This young man had accomplished what he had been unable to achieve. The installation of electromagnetic shields for tanks and warships had been Ma Ming's ongoing research focus. Su Yang expressed a desire to explore this area further. Much to Ma Ming's delight, he suggested that once Su Yang made progress, he would provide feedback. However, the situation became rather uncomfortable. Wu Qingren raised his glass, saying, Old Ma, your field is surely lacking. The young comrade has already developed nuclear reactors and room-temperature superconductors, and you still lag behind with your electromagnetic shields? As an elder, I am perhaps the only one who can still offer guidance to Comrade Su Yang. He is currently working on a low-cost cargo transport system. If he succeeds, I might still enjoy my seniority. Haha. Ma Ming, you old fool, are indeed eager to play the teacher. Meanwhile, in the United States, at the CIA's Dragon Affairs Center, a report landed in the hands of the center's head, Robert, the inventor of Element 119, the creator of the Kunlun Mech, and the developer of the electromagnetic cannon tank may be the same individual. This person is the founder of Yuesho Tiangong Kaiwu technology. Based on intelligence gathered by agents in the Dragon Country, the compiled data indicated that locating Su Yang would not be difficult. However, the operative who produced the report expressed his doubts. It was impossible to ascertain whether all these inventions originated from the same individual as just months ago. He was an obscure art student. Robert furrowed his brow. The frequency with which the name Su Yang had surfaced lately was astonishing. Just to name a few, he had garnered significant recognition in the technological sphere. Sir Richard, the president of the Royal Academy of Sciences in the United Kingdom and a member of the Nobel Prize Selection Committee, had visited the Dragon Country and met with Su Yang. Upon returning home, he spoke highly of him. Privately, Sir Richard even referred to Su Yang as the next Einstein. Yet, how could a mere 20-year-old achieve such monumental accomplishments? Consequently, the CIA harbored suspicions that the Dragon Country might be attempting to create a legend, deliberately elevating a technological prodigy to attract international attention. A report surfaced quietly on the internet regarding the nation of the bear. Senior defense officials from the bear country visited Vladivostok City to inspect the production process of the new mech suit, the Catherine. This revelation sparked considerable international debate. Is the mech suit now widely available? Has the bear country commenced mass production? If it is so prevalent, why does our great eagle country not possess it? My friend, your great eagle country has already expended $80,000 on screws. Where would there be funds to develop mech suits? Haha, my friend, you certainly know how to embellish. In the Dragon Country, discussions about the bear country's sudden emergence of mech proliferated. However, Su Yang had no time to engage in such discussions. After all, for each Catherine mech produced, he stood to gain hundreds of thousands of dollars. 2 days had elapsed since he sketched the aerial vehicle, and Su Yang returned to the city. On this day, Lu Dong'an called Su Yang, informing him of a significant client from the Americas whose procurement volume was enormous. There was suspicion that this order was secretly placed by the Great Eagle Country, and thus, Lu Dong'an hesitated to make a decision, requesting Su Yang to meet the client. Given that the Dragon Country had begun employing a tit-for-tat strategy against the Great Eagle Country by sanctioning numerous companies from there, Lu Dong'an was concerned about inadvertently selling to a sanctioned Eagle Country company, which could cause trouble for Su Yang. Su Yang swiftly arrived at the Tiangong Kaiwu building, which had been renamed from Baiyun Building. In the reception room, he met a tattooed white man accompanied by a translator. After a brief introduction, Su learned that this man was Zorn, who wished to purchase 100,000 mechanical flapping birds. The cost for 100,000 flapping birds was not trivial. The domestic retail price was 2,999 dragon coins, while the export version was priced at $999. There was no issue with the order, but Su Yang insisted on advance payment. Mr. Zorn, he stated, I hope you can understand that your country's foreign policy has aligned closely with the Great Eagle Country, which has recently undertaken actions detrimental to the interests of Dragon Country merchants. As a citizen of Dragon Country, I do not harbor trust in your nation. Therefore, advance payment is required. For 100,000 mechanical flapping birds, the total would amount to $99.9 million US dollars. If you wish to proceed, payment must be made in advance. To Su Yang's astonishment, Zorn readily agreed without a hint of hesitation. Zorn's company would transfer the funds through their branch in the Cherry Blossom country, with the payment expected to arrive in approximately 3 days. After bidding farewell to Zorn, Lu Dong'an, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Mr. Su, are you not concerned that he is a front for a company from the Great Eagle country?" Su Yang. Sanctions also prohibit the export of 2 specific items. Our mechanical birds are beyond reach, so conduct your business with confidence. If anything goes awry, I shall bear the consequences. Su Yang estimated that as long as it wasn't a catastrophic blunder, there would be many who would safeguard his honor. In the depths of the mountains, within the territory of the Mech Kingdom, lies the spiritual sanctuary of the Great Eagle Nation, the stronghold of a notorious drug lord. The satellite phone rang. The leader answered, and his expression instantly brightened. "Haha, Zorn, my brother, you have done remarkably well. With these mechanical birds, we shall recoup our investment within a month." 3 days later, the $100 million truly arrived in the company's account. The members of the buy group were elated, envisioning a promising future. However, at this moment, Su Yang arrived at the military district. Earlier, Commander Deng Xian had sent word requesting Su Yang's urgent presence at the military district to discuss a matter of utmost importance. Hence, Su Yang came. What? Someone wants to kill me? Upon hearing Deng Xian utter those words, Su Yang's mind buzzed with confusion. Who could it be? Whom have I offended? Chapter 54. Strike him. Break through the heavens. The nation stands behind you. Su Yang sensed something amiss. The only ones who seemed intent on his demise were likely the Bai family. Yet, Bai Chun and his son were currently united, lamenting behind bars. Who else harbored such intentions against him? Do not fret. We have already uncovered the truth, Deng Xian remarked, presenting a dossier. It was an investigative file from the National Security Agency, containing surveillance footage, clandestine photographs, and online chat records. It appeared that boasting on the internet could indeed attract unwelcome attention. Ever since Su Yang's name had entered the public consciousness, foreign intelligence agencies had commenced their operations. Several nations' intelligence services had reached out to Su Yang's former classmates, inquiring about him. However, this alone did not warrant action from the National Security Agency. They would merely continue to monitor. Yet, 10 days prior, the Corona Mecha, which Su Yang had sold to the Middle East, had surfaced in a conflict-sensitive area. Particularly concerning was the Slipper Army, which somehow acquired the Corona Mecha and even produced a promotional video on the external web, challenging the United Nation. 8 days ago, the Corona Mecha was sighted in the ruins of Jia City. Mossad was infuriated and issued a statement declaring their intent to eradicate the channels through which the Corona Mecha was disseminated. Subsequently, a bounty appeared on the dark web. An extremist organization advocating a return to pastoral life offered $5 million for Su Yang's head. Just yesterday, the National Security Agency in Uezhou apprehended several foreign operatives with close ties to Mossad. These operatives were in the process of tracking Su Yang's movements. The extremist organization promoting a return to pastoralism had already been identified, and in a few days, they would be physically eliminated. However, the extremist actions supported by national terrorism were unlikely to cease. The Corona Mecha was merely an excuse. Su Yang, you shine too brightly. To many abroad, your very existence is perceived as a threat, prompting them to stop at nothing to eliminate you. Su Yang was taken aback by this revelation. He had merely been innocently painting. Had he inadvertently crossed some celestial boundary? Should I retire, find a secluded place to hide, and begin my leisurely life? He inquired. Deng Xian paused momentarily. That would not be necessary. He then called towards the door. Come in. The door opened, revealing Yu Xian, whom Su Yang had previously encountered while testing the dual-track electromagnetic cannon main battle tank. He was amiable and easy to get along with. Hello, Mr. Su. Yu Xian approached directly. You truly are remarkable. At such a young age, you've attracted attention to the point where some would wish to see you dead. Deng Xian continued. Originally, team leader Yu planned to transition to the National Security Headquarters in Beijing next year, given his unquestionable expertise and skills. However, the current directive from above is for him to transition early to national security, joining your company as your personal senior assistant to provide you with the most comprehensive personal security measures. What do you think? What else can be done? Originally, Su Yang was aware that he had been assigned plainclothes national security personnel. He had contemplated recruiting an assistant, someone with an official background, which would have granted him peace of mind. Rising from his seat, he extended his hand to Yu Ban, saying, Please take care of me in the future. Yu Xin, feeling quite at ease, responded, I cannot promise to take care of you, but Su, when you develop new weapons, please let me be the first to test them. I am already an experimental subject for 2 of your company's new weapons, and I must seize this identity. Once confirmed, Yu Xin promptly proceeded to handle the necessary formalities. Moreover, he would be accompanied by several individuals, and the military had assigned him a few specialized reconnaissance personnel. Retaining his national security identity, Yu Xin could swiftly acquire intelligence on espionage activities from within, allowing for the flexible formulation of countermeasures. Su Yang remained perplexed, asking, Uncle Deng, with Mossad operating this way, shouldn't we be making a statement? Are we not going to protest? Protest? Protest what? Deng Xian felt as though his lungs had been punctured. Last night, Mossad conducted operations within our borders, dismantling 17 out of 19 intelligence organizations. They apprehended 214 individuals, of whom 200 are citizens of our nation. If Mossad were wise, they would understand the message we are conveying. Su Young exclaimed, wow, that is remarkably precise. Deng Xian paused for a moment, questioning, are you unable to swallow this indignation? Can I take action against him? Haha, if you have that capability, the nation will protect you. The initially serious Deng Xian was amused, yet he did not take it to heart. He thought to himself, what trouble can a young fellow like you possibly stir? Even if you were to poke a hole in the sky, the country would still cover for you. All right, I shall head back for today. Upon returning to the company, Su Yang also brought along his personal assistant, introducing her to Zhou Jingzi and the others. Zhou Jingzi, being astute, immediately sensed that there was an issue when he saw Su Yang return from the military district with a private assistant. In truth, while having an assistant with an official background was beneficial, Su Yang's primary concern was whether the materials he created could be compromised when attempting to inject them into the sign-in points. However, he soon realized that his worries were unfounded, for Yu Xian could not accompany him around the clock. Otherwise, she would not be a personal assistant but a personal monitor. Yu Xian was integrated into the security department of Tiangong Kaiwu Technology, remaining at the company most days while maintaining contact with national security. She would only follow Su Yang when he went out, refraining from entering his private spaces, such as the art studio. Su Yang mentioned that he would be spending a few days in the studio, allowing Yu Xian to familiarize herself with the company's operations. Given Commander Deng Xian's assurance that the nation would cover any damages, Su Yang felt free to proceed without hesitation. In Manhwa, with adversaries plotting against him along the Mediterranean coast, he pondered how to deliver a resounding blow to them. While seeking inspiration, Su Yang stumbled upon a report from the previous year, which stated that Jinzhou Dang had mastered electromagnetic pulse artillery shells, launching one into the Yubei region, resulting in widespread power outages. Excellent. Let us play it this way. First, they must experience the effects of an electromagnetic pulse bomb. Secondly, how can one launch from USL? Thirdly, what methods can ensure precise targeting? Su Yang discovered a foreign-developed suborbital launcher, resembling a blower in appearance. When operational, it creates a vacuum within, utilizing centrifugal force to accelerate and propel the rocket into space. This idea holds promise. However, if acceleration is the goal, why not employ electromagnetic rail acceleration? Thus, Su Yang sketched a concept, a Gaussian acceleration track laid on the ground, using electromagnetic propulsion to launch bombs into the cosmos. These bombs were meticulously designed, akin to the staff of God, capable of delivering electromagnetic pulse bombs directly from above. Su Yang pondered, although there was national support, it was prudent not to overreach. A little disruption should pose no significant issue. He feared that Commander Deng might struggle with the magnitude of the endeavor. 2 days later, the design was complete. Su Yang reminisced about the fruit orchard on the hillside of his hometown, which featured a fruit slide. Fruits picked from the summit would descend to the base in mere seconds. Unfortunately, the orchard ceased operations, rendering the slide obsolete. It spanned approximately 1,000 meters, perfectly suited for conversion into a Gaussian acceleration track. Su Yang drove back to his hometown. While he worked in the workshop, Yu Xian remained at the nearby police station, ensuring no disturbance to Su Yang's endeavors. Under the cover of darkness, Su Yang ventured to the back mountain. Subsequently, he activated a checkpoint and received the design for the kilometer-level vacuum acceleration track. Chapter 55, Midnight Raid. Do you wish to end my life? Consider this a warning in the depths of the night. Faint blue lights converged upon the fruit slide. Soon, a pipeline measuring 1,000 meters in length and 80 centimeters in diameter was completed, stretching from the mountaintop to the base. The previously uneven fruit slide had been automatically repaired and reinforced with a base, transforming it into a smooth conduit. Along this extensive pipeline, circular protrusions appeared roughly every 3 meters. After absorbing the design schematics, Su Yang quickly understood the purpose of this apparatus. The circular devices on the exterior of the pipeline resembled Gauss acceleration rings, while the interior housed Gauss acceleration tracks. Utilizing electromagnetic propulsion, objects could be directly projected into suborbital trajectories. During operation, the pipeline would be evacuated to create a vacuum. Intrigued, Su Yang decided to conduct a test. The modest cabin at the foot of the mountain served as the entrance to the acceleration track. Unfortunately, there was no power. How could there be no power? Su Yang felt a pang of frustration. To operate such an acceleration track, a large nuclear power station was essential. Even a miniature fusion reactor would be inadequate, as the latter focused on sustained energy release rather than the instantaneous discharge required for this system. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yang called Zhou Jianjun. Previously, when testing a minuscule accelerator, Zhou had provided a nuclear power source. Perhaps this elder could assist him once more. Upon hearing that Su Yang wished to borrow the nuclear power source, Zhou's immediate response was, Comrade Xiao Su, you haven't constructed another minuscule accelerator, have you? There are explicit regulations against individuals building accelerators. No, Uncle Joe. I've developed a small electromagnetic rail launcher for some experiments at home. But connecting to a power supply has proven somewhat troublesome. Soo-young crafted an excuse. Is it convenient for you, Uncle Joe? If it's not, I can consider other options. As long as it's not for an accelerator, it's convenient. When do you need it? Now. Fine. It should arrive within 2 hours. Joe replied before ending the call. 2 hours later, shortly after 10 o'clock, 2 large trucks arrived. Soo-young directed them to the back mountain. After over an hour of setup, the energy was connected. Yu-shin arrived to witness the spectacle. My heavens. You have this in your back mountain? This was left behind by my father, Soo-young replied. Yu-shin, recalling tales from his time in the military, had heard of Soo-young's father, a highly respected engineer who had left behind numerous marvels and nurtured Soo-young's talents. It seemed the stories were indeed true. With a rumble, the power was activated, and the air began to be evacuated from the 1,000-meter-long, 80-centimeter diameter pipeline. The process of air extraction was swift. Completed in just 20 minutes. Yu-shin observed Soo-young operating a monitor, not giving it much thought, assuming it was a military research task assigned to him. However, he felt a twinge of curiosity as he noticed several images on the display screen depicting Earth and orbital space. From the expanse of space, a route was meticulously charted, culminating along the shores of the Mediterranean. Such matters were beyond the reach of Yu-shin, who could only observe in silence. Soo-young, however, accessed Google Earth, which offered detailed coordinates for all cities along the Mediterranean coastline. Utilizing his current location as the origin and employing the proportional graphics of Google Earth, he swiftly established a novel spatial coordinate system. This innovative system could entirely bypass GPS and Beidou, creating a brand new method of positioning. The conical, tailless warhead measures 3.7 meters in length and 75 centimeters in diameter, housing 3 subwarheads within. Activate. The colossal mechanical sounds roared to life. A deep rumble that seemed to shake the very earth. The conditions within the vacuum acceleration pipeline were vividly apparent. Boom. At the Uezhou Earthquake Detection Center. An observer stared in horror at the seismometer. What? An earthquake? This was perplexing. Why would there be seismic activity? The instrument registered a slight curve, indicating a magnitude of 3.2, a low level. Yet, they had not predicted it in advance. This was illogical. Uezhou was not situated on a seismic belt, and its geological stability rendered an earthquake improbable. Boom. Just as they recorded the tremor, a deafening explosion echoed from above. The observer instinctively covered his ears, bewildered. What was happening? He suddenly recalled incidents from the previous year, when northern provinces reported inexplicable loud noises, which authorities had attributed to natural phenomena. This, normal? Su Minxiang emerged unscathed. He returned to the construction site, determined to perform well before the year's end. That night, after inspecting the site, he retired to his dormitory, ready for rest. Just as he nestled into bed, boom, crash. A thunderous roar shattered the dormitory windows. Su Minxiang's heart raced in terror. What the hell? Those bastards are wreaking havoc again? Lao Lu. Call the police. The entire construction site descended into chaos. Every glass surface shattered in the tumult. In the village, car alarms blared, dogs barked frantically, and people shouted in anger. Down the mountain, the operators at the nuclear power facility were left reeling, their heads buzzing. Car windows were shattered, and some even suffered from ruptured eardrums. Just moments ago, a tremendous blast reverberated through the sky. They seemed to witness a streak of light soaring from the mountain's peak, shooting into the heavens like a meteor, plummeting into the abyss. Now, Soo-young understood why the operations room below the mountain required extensive soundproofing. As the electromagnetic projectile accelerated within the vacuum tube, the outside world remained oblivious to the sound. Yet, the instant the electromagnetic cannon exited the vacuum pipeline, it reached a velocity surpassing that of the second cosmic speed, 11.2 kilometers s. Such velocity within the atmosphere produced effects akin to tearing through space. The sonic boom resembled a nuclear explosion. It was catastrophic. The common folk from the surrounding villages must surely have lost their glassware. During this festive season, they would undoubtedly find themselves left with nothing but their undergarments. The atmosphere is thick, yet the unparalleled speed of the projectile propelled the electromagnetic shell into orbit. Soo-young could only glean the unfolding events in orbit through simulated signals. Upon reaching suborbital altitude, the electromagnetic shell swiftly transitioned to the Hall thruster system, accelerating briefly before heading straight towards the Mediterranean coast. Soo-young initiated the countdown. In 10 minutes, the Mediterranean coastline would be plunged into darkness. He muttered to himself, I am not one to be trifled with. If someone seeks to end my life, I shall issue a warning today. However, as Uncle Deng assured him, everything would likely be under control. Meanwhile, at the military district, Deng Xianchai was preparing to retire for the night when a thunderous roar echoed from afar. Startled awake, he sprang up. What is happening? What on earth has occurred? He summoned his guard, who appeared equally bewildered, still investigating. Commander, based on the sound source, it seems to be from the vicinity of Comrade Soo-young's hometown. What? Deng, quickly, make a call to inquire. At that moment, a video began circulating on the internet. A massive sound was reported in Uezhou late at night. Relevant authorities emphasize that it is a natural phenomenon, urging calm. Some military bloggers wasted no time in speculating. Suspected test of a shockwave engine aircraft. Brothers, we struck gold. Chapter 56, Official Stance. Go. Up in the table. Military District. Deng Xian was still grappling with the situation. A call from the Ministry of Defense had just come through, demanding, "What on earth are you doing? What has been launched into space from your end?" The military possessed numerous methods to detect objects launched domestically into the cosmos. And the commotion in Weizhou was too significant to ignore. Although the news had yet to spread online, the military's early warning system had already locked onto the source. What nonsense! Deng Xian's mind buzzed. A call from Defense Minister Qin Jun at such an hour was rarely received unless it was a matter of utmost urgency. You don't know? What sort of military district commander are you? Within 10 minutes, I expect clarity on this matter. With a sharp click, the call ended. Fortunately, the guard had gathered information from Zhou Jianjun. Su Yang had borrowed 2 nuclear power banks, claiming he was testing an electromagnetic launch device. Deng Xian found it perplexing who conducts an electromagnetic launch test with such a ruckus, and what had been flung into outer space. This was unacceptable. He had to witness it for himself. Deng Xian instructed the guard to prepare a vehicle and dialed Su Yang's number. Little Su, was that thunderous noise from your end? Yes, Uncle Deng. It was our first test, and we didn't control the performance well. By the way, Uncle Deng, you mentioned covering for me if I got into trouble. You still stand by that? Deng Xian exhaled in relief, nothing catastrophic, merely a scientific experiment. I'm on my way to handle the scene. This incident may have drawn public ire. He thought to add, "My dear father, could you perhaps notify me before conducting such experiments in the future?" The defense minister is furious. He dressed quickly and descended the stairs. The vehicle was already running. Checking the time, he noted that it had been 13 minutes since the loud noise had been heard. Deng Xian returned a call to the capital, briefly explaining the situation. Minister, we identified the source. It was young comrade Su Yang conducting an electromagnetic launch experiment. He lacks the experience to gauge the impact properly and likely exceeded the limits. Previously, during a meeting at the Ministry of Defense, Minister Qin Jun had expressed a fondness for Su Yang. Young people are bound to take risks, Deng Xian thought. Knowing the details, he hoped the capital would not pursue the matter further. Rubbish. Before he could finish, a furious roar erupted from the other end of the line. Do you know what that kid has done? Our strategic missile warning satellite has locked onto the object he launched. It accelerated and fell into Judea. An explosion occurred 2 minutes ago. Now, the capital of Judea is unresponsive, and the power systems of several surrounding cities have been obliterated. It's an electromagnetic pulse weapon. That boy must be insane. I've heard there's a bounty related to Mossad on the dark web. Did he act recklessly? Get over there immediately. Don't let him create more chaos. Bring him back to the capital at once. With a sharp click, the call ended, leaving Deng Xian in stunned silence. He immediately unlocked his phone. News had already spread. In this age of information, nothing remains concealed. Along the Mediterranean coast, it was evening. People witnessed a meteor streaking across the sky, followed by an electromagnetic storm sweeping over the city. Subsequently, the power systems failed. The air defense systems malfunctioned. The forces took the opportunity to unleash hundreds of missiles. The plan was not overlooked by the Pearl Division, as rockets cascaded down like a torrential rain. Reflecting on his conversation with Su Yang at the military district days prior, Deng Xian felt a surge of warmth. What a mess you've made, indeed. At 2 in the morning, the military arrived. The mountains were ablaze with lights. Deng Xian, Zhou Jianjun, and others stared, bewildered, at the electromagnetic rail accelerator hovering over the hillside. This was unexpected. How had they missed such a facility on their previous visit? They lacked the energy to ponder its origin or construction timeline. After all, miracles were never in short supply with Su Yang. Did you vent your frustrations? Deng Xian suddenly inquired. Sensing the tone was off, Su Yang quickly replied, Uncle Deng, didn't you say that if I had the capability to confront him, the nation would support me? Deng Xian. All right. He had initially planned to impart some wisdom to Su Yang, but the words failed to escape his lips. Station someone here. Su Yang, you must accompany me to the capital immediately. After a moment's thought, Deng Xian added, you need to witness the enormity of the trouble you've caused. Deng Xian alerted the local government, and soon police would arrive to reassure the public. A private plane transported Su Yang and Deng Xian to the capital. After a brief nap on the flight, they arrived as dawn broke. By the time they reached the Ministry of Defense, it was already 7 in the morning. At this moment, the war of public opinion had commenced. The Great Eagle Nation, utilizing its formidable satellite systems and long-wave radar stations deployed globally, had essentially deduced the source of the attack that plunged the Mediterranean coast into darkness. The Great Eagle Nation presented its evidence. The Dragon Nation had yet to respond. Did you orchestrate this, Su Yang? Upon entering the Ministry of Defense building, Su Yang was intercepted by Wu Qingrun, the chief engineer of the lunar mission at the Space Administration. Wu was exceedingly excited. Quickly tell me, what is the weight of that object launched into space? What is the cost of a single electromagnetic launch? How did you manage thermal protection? How is that electromagnetic pulse bomb adjusted for flight posture in space? Brilliant. Young minds are indeed resourceful. Utilizing this method to transport supplies into space must be remarkably cost-effective. Right? Su Yang, distracted by thoughts of retaliation, had forgotten this matter. The vacuum electromagnetic rail launch system has a diameter of 80 centimeters and a total weight of nearly 10 tons. This is not the limit of the launcher. After absorbing the design knowledge, I am well aware that a 35-ton launch is its true maximum. Old Wu, we have other matters to discuss now. Please step aside for the time being. Minister Chinjun appeared with a grim expression, gesturing towards his office. Comrade Su Yang, come in, he said with an unmistakable chill in his tone. Su Yang could only obediently follow him inside. Deng Xian and others attempted to join but were met with a cold glare, realizing the gravity of the situation. It seemed the minister was genuinely upset this time. The young Su was reckless. Mistakes at his age were not the end of the world, as long as one learned from them. If blame were to be assigned, it could only be directed towards Mossad. It was outrageous that they sought to eliminate Comrade Su physically. They truly deserved whatever came their way. Upon entering Minister Chin's office, he shut the door with a decisive motion, instantly plunging the atmosphere into a frigid silence. Su Yang pondered whether he was about to receive a stern reprimand from the higher-ups. Had he crossed a line? Suddenly, Chinjun turned around, his authoritative presence undeniably formidable. Yet, in the next moment, a smile broke through his stern facade. Well done. This matter is one that the military and the government cannot publicly address. But you, my boy, have turned the tables. The military now has every confidence to support you. The documents before them contained irrefutable evidence of Mossad's bounty on Su Yang's head. Every crucial detail intact. Bewilderment washed over Su Yang as he looked at Chinjun. Sir, are we not going to protest this? Protest? Chinjun recalled a humiliating history from over a decade ago when foreign powers bullied their way to the doorsteps of Long Nation, leaving it with no option but to issue verbal protests in hopes of fostering a peaceful economic environment. He placed a reassuring hand on Su Yang's shoulder. Times have changed. My boy, Long Nation is no longer subdued. You have the green light to make waves. The state will stand behind you. The line has already been crossed, so there is no need for further restraint. However, he cautioned, basic international protocols must still be observed. Once you escalate this situation and make your stand known, the state may impose a nominal penalty on you as a formality. Do not take it to heart. After all, attacking a sovereign nation is not in accordance with international norms. But how can one endure when others seek to eliminate you? Your actions will reverberate far and wide. Chapter 57. Turning the tables, demanding compensation for mental distress. Deng Xian, Wu Qingren, Ma Ming, and other senior military officials awaited outside, their anxiety palpable. Today appeared to be a day of discontent for the superiors, and it seemed that Su Yang was destined for misfortune. Director of the space agency, Zhang Kechuan, had also arrived, a figure of considerable rank, capable of influencing the discourse. Shortly thereafter, the door to the minister's office swung open, and the guards signaled for everyone to enter. Chief, please do not impose any penalties on Comrade Su Yang. This matter could easily be brushed under the rug, one suggested. Indeed, as long as he maintains his denial, no one would dare tarnish our reputation. The nation of Judah is deliberately trying to provoke us. Absolutely. They have publicly devised plans to eliminate Comrade Su Yang. What harm would it do to show them our resolve? Chinjun's expression darkened. Who said anything about punishing Comrade Su Yang? You have arrived just in time. We shall continue our meeting. Comrade Su Yang, you may resume your duties. The others exchanged bewildered glances. What? He asked, being allowed to leave just like that? Brother, why are you out here? Aren't the leaders summoning you for the meeting? Yu Xian, waiting in the hall, queried with evident confusion. It was the middle of the night, and Su Yang had been summoned from Yuezhou to the capital, presumably for an urgent matter. Yet, he had only exchanged a few words before emerging again. Brother, have you fallen out of favor? Yu Xian asked curiously. I'm perfectly well, Su Yang replied, bemused. Go prepare the car, and also, please report an incident to the police. Where to? The embassy of the nation of Judah. Huh? Didn't he have enough fun last night? Isn't it satisfying to go all out? Su Yang chuckled lightly. The chief must have his own plans. Chinjun had personally ordered Su Yang to rush to the capital, and after a brief encounter at the Ministry of National Defense, he was sent on his way. Clearly, the intention was for Su Yang to escalate the situation in the capital. Su Yang, undeterred, made his way to the publicity department of the Ministry of National Defense. Upon reaching the entrance, the head of the publicity department approached him. You must be Comrade Su Yang? Are you here for media resources? How did you know? Su Yang inquired. The individual smiled faintly, offering no explanation. Are you looking to hold a press conference? Where, and when would you like it arranged? We will make the necessary arrangements immediately. At the gate of the embassy of Judah, and I want to go now. The head of the publicity department was taken aback for a moment, but then burst into laughter. No wonder the chief said you would undoubtedly bring surprises. This is quite interesting. Very well, you shall have everything in place within half an hour. With this assurance, Su Yang departed from the Ministry of National Defense building. Accompanied by Yu Xian, he drove directly towards the embassy. Meanwhile, within the embassy of Judah, Ambassador Fraser anxiously inquired. Has there been any response from the Dragon Kingdom's diplomatic department? In the early hours, they had lost contact with their homeland. It was only around 7 o'clock in the morning, Dragon Kingdom time, that they re-established communication and learned of shared intelligence from the Great Eagle Nation. A suspected electromagnetic pulse weapon launched by the Dragon Kingdom had caused a massive blackout along the Mediterranean coast. The regional situation has become increasingly tense. The secretary shook his head. He had made contact, but the diplomats from the Dragon Nation refused to respond. Just as he was speaking, a series of urgent knocks interrupted their thoughts. Someone entered the room, announcing Ambassador. There is an individual claiming to be Su Yang causing a disturbance outside the embassy. What? Fraser immediately rushed to the window to glance at the embassy entrance. A sizable crowd had gathered outside, consisting of police, media, and individuals brandishing documents while seemingly shouting something. Without needing to descend, Fraser opened his phone and casually found a media outlet, where the scene was vividly clear. The person waving the documents and raising his voice was all too familiar to him. Su Yang, a name on the Mossad list. Su Yang was vehemently declaring, I am Su Yang. I conduct business peacefully in the Dragon Nation. I am merely an ordinary person. I do not know how I have offended Mossad. They wish to eliminate me physically. Look, this is the evidence. My heavens, can they truly kill someone at will now? But this is the Dragon Nation. I am a citizen of the Dragon Nation, and they dare to come here to end my life? Yu Xian was closely protecting Su Yang, providing the documents to the media to disseminate. The crowd attracted continued to swell. Numerous media outlets broadcasted live, and the news rapidly spread across the internet, inciting outrage among netizens. Damn it, their reach is extensive. Why isn't the government intervening? Those who do wrong must face divine retribution. I heard their country was struck by an electromagnetic pulse weapon. They deserve it. A nation like that truly deserves it. Outside, they say it was our mother who did it. What is there to hide? If the dog doesn't obey, it should be punished. Fraser was exasperated as he read the documents released by the media, realizing that traitors were involved. Su Yang had been causing a scene for over 20 minutes, continuously demanding that embassy personnel come out to provide an explanation. The growing number of onlookers, including elderly citizens, were equally infuriated, even throwing vegetable scraps at the embassy. Half an hour passed, yet no one emerged. Su Yang then unleashed a bold announcement. No one is going to intervene. Is that it? Very well. I shall return and unleash electromagnetic pulse weapons upon you, sending you back to the Stone Age. Indeed, the electromagnetic pulse weapon was deployed by me last night. Inside the embassy, Fraser remained resolute in not stepping outside. With so many media and police present, no one was stopping Su Yang's uproar. Did they not understand? It was evident that he had received tacit approval from the Dragon Nation's authorities. Su Yang was applying pressure. However, when Su Yang mentioned the electromagnetic pulse weapon from the previous night, Fraser's expression shifted dramatically. Why was Su Yang on the Mossad list? Because he was too formidable. His capabilities were extraordinary. With room-temperature superconductors and nuclear-powered electromagnetic railgun main battle tanks, these two advancements alone were sufficient to warrant the desire for Su Yang's physical elimination. Su Yang declared that he had arranged for electromagnetic pulse bombs along the Mediterranean coastline. Do you believe it or not? Meanwhile, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Nation simultaneously issued a statement regarding the incident. Any attempt to harm our citizens will be met with severe punishment. We will examine the evidence presented by Mr. Su Yang, and if verified, we shall support Mr. Su Yang in safeguarding his rights. Outside the embassy, Su Yang's mere mention of electromagnetic pulse weapons was sufficient. No further elaboration was necessary. All media broadcasts were abruptly cut off, emphasizing the notion that there is no hidden silver here. Su Yang, meanwhile, needed to do nothing more. His role was to ignite the situation. The rest would be handled by others. 10 minutes later, relevant authorities confirmed. The evidence disclosed by Su Yang is authentic. And Mossad is devising and implementing a plan for the physical elimination of Su Yang. 11 minutes later, the leaders of the Ministry of Defense, National Security, and Foreign Affairs were infuriated. They all employed the most stringent measures to condemn Mossad and announced plans for retaliation. 12 minutes later, Tiangong Kaiwu Technology unveiled its electromagnetic pulse weapon system. 13 minutes later, the incoming president of the Great Eagle Nation, Tep, commented. He urged all parties to remain calm. 15 minutes later, it was officially confirmed that Su Yang, acting in self-defense, had launched an attack on the site of Mossad. And while there was understanding of Su Yang's actions, it was stated that they violated international law, thus leading to relevant penalties. The penalties were announced: a fine of $10,000, a travel ban, and a 3-month online silence. 20 minutes later, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs summoned the ambassador from the Judas Nation. 25 minutes later, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs disclosed Su Yang's personal demands. He sought a compensation of $100 million for mental anguish. At this point, Su Yang had already returned to the Ministry of Defense. Shin Jun gave a thumbs up, remarking that the post-2000 generation is reforming the workplace, and humorously added that Su Yang had begun to reform international relations. Old Shun, the director of the Aerospace Agency, had been waiting for a long time. Now, it was time for us to discuss the low-cost space transportation plan with Comrade Su Yang. Chapter 58. The the third low-cost space freight solution the personnel from the space agency had been waiting for an extended period. The reduction of space transportation costs had long loomed over their minds like a formidable mountain. The lifeboat and how long represent divergent trajectories in the evolution of future spacecraft, the spacecraft and the space shuttle, while developing a low-cost orbital cargo transport system. No one had anticipated such an unconventional method. Shin Jun suddenly turned to Su Yang. Comrade Su Yang, we intend to dismantle your apparatus and transport it to a remote area in the west for reinstallation. Do you have any objections? No objections, Su Yang nodded. The previous night, a thunderous blast reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Glass shattered in the surrounding villages for miles. Clearly, that system could not remain in a densely populated area. It needed to be relocated to a sparsely populated region for reassembly. Of course, as per the established protocol, any apparatus constructed in your vicinity would not go unrewarded. There would be a means to secure the $100 million in compensation from the United States. You may await your payment. In truth, the demand for $100 million in compensation was not initiated by Su Yang. He contemplated that having struck a blow against them had provided him with a sense of satisfaction. The monetary aspect was secondary. However, the official stance was unequivocal. The open formulation of a plan to physically eliminate Dragon Nation's scientists was a direct challenge to its bottom line. Sending an electromagnetic pulse weapon was trivial. Failing to compensate would allow Dragon Nation to retaliate without restraint in the future. Thus, Su Yang stirred up quite a commotion in the capital. He disregarded the current reactions on the internet and the international responses. Even when the ambassador from the United States requested a face-to-face discussion with him, Su Yang felt no need to engage. After having lunch at the Ministry of Defense, he returned directly to Yuezhou with his colleagues from the space agency. Arriving in Yuezhou around 4 in the afternoon, he headed straight to his hometown. The town government was still organizing compensation for the local populace. The construction team had brought in several large trucks filled with glass. Residents whose windows had shattered could register at the village committee to receive replacements immediately. The costs were considerable. After all, some households had constructed small villas with large windows, each costing tens of thousands. Prior to dismantling the electromagnetic rail vacuum launch system, the space agency personnel conducted a thorough inspection. They had their inquiries. When was this apparatus constructed? Do not ask, Su Yang replied. It was left by my father. After all, that frugal father of mine was quite resourceful. The personnel from the space agency were not Navi. There was no need to press for details on its origin. If Su Yang claimed it was crafted by his father, then that was sufficient. Wu Qingren and several engineers from the space agency verified the weight and height of the vacuum rail's ejection capabilities. Most significantly, they learned from Su Yang about the Hall thruster. According to the International Aeronautics Federation's definition, an altitude of over 100 kilometers is considered space, commonly referred to as the KRMN line. To propel a 35-ton object beyond the KRMN line, the Hall thruster would then be activated. Once the space agency assumes control and establishes interfaces for the space station, it will evolve into an impeccable apparatus for transporting goods to the station. Indeed, thus, our nation will possess 3 low-cost space transportation solutions. Zhou Halong. Su Yang, what will you name this one? After familiarizing himself with the specifications, Wu Qingren promptly made a decision: the third low-cost operational scheme. Su Yang Wu Lao. I noticed that the low-cost space cargo transport scheme requires at least 3 years of establishment to qualify for participation, and my company may not meet this criterion. Nonsense. That qualification is designated for others, not for you. Wu Qingren chuckled. Are you now lecturing me on regulations? Tell me, does it have a name? The technological advancements of the future should not be confined or rigidly defined. They ought to blossom in myriad forms. Zhou and Halong represent 2 distinct technological pathways. Now, with a third, unprecedented technical route emerging, the space agency is certain to provide ample support. Just look at the military personnel. The military will also lend robust assistance. As for the name, Su Yang had not yet settled on one. However, when prompted, he spontaneously suggested Tian Naya's Heavenly Ox constellation. Excellent. We shall call it Tian Naya's, a name refreshingly unpretentious. What a splendid name. Simultaneously, the military had concluded its investigation into weaponry, electromagnetic pulse weapons. No doubt, only electromagnetic pulse weapons can induce extensive regional power outages. Almost the entire vicinity surrounding the capital of Judah experienced an 8-hour blackout. Of course, this also resulted in numerous casualties, especially among individuals reliant on hearing aids or pacemakers. It matters not. One might say they brought it upon themselves. Additionally, an electromagnetic pulse bomb was identified. Military technicians analyzed it and noted the presence of multiple warheads. Military experts opined that launching attacks on adversary strongholds in such a manner was excessively extravagant. In reality, this missile could utilize low signals to be fashioned into air-to-air missiles, surface-to-air missiles, or hypersonic missiles, among others. As night fell, the local populace, particularly the residents of Sujia village, under the leadership of their village chief, prepared meals to deliver. After dining, the disassembly commenced. The 1,000 meter long acceleration track would be dismantled and transported to the western wilderness for reassembly. Online, the public's outcry against Mossad continued unabated. Once power was restored in Judah, they initially sought to retaliate. However, confronted with the diplomatic might of the East, they ultimately backed down. They dismissed the current head of Mossad, dealt with several high-ranking officials, issued a public apology, and compensated Su Young for emotional distress. This occurred after Judah suddenly realized that following the exposure of the Mossad list, diplomatic activities from the East surged, engaging in high-intensity operations almost simultaneously with all nations surrounding Judah. Implicitly, it suggested that Mossad had overstepped this time, attempting to drag the East down with them, right? Very well. If the funding from Persia cannot extinguish you, then let me give it a try. Upon receiving funding from the esteemed University of Tokyo, one wonders whether they shall guide you into the abyss. The announcement has been made, and the online community reacts. Oh, the haughty chosen ones, even capable of uttering apologies. Compensation, a rather niche yet familiar term. During the Qing dynasty, we compensated quite a bit, and now we are beginning to reclaim interest? How amusing. If you peruse the news, you will discover that upon learning of the compensation owed to Su Young, the Persian nation also lodged a claim for reparations, resulting in the treacherous nation bestowing upon them several cruise missiles. How delightful. Little did Su Young anticipate that on the third day following the incident, the compensation would be delivered. $100 million, equivalent to 700 million Dragon Kingdom coins, deposited directly into Su Yang's personal account, exempt from taxation. This book's exchange rate is based on 1.7. The embassy of the treacherous nation even publicly issued a letter of apology, vowing to conduct themselves with humility henceforth. Upon receiving the funds, Su Young promptly donated 10 million to his village, reasoning that he hoped everyone would enjoy a prosperous new year. Additionally, he allocated 20 million to his company as an extra bonus for all employees beyond their year-end rewards. Time flies swiftly. And soon it will be January 19th, the day when President Taepu of the Great Eagle Nation occupies the White House. All eyes around the globe are drawn to the Great Eagle Nation, as people eagerly anticipate the first decisive action Taepu will take upon his return to the White House. Chapter 59. The construction site of the Hadron Collider attracts UFOs. Meanwhile, in the Great Eagle Nation, Washington, D.C., Trump had already arrived, eagerly awaiting tomorrow when he would take residence in the White House and reclaim his position as the nation's leader. The intricacies of the transition were naturally not his concern. He was engaged in discussions with cabinet members about the initial decrees he would sign upon assuming office, including legislation against LGBT rights and immigration reform. At that moment, a report was delivered to Trump. Mr. President, a message from Mr. Holman has arrived regarding some troubling developments at the southern border. Upon opening the report, Trump felt as if the sky had fallen. In the past month, the quantity of narcotics being smuggled from Mexico into the Great Eagle Nation had surged exponentially. The report indicated that certain factions in Mexico had imported a significant number of mechanical hummingbirds from the Dragon Nation, utilizing them to transport illicit goods with astonishing stealth. Several instances had been intercepted. Each mechanical hummingbird was capable of carrying 3 kilograms of contraband. Border Patrol estimates suggested that, on any given day, several tons of illegal substances could potentially infiltrate the Great Eagle Nation. The mechanical hummingbirds were exceedingly small, rendering them nearly undetectable by radar and exceedingly difficult to spot with the naked eye. Current leads suggested that these hummingbirds could autonomously recharge, transporting contraband all the way from Mexico to Los Angeles without human involvement, posing minimal risk to the criminals. Damn it. Is this the infernal contraption developed by that wretched company? A bunch of useless fools at Mossad. They can't even execute a simple task. Trump seethed. This is utterly outrageous. The use of mechanical hummingbirds for smuggling presents no viable defense mechanism. Yet, that was not the most infuriating aspect. An assistant brought forth a public opinion report. Certain organizations in Mexico were openly boasting online about their use of mechanical hummingbirds for smuggling, claiming it was a gift for Mr. Trump's inauguration. Trump was not known for his restraint. He pulled out his phone, swiftly locating the original video from the Mexican organization, and shared it with a retort. You will regret this. Tomorrow, I will express my gratitude. He tagged the Pentagon's social media account. The implication clear. Military, prepare for action. Tomorrow we unleash the big rockets. Although he would not officially assume office until tomorrow, Trump could hardly contain his indignation. As a pioneer of governance through Twitter, he aired the border report sent by the border czar Holman, accusing the Dragon Nation of deliberately supporting Mexican organizations in the trafficking of narcotics. He demanded that the Department of Commerce and the Department of Defense immediately devise a sanctions plan against the producers of the mechanical hummingbirds. Oh dear. Those with foresight have already begun to profit. While our nation is still pondering the delivery of meals via mechanical hummingbirds, the Mexican kingpins have commenced trading high-value products. The Great Eagle Nation should not be so enraged. After all, they are merely providing what your citizens desire. Isn't that a standard business model? Ha. You should be grateful to those kingpins. It appears that TEP has exhibited a rather stingy demeanor. While others present gifts for your inauguration, you threaten them with hefty rockets? This is quite excessive. One cannot help but feel that Comrade Tep has accepted an endorsement fee from Tiangong Kaiwu Technology. Is this not tantamount to providing them with a global advertisement? As it turns out, this indeed seems to be the case. Speaking of the inauguration ceremony, the Great Eagle Nation has extended invitations to numerous dignitaries from various countries to attend Tep's swearing-in tomorrow. In fact, such an event has never transpired in the history of the Great Eagle Nation, which has been established for several centuries. Tep has certainly set a precedent. In the land of the bear, a reporter inquired of Emperor Pujing, "Mr. President, have you received an invitation to Mr. Tep's inauguration?" The emperor chuckled heartily, stating, "As you know, my relationship with Mr. Tep is rather complex. However, I have prepared a gift for him." Yet, he did not disclose the nature of the gift. On that very day, military footage emerged from the Bear Nation, showcasing a battalion clad in Katarina Mech appearing at the front lines, wreaking havoc. In Kirk Province, they expelled invading foes from their territory and captured thousands. Their momentum was unstoppable. In an instant, the situation in Europe shifted dramatically, with several nations proclaiming that the Bear Nation is an indispensable neighbor and partner, willing to engage in dialogue regarding disputes. In the Dragon Nation, Yuezhu, news circulated that the Great Eagle Nation intends to impose severe sanctions on Tiangong Kaiwu Technology henceforth. In a remarkably brief period, inquiries regarding the mechanical flapping bird surged by 800, and orders increased significantly as well. In response to the rumors of sanctions and allegations of being used to transport contraband, Tiangong Kaiwu Technology merely issued a straightforward announcement, user guidelines recommendation, advising customers of the mechanical flapping bird to adhere to legal regulations and refrain from using it for illicit transportation. Beyond this, there was no further comment. The primary reason for this silence is that Su Yang, the chairman of the company, has been exceedingly busy lately. With the advent of electromagnetic pulse weapons and electromagnetic railgun launch systems, coupled with the consolidation of previously accumulated technical data, he has been engaged in discussions with various parties, scarcely finding time to sleep. For instance, he has been personally overseeing the mass production of microfusion reactors at the Jilin New Energy Company, traveling to Huizhou to facilitate the construction of commercial fusion power plants, visiting the space agency to sign the space station cargo transport contract, and arranging for Tiangong Kaiwu Technology to construct a large vacuum electromagnetic railgun launch system for the agency. He also spent time at a tank factory to ensure the smooth mass production of nuclear-powered dual-rail electromagnetic cannon main battle tanks. In a certain northwestern location, he witnessed the groundbreaking of the National Hadron Collider project, with the construction of a 200-kilometer Hadron Collider officially commencing. While near the Hadron Collider project, Su Yang came across news online regarding the Great Eagle Nation's intentions to establish its own company. However, he did not pay much heed, as his company's products are certainly not lacking a market in the Great Eagle Nation. Following the ribbon-cutting ceremony, he will return to Yuezhu tomorrow, January 20th. Exhaustion has truly set in. Return and take a few days to rest in preparation for the new year. Academician L. Dekang is also present. The night is bitterly cold. He brought some wine and sought conversation with Su Yang. The two soon fell into discussion. As they gazed out the window, a peculiar beam of light shot up into the heavens from the city, evoking a sense of a portal to another world. Not long ago, many cities in the north experienced similar phenomena. The Meteorological Bureau clarified that it was the cold night light pillar phenomenon, not the aurora borealis. It was breathtakingly beautiful. In extremely low temperatures, moisture in the air condenses into ice crystals, which act as minuscule mirrors, refracting the ground's light back down. Old L. I shall return to Yuezhou tomorrow. We shall meet again after the new year. Su Yang raised his glass. Just then, his gaze was drawn to the window. Many members of the project team, braving the cold, were pointing towards the sky, their voices growing increasingly louder, even audible from inside. Goodness, is that a UFO? Surely not. Could it be a new type of aircraft developed by the Ministry of Defense? We announced several new aircraft before the new year. One more wouldn't be surprising. But look, they are hovering in midair. Have we also acquired such technology? Eager for the spectacle, Su Yang and L. Dekang rushed outside. In the distance, the cold night light pillar resembled an aurora, stunningly beautiful. Above the sky, an oddly shaped aircraft, shimmering with lights, approached the area above the large Hadron Collider. The speed of the craft varied, sometimes darting swiftly as if teleporting, at other times gliding slowly, seeming to hover in the air. UFO? Or perhaps a new type of aircraft developed by a domestic secret agency? Su Yang leaned towards the latter. Old L, could this possibly be our 7th-generation fighter? Experts in Dragon Country Aviation have stated that our military equipment development plan is to utilize one generation, unveil one generation, research one generation, and plan for the next. If the 6th-generation aircraft has been revealed, it implies the 7th generation is already under covert development, perhaps even in secret test flights. The 8th generation is already on the drawing board. L. Dekang adjusted his glasses. 7th generation? This is a UFO. Are those old-timers at the space agency still keeping secrets from you? This is one of the crucial reasons for our solar system archaeology project. Chapter 60. Congratulations to Taepu on his inauguration, the unveiling of the aerospace vehicle. Let us rejoice at this moment. A UFO hovered at an exceedingly low altitude above the construction site of the Large Hadron Collider. Beams of intense light illuminated the craft, revealing its structure to the naked eye, a parallel twin-hull design. Soo-young felt a sense of familiarity and suddenly recalled the UFO incident that had occurred in New Jersey, where videos captured a craft of similar construction. The UFO above seemed to sense the harsh illumination, ascending to a higher altitude and evading the searchlights with an enigmatic flight pattern. Nevertheless, it continued to traverse the vicinity of the collider's site. Minutes later, upon the arrival of J-20 fighter jets in the adjacent airspace, the UFO departed from above. LOL. Could it be that this is not a spacecraft developed by our country or any foreign entity? Soo-young inquired, still incredulous. During his time at the space agency, Wu Qingren had introduced him to the Solar System Archaeology program, which mentioned aspects of extraterrestrial search. However, there had been no explicit connection made between the myriad reports of unidentified flying objects and extraterrestrial life. L. Dekang pondered for a moment. If the space agency has not disclosed it, there must be a reason. Xiao Su, today you have experienced a close encounter with a UFO event. At the appropriate moment, the space agency will allow you to engage with that project. There is no need to rush. Soo-young thought to himself, damn you old man, teasing me with half-spoken words. Yet, he refrained from pressing further. That night, on the Dragon Kingdom's internet, videos of UFO sightings began to surface. Over the past 2 years, the public had grown accustomed to frequent UFO sightings. The predominant discourse revolved around the observation that UFOs, which previously seemed to favor the Great Eagle Nation, had lately taken a peculiar interest in the Dragon Kingdom. Soo-young suddenly realized that perhaps a mysterious force was manipulating public sentiment, leading people to perceive the presence of UFOs as a new normal. If one day the phenomenon of close encounters became public knowledge, perhaps society would be ready to accept it. The following day, January 20th, Soo-young returned to Uezhou. He spent the day at the company addressing various matters that had accumulated before the new year. That night, he returned to his hometown, finally able to take a moment to rest. In the Great Eagle Nation, it was already the morning of January 20th. Tae-poo had returned to the White House, and the inauguration ceremony was grand at scale. Whether one deemed Tae-poo ambitious or otherwise, he began to fulfill his promises. Prior to his inauguration, certain factions within the Mexican nation had audaciously dared to provoke him, which infuriated Tae-poo. Thus, he prioritized retribution, fully aware that the world was watching. His first executive order mandated the Department of Defense to immediately eliminate the organizations within Mexico. Consequently, as the inauguration ceremony unfolded, countless missiles surged towards the Mexican territory, obliterating the clandestine bases hidden deep within the mountains in an instant. After Tep signed the order, he amicably greeted the camera, saying, "Hi, buddy, have you received the gift?" Subsequently, Tep fulfilled his promises by signing numerous bills that overturned many of the precedents set by his predecessor. Countless netizens from the Dragon Kingdom expressed their deep regret. It appears that the Great Eagle Nation is on the verge of normalcy. Will we no longer see Walmart shopping bags? I miss old Biden. Meanwhile, on the internet in the Great Eagle Nation, well-informed individuals obtained the list from Luoli Island. The artists who publicly refrained from voting for Tep during the election are all included. In an instant, the public's outrage within the Great Eagle Nation reached its zenith. For an entire morning, Tep was engaged in signing various documents. Ultimately, there was a sanctions list. Only one company and one individual, Tiangong Kaiwu Technology, Soo-young. Tep even specifically elaborated, this person has brought calamity to the Judean nation, and this company has become a service provider for the transportation of banned substances. Thus, it must be prohibited. In the Dragon Kingdom, the internet buzzed with excitement. Wow, Comrade Soo-young has received a special seat. Did Tep's first act upon assuming office directly target Soo-young? Ha. I am curious about what Tiangong Kaiwu Technology has done to capture old Tep's attention. Incredible. I told you, old Tep must have received an endorsement fee from Tiangong Kaiwu Technology. With this ban in place, the products of Tiangong Kaiwu Technology are bound to sell like hotcakes. Old Tep supports my aspirations while I tread the snowy path to the summit? In Uezhou, Soo-young was indifferent to the inauguration ceremony of the Great Eagle Nation. He was on the verge of sleep. Yushin knocked and entered, exclaiming, Ha, Mr. Su. You've secured a special seat. Amazing, on the first day of the Great Eagle Nation's presidency, a sanctions list was specifically opened for you. Why so cheerful? Soo-young was speechless. It's not me being sanctioned. Soo-young opened his phone. Indeed, the news had spread worldwide. Many people had already messaged Soo-young. Those from the capital reassured him. Don't worry, the sanctions will not affect the supply chains of the companies under your name, nor will they hinder your international trade. It just means you cannot enter the Great Eagle Nation's market. Zhou Jingzi, Yu Guangyu, and others in the executive group encouraged each other and took pride in the situation. Soo-young paused, realizing, no way. The president is taking such good care of me. I must offer them a gift. Huh? You want to present a gift to the president? Soo-young, can you pilot a plane? Of course. I can fly any aircraft. Great. Go to the workshop. Take the plane out to the national highway, and 10 miles ahead, there's a straight stretch suitable for takeoff. Let us go play in space. What? Are you out of your mind? Yushin exclaimed, bewildered. Su Yang ignored him and directly called the military district. Zhou Jianjun answered the phone. Uncle Zhou, I have a small aircraft and I am applying for takeoff permission to test its performance tonight. Zhou Jianjun responded, an aircraft? Ah, splendid. Knowing that the application for prior approval has been submitted, please send me the flight code of the aircraft, and I shall assist you in expediting the process. It will be airborne within a mere 10 minutes. Xiao Su, may I come and have a look? No need, Uncle Zhou. Simply open Douyin and locate the account of Tiangong Kaiwu Technology. I will commence a live broadcast shortly. In the workshop, Yu Xian stepped in for the first time. Before him stood an aircraft shrouded beneath a drape. Lift it. He was utterly astonished. Goodness, there truly is an aircraft? Su Yang arrived as well. Mr. Su, you are remarkable. Crafting an airplane in secrecy at home. Su Yang, this is a spaceplane. Since I have some free time, let us take it out for a spin. The flight has already been authorized. Come, let us take it for a little jaunt. The workshop has a passage leading directly to the national highway. When not in flight mode, the spaceplane's wings are folded, akin to opening a car door. Donning a helmet, Yu Xian, with the aid of AR prompts, spent a few minutes familiarizing himself with the controls. Meanwhile, Su Yang used the company account to initiate the live stream. He pondered for a moment on the title of the broadcast, in commendation of Mr. President's arrival at the White House, celebrating the maiden flight of the spaceplane. A token of our regards. Chapter 61. Ascend into the sky. The J-20 flies alongside. In the capital city, within a certain research institute. Old Ma, are you certain you will accompany me to the West tomorrow? Wu Qingren inquired. Truth be told, we at the Aerospace Bureau have already thoroughly grasped the vacuum electromagnetic catapult system. Your presence is inconsequential. Tomorrow, Wu Qingren was set to journey to the Western region to select a site for the vacuum electromagnetic catapult system. After all, a contract had been signed with Su Yang's company to construct a brand new space launch station. Some preliminary work would undoubtedly fall upon the Aerospace Bureau. Let us take a look. Ma Ming suddenly recalled something and chuckled. Old Wu, weren't you supposed to offer some guidance to Comrade Su Yang? How did that turn out? You. Wu Qingren shot back, his eyes wide in incredulity. You old rascal, still holding a grudge, are we? Not long ago, during a visit to Ma Ming, Wu Qingren had remarked that Ma Ming's desire to mentor Su Yang was merely a display of age superiority. It was only in the aerospace domain that he could claim such seniority before Su Yang. And now, it seemed, Su Yang's ambitions had soared into the cosmos. The Hall thruster system equipped with electromagnetic pulse bombs was indeed superior in performance to what the Aerospace Bureau currently possessed. Glancing at the clock, they realized it was quite late. It was time to return and rest. As the two prepared to leave the research institute, a voice rang out. Old Wu, Old Ma, quick, look at your phones. My heavens, Comrade Su Yang, he has developed a space plane? Someone approached at a hurried pace, visibly anxious. The two turned around to see the live stream from Tiangong Kaiwu Technology, boldly announcing, space plane, first flight? They exchanged astonished glances. A space plane? Through the live stream. They could observe the cockpit, sleek, pristine, and reminiscent of science fiction. After a moment of stunned silence, Wu Qingren promptly dialed a number in Yuezhou to inquire further. After several transfers, the call connected to Zhou Jianjun, who was evidently still in slumber. Upon hearing Wu Qingren's question, he sleepily replied, yes, it's true. Comrade Su Yang mentioned he was developing a small aircraft and even asked me to assist with the application to the aviation authorities. What is the matter? Did you hear about it too? A small aircraft? Wu Qingren nearly erupted in disbelief. How could he refer to a space plane as merely a small aircraft? Was he planning to ascend into the skies? Oh wait, he already had. Director Zhou, could you attempt to reach Su Yang? My mind is racing. A reusable orbital vehicle, the so-called space plane, was something the Dragon Kingdom possessed in several variants, all undergoing clandestine flight tests. Some of these craft had even remained in orbit for hundreds of days before recently returning. The nation regarded such vehicles as strategic secrets. And here was Su Yang, broadcasting a flight live? But where on earth did he procure a space plane? The treasures in his possession seemed almost too numerous to fathom. I have heard that Su Yang has developed an AI capable of designing tanks and various other types of equipment, even with the assistance of AI. His speed is truly astonishing. Over the past few days, Tiangong Kaiwu Technology has become the focal point within the borders of Long Country. Today, on the very first day of the new president of the Great Eagle Nation's administration, a dedicated page has been opened for Tiangong Kaiwu Technology and Su Yang's, clearly indicating a strong intent. Remarkably, in the dead of night, Tiangong Kaiwu Technology is making waves. They have commenced a live broadcast featuring the space plane. Incredible! This is exhilarating, my friends. The last major reveal was when the Minister of Commerce from the Great Eagle Nation, Raymond, visited. And the Meet 60 was launched directly without a press conference. Impressive. I am well aware of Tiangong Kaiwu Technology's prowess with mechas and flapping wing birds. But I never anticipated they would venture into the realm of spaceplanes. Does this imply that the 6th-generation fighter has become obsolete? The 6th-generation fighter is indeed outdated. Alas, this is merely last year's technology. Could it truly be considered outdated? Haha. I surmise that their chairman, Su Yang, must possess a sense of humor, as he proclaimed this as a tribute to President Trump. Had it been someone else, they would surely be criticized for being overly enamored with foreign innovations. In the Douyin review department, without any promotional efforts, the live broadcast surged to over 100,000 viewers, naturally attracting significant attention. A newly appointed reviewer noticed the name of Tiangong Kai Wu Technologies livestream and sensed something amiss. With the inauguration of the Great Eagle Nation's president, offering them a tribute? Is this not the dissemination of erroneous values? If it truly is a space plane, could this livestream potentially leak confidential information? This simply cannot be allowed. He prepared to report to his manager, intending to temporarily suspend the broadcast and request modifications to the title. When the reviewer mentioned this to the manager erupted in fury, exclaiming, "My goodness!" The Cyberspace Administration had already communicated that when their company is live streaming, especially with Mr. Su Yang's presence, they're the rules, they're the standard. If we suspend them, we will all be out of a job by tomorrow. Meanwhile, at the Yuezhi military region, Zhou Jianjun abruptly sprang from his bed and opened his phone to find the live stream. Indeed, Su Yang was filming from the driver's seat, capturing the scene with Yu Xin beside him. Su Yang was personally narrating as the spaceplane departed from his residence, akin to a large truck, gradually making its way onto the national highway. This lad, is this what you call a small aircraft? Tiangong Kai Wu Technology has already ventured into the drone business. Zhou Jianjun initially thought Su Yang was testing a new drone. To his astonishment, they had unveiled a space plane. He attempted to contact Su Yang. The call was connected. Aware that the situation was critical, he realized he could not persuade Su Yang to halt the flight and could only briefly inquire about the situation and Su Yang's plans. Upon receiving Zhou Jianjun's call, Su Yang mused, what plans could there possibly be for the space plane? Experience the sensation of traversing vast distances, akin to journeying 80,000 miles in a single day. Gaze upon the International Space Station and inquire whether the 2 astronauts from the great nation of Eagle have returned. Then, I must ask you, Uncle Zhou, to kindly convey a message to Commander Ding, requesting the use of an airport for my return. Zhou Jianjun, please take care on the road and be cautious while live streaming. Speak with care. Any matters can await your return. I will petition the commander to provide you with a fighter escort. Departing from the workshop, we soon reached the national highway. Fortunately, along this route, there were no trees or utility poles flanking the sides. Otherwise, the spaceplane would have encountered considerable difficulty in its passage. In truth, Su Yang had long contemplated the logistics of the spaceplane's departure from the workshop, understanding that it could only ascend through vertical takeoff or by utilizing this route. Hence, he generously donated 10 million to the village and made requests to the village chief to clear the area surrounding the national highway of trees and relocate utility poles. For even a simple sign could spell disaster, causing the spaceplane to explode on the spot. As Yu Xin seized the opportunity with no vehicles in sight. Elevate the altitude. Yu Xin nodded, grasping the control stick. The spaceplane lifted off the ground, albeit slowly, and after a few minutes of flight, 2 J-20s appeared on either side. Communication via radio was established, and the cockpit resonated with the jubilant voice of a J-20 pilot. Incredible. You're amazing, my friend. Haha. Su Yang, as a decade-long pilot, allow me to pilot the spaceplane when you return. Drinks are on me. Absolutely, Su Yang replied. Is that a legitimate J-20 pilot? I expected a casual exchange of pleasantries, but you launched straight into eloquent Mandarin. My goodness, have you begun job hunting in a live stream with millions watching? Can one speak freely while drinking in a live stream? Aren't you concerned about being banned? Banned? What are you talking about? Do you even comprehend the caliber of a J-20 escort? It seems Douyin has a death wish. Chapter 62, A Visit to the International Space Station. Witnessing the 2 who cannot return in the Great Eagle Nation, the current government has been established. The Vice President is Wang Si, the Secretary of Defense is Peter, and the National Security Affairs Assistant is Waltz. Following the conclusion of the inauguration ceremony, a banquet for the guests commenced. At that moment, the President's assistant hurried over and whispered a few words in Tep's ear. The smile on Tep's face abruptly became forced. Upon checking his phone, he discovered a live broadcast from the Dragon Nation showcasing their spaceplane taking off, soaring into the sky. It was purportedly a tribute to Tep's inauguration. A tribute? How dare they? This is nothing short of a blatant provocation. Mr. President, do you require a response? The assistant inquired. Ordinarily, the public testing of new weapons and equipment by other nations would not warrant a response from a president. However, Tep was no ordinary leader. The affront was direct and brazen. Could he remain passive? They dared to overshadow him. Go. Unravel the mysteries of the New Jersey UFO incident report. Reclaim the world's attention. He demanded the revelation of what the people yearned to know. Returning to the White House, Tep had already taken some measures, such as compiling the list from Lolly Island. Those who had actively opposed him during the election were all included. However, the publication of that list had caused significant turmoil within the Great Eagle Nation, with various factions expressing their discontent. Tep sought to redirect public attention with a fresh topic. Fortune smiled upon him as the opportunity arose. Almost simultaneously, at the Pentagon, the newly appointed Secretary of Defense, Peter, personally convened a press conference to unveil the New Jersey UFO investigation report. The findings concluded the existence of aircraft manufactured by non-human technology, military attempts at communication had gone unanswered. There are intelligent races beyond human civilization, with technology surpassing that of humanity, and it remains undetermined whether these entities are benevolent or malevolent. Alongside this, several photographs of UFOs captured by the military during the New Jersey incident were released online. In truth, the citizens of the Great Eagle Nation were not overly concerned about the existence of extraterrestrial beings. After all, since the Roswell incident, a significant majority of the populace had come to believe in the existence of aliens. What intrigued the online community the most was the affirmation of their chosen president's promise to unveil secrets previously concealed by earlier administrations. My wife and her boyfriend vacationing in New Jersey also captured UFO footage. My God, those crafts are indeed beyond human capability. I hope the president will disclose more secrets, such as the Roswell incident, the Philadelphia experiment, and the high-altitude drop operations involving the Swan people, among others. There was no need for haste. The citizens were confident that their president would fulfill his promises. Online chatter suggested that the Dragon Nation was conducting a live test flight of a spaceplane. Was it true, or merely an attempt to mislead? Meanwhile, inside the spaceplane, Su-young was acutely aware that countless pairs of eyes were fixated upon him. It mattered little. He had no intention of concealing his actions. He also recognized that the Aerospace Agency and the Communications Department were exerting every effort to ensure the integrity of his live broadcast signal. Soon, the aerospace vehicle ascended to an altitude of 10 kilometers, breaching the troposphere and entering the stratosphere, rising above the cloud cover. Looking up, he beheld the resplendent starry sky. Oh, Su-young could scarcely recall the last time he had gazed upon such a magnificent celestial display. The aerospace vehicle continued its ascent, quickly reaching the maximum climbing limit of the J-20. After bidding farewell, the two fighter jets returned to base, while Su-young and Yuxian pressed onward, ascending to heights of 55 kilometers, then 85 kilometers, into the mesosphere. As altitude increased, the temperature plummeted sharply. Instrument readings indicated a chilling -90 degrees. At 80 kilometers, they achieved suborbital altitude, experiencing the sensation of weightlessness. Under multiple layers of assurance, the live broadcast signal remained robust, though the visuals became somewhat indistinct. We have now entered suborbital space, approaching the edge of the atmosphere. The sensation of weightlessness is exquisite. Oh, wait. Su-young suddenly remembered something as he addressed the live broadcast screen. The aerospace vehicle has landed, and in the future, my company will launch a space tourism project. Please stay tuned. Having come this far, why not make an announcement? As they departed the mesosphere, their speed markedly increased. Reaching 200 kilometers, they had fully entered orbital space, enveloped in complete weightlessness. Following AI prompts, Yuxian switched the engines to Hall thruster mode. There was no need for concern regarding power. In this state, energy was supplied solely by nuclear means. The miniature fusion reactor provided ample energy for the aerospace vehicle, eliminating any worries about power supply once in space. Su-young did not wait for the giant Spirit New Energy Company to mass-produce the miniature fusion reactors. During his leisure time at home, he sought out sufficient materials and reassembled several himself. At this moment, if one were to observe the aerospace vehicle from behind, they would surely be astonished by the sight. The tail section of the aerospace vehicle featured 4 devices emanating a blue halo, reminiscent of extraterrestrial warships from a science fiction film. The Hall thruster, powered by electricity, was adeptly utilized by the Long Kingdom Space Station to make fine adjustments to the station's orbital angle and altitude. Yet, employing the Hall thruster as the primary propulsion system was likely a first for humankind. At an orbital altitude of 300 kilometers, Su-young unfastened his seatbelt and floated from the co-pilot seat into the cabin. Since its inception, the aerospace vehicle was designed with a transport capacity of 100 tons, resulting in a spacious cabin. Su-young glided through the interior like a fish in water, eventually reaching the window. Without uttering a word, he directed his gaze toward Earth. From the vantage point of the aerospace vehicle, half of the azure planet was visible, juxtaposed against the profound cosmos. Looking down revealed an abyssal drop. At this moment, they had truly entered a state of weightlessness, a delightful sensation. Is there anyone from Tiangong Kaiwu Technology in the live broadcast room? Now, let us promptly create a promotional brochure for the space tourism project, accepting reservations, with the aim of launching a dedicated space travel route by June of this year. Upon my return, we shall discuss the specific execution plan. Space tourism is truly a marvel. In the vastness of space, one can behold the Earth, the profound cosmos, and the resplendent Milky Way. At this moment, Su-young feels that any matters encountered in life pale in comparison, becoming insignificant and trivial. Captain Su, where are we headed now? The voice of Yuxian emanates from the cockpit. The sensation is exhilarating. At this moment, they resemble explorers in a science fiction film, piloting a spacecraft and traversing the cosmic expanse. Su-young, let us visit the International Space Station and see if the 2 astronauts from the Great Eagle Nation have returned home. On the internet, President Su, that is a heartless act. Haha, I love it. Therefore, I have decided to purchase 10,000 mechanical flapping birds to donate to the Slipper Army. Haven't the astronauts from the Great Eagle Nation given birth at the space station? I am curious. My curiosity knows no bounds. Incredible! The space tourism project, capable of garnering hundreds of billions in the Great Eagle Nation, has been so casually announced for launch at the International Space Station, the largest man-made spacecraft. There are currently 19 individuals on board. The two latest arrivals, astronauts Sunita and Butchie from the Great Eagle Nation, have just joined. Upon arrival, Sunita appeared with a round face and a voluptuous figure. However, she has now transformed into a gaunt figure, her once rounded visage now resembling that of a snake. She had just communicated with the ground control center, inquiring about when they could return. The space agency responded, soon, my foot, Sunita exclaimed. Cursing during the call and questioning the space agency personnel, "Why haven't we requested assistance from the Dragon Nation to bring us back?" The Space Center's personnel replied. Wolf claws. With no other option, Sunita despairingly hung up the phone, resigned to remain aboard the International Space Station, awaiting her chance. She gazed longingly at the blue planet, yearning for the day she could return home. At that moment, she suddenly spotted a uniquely shaped aircraft approaching the International Space Station. UFO. Chapter 63, The Black Knight Satellite. The astronauts aboard the International Space Station remain oblivious to the fact that a hypersonic aircraft from the Dragon Kingdom is swiftly approaching them. The station frequently captures images of unidentified flying objects, leading any astronaut who spots an inexplicable craft to immediately think of UFOs. Sunita, in a state of alarm, urgently alerts her colleagues to pay attention to the window. Before long, the entire crew is aware of a mysterious vehicle rapidly closing in on them. Communication with the ground control is established, reporting it as a UFO. However, the unexpected response reveals that it is, in fact, a new hypersonic aircraft from the Dragon Kingdom. What? A Dragon Kingdom hypersonic aircraft is set to visit the International Space Station? There has been no application submitted. Has the Wolf Act been suspended? Soon. The Dragon Kingdom's hypersonic aircraft is alarmingly close to the International Space Station. Astronauts from various nations are informed by ground control. A Dragon Kingdom hypersonic aircraft is conducting its maiden flight verification. If it approaches the station, there is no doubt it is merely there to showcase its prowess. The commander of the International Space Station finds himself with no choice but to issue a radio call to the aircraft. Do not come any closer. Do not approach. If our orbits intersect and are not properly controlled, it could lead to disaster. Meanwhile, Soo-young captures the moment on his phone. The International Space Station looms large, approximately 110 meters in length, 88 meters in width, and 20 meters in height. In comparison to his own hypersonic aircraft, it resembles a colossal motherport spanning the orbit. Outside the space station, astronauts are engaged in their tasks, and Soo-young notices some of them seemingly waving at him. He instructs Yuxian to flash the lights in response. A radio call comes through, advising Soo-young and his team to maintain their distance. At this point, the gap between the two vessels is merely 300 meters. If they draw any closer, it could indeed pose a danger. And there is no necessity to do so, merely observing will suffice. Yuxian, why don't you inquire if the two stranded astronauts from the Great Eagle Nation want us to bring them back? Soo-young suggests. Yuxian pauses. Huh? Our interfaces are incompatible. How could we possibly transport them? My dear brother, you are live streaming. Soo-young replies. In the capital, many senior figures from the space agency are jolted awake by the unexpected debut of the hypersonic aircraft. Sleep is no longer an option. Zhang Kechuan, Wu Qingren, and others rush back to the agency's conference room to witness the live broadcast. This child, he is deliberately toying with the Great Eagle Nation. Haha. They chuckle at Soo-young's remark about retrieving the Great Eagle Nation astronauts. This is truly a calculated strike to the heart. Soon, a radio call from the hypersonic aircraft echoes within the International Space Station. Yuxian, your English is quite impressive, someone remarks. Hello. We are from the Dragon Kingdom's Tiangong Kaiwu Technology Company, Hypersonic Aircraft Testing Group. We still have seats available. Are there any individuals aboard the space station who wish to return home? We can take them along. Sunite furrows her brow slightly. Return home? Whenever she hears that term, her heart flutters. No matter how much she longs to return home, she understands that the aerospace aircraft of the Dragon Kingdom must adhere to distinct technical standards compared to the International Space Station, rendering docking impossible. They cannot facilitate their return. Nonetheless, upon sighting the aerospace aircraft of the Dragon Kingdom, a pang of envy stirs within her. Why does her own country lack such a marvel? Sunita maintains real-time communication with the ground center, unable to suppress her frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it. Did you hear that? The people of the Dragon Kingdom are coming to take me home. If it weren't for that wretched wolf claws, I would be at home in Virginia tending to my lawn." The magical assault from the aerospace aircraft has yet to conclude, as Yuxian speaks with increasing fervor. He adds, by the way, sincere congratulations from Tiangong Kaiwu Technology and Chairman Soo-young, wishing Mr. President Tae-poo a delightful inauguration ceremony. The live stream comments flood in, from the highest etiquette of the Dragon Kingdom, off to space to present a gift to the president. Haha. It appears to be a grand gesture, yet one might speculate that President Tae-poo feels a sense of discomfort within, initially intending to impose sanctions on Tiangong Kaiwu technology. He now discovers they have ascended to the skies. Oh dear, how troubling. They have indeed ascended. I can only say, Mr. President, why provoke them unnecessarily? From time to time, Su Yang glances at the comments, finding them amusing. The International Space Station forbids close proximity. A netizen suggests, bro, go check out the Tiangong. The new year is approaching. Wish the astronauts an early greeting. The aerospace aircraft is a product independently developed by Su Yang, without prior negotiations with the space agency, thus lacking compatible technical interfaces for docking. However, visiting is feasible. Let us go take a look. The aerospace aircraft continues to ascend, heading towards the orbit of the Tiangong space station. As the pilot, Yushin suddenly poses a question. Mr. Su, look here, the aerospace aircraft has an enormous carrying capacity, capable of transporting abundant supplies, and with nuclear power, we need not worry about electricity. Does this imply that it can fly to the moon? Su Yang is momentarily taken aback. He had never contemplated that. Perhaps we could have the space agency's colleagues test it out. Oh no. This aerospace aircraft has an unmanned mode. We can arrange for it to undertake a trial run. Exploring the moon? I hadn't considered it. Perhaps it is feasible. Given its nuclear power, the Hall thruster can operate continuously in outer space. Speaking of which, I am a member of the National Lunar Research Station construction project, if possible. It could be effectively utilized. The Tiangong space station, while smaller in scale than the International Space Station, is more modern and streamlined. Even before they approach, they receive instructions from the ground center advising them to maintain a safe distance. Consequently, the aerospace aircraft halts a kilometer away. They can still see it clearly and receive radio signals from the Tiangong space station. Su Yang intends to converse with the astronauts aboard the Tiangong. Yet the voice coming through the radio is filled with urgency. Comrade Su Yang, be cautious of what's behind you. Watch out. That's the Black Knight satellite. Su Yang promptly examined the monitoring screen behind the aerospace aircraft. A small, jet-black metallic sphere, remarkably luminous, emerged several hundred meters behind the craft. In 1961, the French scholar Jacques Vallée discovered and designated it as the Black Knight satellite, which orbits in a direction contrary to that of other artificial satellites. Subsequently, it was observed multiple times. In 1963, the astronaut Cooper from the Eagle Nation claimed to have seen the Black Knight satellite, only to later attribute it to a hallucination caused by excessive carbon dioxide in the cabin. From 1983 to 1988, scientists from both the Eagle Nation and the Ural Nation reported several sightings of what they believed to be the Black Knight satellite, but further investigations led to its dismissal. In 1998, an astronaut from the Eagle Nation captured a photograph resembling it, which was later clarified to be a thermal shield drifting away during a spacewalk. And now, a satellite had appeared behind the aerospace aircraft, with even astronauts asserting that it was indeed the Black Knight satellite. Su Yang recalled the words of academician L. Dekang at the construction site of the Large Hadron Collider. Some phenomena remain beyond our reach. The upper echelon's decision to withhold information could only indicate that the timing was not yet ripe. Su Yang hesitated for merely a second before decisively shutting down the live broadcast. Yuxian, go seize that object. I am eager to uncover whether the Black Knight satellite is merely an urban legend or something more substantial. The online audience reacted. The live stream has ended? Wait, did Su Yang speak to the space station astronauts before shutting it down? What? The Black Knight satellite? Wow, such an exhilarating tale. And you only shared half of it during the broadcast? This is outrageous. Chapter 64, the remarkably powerful Hall thruster. The expressions of Zhang Qichuan, Wu Qingren, and others from the space agency suddenly changed. Damn it, it has appeared again. Both men were startled in unison. The Black Knight satellite. Since its discovery, rumors have circulated that foreign entities have been conducting research and making findings about it. In reality, the Dragon Kingdom also possesses a specialized department that monitors and studies it. However, the official stance of the Dragon Kingdom is to refrain from disclosing uncertain events to avoid inciting public panic. The observational reports from the Tiangong space station have frequently recorded the presence of the Black Knight satellite. But what can be done? The Black Knight satellite maneuvers with remarkable agility in its orbital path, making it beyond the reach of human tracking capabilities. Director Zhang, it seems that Thing has set its sights on Su Yang's aerospace aircraft. Wu Qingren exclaimed. Zhang Qichuan nodded in agreement, instructing to contact Su Yang and advise him to maintain a safe distance from it and avoid provoking it. Su Yang has a bright future ahead. Any unforeseen incident must be averted. However, before they could reach Su Yang, a message from the space station commander came through. Su Yang. He has gone after the Black Knight satellite. What? Is he out of his mind? Su Yang had perused various urban legends surrounding the Black Knight satellite. Some claimed it was sent by extraterrestrials to monitor Earth, while others suggested it was a remnant of a prehistoric civilization. There were even assertions that it had existed for 13,000 years. No matter. As long as it could be captured, all secrets would be unveiled. Yushin was even more exhilarated. He elevated the angle, unleashing the full power of the Hall thruster as they soared towards the dark metallic sphere. The Great Eagle Nation's X3 triaxial Hall thruster boasts a maximum power of 102 kilowatts and a peak thrust of 5 for newtons. The Dragon Kingdom's HET-450 single-channel Hall thruster, with a maximum power of 4.6 newtons, is suitable for orbital maneuvers of large spacecraft and for deep space exploration missions requiring significant thrust. Once in space, upon switching to the nuclear-powered aerospace aircraft, the maximum thrust reached an astounding 12,000 newtons. This is an entirely different caliber. The speed of flight in orbit is akin to that of a vortex explosion engine, remarkably swift. In the vastness of space, they rapidly adjusted direction with no inertia. The aerospace aircraft darted towards the Black Knight satellite, which evaded them with an erratic flight pattern. After pursuing for several hundred kilometers, they found themselves back near the International Space Station. They could not catch up. The satellite was evidently toying with them. Damn it, next time. Don't let me catch you. The Black Knight satellite circled around the International Space Station and vanished without a trace, disappearing right before Su-young's eyes without any warning. Once again, the radio communication from the International Space Station crackled to life. What are you pursuing? After losing sight of the Black Knight satellite, Yu Xian, filled with frustration, retorted, chasing your grandpa, the Great Eagle Nation. NASA, it has appeared again? How audacious of the Dragon Kingdom. Do they truly believe they can capture the Black Knight satellite? We have pursued it for decades without success. Do they think they can grasp its tail? Absurd, utterly absurd. The White House. President Tep was infuriated by the congratulatory message sent by Su-young from space. That damn fellow dared to flaunt his presence in the cosmos, especially following recent sanctions. Wasn't this an outright provocation? However, the sudden twist left Tep somewhat perplexed. He immediately summoned the chief scientific advisor of the White House. What is the Black Knight satellite? He inquired. Mr. President, I will commence an investigation at once. I am confident I will soon provide you with the information you seek, replied the chief scientific advisor, who was, after all, newly appointed and was merely familiar with urban legends surrounding the topic. Where is Masick? Bring him here. I must retrieve those two individuals from the space station immediately. This is jeopardizing my grand plans. Tep could already envision the individual from Long Nation irritating everyone at the International Space Station. Who knew if he would keep this up tomorrow or the day after? If he broadcasted live every day, it would utterly disgrace the Great Eagle Nation. This absolutely could not be allowed. The chase for the Black Knight satellite was unsuccessful. Time had passed, and after a night of commotion, they were nearing dawn back in Long Nation. Let us go home, Su-young said. In any case, my stance is clear. Sanctions hold no power over me. He returned to the co-pilot seat. The spaceplane boasted a remarkably powerful propulsion system, allowing Su-young and Yu Xian to endure their journey into space without excessive G-forces. Even if there were some, Yu Xian could certainly handle it. Su-young, however, was not so assured. Where to? Yuezhou. I arranged with Commander Deng to clear the airport for us. However, we just received instructions from the capital to land in the capital city, Su-young replied. Then let us head to the capital city first. At 7 in the morning, a seemingly ordinary aircraft landed at the capital city's international airport, causing numerous flight delays and inciting the ire of travelers. Refund, refund, refund. Those rushing for early flights were incensed upon learning of the delays. There's neither rain nor snow. Why the delay? The public relations personnel responded, we're waiting. Waiting for what? Even the King of Heaven must adhere to the rules. Who dares to make so many people wait? Indeed, everyone has 2 legs and a head. Why should anyone be treated differently? The airport manager hurriedly clarified, it's Mr. Su-young's space plane that has returned, requiring the civilian airport to verify the technical characteristics for landing at a standard airport. Why didn't you say so earlier? Hello? Boss, I'm taking a leave today. I can't make it to the south. Why? I'm at the airport. Mr. Su-young's space plane has returned. Ha, it's happening. Didn't Mr. Su say during yesterday's live stream that he would launch a space tourism route? Is that the very aircraft? Wow. It remains uncertain whether the reservation link has been made available. The aerospace vehicle gradually descended upon the airport. Shortly thereafter, military personnel arrived to take over. Su-young and Yu Xian boarded the ambulance, en route to the hospital for a thorough medical examination. The two had endured a tumultuous night and, upon entering the ambulance, succumbed to slumber, alarming the medical staff. They had been warned that if either of them faced any untoward circumstances, it would jeopardize everyone's livelihood. Fortunately, they were merely asleep. Su-young did not awaken until the 22nd. At last, he stirred. Su-zong. Yu Xian was also present in the office. This fellow had only slept for a few hours yet appeared invigorated. Before long, Wu Qingren arrived. Without waiting for him to speak, Su-young interjected, Wu Lao. That aerospace vehicle was indeed my invention, a low-cost space transport solution. The previous vacuum electromagnetic catapult mechanism was purely coincidental. Wu Qingren was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. That was quite unexpected. You caught me off guard. I was about to say something, but never mind. Let us move on. Can you explain how your Hall thruster managed to achieve such an astonishing thrust? 12,000 newtons. The best Hall thrusters in the world barely reached 10 newtons. What a marvel. Chapter 65. New Year, Revisiting the Genealogy. The HET, for 50 single-channel Hall thruster boasts a maximum power of 4.6 newtons, capable of precisely adjusting the orbit of a space station. What does a thrust of 12,000 newtons signify? It can pursue the Black Knight satellite with great agility. Following the return of the space plane, the Aerospace Agency assembled scientists for a comprehensive examination. The conclusion reached was unequivocal: do not entertain any thoughts of the past. The future landscape of space exploration has been irrevocably transformed. The installation of such a Hall thruster on spacecraft marks the dawn of humanity's conquest of the cosmos. Nuclear power has liberated scientists and engineers from the constraints of optimizing fuel within limited volumes. Their focus now shifts to the potential range and mission capabilities of spacecraft equipped with this propulsion system. Upon awakening, Su Yang's first thought was, by all means, we must equip the spaceplane with a superpowered laser cannon. Next time we encounter the Black Knight satellite, if we can't capture it, we shall obliterate it. Wu Qingren remarked, the young man's thought process truly transcends the ordinary. Still in the hospital, a doctor approached to confirm that Su Yang and Yu Xian were in good health, promptly facilitating their discharge. The spaceplane had been relocated from a civilian airport to a military facility, undergoing classified upgrades. By the time Su Yang and his companions arrived, personnel from the Aerospace Agency and the Ministry of Defense were engaged in a brainstorming session focused on the creation of a space combat unit. The topic had advanced to the integration of kilometer-scale spacecraft with spaceplanes, exploring innovative models for space warfare. Silently seated at the back, Su Yang listened as the nation's foremost military scientists envisioned the future. The discussion was predicated on the assumption that the kilometer-scale spacecraft envisioned by the Aerospace Agency had been constructed and that mass production of the spaceplane had commenced, thereby establishing a formidable combat capability. Military scientists posited that the future of kilometer-scale spacecraft lies in serving as spaceports, providing docking points for spaceplanes. They suggested deploying space forces aboard these kilometer-scale vehicles, allowing for rapid intervention in conflict hotspots utilizing spaceplanes in times of war. Su Yang found this concept intriguing, contemplating that, in fact, the kilometer-scale spacecraft could also be illustrated, yet he felt a lingering dissatisfaction. If a kilometer-scale spacecraft were to materialize, would anyone dare to transform it into reality? Perhaps. Once the exploration of space has developed sufficiently, a covert operation to establish a shipping facility on the far side of the moon for clandestine designs would be quite promising. As Su Yang pondered, someone called out his name, Comrade Su Yang, please enlighten us on the design philosophy and technical highlights of the spaceplane. Su Yang stepped to the front. Lacking any materials, he knew that the data pertaining to the spaceplane encompassed hundreds of gigabytes, likely requiring months to compile. He could only address the concerns that captivated the audience, such as, why was the aerodynamic layout of the aircraft developed without wind tunnel testing? How was the miniature fusion reactor integrated into the spaceplane? And how was the electromechanical system arranged? Furthermore, how could the Hall thruster achieve a thrust of 12,000 newtons? For Su Yang, these were merely trivial matters. However, articulating the information in a manner comprehensible to all present indeed consumed a considerable amount of time. It was not until the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, after 2 full days, that Su Yang managed to address the majority of the inquiries. Su Yang, take some time to rest. After the new year, come back. There are new developments you need to be aware of. Zhang Kechuan summoned Su Yang to his private office and remarked, during the past few days, the engineers had conducted a thorough examination of the aerospace vehicle. And the report they provided solidified Zhang Kechuan's resolve. Perhaps it was time for Su Yang to join the project. Su Yang smiled, seemingly recalling something. Director Zhang, is this related to the Black Knight satellite? Zhang Kechuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Enjoy your New Year celebrations. This young man certainly possessed a sharp intellect. This year, Sujia village was particularly lively. The village head, Su Jianhua, was especially proactive. Prior to the new year, he had informed the villagers of his plans to reconstruct the family genealogy, especially since the village had produced a remarkable talent who generously donated 10 million. Upon returning to Yueshou, Su Yang was invited by Su Jianhua. Almost all the elderly residents of the village were present. The ancestors of Sujia village had migrated from Ganzhou during the late Ming dynasty. In the early days of the nation's founding, the genealogy had been compiled once. However, following the Cultural Revolution, many records were destroyed. In Su Yang's generation, names were still given according to familial lineage. Su Yang's original name was Su Zhangyang. However, upon entering school, he found this name unwieldy and subsequently changed it to Su Yang. Yet, in the next generation, few knew how to name their children according to lineage. The village head proposed allocating 300,000 to reconstruct the genealogy, ensuring that future generations would not forget their ancestors or their roots. Su Yang readily agreed and suggested an additional 2 million for the construction of an ancestral hall. Su Yang, you are the most accomplished person our village has seen in centuries. With the genealogy completed, we believe it is fitting to designate you as the honorary clan leader. A few of us elders have discussed it and would like to recommend you for this honor. In the wake of the reform and opening up, the concept of clans in Manhwa has weakened and faded. The term clan leader now feels distant. Holding this honor provides a semblance of authority within the clan, albeit largely symbolic, as we now live in an era governed by law. Suyang had no intention of leaving Guizhou or Suzhou village, and bearing the title of honorary clan leader was quite agreeable, especially considering his substantial contributions. Once the decision to reconstruct the genealogy was finalized, the village came alive. Many who had been working away began to return. A specialized team was engaged to compile the genealogy, drawing from the oral histories of the elders and the remnants of old artifacts from each household. In a matter of days, by the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, they had traced the village's ancestral roots back to the Tang dynasty, specifically to Su Dingfang. Su Yang was astonished to discover that his ancestors were so illustrious. On New Year's Eve, due to the genealogy reconstruction, the village pooled funds to host a communal feast. Sujia village was large, with several thousand inhabitants. A multitude of tables sprawled out, an unprecedented spectacle of grandeur that attracted various influencers seeking to capitalize on the occasion. This drew some criticism for ostentation and extravagance. However, who cares during the festive season? Su Yang had dined early and remained at home, overwhelmed by the influx of visitors extending their New Year greetings. The New Year's feast commenced post-noon, and by 2 in the afternoon, the local government delegation arrived, ostensibly to offer solace to the citizens. Ultimately, they ended up seated at Su Yang's residence. Su Yang was ill-equipped to host such a gathering. He hadn't even purchased any festive goods, having grown accustomed to spending the New Year alone, much like the original owner of the house. The presence of so many guests this year was truly disconcerting for him. He found himself devoid of the opportunity to glance at his phone. Fortunately, his personal assistant, Yu Xian, was present. Su Yang handed his phone to him, instructing him to manage the incoming New Year greetings. Given the sheer number of guests, Su Yang felt overwhelmed. But a few women from the village arrived to assist with washing fruit and serving tea. The village head, Su Jianhua, along with others, helped to manage the guests as well. Su Yang couldn't help but reflect. With wealth and status, friends indeed multiplied. Mr. Su, should I respond to all the messages? Yu Xian approached quietly during a lull. Earlier, he had helped reply to messages from L. Dekhang, Wu Qingrun, and Deng Xian, among others. However, the next message left Yu Xian somewhat hesitant. What is it? Yu Xian had read, she said she loves you. Su Yang was taken aback by such a sentimental declaration, uncertain of how to respond. Chapter 66. The decryption of the Oumuamua files. It was a message from Tang Shu, a text that had been dispatched. WeChat had already blocked her. The content of the message was merely an attempt to rekindle a past romance with Su Yang. He replied with a curt roll, how bothersome. Su Yang's expression darkened. Yu Xian was aware of his affairs, and this fellow was undoubtedly attempting to irritate him. Then what about this? Yu Xian discovered another message in WeChat, this one from Zhou Ying. She is the daughter of Zhou Jianjun. However, ever since Su Yang was expelled from his previous school, he had not seen her for quite some time. It was rumored that she had transferred to the National Defense University, where Su Yang's records also resided, making Zhou Ying a junior to him. Senior, Happy New Year. Wishing you good health and all the best. Senior, will you be returning to school next semester? I heard from the teachers that the school wishes to invite you back to give a lecture. Yesterday, Professor Sun Changzhou had mentioned to Su Yang the hope that he might return to the National Defense University to teach next year. Su Yang had agreed. He personally replied to Zhou Ying, affirming, yes, little junior, see you next year. Great. Looking forward to seeing you, senior. Yu Xian retrieved his phone once more, teasingly remarking, oh, senior, quite enthusiastic, aren't we? Why not reply to all the other messages as well? Scram. On New Year's Eve, the atmosphere was indeed lively, with festivities continuing until past 1 in the morning. The first day of the new year was equally bustling. Rising early, Su Yang found Douyin filled with videos of New Year greetings from various locales. Every year, Shandong made quite a spectacle on this day. Su Yang could only remark on the delightful festive spirit they exhibited. Meanwhile, the news reported, SpaceX's Dragon spacecraft retrieves astronauts who had been stranded at the International Space Station. Su Yang recalled that those 2 astronauts had been sent up by Boeing, and it was supposed to be Boeing that brought them back. With the Dragon spacecraft now in play, one could only say that Boeing had lost face back home. President Trump announces, Oumuamua will soon be declassified. In 2017, humanity had discovered the extraterrestrial object Oumuamua within the solar system for the first time. In Hawaiian, it means messenger from afar. It entered the solar system at a velocity of 25 kilometers per second, coming from the direction of Lyra. Afterward, human astronomers lost track of it. What was this about? Was President Trump attempting to divert public attention with this event? The Great Eagle Nation always needed an adversary, a foe. Previously, it was the Ural Nation, then the Bear Country, and later it was the Dragon Country. Yet the Dragon Country refused to engage with him, rendering the Great Eagle Nation's efforts futile. During that period, the Department of Defense of the Great Eagle Nation frequently held UFO hearings, requesting Congress for additional funding to combat extraterrestrial threats. Su Yang did not dwell on it too much. However, in the morning, the Department of Commerce of the Great Eagle Nation announced further sanctions, this time targeting Su Yang. The justification: Su Yang supported the Bear Country, allegedly clandestinely transferring mecha technology to them, aiding in the creation of the Katarina mecha. Had the information leaked? Su Yang couldn't help but furrow his brow. The clandestine transfer of mecha technology to the Bear Country is a matter known to but a few. Yu Xian spoke up, suggesting an investigation into whether the information had been leaked by their own ranks. As the new year approached, Yu Xian was expected to return home. However, his mission was to ensure Su Yang's personal safety, thus he made himself at home in Su Yang's residence. Nodding in agreement, Yu Xian promptly set to work. 2 hours later, a conclusion emerged. The leak did not originate from the Dragon Nation. Rather, it was from the Bear Country. This revelation displeased Su Yang. Although he was indifferent to the sanctions imposed by the Eagle Nation, he couldn't fathom how, despite his assistants, they could not restrain their own tongues. He instructed that Mr. Andre be informed that if they could not maintain discretion, the collaboration would be terminated. Su Yang did not wish to dwell excessively on the matter, casually remarking. In Vladivostok, while awaiting a response from the Dragon Nation, Andre received orders from Moscow. Identify the source of the leak and execute them without delay. With a sigh, he acknowledged that the president indeed placed great importance on maintaining relations with the Dragon Nation, even without Moscow's directive. Andre was incensed that a breach had occurred under his watch. He resolved to provide an explanation to their friends in the Dragon Nation, commanding that the perpetrator be captured and dealt with discreetly. On the 5th day of the new year, the house had finally quieted down. Over the past few days, numerous relatives, some long out of touch, had come to wish Su Yang well. With no choice but to entertain guests, Su Yang arranged for meals to be prepared. The household had seen multiple tables filled with visitors. On the 5th day, Shou Jingzi, Yu Guangyu, Li Nan, and others came to pay their respects. At last, he found himself in the company of peers, expanding the range of topics they could discuss. Particularly with Shou Jingzi, Su Yang engaged in extensive conversation, as he planned to entrust his company to him in the new year, redirecting his own energies elsewhere. He was unperturbed by the thought of Shou Jingzi absconding with the company. After all, Tiangong Kaiwu technology was under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, and none dared to covet it. Later that night, Su Yang received a call from the aerospace agency, requesting his presence in the capital the following day. He promptly booked a flight for the 6th day of the new year. As the night deepened, he finally found a moment to rest. Suddenly, the Eagle Nation released a groundbreaking announcement. The Oumuamua dossier has been declassified. NASA confirms it is an extraterrestrial non-naturally occurring structure. The dossier was published by NASA and accompanied by photographs captured by astronomical telescopes, appearing far too intricate for mere AI fabrication. NASA had recorded the moment when Oumuamua's trajectory altered, revealing a flash reminiscent of an engine. High-definition images suggested the presence of artificial structures. Rather than using terms like alien spacecraft or UFOs, NASA referred to it as a non-naturally occurring structure, implying its artificiality. Though Oumuamua was a matter from 2017, its resurfacing sparked considerable excitement once more. Yet, amidst this revelation, people have become accustomed to such matters. After the collective outbreak of the New Jersey UFO incident, even conspiracy theorists and members of extraterrestrial life research associations have grown used to it. Oh, is that so? It was stated at the time that Oumuamua must surely be an alien spacecraft, yet no one believed it. With the release of the files, does it not imply that the authorities acknowledge the existence of extraterrestrial beings in this world? Surely, there are secrets that remain undisclosed. It is intriguing. If extraterrestrials truly exist, what difference would it make if it were announced? Are scientists not perpetually declaring their quest for alien life? Su Yang merely regarded it as entertainment. The following day he, alongside Yu Xian, boarded a plane directly to the space agency. Upon encountering Zhang Qichuan and Wu Qingren, Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. The esteemed individuals appeared to be in a rather somber mood. Su Yang inquired, "Have you seen the declassified Oumuamua files from the Great Eagle Nation?" Zhang Qichuan asked. Su Yang nodded, aware that news of it was rampant online. After a brief silence, Zhang Qichuan spoke gravely, "It is indeed true." Su Yang, perplexed, responded, "Really?" Chapter 67. Where did you come from? Did you say that the first emperor encountered extraterrestrials? Su Yang was utterly perplexed. Earlier, when he visited the space agency, the esteemed Mr. Wu Qingren mentioned that the Dragon Nation had initiated a solar system archaeological program with plans to search for extraterrestrial life. He did not elaborate further. At that time, Su Yang believed that the Dragon Nation had just begun its quest for alien life. However, upon witnessing Director Zhang Qichuan speak with unwavering conviction, Su Yang concluded that the Dragon Nation must have made significant progress in the search for extraterrestrial beings. After a moment of bewilderment, Su Yang inquired, "Director Zhang, are we truly engaging in the mistreatment of extraterrestrials on the far side of the moon?" The room fell silent in astonishment. Was this a serious discussion? Such a remark amidst the gravity of the meeting? A youthful imagination indeed. Someone could not suppress a chuckle, saying, "Comrade Su, you are overthinking it. There are no extraterrestrials on the dark side of the moon. The explosive advancement of our nation's technology is the result of the relentless efforts of countless researchers and has nothing to do with aliens. The conversation abruptly halted, and the atmosphere turned serious once more. Wu Qingren interjected, stating that any information pertaining to extraterrestrials and the technologies derived therefrom had yet to be revealed to the general public. Su Yang, intrigued, responded, "Are you serious?" Wu Qingren replied, "Take a moment to collect yourself. Later, we will take you to a certain location." Approximately 2 hours later, Wu Qingren, Zhang Qichuan, and representatives from the military arrived. They brought Su Yang aboard a black bus headed towards the capital. After 2 hours, they reached the Baoshan area, arriving at a suburban park bustling with activity. Residents of the capital frequented the park on weekends to unwind and enjoy fresh air. In the rear area of the park stood a building marked as the Park Management Center. Su Yang found it peculiar that the management center would be situated at such a distance from the park's entrance. Upon entering the building, he observed numerous staff members bustling about. After entering the elevator, he noted that it spanned 7 floors. However, to his astonishment, Wu Qingren's manipulation of the controls caused the elevator to descend, and there were no negative floor indicators displayed. As the elevator continued its descent, Su Yang estimated it had traveled approximately 7 stories. Wu Qingren announced, "We have arrived at level -7. The doors opened to reveal an expansive underground space resembling a train station, with rail cars traversing tunnels leading further into the depths. Throughout the journey, Su Yang remained silent, recalling a report from many years ago about plans to construct a subway in the Baoshan area, which had been halted following the arrest of a deputy minister. Nevertheless, the subway plans had been in execution for over a decade. It was not surprising, considering the Dragon Nation had constructed the world's largest dark matter research center at a depth of 200 meters underground. Establishing a clandestine underground facility in the capital was hardly remarkable. The rail car traveled for about 10 minutes before slowing to a stop. What lay before Su Yang was beyond his imagination, an even more expansive underground space, with thick concrete above and below, illuminated as brightly as day. Numerous researchers in white lab coats bustled about, operating vast scientific instruments that Su Yang had never encountered before. "Old Wu, where is this?" Wu Qingren turned around with a smile. "It is a research center, or as you young people might say, an extraterrestrial research center. It was established in the 1970s and expanded recently after some discoveries were made. Come, let us take a look over here." They arrived at a secluded laboratory, the Wantu Research Center. The laboratory resembled a vast independent cavern. Upon entering, Su Yang noticed numerous ancient artifacts lining the corridors, including terracotta warriors, Qin-style swords, and bronze vessels. Could this be an antique research center? Within the lab, a dozen scientists were busily engaged in their work. Upon seeing Zhang Qichuan and Wu Qingren, they merely acknowledged them with a nod. Su Yang observed that the scientists were examining mechanical objects, antiques, and machinery. It seemed an unlikely pairing, as the mechanical items under study appeared remarkably intricate. On a large display screen, a spiraled, circular flying craft was showcased. "Goodness, isn't that a UFO?" The title read, "On the Wave Vessel. Little Su, come sit down. You are exceptionally talented. Thus, we need to involve you in this project. I will get straight to the point. Aliens do exist. We just haven't found a living one yet. Our public declaration of the Solar System Archaeology Program, along with mentions of searching for extraterrestrial life, is intended to ensure that when we actually discover aliens, the impact on the public will remain manageable." Those artifacts were unearthed from the tomb of the first emperor, referred to as the Wave Vessel. "What? They were found in the tomb of the first emperor?" Su Yang exclaimed. Zhang Qichuan proceeded to show Su Yang some ongoing projects at the Wansu Research Center, artifacts from the first emperor's tomb and the Sengsingui site, both of which contained items beyond the common understanding of civilization, would be sent here for study. The Wave Vessel, in contemporary terminology, refers to the wreckage of an unidentified flying object. The name itself derives from the writings of the Eastern Jin scholar Wang Jia, who authored the Records of Lost Treasures. In it, he described a people from Wansu who traveled in a spiral boat that sank beneath the sea without taking on water, termed the Wave Vessel, for centuries. This was dismissed as a tale from ancient bizarre literature, merely an amusing story. In the 1990s, an organization undertook a secret excavation of the first emperor's tomb. Archaeologists encountered the legendary water galaxy and discovered a spiraled, unidentified flying object. The damaged craft led some archaeologists to recall the account in the Records of Lost Treasures, hence the name Wave Vessel. Further exploration confirmed the existence of the Wansu people. Archaeologists, correlating this with known history of the Qin dynasty, conjectured that this wave vessel must have been damaged during the Qin era. Subsequently, the obsessed first emperor, having unified the realm, dispatched Su Fu eastward in hopes of locating the homeland of the Wansu people. Current research on the Wansu people is divided into 2 factions. One posits that the Wansu were indeed genuine extraterrestrials. Another faction posits that. Su Yang, have you heard of the Hollow Earth theory? Su Yang nodded, familiar with the concept of the Hollow Earth and the civilization of Antarctica, having encountered such urban legends before. Zhang Qichuan acknowledged this, stating that another perspective suggests the Wansu people coexist with us on Earth, yet they possess a far more advanced technology. To them, human civilization is akin to mere ants, insignificant and unworthy of their concern. Were ants to undergo a technological revolution, they would become an intriguing subject for human study. However, if ants attempted to overthrow humanity through such advancements, a single step from us could obliterate their civilization. Zhang Kechuan continued. Regarding the UFO you observed at the Large Hadron Collider and the Black Knight satellite you glimpsed in space, we all believe they originate from the Wansu people. Your aerospace vehicle exhibits extraordinary maneuverability. Consequently, both the Ministry of Defense and we aspire to establish a space maneuvering force. Should there be another opportunity, I believe we could potentially pursue and capture the Black Knight satellite. Su Yang, would you be inclined to join us? Without hesitation, Su Yang replied, absolutely. Excellent. Zhang Kechuan nodded in satisfaction. Thus we shall formally integrate you into the Asteroid Defense Office, where you will commence your duties. Your current task is to leverage national resources to swiftly establish an aerospace vehicle production company. Chapter 68, 7 months ahead, the Nobel Prize list is revealed. Zhang Kechuan personally escorted Su Yang to the management department of the research center, where he registered his identity information, including fingerprints and retinal data. Henceforth, whenever Su Yang wished to access project-related information, he could do so at any time without restrictions. Additionally, a liaison was assigned to facilitate one-way communication with Su Yang. During his time at the research center, Su Yang familiarized himself with various research projects. Beyond the Terracotta Army and the artifacts unearthed from St. Singui, the project team also investigated many ancient civilizations steeped in urban legends, such as the pyramids, Atlantis, and Mu. Su Yang found it hard to fathom the profound impact on human civilization if the legends of prehistoric civilizations were indeed true. Upon leaving the underground research center, he visited several departments to acquire relevant aerospace manufacturing licenses. Su Yang was astounded by the rapid expansion of the company within a mere few months and couldn't help but reflect on the complexities of the world, which were far from superficial. The spaceplane had been rented out by the Aerospace Agency, and Su Yang was well aware of its intended use to conduct clandestine and extreme flight tests as the agency sought to ascertain its capability to reach the moon. This was acceptable. Su Yang truly lacked the time to validate the spaceplane himself, delegating the task to the Aerospace Agency instead. After spending 2 days in the capital, Su Yang confirmed his new identity as a member of the National Asteroid Defense Office. Before departing the capital, he visited the office, which was merely a signboard. The office was jointly led by the Dragon Academy and the Aerospace Agency, with many members serving in dual capacities. For instance, the office director was another academician from the Aerospace Agency. Individuals such as Wu Qingren, El Dekang, and Ma Ming also held positions there. And they had devised several executable plans, including the establishment of an asteroid early warning satellite system and strategies for asteroid destruction, which encompassed using nuclear weapons to obliterate asteroids or employing shockwaves from nuclear detonations to alter their trajectories, among other collision strategies. However, with the realization of the spaceplane, new plans were already being formulated, including the recently proposed asteroid capture initiative utilizing the spaceplane. Upon returning to Yuezhou, Su Yang established a spaceplane manufacturing company, following the advice of Zhou Jingzi to locate it along the southeastern coast, as Yuezhou lacked suitable sites for constructing a spaceplane factory. The successful landing of the spaceplane still required the knowledge and design schematics stored in Su Yang's mind. Yet, the reservoir of knowledge was extraordinarily vast, even with AI assistance. Su Yang estimated that it would take no less than a couple of months to sort through it. Manufacturing spaceplanes was, in essence, quite similar to producing ordinary aircraft. When the C-919 aircraft was manufactured, the state had established the Longhua Commercial Aircraft Limited Liability Company. This time, having obtained authorization, Su Yang acquired the company at the helm of Long Country Spacecraft Manufacturing Limited Liability Company. Su Yang, the state-owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, the Aerospace Bureau, and the military jointly hold shares. In terms of the supply chain, Su Yang has no need for concern, as companies such as Shenyang Aircraft Corporation, Xi'an Aircraft Industrial Group, and Chengdu Aircraft Industry Group have already received administrative orders to become his suppliers. Thus, delegating matters to Zhou Jingzi has allowed Su Yang to breathe a little easier. Most of the time, Su Yang resides in his studio, tasked with organizing information on aerospace vehicles. One day, while browsing the internet, he stumbled upon a trial video of the mind-control drone from Xi'an Jiaodong University. Through specialized equipment, the machine can interpret brain signals. Following this lead, Su Yang discovered the development of a thought keyboard, which enables typing input through brainwaves and eye movement. Critics posit that in the future, individuals will be able to swiftly input their thoughts into computers. This notion is quite compelling. Once realized, the designs and data conceived in one's mind could be rapidly scanned. The challenge lies in Su Yang clarifying what functionalities such a device should possess. He drew inspiration from the matrix linking apparatus in the Matrix, combining it with the helmet design of the Corona Mecha. Ultimately, he fashioned a relatively comfortable chair. After 2 days of labor, he completed the design. Returning to his hometown, he recorded a checkpoint. Checkpoint 2. Acquired. Directional brainwave parsing and reading device design blueprint. Shortly thereafter, a complete set of apparatus materialized before Su Yang. To his surprise, it was only worth 2 checkpoints, a bargain indeed. He informed Yu Xian to handle any matters as he would be in seclusion at his hometown for a few days. In truth, Su Yang devoted a full 7 days utilizing this device to extract all the data stored in his mind: electromagnetic cannon main battle tanks, directional brainwave parsing and reading devices, microfusion reactors, aerospace vehicles, and more. A vast amount of data transitioned into the realm of reality on his computer. Su Yang finally exhaled in relief. After the Lantern Festival, it was already mid-February. The Ministry of National Defense in the capital had begun to release news regarding the procurement of over 200 billion in electromagnetic cannon main battle tanks. A colossal order exceeding 100 billion would be awarded to Tiangong Kaiwu Technology. The news sparked a conclusion from a Wall Street asset evaluation firm in Eagle Country, asserting that Tiangong Kaiwu Technology's market value had surpassed $100 billion. This assessment was made even before the full deployment of the company's various product lines. As Tiangong Kaiwu Technology's product lines were introduced and a closed industrial chain formed, the potential output value could exceed 10 times that of Apple's peak. In the next 3 to 5 years, Tiangong Kaiwu Technology is poised to become an unprecedented super entity in human history, with a market value potentially exceeding $30 trillion. Su Yang understood that Wall Street's lofty valuation was laden with both opportunity and peril. Su Yang remained indifferent, for the valuation presented by Wall Street was merely a conclusion derived from the process undertaken by the Great Eagle Nation to go public. However, Su Yang's company would never see the light of an IPO. He had no need for capital infusion. Since Yu Xian joined his side, the confidentiality system within Tiangong Kaiwu Technology became increasingly sophisticated. Data and materials exiting Su Yang's domain would be escorted by designated personnel to specific points of contact. For instance, the tank production assembly line, reconstructed from the Bai Group's machinery factory, had long been prepared for this moment. By the end of February, the capital city officially decided to procure 2,000 nuclear-powered dual-track electromagnetic cannon main battle tanks, with a total contract value of 210 billion. From this point onward, Tiangong Kaiwu Technology ascended to the ranks of the world's premier military industrial companies. In early March, Long Nation's giant Spirit New Energy Company announced the commencement of mass production of miniature fusion reactors. Wells, the editor-in-chief of Nature magazine, remarked, "Humanity has entered a new era of energy application." Capitalizing on this wave of excitement, the Nobel Prize Committee preemptively announced that this year's Nobel Prize in Physics had been secured by Su Yang, in recognition of his significant contributions to research in room-temperature superconducting materials and fusion reactors. Traditionally, the Nobel Prize in Physics is revealed in the first or second week of October each year. However, this year, the committee announced the results a full 7 months in advance, responding to the growing skepticism surrounding the prize's authority. This year, the award for physics was unquestionable. The Nobel Prize Committee sought to reaffirm its credibility, believing that this outcome left no room for dispute. Various platforms of Long Nation's official media released announcements, a breakthrough. The first Nobel Prize in Physics laureate from Long Nation has emerged. Name: Su Yang. A historic moment. Su Yang. Long Nation claims its first Nobel Prize in Physics. Without contest. Chapter 69. The Power Mecha has secured the Nobel Prize. For Su Yang, the most significant impact is the substantial increase in attention. Furthermore, in October, he is required to travel abroad to Northern Europe to receive the award. Additionally, upon returning to the National University of Defense Technology to deliver a speech, his stature will be greatly elevated. In January, Sun Qingzhou had already arranged with Su Yang to return to the National University of Defense Technology this year to share his success stories with students as a successful entrepreneur, a national academician, and an inventor of room-temperature superconducting materials. Unexpectedly, he now also holds the title of Nobel laureate. Consequently, what was initially intended as a lecture for a single department has instantly transformed into a presentation for the entire university. What was to be attended only by a few relevant faculty members, including Sun Qingzhou, has now become a mandatory event announced by the university for all faculty to attend. It wasn't until the conclusion of the lecture that Su Yang realized that the content he had been so anxious about prior to the event was hardly a concern. After all, a Nobel laureate is regarded by the public as a true embodiment of success. The words spoken by such an individual are considered golden advice, representing invaluable experiences. Even the most trivial remarks are met with belief. At this level, when Su Yang shares his hardships, it is perceived as the heavens bestowing great responsibilities upon a worthy individual, necessitating trials to strengthen one's resolve and character, a message of positive energy. Conversely, if one achieves nothing, their suffering is seen as mere negativity. When speaking of one's struggles, one risks being viewed as a chronic complainer. After several months, Su Yang encountered Zhou Ying once again. After their conversation, Su-Yang learned that Zhou Ying's transfer to the National University of Defense Technology was merely facilitated by her connection to Zhou Jianjun. Following the college entrance examination, Zhou Ying's academic performance would have easily qualified her for the university. She excelled in sports, having been selected for the national team as a professional shooter and had traveled to Paris. Additionally, she displayed remarkable talent in computer science, having developed an app independently in her sophomore year, which she sold to a well-known internet company for over $3 million. Zhou Jianjun, serving in the military, helped secure a special admission for Zhou Ying. After retaking the entrance examination, she again achieved outstanding results and successfully transferred to the National University of Defense Technology. Senior. Long time no see, she greeted. Su-Yang, it's been a while, he replied. The two exchanged pleasantries like ordinary friends. Su-Yang, perceptive as he was, could easily discern Zhou Ying's feelings. However, he held no such sentiments. He regarded Zhou Jianjun as a colleague, often referring to him as Brother Jun. Su-Yang was reluctant to entertain notions of addressing him as father in their next encounter. With the Nobel Prize in Physics firmly within his grasp, it meant that in October, Su-Yang would most likely be traveling abroad to receive the honor. In fact, Su-Yang had already stated his intention to attend the award ceremony without any trepidation. Yet, Yu Xian was left troubled. Months prior, conspiracies had already begun to brew in the Judean nation aimed at eliminating Su-Yang. Their reach extended even into the Dragon Country. Now that Su-Yang was set to travel abroad, it was certain that many would be watching, with countless individuals eager to seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Yu Xian could not prevent Su-Yang from going abroad. He could only do his utmost to ensure Su-Yang's personal safety. This involved not only enhancing the professional competence of the team he had assembled, but also improving the quality of their equipment. The Kunlun armor was the preferred choice. Developed by the military, the Kunlun armor was compatible with various military branches and boasted the strongest perception capabilities, weapon systems, and collaborative abilities among special forces. He had decided on the Kunlun armor and was preparing to place an order through the military. However, upon learning the full context, Su-Yang furrowed his brow and said, "Brother, this is not appropriate. If you are to provide security for me, you cannot bear the costs nor supply the equipment. Let us wait. I will find a way." Thus, Su-Yang halted Yu Xian's purchase of security gear and decided to develop some entirely new solutions instead. In truth, this was quite feasible. The combination of the Corona Mech and a miniature fusion reactor would result in a power mech, the likes of which were ubiquitous in science fiction films and games. Su-Yang had already secured these components. It was merely a matter of simple assembly. By locating prototype images of power mechs and redrawing them, he expended only a single point of effort to create the power mech. After absorbing the new design, Su-Yang understood the implications. Besides the virtually limitless energy provided by the fusion reactor, the functionality had also been significantly enhanced. Firstly, the life support system. Neither the Corona nor the Kunlun armor series featured a life support system. Equipping such a system meant it could perform spacewalks and land on extraterrestrial bodies. In simple terms, it could be used as a spacesuit. Moreover, on Earth, it would be capable of executing combat missions in more complex environments, such as areas with extreme radiation following a nuclear conflict. Secondly, it was equipped with a miniaturized Hall thruster system, confirming its suitability for use as a spacesuit. With the Hall thruster system, even if an astronaut were to fall into the depths of space, they could return to their spacecraft independently, which was quite remarkable. Thirdly, the weapon systems had been upgraded. In addition to traditional gunpowder weapons, it was now armed with more powerful ion beam weapons. Laser weapons, naturally, were standard. However, their power had been significantly increased. In simple terms, as long as time permitted, Su-Yang could stand on the surface of the Earth and utilize laser weapons for anti-satellite operations. Fourthly, with the enhancement of the mech's performance, the costs also skyrocketed exponentially. Su-Yang estimated that the production cost of the power mech, after integrating the miniature fusion reactor, would reach $300 million. Furthermore, the precision of the instruments had greatly improved, and various expensive alloy materials had also been utilized. $300 million for a single power mech. Clearly, as an individual combat system, it is not suitable for mass production, Su-Yang muttered to himself. Not long after, the first power mech had already come into existence. As Su-Yang painted and activated the checkpoint, the power mech materialized within the workshop. This creation would serve as his personal endeavor for the time being. Once production was completed, it would be bestowed upon Yu Xian and the others. Su-Yang dedicated an entire afternoon to familiarizing himself with the power mech, striving to uncover its concealed functionalities. Eventually, he realized that such efforts were unnecessary. All hidden features were disclosed to the pilot upon entry. For instance, it could be compactly stored within a specialized suitcase and summoned into action with the mere flick of a switch. Its speed surpassed even that of Iron Man. Su-Yang tested it and found it remarkably effective. He then allocated some time to synchronize the design schematics of the power mech with the physical world using a brain-machine scanner. Su-Yang felt that the secrets harbored within his workshop had become excessively numerous, posing a significant security risk. After much contemplation, He proceeded to supplement the workshop's underground area by constructing a subterranean laboratory, though not overly expansive. It comprised 2 levels and housed a vast array of data storage hardware intended for preserving the technical information extracted from his mind by the brain-machine scanner, including details pertinent to the power mech. There was no immediate urgency. Yuxian anticipated utilizing the new equipment when traveling abroad for an awards ceremony in October, aiming to have a dozen units produced 2 months in advance to allow for acclimatization. At this juncture, the fervor surrounding Su Yang's Nobel Prize in Physics had finally begun to wane. On that day, the Aerospace Agency communicated with Su Yang through secure channels, informing him of new findings related to the artifacts from the Han tomb of Haihanhu in Ganzhou, which were linked to the Wantu people, and requested his presence. Chapter 70. New archaeological discoveries at the tomb of the Marquis of Haihan. Something on Mars. The first Marquis of Haihan, Luha, was in Feft in Haihan, located on the western bank of Poyang Lake. The year before last, relevant authorities organized archaeologists to systematically excavate the tomb of the Marquis of Haihan. A multitude of artifacts and various bamboo slips were unearthed. Experts at the time asserted that once the excavation of the tomb was complete, it would profoundly alter people's perceptions of Qin and Han history. Su Yang arrived in Ganzhou and entered the Archaeological Research Institution. Initially, he harbored no particular thoughts. However, upon viewing the latest interpretations of the bamboo slips, a chill ran down his spine. Among the thousands of bamboo slips from the tomb of the Marquis of Haihan, one slip survived from the scholars who were spared during the burning of books and burying of scholars. According to relevant literature, this scholar likely once served at the side of Emperor Qin Shi Huang and was deeply involved in certain matters. The content of the bamboo slip, upon interpretation, read: the people of Wansu have established a communication station on Mars. Once the station is repaired, they can return to their home planet. That was all. In the vast expanse of literature, only this single sentence remained. Mars, referred to as Manhwa, was mentioned. What could it mean? The people of Wansu on Mars. With a communication station? Su Yang felt a wave of trepidation. With current human technology, reaching the moon is feasible, yet Mars remains a realm almost beyond human reach. The number of unmanned Mars landers sent is exceedingly few, let alone a manned landing. Under normal circumstances, the existing technological framework requires at least 180 days for a one-way trip to Mars. All human plans for colonization of Mars entail that the first pioneers will be on one-way tickets. The upper echelons of the space agency had already informed Su Yang of the existence of the Wansu people. They had previously excavated a Wansu vessel from the tomb of Emperor Qin. Now they returned. This was a tomb from the Western Han period, predating the Jin dynasty. It was even earlier than the mention of the Wansu people in the records of the lost. Personnel from the space agency had also arrived. Several top aerospace engineers, whom Su Yang had met before, came over without uttering much. They merely confirmed the latest archaeological findings. The conclusion drawn by the archaeologists was that the Wansu people might have existed as a widely disseminated social symbol during the Qin and Han periods. After interacting with the engineers from the space agency, Su Yang learned of their decision to plan a manned landing on Mars 2 years hence. Academician Su, there is one more matter to inform you. Your spaceplane has successfully completed a secret manned lunar exploration trial. It is feasible. The spaceplane is capable of carrying humans to the moon. Soon, the space agency will organize a public manned lunar mission, and within the next half-month, your spaceplane will receive a subsidy at market price from the agency, as if they have purchased it from you. Su Yang, however, felt a pang of regret. He had intended to showcase the spaceplane as a model to promote and expand into international markets. It must be said that the actions of the space agency remain as steadfast as ever. They initially dispatched personnel to the moon for secret experiments, ensuring absolute certainty before unveiling their lunar landing plan. Comrade Su Yang, your company exhibits remarkable innovation, and you yourself are a person of considerable creativity. I have been instructed to convey a message. As we enter the new year, the uncertainties of the global situation are increasingly pronounced. With the advancement of scientific and archaeological research, the truths regarding extraterrestrial civilizations will gradually be revealed. The future of humanity is becoming more uncertain, and it is imperative for everyone, including yourself, to prepare in advance. After the representatives from the space agency departed, Su Yang stood there, momentarily dazed, feeling a surge of anxiety. Indeed, after the new year, he had absorbed an overwhelming amount of astonishing information. What did the space expert's final remark imply? Were we truly on the cusp of an era where humanity would engage in direct communication with extraterrestrial beings? Upon returning to Yesho, just 2 days later, the space agency announced explosive news. Within the next 7 to 15 days, they would seek a suitable launch window to commence the manned lunar exploration program. The agency openly declared that they would utilize the space plane, which had previously been tested by Su Yang, for the manned lunar mission. On the same day, Tiandong Cao Technology officially launched the pre-sale plan for the space plane. Indeed, after discussions among multiple departments, including the space agency and the Ministry of Defense, the space plane would be available for export. Su Yang could seize this opportunity to earn a tidy profit. Relevant authorities had conducted numerous tests, and the microfusion reactor was deemed impossible to replicate by any nation. There was no need to worry about technology leakage. Shortly after the announcement of the manned lunar program, the space agency simultaneously released another plan. Within the next 2 years, a manned Mars landing program would be initiated. Excitement surged among the populace. My goodness, are we to believe that our country is tormenting extraterrestrials on the far side of the moon? Or is it Su Young who is doing so? Incredible! Previously, it was stated that the manned lunar program would commence before 2030, and now it is underway. Tiangong Technology has already begun the pre-sale of the space plane. Fantastic. I am on my way. Hurry up and disclose the price. I am eager to see if I can afford it. With a monthly income of 3,000. If I save diligently for a lifetime, I should be able to purchase a wheel rim. In the Middle East, the Camel Kingdom has seen a significant elevation in Muhammad's status since he returned with the Corona, Mecca, and drones for the nation. With the acquisition of the Mecca, the military prowess of the Camel Kingdom has substantially increased, even making conversations with the Great Eagle Kingdom more pleasant. The space plane is available for external sale. The king summoned Muhammad and commanded him to travel to Dragon Country, sparing no effort to secure the first batch of production space planes for our nation. There is no need to worry about quality issues. Look, Dragon Country is already using the space plane to prepare for a live lunar landing. 2 days later, Muhammad arrived in Uasia. He is the first overseas client of Tiangong Technology. Upon his arrival, Su Young naturally welcomed him personally. Muhammad's intentions were clear. He was here for the aerospace aircraft. Upon learning the price, he felt a slight tremor within. $85 million for each unit. However, Mr. Muhammad, at present, we are fully committed to fulfilling domestic orders. If you wish to place an order, you can only do so with a reservation and a 15 deposit is required. Should you decide against it or change your mind in the future, the deposit will be non-refundable. Muhammad's eyes flickered momentarily. If we pay the full amount in advance, can we skip the queue? Su Yang was momentarily taken aback, yet he continued, your esteemed nation respects knowledge, cherishes science, and yearns for the vastness of the cosmos, which is truly admirable. We will prioritize your supply. In truth, the liquid assets of Tiangong Technology are not particularly abundant. A wealthy client arriving with a direct offer of $85 million. What is there to hesitate about? Chapter 71. The Tianlion Aerospace Plane. The aerospace plane is now available for purchase, priced at a staggering $5 billion, and has been aptly named Tianlion. Su Yang had contemplated emulating Boeing's naming convention, where aircraft are designated with a combination of the brand and a numerical identifier, such as Boeing 737 or Boeing 747. However, such nomenclature, while memorable, may convey a lack of sophistication. Previously, there was the Tianyo vacuum electromagnetic catapult. Now, with the introduction of Tianlion, it conveys an impression of a series, perhaps instilling a sense of awe. Typically, the cost of a conventional space shuttle exceeds $1 billion. For instance, the Challenger spacecraft from the Great Eagle Nation had a price tag of $2 billion. The overall cost of the Tianlion Aerospace plane stands at $9 billion. Thus, regardless of the model for export, it is undoubtedly profitable, remarkably so. After conducting research in the capital, approval was granted for Su Yang to export, with the hope that he could secure substantial foreign investments, ensuring that domestic prices would remain reasonable. The Camel Nation has placed an order for one, emphasizing the necessity of spending wealth wisely. Coincidentally, the manned lunar landing initiative has commenced. Su Yang extended an invitation to Muhammad to witness the lunar landing project. Following a briefing with the space agency, Zhang Kechuan promptly sanctioned Su Yang's request, assigning Muhammad the status of an observer. 2 days later, the manned lunar landing operation began, with the space agency outlining the primary objectives of this mission. First, the astronauts would undergo a comprehensive verification process involving orbiting, landing, and returning. Second, lunar surface sampling would be conducted. Third, the installation of an inflatable lunar workstation. Fourth, the initiation of lunar scientific research. And fifth, a total of 7 astronauts would be dispatched. During the initial phase of the manned lunar mission, the Dragon Nation launched 6 lunar exploration rockets within a span of 3 days. Each rocket carried a significant amount of supplies, destined for the vicinity of the landing site. In addition to essential living supplies, there were also scientific research materials required for the inflatable lunar workstation. The Dragon Nation aspires to construct a lunar workstation in one fell swoop, using it as a foundation to advance the establishment of a permanent research station on the moon. The second phase has commenced. The aerospace plane will fly directly to the moon. Esteemed viewers, I am presently at the international airport of the capital. Today, we are poised to witness a momentous occasion as the manned lunar aerospace plane will take off from a commercial airport. Our astronauts are waiting in the departure lounge, ready to board the aerospace plane and embark on their journey to the moon like ordinary travelers. The reporter's voice grew increasingly animated. Space exploration has always been an exalted and sacred pursuit for humanity, seemingly worlds apart from the everyday individual. Yet, the astronauts of the Dragon Nation are about to commence their lunar journey from a regular airport. Today, operations at the international airport of the capital have been momentarily halted. Both domestic and international mainstream media are broadcasting live coverage of this extraordinary lunar expedition. The astronauts have arrived, clad in blue uniforms, their gazes resolute and their strides unwavering. After greeting the crowd and reciting a few oaths, the team boarded the spaceplane. The commander of this lunar mission was an experienced astronaut, Zhai Gang. Once everything was confirmed to be functioning normally, the command center issued the order, take off. The spaceplane glided along the runway like a conventional aircraft, soaring into the sky. Shortly thereafter, the visuals became clear. They had reached outer space. After orbiting the Earth several times, they would embark on their lunar journey. The space agency had a dedicated remote live streaming room. Su Yang, along with 2 other engineers from the agency, began discussing the future of large-scale lunar exploration in the presence of Muhammad. The conclusion drawn was that a single spaceplane would undoubtedly be insufficient to establish themselves as a major player in lunar exploration and claim territory on the moon. At least 2 to 3 spaceplanes would be necessary to undertake more complex lunar missions. Having witnessed the entire launch process of the manned lunar mission from the Dragon Nation, Muhammad's heart was already stirred with grand aspirations. Acquiring a spaceplane signified that Camelot was striving to become a space power. The Dragon Nation did not regard them as outsiders either. They were eager to share insights on the future of lunar exploration. Muhammad recalled the frequently mentioned concept of a community of shared human destiny, realizing that the Dragon Nation was genuinely willing to explore future technological advancements alongside all of humanity. He felt compelled to report this back home. Muhammad excused himself under the pretext of needing fresh air, but in truth, he was making a phone call to his home country. After a brief interlude of 10 minutes, he returned with a translator, approaching Su Yang. Mr. Su Yang, are you busy at the moment? I would like to discuss the procurement of an additional spaceplane. His country had decided to purchase another one. Today, the international networks were abuzz. Launching from a civilian airport, future space exploration will be accessible to the general public. Unprecedented. 7 astronauts are heading to the moon, creating history. Wall Street analysts state, providing vehicles for the Dragon Nation's lunar mission, the aerospace sector's market value will surpass that of SpaceX by more than tenfold. SpaceX's current valuation stands at $250 billion. In the Great Eagle Nation, the White House. Since taking residence, President Trump had yet to find time to address the external environment. The California wildfires, which began before his tenure, had persisted into the present. Although the flames had been extinguished, the struggle for power among various domestic factions was far from over. Just a few days prior, there were claims that the Dragon Nation satellites could detect their stealth strategic bombers. Now, they had sent humans to the moon directly? During his previous term, he had ardently advocated for a return to the moon, yet 4 years had passed without the mission materializing, and it had instead been postponed repeatedly. That old man Biden was truly a calamity for the nation. Watching the Dragon Nation launch their lunar mission from a commercial airport, Trump felt a deep sense of discomfort. However, the current Great Eagle Nation lacked the sufficient strength to keep pace. There exists a grassroots opinion leader who has initiated a poll on the internet, advocating for the abolition of the Wolf Clause to enhance collaboration in the aerospace domain between the Dragon Nation and the Great Eagle Nation. The message delivered by the assistant only deepened Trump's discontent. He was acutely aware that the existence of the Wolf Clause had become utterly meaningless. However, to suggest its repeal? Absolutely not. He could not undertake such an action. If the Wolf Clause were to be abolished, it must be proposed by someone else. Hours later, the aerospace aircraft departed from Earth's orbit, officially embarking on its lunar journey. Naturally, the live broadcast was interrupted. Mr. Su Yang, Dean Wu requests your immediate presence. Su Yang and Muhammad were finalizing the details for the second aerospace aircraft when a visibly anxious individual approached with a message. Su Yang nodded slightly to Muhammad and followed the staff to the ground command center for the lunar program. What is it, old Wu? Wu Qingren's voice trembled slightly. It has appeared again. That entity has resurfaced. He commanded his staff to access the live chat within the aerospace aircraft at that very moment. It was the voice of Commander Zhai Gang. Heavens! The Black Knight satellite. The ground command center reports that the Black Knight satellite is tracking us. After leaving orbit, the Black Knight satellite vanished, but an unidentified flying object is following us. The photographs sent back. Su Yang beheld the images. The unidentified flying object was indeed the very UFO he had encountered at the particle collider construction site. Chapter 72, Lunar Landing, Phase Cannon. How is it? Can we establish contact with that unidentified flying object? Su Yang inquired. Wu Qingren shook his head, revealing no response, remaining unchanged as before. On our aerospace vehicle, we have installed a low-power laser to illuminate it. Take a look at this. A video recently transmitted. The laser was directed at the unidentified flying object. Dimly, Su Yang seemed to perceive ripples forming on the surface of the object. Energy ripples. Su Yang was somewhat astounded, recalling that he had once created something similar. On the main battle tank equipped with an electromagnetic cannon, plasma was hardened through strong magnetic confinement, resulting in a protective shield akin to an energy barrier. That design had been taken by the father of electromagnetism, Ma Ming. To his surprise, he encountered it on the unidentified flying object. Wu Qingren replied, yes. Strangely, that unidentified flying object showed no reaction to any of our actions. It merely tracked our aerospace vehicle without any further actions, which is quite perplexing. The unidentified flying object was indeed peculiar. Over the following hours, it simply followed without taking any other action. Hours later, the unidentified flying object vanished into the depths of the cosmos. The aerospace vehicle, capable of tracking, was instructed by the space agency not to pursue hastily, as such behavior could provoke a response from the entity. Old Wu, what are the space agency's plans moving forward? Xiyang asked. Subsequently, Suyang learned that such occurrences were quite common. Just considering the Tiangong space station, various unidentified flying objects are frequently observed. However, today's incident was rather abrupt, and Suyang happened to witness it. Wu Qingren sighed, his demeanor growing more serious. We are formulating a capture plan. In Manhwa, we believe that human determination can conquer nature. We trust that the initiative lies in our hands. Soon, you may see news of UFOs being intercepted and captured. Suyang, if you have the opportunity, you should visit Longwa's Tianyan. It may aid your understanding of more secrets. Intercepting UFOs. Suyang felt a surge of excitement. Human determination conquers nature. This is the faith of Longwa. Do you claim that the Taklamakan Desert is insurmountable? Longwa has encircled the entire desert in just 40 years. In a few decades, the Taklamakan could very well transform into a forest wetland. UFOs flying hither and thither? Capturing one for research would reveal the true nature of these entities. After departing from the space agency, Suyang sought a location in the capital to sign the procurement contract for the second aerospace vehicle with Muhammad. The sum was still $5 billion, and they opted to pay the full amount up front. One cannot help but admire the financial prowess of the Camel Kingdom. $17 billion, equivalent to nearly 120 billion Longwa currency, was transferred directly. Suyang could only express, their trust in Longwa is indeed profound. Of course, the rapid payment by the Camel Kingdom was facilitated by the guarantees provided by the Longwa National Space Agency. Suyang visited the Asteroid Defense Office, successfully obtaining his role as a member of the office. His ensuing project was an open-ended inquiry under the current technological capabilities. How might humanity retaliate if Earth were besieged by a cataclysmic asteroid akin to the one that caused the extinction of the dinosaurs? The office entrusted this task to Suyang, hoping to cultivate his strategic and holistic thinking through this endeavor. Upon returning to Yuezhou, the spaceplane had already reached lunar orbit. The astronauts, utilizing the K-Out communication satellite, conducted a brief live broadcast to report their upcoming actions. After a few hours of rest in orbit, they would embark on their lunar landing mission. The public's fascination remained firmly fixed on the moon, while Suyang turned inward, immersing himself in his studio, pen in hand, ready to create. The asteroid responsible for the Cretaceous-Paleogene extinction was approximately 10 kilometers in diameter. This implied the necessity for a weapon capable of annihilating the asteroid before it struck Earth. Coincidentally, Suyang was also contemplating how one might destroy a UFO if discovered. A weapon that could obliterate a 10-kilometer asteroid should, in theory, also suffice for vanquishing a UFO, provided, of course, that this UFO was not a colossal spacecraft akin to those depicted in Independence Day. Phase cannons. Suyang fixed his gaze upon a conceptual sci-fi weapon from Star Trek. The phase cannon comes in various models and possesses immense power as a fictional directed energy weapon. Centering his designs around the concept of the phase cannon, Suyang, with the aid of AI-generated imagery, rapidly previewed an abundance of sci-fi designs for the weapon. He isolated the phase cannon, amalgamating it with the concept of an orbital plasma cannon, resulting in two distinct designs. The first design is a super-orbital phase cannon deployable in space, which could also be classified as an orbital plasma cannon, positioned in the vastness of space. It would be far more convenient for countering threats from the depths of the cosmos. The second design, inspired by ground-based intercontinental missile models, envisions a heavy, agile, and mobile orbital cannon capable of traversing the Earth. This formidable weapon could be maneuvered to launch direct assaults on UFOs upon detection. He commenced sketching the second design. In truth, the first orbital phase cannon could also be illustrated. Once completed, it would reside in his family's underground laboratory, ready to be unveiled when the opportune moment arises. In the capital, at the Ministry of Defense, a clandestine meeting regarding the capture of UFOs was underway, with Defense Minister Chun Jun in attendance. A proposal was made to use the sixth-generation fighter jet, known as the Ginkgo Leaf, as the primary combat aircraft to lure UFOs into the open, followed by the deployment of a rotating detonation engine aircraft, or what is colloquially termed a sixth-and-a-half-generation fighter, as the main interceptor, significantly increasing the likelihood of encircling the UFO. The Ministry of Defense has observed a pattern. Whenever humanity achieves breakthroughs in high technology, it often attracts the attention of UFOs. The sixth-generation fighter possesses near-space combat capabilities, enabling it to reach the very edge of space. Should they appear in swarms, there is a high probability of attracting unidentified flying objects. The Ministry of Defense is somewhat anxious, as the information unearthed from the tomb of the Marquis of Haihan is exceedingly indicative, intensifying the military's interest in these unidentified aerial phenomena. I have heard that a highly developed project has been assigned to Comrade Su Yang. Chen Jun inquired with sudden curiosity, expressing anticipation for the different approaches he might propose to solve the problem. A few days later, a spaceplane landed on the moon. Astronauts, including Zhai Gang, set foot on the lunar surface. This historic moment will forever be etched in the annals of the Dragon Nation's history. The confidence of the people soared to unprecedented heights. In our childhood, we memorized the splendid account of Armstrong's lunar landing from our textbooks. Henceforth, the content of those books shall require revision. For the astronauts of the Dragon Nation have arrived. Brothers, can we not say from this day forth that this has been the case since time immemorial? Remarkable. Watching the Great Eagle Nation extinguish wildfires while witnessing the lunar landing is utterly delightful. Recently, whispers have emerged from the White House regarding the potential repeal of the Wolf Amendment, which amuses me greatly. What is that? On the moon, Zhai Gang was installing an inflatable lunar station alongside several colleagues when suddenly, he observed a pattern of flashing red lights emerging from the depths of dark space. What could that be? Chapter 73, Special Order from the Ministry of Defense. Upon the discovery of unidentified flying objects, shoot them down immediately. The moon lacks an atmosphere, thus refraining from scattering light. The stars observed from the moon do not twinkle as they do on Earth. The profound blackness of the cosmic backdrop renders the stars more distinct and luminous. Regularly flashing signal lights emerge from the depths of the universe, drawing ever closer. Zhai Gang and his companions felt a chill run down their spines. At this moment, they were the sole inhabitants of the moon. What was that? An unidentified flying object? Look closely. Indeed, a triangular craft cast a colossal shadow upon the lunar surface. What else could it be? Aliens? Goodness, what is that? Centered on the ground. Do you see it? An unidentified flying object, almost 100 meters long. The space agency. A crackling sound. The final image froze in the deep cosmic expanse, revealing a massive, unidentified flying object. The signal was abruptly cut off. Wu Qingren reacted swiftly. Contact the observatory and retrieve observational data from the telescope. A professional-grade telescope can observe the moon from Earth, though it requires highly specialized equipment. The Hubble telescope of the Great Eagle Nation is capable, but it can only discern outlines, lacking detail. Minutes later, the observational data arrived. Above the lunar landing site of the Dragon Nation, a small dark spot hovered above the inflatable lunar workstation, an unidentified flying object. Its appearance disrupted communications between Earth and the moon. What does space truly signify for us? Wu Qingren felt a heavy heart, pondering why, since humanity's venture into space, there has been an invisible force that continuously watches over us. In 1957, Gagarin entered space. In 1969, Armstrong set foot on the moon. This year, astronauts from the Dragon Nation landed on the moon. For half a century, the realm of space exploration has been shrouded in countless, inexplicable mysteries. Having been in this field for too long, Wu Qingren understood deeply that these are not urban legends, but stark realities. The live broadcast was similarly interrupted. Online, the extraterrestrial legends concerning the Dragon Nation's lunar expedition commenced. The final frame of the broadcast faintly revealed the presence of a triangular craft. Have aliens grown weary of their previous encounters, once centered around the Great Eagle Nation, now shifting their focus to the Dragon Nation? Why did the broadcast suddenly cut out? Could there be something we are not meant to see? Surely not. We are also their own. Our mother cannot keep everything hidden from us. We are not divulging anything. Goodness, could aliens suddenly launch an attack? Yuezhou, Su Yang's hometown. Finally, the drawing is complete. Check-in point activated. 3. Acquired. Ground-based phase cannon array vehicle design. In terms of appearance, it closely resembles the world's largest missile launch vehicle, the MAZ-7909 missile launcher from the Bear Nation. It is a missile launch vehicle equipped with 24 heavy-duty wheels, capable of bearing a maximum load of 250 tons. With a length approaching 30 meters and a width of 4 meters, this ground-based phased array artillery vehicle is outfitted with 2 miniature fusion reactors. Upon entering combat mode, the array vehicle rapidly deploys, extending 6 mechanical arms that firmly grasp the ground. This is complemented by a supporting equipment vehicle, a mobile, all-encompassing detection radar. The anti-asteroid grade phased artillery may not be able to intercept asteroids on the scale of 10 kilometers. Yet it is undoubtedly effective against meteors measuring several hundred meters or even kilometers in size. Moreover, it boasts a remarkable feature. The all-encompassing detection radar can lock onto the trajectory of meteors within its detection range. This implies that it is also capable of countering hypersonic missiles. We ought to enlist the military's assistance to test it when the opportunity arises. I am curious about the progress of the lunar landing mission. When Su Yang begins painting, he requires complete concentration. For the past few days, his phone has remained powered off, and Yu Xian has taken charge of preparing meals. Due to Yu Xian's silence regarding external affairs, Su Yang remains oblivious to the happenings outside. At last, he powers on his phone to check for messages. The most trending news across the global internet in recent days revolves around the lunar landing endeavor of the Dragon Nation. What? Has the lunar landing somehow stirred up allegations of extraterrestrial involvement? The latest hot topic regarding the lunar mission pertains to the appearance of a triangular aircraft above the landing site. Intriguing. Within the company chat and the Asteroid Defense Office group, many are discussing this triangular craft. Su-Yang, however, schemes past this chatter, choosing to focus instead on contacting Commander Dang Xian of the military district. After dialing, he awaits for several seconds without a response and ultimately hangs up. Moments later, Dang Xian returns the call, his tone gravely serious. "Little Su, what is it?" "A critical mandate from the Ministry of Defense has been issued. All major military zones are to enter a temporary state of readiness, enhancing aerial defense and interception capabilities. Recently, communications from the moon have been sporadically restored. It has become clear that they did not witness a single UFO, but rather 3 unidentified flying objects that have crossed the moon and are advancing toward Earth. The Ministry of Defense instructs that any unidentified flying object detected within domestic airspace is to be shot down immediately." Amidst various communications, some have raised concerns. Would an unprovoked attack on unidentified flying objects incite unnecessary conflict? The ministry's response is resolute. Rather than waiting for others to dictate your fate, it is better to take the initiative and seize control of your destiny. Having just deployed the military district's readiness tasks, Dang Xian notices Su-Yang's call. He returns the call, eager to discern what Su-Yang has to say. "Commander, I have developed a new type of weapon and request military assistance for testing." Su-Yang states. Dang Xian replies, "Very well, you can discuss this matter with Zhou Jianjun." After a moment's reflection, he considers that such a response might dampen Su-Yang's enthusiasm, so he inquires further, "What weapon?" Presently, the military's primary focus is on vigilance towards the skies. The so-called UFOs have utterly provoked the upper echelons, prompting a decisive response. Su-Yang, a type of anti-asteroid energy weapon, if all goes smoothly, should be capable of intercepting hypersonic missiles. Phew. Dang Xian's calm demeanor instantly turned into apprehension. "What? Intercepting hypersonic missiles?" "Indeed. The Asteroid Defense Office has assigned me a task to devise a plan against asteroids and meteors. I pondered that since meteors are also considered meteoroids, intercepting them should be feasible as well." Dang Xian, feeling overwhelmed, suddenly felt a tingling sensation at the back of his neck. Hypersonic missiles, the pinnacle of technology, can reach speeds of 20 Mach. Meanwhile, meteors earn their name due to their speed, starting at no less than 35 Mach. Some statistics even report speeds soaring to 211 Mach. Su-Yang claims that intercepting meteors is also possible? My heavens, are you jesting? Dang Xian still found it hard to believe. "Uncle, when have I ever joked?" "Dang Xian, where are you? I'll come over immediately." A weapon capable of intercepting meteors. Goodness. Dang Xian couldn't even begin to fathom how the balance of nuclear deterrence strategies among nations would be maintained once such a weapon comes into existence. If meteors can be intercepted, one must wonder what missiles in this world could possibly outrun a meteor. Chapter 74. Humanity's First Kill, Destroying the UFO. In the Great Eagle Nation, NASA is closely monitoring the lunar mission of the Dragon Country. Their gaze is unwavering, yet they lack the capacity to pursue further. Even SpaceX, heralded as a beacon of hope capable of saving the world, finds itself impotent in this regard. As they scrutinize the situation, NASA uncovers a troubling anomaly. Quickly, retrieve the archives from the Apollo 11 lunar mission. The director of NASA, furrowing his brow, feels an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon witnessing the triangular unidentified flying object hovering over the Dragon Country's lunar landing site. Soon, the classified archives from the Apollo 11 mission are unearthed, old paper photographs capturing a blurry image of a similar triangular object. Director Tom's brow furrows deeper. Indeed, it is the same kind of entity. Our astronauts encountered such a phenomenon on the moon. Hurry, report this to the president. Upon reviewing NASA's report, President Tep's mood grows somber. Opposite him sits the head of the efficiency office, Mech. After perusing the document, Mech poses the question that plagues President Tep's mind. "Mr. President, just how many secrets has the deep state concealed? Are military research institutions engaged in extraterrestrial studies? How can a government permit events to transpire without the president's knowledge?" President Tep, having previously served a term, grapples with the realization that there remain many undisclosed matters from the Great Eagle Nation's centuries-old legacy. The intense rivalry between the two dominant factions, the donkeys and the elephants, has long been fraught with conflict. If it does not pertain to his own faction's interests, it is entirely plausible that he remains unaware of the existence of extraterrestrial research institutions making astonishing advancements during his presidency. During his last term, Tep had extracted a plethora of classified documents from the White House, yet before he could decipher them, the See-Who manor was raided, and all files were confiscated. This infuriated him, igniting a vow for retribution. However, upon taking office, the multitude of pressing issues has left him little time to address that old witch. Mech, continue your investigation into the deep state. Within 10 days, I require the files addressing the public's most pressing concerns. Given the lunar mission of the Dragon Country and the sighting of a triangular UFO, the populace is eager to know the answers to several key questions. Was the Roswell incident genuine? What truly lies within Area 51? What discoveries were made during the high-altitude descent operations in Antarctica? Did the Philadelphia experiment indeed open a hyperspace portal? What does the Aden Bay portal signify? At this moment, news from the Department of Defense arrives. The UFO that appeared on the moon has now been spotted in Earth's near orbit, still flying in formation. Astronauts aboard the International Space Station have visually confirmed the presence of these UFOs. President Tep, what? During my tenure, I have yet to seize Greenland. The Maple Leaf Country and the perplexing presence of extraterrestrials has emerged. Does the Department of Defense possess the means to track those unidentified flying objects? His sole desire is to safeguard the Americas and restore the splendor of the post-World War II era, revitalizing the Rust Belt and reinstating the greatness of the Eagle Nation. Trump was unprepared to confront the visitors from beyond. We have already initiated tracking. Mr. President, we are currently utilizing orbital satellites to monitor the vicinity of the International Space Station. Moreover, it appears that the Dragon Nation is also tracking those unidentified flying objects. Trump paused in surprise. Is that so? Redirect the real-time tracking footage to my office. I wish to examine what these UFOs truly are alongside Mr. Musk. This will undoubtedly be an unprecedented occurrence. The unidentified flying object was astonishingly hovering near the International Space Station, allowing humanity to observe it without obstruction. In Uezhou, Sajayakan, Deng Xian arrived with his team. Within the workshop, they beheld a colossal array vehicle. Are you suggesting it can deflect meteors? Su Yang, the commander, inquired, is the hypersonic target ready for launch? We shall know once we try. Just as he spoke, Deng Xian received a phone call. Upon his return, his expression was gravely serious. There has been an incident. An unidentified flying object observed on the moon, or rather, the Luanbo boat, has reached near-Earth orbit. Su Yang, your device must be transported to the military base. We will organize tests once this incident concludes. The urgency is overwhelming. It was unexpected that those 3 unidentified flying objects arrived in Earth's orbit so swiftly. Deng Xian needed to return to command his military district to assist in capturing and intercepting them. Commander, are you certain those objects have reached near-Earth orbit? Can the military radar lock onto them? Su Yang questioned. There was no need for secrecy with Su Yang. Deng Xian shook his head. The latest X-band radar can detect them, but if they are in high-speed motion, locking onto them becomes impossible. The domestic X-band radar is equivalent to the Eagle Nation's sea-based SBX and land-based GBRP radars and is a crucial component of the mid-course missile interception system. I can do it. Commander, I want to see if it can directly lock onto and destroy the UFO. Su Yang confidently pointed at the array vehicle. In military matters, decisiveness is paramount. Deng Xian contemplated for merely a second before issuing the order. Immediately contact the military, police, and local government to enforce airspace and traffic control in this region. Su Yang, let me witness its capabilities. With permission granted, Su Yang nodded. And Yushin promptly ascended into the cockpit, maneuvering the array vehicle out along the rugged, muddy path toward the rear mountain. Not long ago, they had been dismantling the vacuum electromagnetic catapult device, but now it lay desolate. The array vehicle unfolded, with 6 mechanical arms securing their grip. The radar array also deployed. And within the control cabin, radar scanning information became visible. Su Yang procured the spatial coordinates of the International Space Station from the space agency. The radar began to rotate. Soon, the object in orbit was locked onto the International Space Station, satellites, and 3 unidentified flying objects. Through a telephone call, Deng Xian maintained real-time communication with the military, verifying the authenticity of the information captured by the radar array. Commander, shall we engage? At this moment, the phase cannon had completed its charging process. Su Yang inquired. Deng Xian acknowledged with a brief sound. Yes. Su Yang nodded. With an attack interval of 30 seconds, let us see if these UFOs, which do not comprehend human speech, can understand the phase cannon. In the Great Eagle Nation, within the White House, the satellite-synchronized observational footage appeared exceedingly blurry. Nonetheless, Tep could distinctly discern 3 unidentified flying objects hovering a few kilometers away from the International Space Station. The largest among them exceeded 100 meters in length. At first glance, it resembled a colossal spacecraft capable of traversing the cosmos, reminiscent of a science fiction film. Mr. President, it is evident that SpaceX will undoubtedly construct such vessels in the future. The existence of extraterrestrial beings is now beyond dispute. Congress must support my plan to colonize Mars. Humanity must evolve into an interstellar species to confront the uncertainties of the future, Marsick fervently proclaimed. Suddenly, in the satellite's real-time tracking footage, a piercing beam of light shot from Earth. The light struck the unidentified flying object. In an instant, an explosion erupted in orbit. Tep sprang from his chair, his face reflecting terror. What has happened? At the moment of the explosion, the tracking footage became blurred and shaky. In the vastness of space, a violent explosion generated a multitude of space debris. One of the three unidentified flying objects was obliterated. The other two vanished without a trace. NASA on the line. Tep answered the call. The voice of NASA Director Tom trembled. Mr. President, an unknown energy beam from Long Country has destroyed one UFO. What? Tep's lips quivered slightly. But within a second, he regained his composure. Quick. Deploy all forces to recover the UFO wreckage. Marsick. How long will it take for your SpaceX to reach the site of the UFO debris? Chapter 75. Racing against time to retrieve UFO debris in this information age. Secrets are but a fleeting illusion. News has already circulated from NASA, and astronauts aboard the International Space Station have divulged incidents of UFO sightings through social media. The digital realm of the Great Eagle Nation is ablaze with reports regarding UFOs, particularly following the observation of an energy weapon emanating from Earth that obliterated one of the unidentified flying objects. The world has erupted in chaos. The destruction of UFOs and the mistreatment of extraterrestrial beings are deeds only the Dragon Nation could commit. Could it be that aliens are in conflict with one another? Not long ago, we could scarcely catch a glimpse of UFOs, and now, astonishingly, we possess the capability to annihilate them. Is the pace of technological advancement not bewilderingly swift? Within the International Space Station, the explosive shockwave caused significant alterations to its trajectory. Utilizing reserve energy and activating the orbital engines, the station was stabilized. Gazing toward the explosion's aftermath, fragments of the UFO drifted freely in orbit, transforming into space debris. The Black Knight satellite has emerged. It flits about the explosion zone. Astronauts observed the Black Knight emitting eerie, fan-shaped green lasers, scanning the wreckage of the exploded UFO. They promptly relayed the information back to the ground control. Looking toward Earth, the beam that destroyed the UFO originated from within the confines of the Dragon Nation. The areas traversed by the beam seemed to have been enchanted, as dark red lightning flickered through the atmosphere. The ionosphere was severely disrupted, exhibiting visible alterations. An outrageous command emanated from Houston. The Great Eagle Nation demanded that its astronauts prepare for a spacewalk, awaiting the arrival of a SpaceX Starship to retrieve the debris. The astronauts were instantly overwhelmed with despair. The explosion zone was littered with sharp fragments. A breach in their space suits would lead to certain death. I refuse to go. I will not go. Let Marsa come himself. Let him salvage the wreckage. Even if it means facing a military tribunal, I will not proceed. Why not allow the Dragon Nation to undertake the task? It was their weapon that brought down the UFO, and the president has always proclaimed that technology knows no borders. Surely the Dragon Nation would share their findings with us. A palpable sense of despair permeated the International Space Station. It was not solely the astronauts from the Great Eagle Nation who were troubled. Astronauts from other nations also pondered whether the destruction of the UFO might provoke the ire of extraterrestrial beings. Those who have ventured into space and gazed upon the vast cosmos generally hold a belief in the existence of aliens. The reason humanity has yet to uncover their presence is undoubtedly linked to the Great Filter Theory. Should the entire Earth face retaliation from extraterrestrials, the Dragon Nation would bear full responsibility. In Yuezhou, Deng Xian, who had been in constant communication with the military, confirmed through official channels that a UFO had indeed been destroyed in outer space. The Ministry of Defense has already mobilized efforts to retrieve the UFO debris. Deng Xian's phone has not ceased ringing. From the Ministry of Defense, various military districts are confirming whether the beam that destroyed the UFO originated from Yuezhou. Indeed, it hails from Yuezhou. His excitement is palpable, bordering on hysteria. The UFO has been obliterated. From the hands of Su Yang, the latest phase cannon. Su Yang has proclaimed that the capability to intercept meteors and hypersonic missiles has now become a reality. Once the phase cannon array is extensively deployed, the equilibrium of global nuclear strategic deterrence shall be irrevocably altered. The essence of nuclear strategic deterrence lies in mutual destruction. However, with such an interception system in place, any attempt to annihilate the Dragon Nation's nuclear arsenal will find no passage into its airspace. Su Yang, the worth of this weaponry far surpasses any technological equipment you have previously developed. It grants the Dragon Nation an unparalleled advantage in the realm of nuclear strategic competition. Yet, there is no time for discourse. All spacefaring nations are preparing to salvage the remnants of the UFO. We, too, are mobilizing. If only the space plane were operational, we would secure absolute supremacy. This marks humanity's inaugural triumph in downing a UFO in outer space. The value of the debris is self-evident. Whosoever claims it will hold a definitive lead in the study of extraterrestrial civilizations. The space plane has ventured to the moon, with lunar missions still pending. It cannot return just yet. Deng Xian intends to leave a team behind to assist in the relocation of the phase cannon array while he himself returns to the military district to oversee potential conflict deployments. Salvaging the UFO wreckage? Su Yang blinked. Commander, do you know how to execute the salvage mission? Deng Xian pondered. The military will undertake the specific salvage operation. You should be aware that prior to the emergence of your space plane, we had already developed a repeatable orbital space shuttle. The Halong cargo spacecraft you observed is indeed an extension of that. In 2 hours, astronauts will embark on the space shuttle to venture into space. Time is of the essence. The Western Space Center is already making preparations. This revelation was novel to Su Yang. He had not anticipated that the Halong cargo spacecraft had evolved along this trajectory. Contemplatively, Su Yong remarked, "Commander, can we establish contact with that side? Have you seen a send? In truth, I possess a completely new mech system capable of executing space salvage missions." Su Yong led Dang Xian back to the depths of the workshop. The power mech lay quietly here. Su Yang's power mech, developed on the foundation of Kunlun armor, is equipped with a reactor, life support systems, and hall thrusters, allowing it to function as a spacesuit. What? Dang Xian gazed at Su Yong in astonishment. Your team has mentioned that you often vanish for 10 days to half a month. It turns out all that time was devoted to this? Su Yong, you truly are Iron Man. Very well, I will make contact with them. Meanwhile, in the Pentagon of the Great Eagle Nation, a sense of panic and despair is spreading. It was not the Dragon Nation that destroyed the UFO. It was the enigmatic weaponry of the Dragon Kingdom that swiftly locked onto the UFO and obliterated it. In recent years, the success rate of the Dragon Kingdom's mid-course missile interception has been increasingly high, as well as more frequent. Is this their latest operation? God bless. The Dragon Kingdom's ability to intercept UFOs signifies that they possess the capacity to neutralize all strategic weapons in the world. This implies that the strategic balance has been irrevocably disrupted. I urgently advise the President to silence all voices and refrain from making direct comments regarding this matter. I recommend that, during his tenure, the President should avoid any military conflict with the Dragon Kingdom at all costs. The nuclear strategic balance cannot be maintained, and war cannot be initiated. The White House. A report from Assistant to the President for National Security, Mr. Walls, submitted to the Pentagon, rendered Trump pale and aghast. The disruption of strategic balance is the most desperate situation for the Great Eagle Nation. Mr. Walls, inform the Department of Defense that I do not wish to hear reports of military weakness. I need to know how the Great Eagle Nation can restore the nuclear strategic balance in this context. Trump angrily discarded the report in his hand. This is utterly disastrous. His second term has barely commenced, and already so many events have unfolded. Vice President Wang Xi entered, saying, "Mr. President, the matters in space should not become a nationwide focus, as it may incite panic. The public's attention should be redirected immediately." Trump pondered for a moment and instructed, "Tell Europe, if that conflict does not conclude within 12 hours, the Great Eagle Nation will withdraw from NATO." Very well. The Vice President proceeded to hold a press conference. Ending that war, which had persisted for 3 years, was Trump's campaign promise. It is time to bring it forth and divert public attention. Mr. President. As Wang Xi departed, another individual entered the Oval Office. As the President of the Great Eagle Nation, he truly had an overwhelming schedule. Following the destruction of the UFO in space, reports of unidentified flying objects surged globally, even more than those from years past. Trump recalled that years ago, while at the Sihu Manor, he received intelligence indicating that after the collective outbreak of the New Jersey UFO incident, UFO sightings emerged worldwide. Analysts also noted that all points of UFO convergence were in the Dragon Kingdom. Trump's brow furrowed slightly. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom was facing retaliation from extraterrestrials? Independence Day? Chapter 76, Too Advanced to Display, Inglong Space Shuttle, Antarctica. A team of explorers trudges through the ice-covered, desolate continent. It is now night. The magnetic field is chaotic, rendering them directionless. The silver lining is the clear night sky, allowing them to navigate by the constellations. Hold on, everyone. Just a bit further, and we should reach a whaling supply station where we can rest tonight, encourages Captain Richter, rallying his team. Fortune smiles upon them. After a mere 10 minutes, they discover the century-old whaling supply station. Unfortunately, most of the structures are buried under snow and ice. Only a wooden cabin, nestled against the rocks, remains habitable. After setting up their tents, they scavenge some timber from the supply station and ignite a bonfire. As they gather around, they come across a diary purchased by the granddaughter of James Forrester, the former Minister of the Navy of the Great Eagle Nation. James Forrester was the direct commander of the high-altitude drop operation. Richter organized this expedition upon finding a map, the operational map from the infamous mission. In his diary, Forrester hastily recorded the details of this map. In December 1946, the Great Eagle Nation launched a top-secret operation, ostensibly to seek minerals and other precious resources in Antarctica. However, the true aim was to uncover the legendary Aryan underground city built by remnants of the Nazis beneath the Antarctic ice. The operation concluded abruptly. All data and photographs related to Antarctica were classified as the highest state secrets. Shortly thereafter, Forrester, who initiated the operation, developed a mental illness and tragically fell to his death while attempting suicide in a hospital. Richter, having long studied mysterious events, fortuitously located Forrester's granddaughter and purchased the diary at a high price. He then assembled an expedition team to venture into Antarctica. "Captain, oh my God, come quickly. You must see this," shouted a team member who had stepped out to relieve himself, his voice tinged with terror. Richter and the others had yet to emerge. The pitch-black night was suddenly illuminated, transforming the icy landscape into a scene as bright as day. Richter dashed outside, looking up to behold a UFO soaring from the heart of Antarctica, rapidly receding. Stunned for just a second, Richter quickly pointed in the direction from which the UFO had come. That way. Our course aligns perfectly. That direction is our destination. Surely, there is something here. The government has indeed concealed the truth from us. In Africa, the pyramids. A guide is sharing the secrets of the pyramids with a tour group. As you may know, this is the very site where scenes from Transformers were filmed. To this day, scientists remain baffled as to how the wise ancients constructed these pyramids thousands of years ago. Thus, numerous theories have emerged, one of which posits the involvement of extraterrestrials. Some assert that the pyramids serve as beacons left on Earth by extraterrestrial beings. The tour guide is currently elaborating on this. The crowd has already passed the Sphinx and is poised to enter the pyramid. Numerous tourists are brandishing their phones, capturing photos and videos. Oh, my phone. Why? Is there no signal? What could be the matter? It appears to be experiencing severe electromagnetic interference. Above the pyramid, the sky is a pristine azure. Simultaneously, all phones, headsets, and speakers are disrupted. Suddenly, an unidentified flying object swiftly darts across the sky above the pyramid. Did anyone capture that? A UFO? My goodness. I came all the way from New Jersey for a vacation, and I never expected to witness this here. Has the frequency of UFO sightings on Earth recently escalated? In Manhwa, Guizhou, after Yuxian donned the powered exosuit, the helicopter arrived. The group boarded the helicopter and headed towards the airport. They were in a hurry. Public reports indicated that both the Bear Nation and the Eagle Nation were urgently mobilizing astronauts to prepare for a mission to space to retrieve UFO debris. Shortly after, they arrived at the military airport. Deng Xian did not need to head to the Western rocket launch site. He arranged for a military transport aircraft to take Su Yang and Yu Xian there. Once the arrangements were made, Deng Xian had ample time to report to the Ministry of Defense regarding the phase cannon array and the powered exosuits. The Ministry of Defense would dispatch a top-tier engineering team to take over the phase cannon array. Currently, the high-ranking officials within the Ministry of Defense were hesitant to publicly acknowledge Su Yang's research findings. Can this truly still be considered Su Yang's research? The halo surrounding Su Yang has grown sufficiently large. If it shines too brightly, there may be even more individuals wishing for his disappearance. The latest observational results indicate that numerous unidentified flying objects are approaching the UFO explosion zone. Attention, Commander Deng Xian, immediately organize the relocation of the phase cannon array. As a soldier, Deng Xian certainly understands that after a phase cannon array executes an attack, its position is very likely to be exposed. If I were the enemy, I would promptly launch a counterstrike on the location of the phase cannon array. Deng Xian has already relocated. Chief, that powered exosuit is truly remarkable. I suggest we should establish a special forces unit based on the powered exosuit to address the increasingly dire situation. One powered exosuit costs $300 million. Upon hearing this cost, Deng Xian realized that Su Yang was indeed targeting the international market. That equates to nearly 1 billion Dragon Kingdom currency. As a standalone system, the might of the powered exosuit is beyond dispute. Deng Xian estimated its capability to destroy an entire armored brigade with a single powered exosuit. Jinjun. Let us reconsider this after the current incident concludes. In the west, at the Space Launch Center, it took Su Yang 3 hours to arrive. On the plane, Su Yang had already instructed Yu Xian on how to operate the powered exosuit. He remarked, Yu Xian, I will produce at least 20 units of this powered exosuit for your use, so you need not worry about lacking effective defensive equipment when going abroad. Yu Xian nodded vigorously, exhilarated. What a fantastic creation. Mr. Su, you truly are extraordinary. To have transformed the foundation of Kunlun armor into such a fantastical exosuit. Upon reaching the cosmos, one must perform admirably. Su Yang refrained from excessive discourse. The Aerospace Launch Center was fully prepared. In fact, they could have launched an hour ago. Merely awaiting Su Yang's presence, he observed the remarkably advanced, yet discreetly concealed reusable spacecraft featured in official reports. The center's director provided an account of the spacecraft's validation history. The inaugural test flight took place in 2020, remaining in orbit for 2 days. In 2022, it undertook a flight validation lasting 276 days in orbit. Last year, it executed another mission in orbit for 268 days. This ultimately led to the development of the Haolong cargo spacecraft. In truth, a scaled-down version of the spacecraft before them. Yinglong, such is its name. The center's director stated that it was designed as a manned spacecraft. And today marks its first crewed test. Previously, we cherished it as a prized possession. Yet you, academician Su, have unveiled the spaceplane capable of lunar landing. Our Yinglong must now serve merely as an alternative. Su Yang, I stand on the shoulders of giants to have achieved these milestones. Yinglong ascends. 3 astronauts embark. 2 serve as operators, while Yu Xian undertakes a spacewalk to collect UFO debris. The center's director remarked that time is of the essence, as the Starship has already entered the launch countdown. Mech is truly remarkable, organizing a launch in such a brief time frame. We must act swiftly. The interior of the Yinglong spacecraft is somewhat limited, unable to accommodate vast amounts of debris. The military solution is to gather substantial pieces of UFO wreckage, utilizing specially designed metallic ropes to connect them. Subsequently, they will launch an electromagnetic radiation bomb. Suyong has previously employed it against the Kingdom of Judah. The electromagnetic radiation bomb possesses a potent Hall thruster, capable of guiding the debris into the atmosphere for descent into the depths of the Pacific Ocean. The Navy has dispatched recovery vessels to the designated location, accompanied by two 10,000-ton destroyers. The launch countdown has commenced. 5 minutes remaining. Academicians sue from this point onward. Observe as our generation of researchers has not been forsaken by the times. In the Great Eagle Nation in the southern region of Texas. In the town of Boca Chica lies the Starship launch base. Mesa clenched his fists tightly, filled with impatience. Success is imperative. The Starship's inaugural manned spaceflight must also accomplish the task of recovering UFO debris. Should we succeed, I shall demand increased funding from Congress. Chapter 77. Marsic. The Dragon Country is truly battling extraterrestrials. In the original blueprint conceived by Marsic, manned spaceflights aboard the Starship were not anticipated until at least the following year. However, circumstances unfolded with such unexpected rapidity that acceleration became imperative. The spacesuits were graciously provided by NASA, while the Starship was equipped with an array of robotic arms and space robots developed by NASA, adept at collecting UFO debris. Recent reports indicate that both the Dragon Country and the Bear Nation have urgently initiated recovery operations for UFO remnants. The Dragon Country is poised to launch at a swifter pace. The Bear Nation, lacking sufficient capabilities, may not dispatch their astronauts until tomorrow or the day after. Yet they too shall salvage some debris in due time. Let us commence. Marsic issued the launch command, silently praying within, "Oh God, grant me your favor once more." With a resounding roar, the Starship's launch reverberated through the Earth as the Falcon rocket belched forth a magnificent plume of fire, soaring into the heavens. Marsic fixated on the monitoring screens, scarcely daring to blink. He was compelled to witness this moment, for he understood all too well that should failure ensue, he could not evade the ensuing responsibilities. The Falcon rocket traced an elegant arc before vanishing into the celestial expanse. The astronauts aboard the Starship had traversed the launch zone and ascended into near space. Zero gravity. The moment the visuals of weightlessness returned, Marsic exuberantly waved his arms, exclaiming, "I knew it would succeed. I knew it would succeed. Yes, yes, yes." It was a triumph. The crew had safely reached outer space. In the command room, everyone embraced in jubilation, celebrating this monumental occasion. Today's manned success heralded lunar landings tomorrow, and Martian explorations the day after. Perhaps they could indeed keep pace with the Dragon Country. Following the celebrations, all returned to their urgent tasks. The foremost priority now was to capture the UFO debris, which was the crux of the entire mission. The astronauts from the Great Eagle Nation aboard the International Space Station would also collaborate, as NASA had unequivocally informed them that failure to assist in the recovery of UFO remnants would result in their abandonment in space. Mr. Marsic, Boeing has communicated via NASA that their X-37B spaceplane will soon reach orbit to assist our operations. The X-37B had previously undertaken missions exceeding 600 days back in 2014, showcasing its advanced technology. However, Marsic merely smiled faintly, scoffing, "Is that truly worthy of being called a spaceplane? Just look at the Dragon Country and their spaceplane, which has already set foot on the moon." The Yinglong spaceplane soon reached orbit and rapidly established contact with the Tiangong space station. The space station had just confirmed the domestic orders. The electromagnetic radiation bomb equipped with a high-power Hall thruster would soon be launched into space after the warhead was removed, subsequently maneuvering near the space station to be captured, serving as a backup energy source for future plans, awaiting activation. As long as the Yinglong successfully captures the remnants of the UFO and assembles them, they will be returned to Earth via an electromagnetic radiation bomb. The Yinglong spacecraft first arrives at the Tiangong space station. After a brief docking, it retrieves a colossal mechanical arm capable of maneuvering outside the Tiangong. The Yinglong spacecraft then begins its orbital maneuver towards the explosion zone. There is no need to worry about energy issues. The retrieval of the UFO debris will undoubtedly consume a substantial amount of energy from the Yinglong. The space agency has already organized rocket launches to transport backup energy supplies. Consequently, they will be able to refuel in orbit before returning to Earth. Ground control. Ground control. The Great Eagle Nation Starship has also arrived. What a bustling scene. Following the UFO explosion, the debris is being drawn by Earth's gravity, transforming into a ring of satellites orbiting the planet, scattering rapidly throughout Earth's orbit. The International Space Station is diligently ascending to avoid collisions with space debris. The Starship is in close proximity to the ISS and is engaged in communication, evidently aiming for the UFO remnants. Ground control responds, "Ignore the UFO debris, each will fend for themselves." Every orbital maneuver of the spacecraft must be executed with utmost caution, as there is a risk of colliding with space debris and excessive energy consumption. The explosion zone is now visible. Yu Xian suddenly speaks up, "At this distance, we will enter synchronous orbital mode. Wait for me here while I proceed to collect the UFO debris." This marks Yu Xian's second venture into space, and he has acclimated well to the weightlessness. The other two astronauts promptly report to ground control, receiving permission for the operation. The hatch of the Yinglong spacecraft opens. Clad in powered armor, Yu Xian grips the handrail and approaches the hatch. Everything is eerily quiet. Anyone suffering from tinnitus would surely be terrified in this void. Without activating the microphone, he can only hear his own breath and the pounding of his heart. Gazing outside the hatch, Earth lies beneath him. What is an abyss? The sight before him embodies that. Without hesitation, he steps out of the hatch, his entire being suspended in the cosmos. While others require tethers during a spacewalk to ensure they do not drift away, he does not. With the hull thruster of his powered armor ignited, he soars through the vacuum like Iron Man. The starship's interface can dock with the International Space Station. Once docked, the astronauts from the Great Eagle Nation will accompany the starship and the X-37B spaceplane to undertake the recovery mission. Oh my god, what is that? The starship's pilot, focused intently on docking with the ISS, suddenly spots the Dragon Nation's spacecraft heading towards the UFO debris. Realizing they must accelerate, the starship's pilot knows that otherwise, the core of the UFO remnants will be snatched away by the Dragon Nation. At this moment, the pilot, Commander Jason Stan of this mission, witnesses a steel warrior soaring out from the Dragon Nation spacecraft. The scene is broadcasted live to the Starship launch base, where Ma CK observes everything with clarity. A mech. Oh my god, it is the power armor from Star Wars. Ma CK is a science fiction enthusiast. Upon magnifying the image, he recognized it instantly. Only power armor possesses such capabilities. Hurry, accelerate. Otherwise. As Ma CK spoke, he was struck dumb by astonishment. A clearer image returned. The Black Knight satellite was situated in the vicinity of the UFO wreckage. Damn. He thought the power armor from the Dragon Nation would take a detour. Yet, the Dragon Nation's power armor unleashed its full firepower, akin to Iron Man, fiercely bombarding the Black Knight satellite in space. Ma CK gasped in disbelief. The Dragon people were truly tormenting the aliens. Yu Xian swiftly flew to the wreckage area. Command Center, I have spotted the Black Knight satellite again. It seems to be scanning the UFO debris. Yu Xian observed the Black Knight satellite. What to do? First, I should consult the command center. Soon. Su Yang's voice echoed in his ear. Take it down. Damn it. It toyed with us last time. Let's show it what we are made of. Hee, President Su. Just watch. Yu Xian activated the power armor's kinetic weaponry. It was an electromagnetic rifle. He fired a few rounds. The power of the electromagnetic rifle in the vacuum was terrifyingly formidable. Without atmospheric assistance, it astonishingly struck the Black Knight satellite at close range. There is hope. The green fan-shaped scanning net emitted by the Black Knight satellite disappeared instantaneously. The front section of the satellite illuminated with a red glow. Red signifies danger. It intended to retaliate. In a heartbeat, a beam shot forth from the abdomen of the Black Knight satellite. At light speed, humans had no chance to evade. As Yu Xian stood in shock, the power armor's AI engaged, automatically activating the defense systems. Electromagnetic barriers, plasma shields, energy shields. Yu Xian was unsure what to call them. With a chuckle, he exclaimed, President Su, impressive. It possesses energy weapons as well. Star Harbor. Through the synchronized footage from the starship, Ma CK was left utterly bewildered. The Dragon people were engaged in combat with the aliens? Chapter 78. Within the boundaries of the Great Xia, UFOs are prohibited. Energy weapons are engaged in a fierce exchange. Neither side can evade the onslaught. The proximity is too great. At the speed of light, 300,000 kilometers per second. The distance between Yu Xian and the Black Knight satellite is merely a kilometer. The moment the trigger is pulled, the projectile reaches its target instantaneously. No one can escape. Yu Xian possesses an energy shield, rendering him unafraid. In truth, he harbors a greater dread of kinetic weaponry. Should the Black Knight satellite launch a missile, even if Yu Xian manages to evade it, the shockwave from the explosion would disorient him. Fortunately, it does not. The Black Knight satellite seems to have realized that its low-power ion beam weapon is ineffective against Yu Xian. It attempts to flee. Indeed, it manages to escape, leaving Yu Xian unable to pursue. However, Yu Xian draws forth his lightsaber. As it ignites, he prepares to test whether it can sever the Black Knight. To his astonishment, the Black Knight satellite vanishes in an instant. In the Great Eagle Nation, at the White House, a lightsaber? Did the Dragon Nation not declare that it was merely a special effects prop? How could it reemerge? President Tapu is beset with confusion. Last year, discussions regarding lightsabers emerged on the Dragon Nation's internet, inciting fervor among the Great Eagle's science fiction enthusiasts. Subsequently, the Dragon Nation's officials clarified it was merely a special effects prop from an exhibition, not an actual lightsaber. Naturally, the Great Eagle believed this. For how could humanity's current technology possibly create a lightsaber? In the words of scientists, if contemporary humans could fabricate a lightsaber, they would undoubtedly possess the capability to create wormholes. Good heavens. Now, Tapu observes with clarity. In the vastness of space, the Dragon Nation's powered mech warriors not only engage the enigmatic Black Knight satellite in a tit-for-tat battle, but also wield lightsabers. The far side of the moon. It must be so. After the Dragon Nation's exploration of the moon's far side, their technology has experienced a dramatic advancement. What have they discovered there? Previously, Tapu did not believe the Dragon Nation had encountered extraterrestrials or mistreated them into surrendering advanced technology. Yet, the unfolding events compel him to reconsider. At the Western Space Center of the Dragon Nation, Academician Su, is that your powered mech, along with the lightsaber? Su Yang replies, indeed. As long as a weapon has previously manifested, incorporating it into other scenarios merely adds a point of significance. It's essentially a free gain. With powered mechs at their disposal, how could they lack close combat weapons? Observing the Great Eagle Nation's science fiction films, they have already achieved interstellar travel. Yet they remain confined to wielding cold weapons against each other. What is happening? Suddenly, an urgent voice emanates from the space station. Astronauts aboard the space station witness numerous UFOs emerging from the depths of Earth, heading toward the epicenter of the destruction. What shall we do? The military radar is operational around the clock, and all fighter jets are on standby, prepared for combat at any moment. However, the UFOs cannot be locked onto. They ascend directly into outer space. What can be done? So many unidentified flying objects. Several space shuttles deployed by humanity appeared to be in a precarious situation. Fight? Surely. We cannot prevail, Su Yang contemplated before suggesting, broadcast on all channels. The phase cannon array has locked onto them. Let them be gone. Otherwise, we shall open fire and obliterate all UFOs. The center's leader questioned, are we threatening the aliens? The military acquiesced to Su Yang's proposal. Soon, a full-spectrum broadcast was initiated. If extraterrestrial beings were present among the unidentified flying objects, they would undoubtedly receive and comprehend it. At this juncture, there was nothing left to conceal. The full-spectrum broadcast meant that the message was accessible to all. To all non-human spacecraft in Earth's orbit, our astronauts are currently clearing space debris. Please refrain from interference or bear the consequences. What is happening? Are we directly threatening aliens? Ha ha ha, I am reminded of that saying. Within the realm of Dacia, and now, it is finally my turn. Within the realm of Dacia, aliens are forbidden. Good heavens, could our government truly be mistreating aliens on the far side of the moon? What is going on? Can someone explain the situation? Is this really a warning to the extraterrestrials? Evidently, the full-spectrum broadcast proved effective. In the vastness of space, UFOs attempting to approach the explosion zone maintained a considerable distance. Thus, humanity concluded, UFOs can comprehend human language. Yuxian, however, was unconcerned with these matters. He ventured into the core of the explosion zone, where destroyed UFOs, measuring over 100 meters in length, appeared almost severed in half. Fragments were scattered everywhere, with the largest debris section exceeding 40 meters. Would there be aliens? With a sense of trepidation, he flew into the wreckage. The corridors of the UFO were remarkably clear, with various components floating in zero gravity. Backup power was still operational, and some areas flickered with lights. Yuxian immediately entered a state of readiness. This is bad. A close encounter is imminent. This part of the wreckage was remarkably well preserved. If aliens were present, they could easily take refuge within. He noticed a sign in the corridor. The text was crooked and did not belong to any language he recognized. It resembled pictographs, equipped with magnetically enhanced boots. Yuxian secured himself to the corridor floor. He deployed a signal booster, affixing it to the sides of the corridor, and finally restored communication with the ground center, simultaneously streaming footage from his powered Exocet S camera back to the base. At this moment, he was exploring a derelict spacecraft. Yuxian, listen closely. You are currently in what appears to be the rear section of the UFO. Investigate whether its engine remains intact and retrieve it as soon as possible, instructed the ground center's aerospace experts, who assessed the ship's structure from a human perspective. Understood, Yuxian replied as he pressed onward. The floating debris in the corridor increased in number. There was water, ice, and scattered components drifting toward the depths of space through the gaping hole. He continued to advance. Upon traversing a vast chamber, Yuxian, a veteran of the naval forces, felt as though he had stepped into the sonar room of a warship. After a thorough examination, he discovered numerous instruments he had never encountered before. Unperturbed, he sought a path forward. The absence of flickering lights rendered the space entirely enclosed and pitch black, fortunately. The illumination from his powered exosuit was sufficiently bright. Yuxian opted to advance cautiously, step by step. Suddenly, a shadow flitted before him, startling him to the core. Could it be an extraterrestrial? In an instant, he activated his leg thrusters and, wielding his lightsaber, pursued the elusive figure. I am a materialist warrior. Why should I fear you? If you are indeed a specter, then let us confront it. Perhaps it is you who should fear me. To the left. In a recessed structure of the corridor, Yuxian beheld a machine, though it could hardly be termed a robot, for it did not possess a humanoid form. Central to the floor lay a living machine. What to do? He pondered. Attempt to communicate. If successful and devoid of danger, we shall return it to the Yinglong. If not, we shall destroy it. Having affirmed his directive, Yuxian waved and greeted it. There was no response. With a decisive crack, his lightsaber descended. Those not of my kind harbor different intentions. Eliminated swiftly. He cleaved the machine, gathering its remains to be dispatched to the Yinglong. As for the rest of the spacecraft, further exploration seemed unnecessary. He resolved to package it for return to Earth. Meanwhile, at the ground center, the director, infuriated, cast aside his headset and bellowed in frustration. Is this how we communicate? What an extraordinary opportunity. Clearly, the UFO comprehended the threats we issued. Imagine the research value of capturing a robot. Academician Su Yang, your subordinate, he implied with a hint of reproach. Su Yang, hands in pockets, chuckled lightly. No, Director Liu. I believe he acted commendably. Can you guarantee that the robot would not wreak havoc upon being returned to the Yinglong during re-entry? Chapter 79, New Discoveries of UFO Remnants, Anti-Gravity Devices. As the starship readied itself and approached the remnants of the UFO, Yuxian had already secured a portion of the debris with high-temperature aerospace cables, firmly attaching electromagnetic radiation explosives. The hull thrusters ignited, sending the remnants plunging into the depths of the Pacific Ocean. The salvage operation was far from complete. Yinglong also joined the endeavor. Under Yuxian's guidance, a colossal mechanical arm began to grasp the smaller fragments of debris. A specially designed metallic net ensnared the remnants, akin to fishing. Once a sufficient quantity was collected, the hull thrusters were activated once more, dragging the net of debris toward Earth. The metallic net would disintegrate upon re-entry through the atmosphere, allowing the remnants to descend into the ocean. Subsequently, the task would be entrusted to a salvage vessel, which would continue operations for another 2 days. Time was of the essence for the Eagle Nation and the Bear Nation, as the lunar module crew would return in 2 days. Upon the spaceplane's arrival in low Earth orbit, the scattered UFO remnants would be monopolized by the Dragon Nation. At the United Nations, discussions concerning contact with extraterrestrial life continued. Several smaller nations united to propose a resolution demanding that the Dragon Nation and the Eagle Nation publicly disclose their records regarding alien encounters. The matter escalated to the UN, marking a precedent in history. The representative of the Eagle Nation cast a support vote without hesitation, expressing intentions to expedite the declassification of the high-altitude landing operation files. Simultaneously, they called upon the Dragon Nation to share the UFO remnants for research into extraterrestrial civilizations. This conference fundamentally established one point: the existence of alien civilizations, though humanity remained unable to make contact. Subsequently, the Security Council submitted a resolution for the establishment of an extraterrestrial communication office. The office's purpose: to unify humanity's protocols for engaging with extraterrestrial civilizations, researching mechanisms for interaction, including peaceful communication and potential military responses. The Dragon Nation held absolute authority within this new office, free from any dissent, as they had already demonstrated the capability to neutralize UFOs that posed a threat to extraterrestrial civilizations. The Dragon Nation dispatched 2 carrier battle groups into the depths of the Pacific under the guise of conducting routine oceanic training. In truth, the world was aware that they were there to salvage UFO remnants. The Eagle Nation also ventured toward that region, although the territory was already claimed by the Dragon Nation. Unperturbed by any intruders willing to cause unrest, Su Yang traveled from the Western Space Center to a northern naval base. Military reports indicated that the salvaged UFO remnants would soon be transported to the naval base. Su Yang was curious about the nature of these remnants, what they were made of, their origins, and whether they contained extraterrestrial corpses. News on his phone revealed that the Eagle Nation, in a bid to seize more UFO remnants, had initiated an urgent launch of a starship by SpaceX. A tragedy ensued. Fortune did not favor Musk this time. The latest starship launch ended in midair explosion and disintegration, peacefully sending off 3 astronauts. Terrified, the already orbiting astronauts from the Eagle Nation trembled in fear, unwilling to board the starship for a return journey, relegated to crowding in the International Space Station, awaiting rescue. President Tae-poo has recently taken office and, unable to afford the loss of too many astronauts, ultimately bowed to the circumstances, requesting the Bear Nation to dispatch a spacecraft to bring the astronauts home. The Yinglong space shuttle has returned to Earth, while Yuxian has ventured to the Tiangong space station. He must await the return of the lunar team before retrieving another batch of UFO debris, thus mitigating the impact of space debris on the space station. The naval base serves as the stronghold of academician Ma Ming, who has long sought to invite Su Yang to assist in resolving the research on energy shields. Unexpectedly, Su Yang has arrived on his own. It will take at least 3 days for the fleet to return with the UFO debris, prompting Ma Ming to engage Su Yang in daily research at the Institute. Recently, they witnessed a confrontation with unidentified flying objects, and the authorities have placed increasing importance on the energy shield project, demanding an accelerated pace of development. The engineering team, originally led by Ma Ming, has entered a relentless state of overcoming challenges. Each member bears a profound sense of duty. If extraterrestrial forces were to launch an all-out assault tomorrow, what means would be available to defend the nation and protect the homeland? Su Yang possesses the most comprehensive knowledge concerning energy shields, and his presence has unveiled new avenues of research. On the 3rd day, during high-frequency experiments, Ma Ming's team successfully installed an attosecond-level reactive energy shield on a tank. An attosecond represents the smallest unit of time currently achievable by humanity. This means that when the tank's attosecond radar detects an incoming energy weapon, even at close range, it can react and generate an ion shield. This shield is capable of withstanding a majority of low-power energy weapon attacks. Consequently, with this shield, The armored vehicles and aircraft of Long Nation are immune to all known energy weapon attacks in the human realm. As for kinetic weapons, such as a shell, the shield can prevent it from directly striking the tank. However, the kinetic shockwave remains unmitigated. Su-young feels a sense of dissatisfaction, aspiring for a shield that can withstand all forms of assault once activated. Little Su, do you not yet comprehend its value? Academician Ma Ming exclaims with fervor. It can already withstand certain kinetic weapons. If applied to the space station, do you realize what that signifies? It means our space station will no longer have to worry about impacts from space debris or solar storm assaults. Aha. Even I feel this technology may be rather extraordinary. Following the conclusion of the experiment, Academician Ma Ming instructed the staff to wrap up. He and Su-young proceeded to the dock, awaiting the arrival of the tugboat. The military has declared a state of emergency, implementing electromagnetic shielding and prohibiting flights and navigation in the vicinity. In the outer harbor, two 10,000-ton destroyers patrol diligently, while helicopters hover continuously above. The tugboat is covered with an enormous tarpaulin, emblazoned with red lettering, confidential. The weather is splendid today, visible even from space. The gantry crane hoists the UFO debris, along with the tarpaulin, back to shore. The biochemical team arrives to disinfect the tugboat and eliminate any radiation. The remnants of the UFO were swiftly transported to a specially modified facility. This entirely sealed laboratory was once the site where Ma Ming originally developed the electromagnetic catapult system. After an hour of bustling activity, the UFO debris finally arrived. Su-young and Ma Ming observed from the isolation monitoring room as the biohazard team commenced a thorough disinfection and inspection of the remains. Engineers accompanied the biohazard team into the interior of the wreckage. Gradually, various items were extracted from the massive 40-meter-long debris, including relatively intact robotic remnants. Following disinfection and packaging, these would be sent to institutions tasked with research responsibilities. The communication system in the monitoring room was linked to the teams operating inside, where exclamations of astonishment occasionally echoed. Evacuate. Hurry, evacuate. My heavens, their energy systems can still be activated. I'm flying. I'm actually flying. The terrified voices of the engineering team resonated through the comms. Before they could finish speaking, all individuals and objects surrounding the UFO remnants began to levitate slowly off the ground, suspended in midair. However, this phenomenon lasted only a few seconds. With a thunderous crash, everything came crashing back to the ground. The soldiers were left dazed and disoriented. During the levitation, Su-young had managed to grab hold of Academician Ma Ming, ensuring the elderly gentleman was unharmed when gravity returned. Unfortunately, Su-young bore the brunt of the impact. Gravity. Weightlessness. Ma Ming, disregarding the blood trickling from the corner of Su-young's mouth, clutched him with excitement, exclaiming, "It's an anti-gravity device. My God, it must be an anti-gravity device. Engineering team, can you hear me? Keep an eye on the device that caused the incident. I'm coming in immediately. Little Su. Come with me, let us witness history. As I write. Today S News reveals that Ma Si-ku has won half the battle. Chapter 80, Beneath the Antarctic Ice Sheet, Ruins Emerge. Should the authorities decide to disclose the findings from the research on the UFO remnants, the existence of anti-gravity devices will undoubtedly be concealed. After donning their protective suits, Su-young and Ma Ming entered the operational zone. The recent events had left everyone on edge, with soldiers from the biohazard unit even drawing their firearms. Preliminary work had already illuminated the area surrounding the UFO wreckage and affixed directional signs. The personnel inside had resumed their tasks, with engineers diligently scanning each inscription on the spacecraft. Su-young had familiarized himself with their workflow. After sampling the textual information, it would be matched against the human linguistic database to identify potential commonalities. In the absence of such connections, they would have to deduce meanings based on the context in which the inscriptions appeared. This method, while imprecise, could yield significant insights. Should a substantial number of textual samples emerge, patterns could be discerned, paving the way for deciphering the alien language. As they ventured deeper, the recent incident loomed large in their minds. The previously cleared area was now a chaotic mess once more. Soon, they arrived at the source of the accident, where numerous engineers had gathered, marveling at the sight before them, the anti-gravity system. Good heavens, this contraption exceeded all expectations. Should its operational logic be unraveled, our astronauts would no longer endure the hardships of weightlessness. A half-year journey to Mars would transform from a confining void into a liberating experience. If applied to low-altitude transportation, the fantastical scenes of flying cars populating the skies would finally materialize. Su-young beheld the device, a sphere nearly 2 meters in diameter. Its surface was a tapestry of latitude and longitude, meticulously segmented into squares, each inscribed with distinct characters. Linguists would undoubtedly be eager to sample these inscriptions. Remarkably, even without power, the 2-meter sphere hovered effortlessly in the air. An engineer had inadvertently activated a button, triggering the anti-gravity device. Ma Ming circumnavigated the apparatus, swiftly formulating a response plan, reporting to his superiors that the wreckage should not remain in the military district for disassembly. Instead, it needed to be transported to a remote area for testing, to ascertain the activation mechanism of the anti-gravity device before any dismantling could commence. This coastal military base, nestled near a city with a population exceeding 10 million, could not risk conducting anti-gravity activation tests here. The consequences of any loss of control would be unthinkable. Before long, the authorities in Beijing approved academician Ma Ming's proposal. As night fell, the transfer commenced. Given the alien spacecraft's nature and the currently unknown materials used in its construction, Su Yang suggested obtaining some remnants for study. But this was met with a firm refusal. It was imperative to ascertain in a national laboratory whether the materials used in the spacecraft could pose any harm to human health. That night, Su Yang observed heavy transport equipment arriving, securely enveloping and sealing the UFO wreckage for removal. The second batch of debris has returned, brought back by the lunar module crew and delivered directly to a secret base in the west. Upon returning to Earth after a direct encounter with extraterrestrials, Yu Xian underwent the most stringent physical examinations and interrogations. He is currently in the capital, awaiting the completion of his evaluation to confirm his health before being released. The power armor has been retained by the Ministry of Defense. Originally, the plan was for Yu Xian to return to Wezh with the Mech upon his release. However, the following day, Su Yang awoke early at the military district and received a call from the Dragon Science Institute, requesting his presence in the capital. The high-speed train ticket to the capital was quite convenient, and by around 11 in the morning, Su Yang arrived at the Dragon Science Institute, where Yu Xian was also present. The power armor had been disinfected and returned to him. How was the journey to space? Su Yang inquired cheerfully. Mr. Su, I have made my mark in history. When people speak of the first individual to confront aliens, it shall undoubtedly be me, Yu Xian exclaimed, a jovial spirit evident in his eyes, undeterred by the perils of the space voyage. Su Yang glanced around and asked, you arrived early. Do you know what is happening? I'm not entirely sure, but it seems to be related to the Antarctic, Yu Xian replied as someone came to summon Su Yang for the meeting. While Yu Xian proceeded to the venue, Director Ji Changqing of the Dragon Science Institute had been waiting for some time. Academician Su, allow me to introduce you to Academician Zhang Han, the head of our polar research project. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ji Changqing got straight to the point. Tomorrow, the Great Eagle Nation will publicly disclose the high-altitude descent operation archives. This is a copy of the relevant documents they are synchronously providing to our country. Please take a look. Su Yang nodded thoughtfully. The Great Eagle Nation was extending an olive branch, suggesting that the Dragon Nation had made corresponding sacrifices. High-altitude descent operation. Time, 1946. Objective, to explore Antarctic resources, search for possible hideouts of Nazi remnants, and engage with extraterrestrial civilizations. Initiation reason, following the collapse of the Third Reich. German scientists captured by the Great Eagle Nation mentioned that the Nazis had operated in regions such as the Qing-Tibet Plateau and Antarctica, achieving notable advancements, particularly in Antarctica, where they may have established an advanced research center. Records. The documents detailed the military forces deployed, areas explored, findings, and so forth. Notably, it was mentioned that a Nazi research center had been discovered beneath the Antarctic ice. Additionally, prototypes of disc-shaped flying vehicles and improved models of the V-2 rocket were found, along with over 50 top Nazi scientists captured. Is this information suitable for public disclosure? Does this not imply that the Great Eagle Nation has surged technologically post-World War II by capitalizing on the remnants of the Third Reich? Su Yang queried in astonishment. Ji Changqing did not respond, but instead presented a series of recently taken photographs. Not long ago, on the very day you destroyed the UFO, scientists at our Antarctic research station, Kunlun Station, captured these images within the Antarctic ice. The first photograph, a colossal, newly formed cavity has emerged within the eternally frozen Antarctic ice sheets. In the second photograph, beneath the crystalline ice, a structure becomes discernible. Could it be a remnant of a bygone era? It bears an uncanny resemblance to a pyramid. Su Yang, taken aback, is flooded with vivid imagery. Could this be a scene reminiscent of Alien vs. Predator? In subsequent images, a series of UFO sightings are captured. The design of the UFO appears familiar to Yu Xian. He recalls having encountered this very craft during his ventures in space. Su Yang exclaims, startling it into a hasty retreat. Ji Changqing pauses momentarily, perhaps granting Su Yang a moment to ponder. We cannot ascertain whether this relic is the Nazi research center observed during the high-altitude drop operation of the Great Eagle Nation. Thus, Su Yang's heart races. Is it true? An invitation to Antarctica? Therefore, we wish to utilize your power armor to dispatch an urgent scientific expedition into the heart of Antarctica to investigate this relic. Ji Changqing's tone grows serious. The United Nations has established an office for extraterrestrial contact, but we cannot place our full trust in it. Some discoveries must be seized at the earliest opportunity. The implication is clear. We must act swiftly. Very well. Su Yang nods. Dean Ji, I wish to accompany you. You cannot. It is far too perilous. Ji Changqing appears momentarily taken aback. Academician Su, you must not take such risks. Su Yang is driven by an insatiable thirst for the unknown and the thrill of adventure. Dean Ji, I would regret not participating in the excitement, for not being on the front lines would haunt me for a lifetime. Without daring to take risks, I would not be who I am today. Chapter 81. Ushuaia Ji Changqing's expression was one of distress as he stepped outside to make several phone calls. Upon his return, he announced, "All right, Comrade Su Yang, please prepare yourself. We shall depart in 6 hours. A private jet will be dispatched to escort you to Ushuaia, where our research vessel awaits to transport you to Antarctica. The journey deep into the Antarctic interior will indeed be arduous, Comrade Su Yang, so make sure to rest well." Checking the time, he noted that it would be dark in 6 hours, but there was still sufficient time. "Su Yang, I must return to Uezhou first. I have a set of power mechas at home." Upon hearing about the power mechas, Ji Changqing promptly mobilized resources and arranged for a private jet to take Su Yang back to Uezhou. Upon arriving at Sajiakan, he made his way to the workshop, where others were waiting outside. Su Yang entered the laboratory beneath the workshop. His original plan was to equip each member of Yuxian's security team with a power mecha. But the underground laboratory was relatively small and he had not been in a rush. During this period, he had only managed to manufacture one, initially intended for his own use. After packing it up, he checked the time and found it sufficient. Su Yang immediately headed to the company to attend to business affairs. In truth, as long as Su Yang did not introduce new product lines, the Tiangong Kaiwi Technology Company could operate smoothly without his direct involvement. A testament to the advantages of systematic management. As the founder, Su Yang could essentially be hands-off unless necessary projects arose. His absence from the company significantly reduced the work pressure for many. The progress at the aerospace aircraft factory would pause briefly upon his return. He would implement additional anti-gravity systems for all outgoing aerospace aircraft. He would also need to establish a new production line, particularly for the power mechas. "Old Lu, you may begin marketing and accepting pre-orders for the power mechas," he instructed. The merits of the power mechas were self-evident, especially following the globally scrutinized space battle. The tales of their prowess against extraterrestrial foes were no secret. There would be no shortage of buyers. Lu Dongyan nodded. "Mr. Su, you may attend to your matters. We shall manage things at home." He also had a few things to discuss with Zhou Jingzi. As time drew near, Su Yang hurried to the airport to head to the capital and join the main contingent. There were no direct flights from the capital to Ushuaia, but there was no need for concern. A chartered flight was arranged, and diplomatic channels were unnecessary. Money would suffice. He communicated with the Ushuaia authorities about a temporary research expedition and requested that the plane be allowed to land in Ushuaia. With a little financial incentive, they would turn a blind eye, especially considering the team hailed from the Dragon Country. The distance was considerable, requiring a 14-hour flight with a refueling stop in the South Pacific. The group boarded the plane, and under the cover of night, they set off for the southernmost city in the world, the Great Eagle Nation. The White House. The high-altitude landing operation files were soon to be made public. TEP has also secured a promise from the Dragon Nation to share some UFO remnants with the Great Eagle Nation for research. The condition for this exchange is the prior submission of the high-altitude landing operations documents to the Dragon Nation. TEP is perplexed as to why the Dragon Nation has made this request, yet he feels he has gained an advantage. After reviewing the documents concerning the high-altitude landing operation, TEP finds himself unable to calm his tumultuous thoughts. As president, he was unaware during his previous term of the events surrounding this current term, which began with the revelation of the Dragon Nation's mistreatment of extraterrestrials. No, rather, the Dragon Nation's retreat from alien spacecraft. Many historical records are now being unveiled, leaving TEP astounded. In Antarctica, a Nazi research center was indeed discovered. The high-altitude landing operation files concealed certain portions and did not fully disclose them to the Dragon Nation. The records indicate that the operation leader, James, became lost in a snowstorm, yet when found, his body was unscathed, showing no signs of frostbite. James claimed to have entered a pyramid, but those involved in the concealment operation, who ventured deep into the ice fields, reported no sighting of a pyramid. Instead, they lost over a dozen personnel in the endeavor. Subsequently, James tragically jumped to his death. "Mr. President," began Nancy, the chief of staff at the White House. "The Dragon Nation is eagerly requesting the high-altitude landing operation files. Could it be that they have uncovered something?" TEP nodded, echoing her thoughts. "Besides the Nazi Research Center, might there also exist an extraterrestrial base in Antarctica? I am in dire need of this information." Shortly thereafter, the CIA delivered intriguing news. "Mr. President, during our public sentiment monitoring, we discovered something noteworthy. Adventurers from the land of the rising sun, led by Hicht, claim to have found the diary of James Forster, which contains the route map of the high-altitude landing operation. They have followed this map and have entered the heart of Antarctica. Recently, they asserted they encountered a UFO there." TEP, while generally uninterested in urban legends, found himself compelled to reconsider in light of the Dragon Nation's peculiarities. Could it be that they were seeking the secrets of Antarctica? This was unacceptable. Immediate dispatch of an exploratory team to Antarctica was imperative. If there were indeed secrets to be unearthed, they must remain within the grasp of the Great Eagle Nation. This administration of the Great Eagle Nation emphasizes one word: loyalty, especially within the military. TEP issued the orders. And soon, a Special Forces unit active in South America began preparations. Another piece of intelligence arrived, recently. The Dragon Nation requested a temporary scientific research aircraft and docking permission for a research vessel in Ushuaia. It seems the Dragon Nation has indeed discovered something. Tep felt displeased. When the Office for Extraterrestrial Civilizations was established, the Dragon Nation had been the most enthusiastic, yet now, when matters arose, they resorted to deceitful concealment. Finally, the files concerning the high-altitude landing operation were declassified. Across the networks of the Great Eagle Nation, a cacophony of outrage erupted as countless individuals condemned the government, convinced it had concealed numerous truths. Fortunately, we chose Mr. Tepu to come forward, allowing us to uncover the sordid affairs of the past. It is truly astonishing that the Nazis managed to establish a research center in Antarctica. However, the documents merely mentioned that an operation was conducted to apprehend several Nazi scientists in Antarctica, yet they fail to provide any names. It seems that this dossier conceals certain truths. For Su Yang, the passage of more than 10 hours felt like the blink of an eye. These recent days have indeed been exhausting. After taking a nap on the plane, he awoke to find himself in Ushuaia, the southernmost city in the world. At this moment, it was summer in Ushuaia, and one could comfortably wear short sleeves and shorts. Representatives from the embassy were already waiting at the airport. Instead of heading to the embassy, they made their way directly to the port, where the research vessel Snow Dragon was docked. Upon arrival, they encountered tourists from the Dragon Country. Su Yang vaguely recognized one of them, a travel blogger named Blue Station Fly, who was visibly excited to see the Snow Dragon and approached to inquire if he could take photographs. Although shooting the exterior was permissible, the staff emphasized that no individuals could be filmed. Su Yang, Yuxian, Ji Chacheng, and the others had already transferred onto the Snow Dragon. The captain approached, expressing concerns about the urgency of their departure. He informed them that the Great Eagle Nation had begun to intervene, and Ushuaia had notified them that if they delayed further, the government of that nation would intervene and prohibit their departure. Ji Changqing nodded, insisting they should leave Ushuaia at once. He glanced at Su Yang, suggesting that if the mission proceeded smoothly, they would return to rest and, at that time, truly savor the charm of the southernmost city in the world. Chapter 82. Journey into the heart of Antarctica. Their destination is the Kunlun Station. The nearest Chinese research station to Ushuaia is the Great Wall Station. However, this mission does not necessitate a stopover at the Great Wall Station, as it would consume too much time. Henceforth, they could only wait. After departing from Ushuaia, the research vessel circumnavigated the exterior of Antarctica, heading towards the coordinates 69 22 feet 24 inches, 76s 76 22 feet 14 inches, 2080, where they would disembark at Zhongshan Station. At this station, a Snow Eagle helicopter would transport them to Kunlun Station. The journey to Kunlun Station would take at least 3 additional days. Nevertheless, the research vessel was equipped with professional satellite communication devices, allowing for constant connectivity. During this interval, Su Yang seized the opportunity to attend to company affairs. When he found a moment of leisure, he would stroll to the bow of the ship to gaze upon Antarctica. Occasionally, he would witness groups of penguins venturing out to hunt, whales breaching the surface of the sea, and seals blissfully lounging upon the floating ice. News from the outside world continued to pour in. A whole special forces unit from the Eagle Nation had been dispatched deep into Antarctica, seemingly in pursuit of the Antarctic relics. Remarkably, the existence of relics in Antarctica was no longer a secret. Nations capable of establishing research stations in Antarctica hurriedly sent scientific teams to stake their claim. The United Nations issued a call, proclaiming that Antarctica is a shared treasure of mankind, and any discovery should be shared globally. Such rhetoric was naturally directed at weaker nations. The great powers paid little heed. In a short span, Antarctica became a bustling hub. Domestic news reported that significant progress had been made in the research on anti-gravity devices. Su Yang promptly applied to visit the research results upon his return home and promised to unconditionally donate the technology derived from the universal anti-gravity device developed on this basis to the nation. In truth, Su Yang had already devised a plan to sketch an anti-gravity device upon his return, injecting it into the designated point to obtain the relevant technology. He merely required a cover. Naturally, the domestic authorities agreed. On the 3rd day after the Snow Dragon research vessel departed Ushuaia, it finally arrived at Zhongshan Station. The staff at the research station had been awaiting their arrival in the nearby waters. As Su Yang disembarked from the Snow Dragon, he spotted the Snow Eagle helicopter warming up. This helicopter was capable of transporting personnel and crucial supplies directly to Kunlun Station. The situation in the external world had become exceedingly clear. Nearly all nations were mobilizing according to the high-altitude drop operation protocols, converging upon the Antarctic relics. Therefore, the Dragon Nation had to race against time. Without even entering Zhongshan Station, Su Yang and his companions boarded the helicopter, heading straight for Kunlun Station. Flying a helicopter over Antarctica, they gazed down to behold an expanse of pristine white. It was no wonder that legends of the Antarctic ice wall had emerged in the civilized world. After millions of years of accumulated ice and snow, who could guarantee that strange and wondrous things would not arise? After several hours of flight, the helicopter finally descended upon Kunlun Station, the Dragon Nation's research outpost within the polar circle. Station Chief Zhang Heng awaited their arrival. The materials sent back to the homeland were all captured by him. Although they were pressed for time, considering the physical condition of Su Yang and Ji Chanqing, they decided to rest for a while at Kunlun Station before commencing their journey. At this moment, Antarctica was experiencing perpetual daylight, with virtually no night. Su Yang was genuinely fatigued. After consuming a light meal, he promptly fell into a deep slumber. Arranged by the research station. Upon awakening, he was inquisitive and inquired with the station staff about their daily routines. The response was amusing, playing in the snow, engaging in snowball fights, stargazing, and awaiting their return home. The life of research personnel, indeed, has always been monotonous and tedious. Subsequently, supplies arrived. The snow vehicles were fueled and prepared for departure, accompanied by a Siberian husky, a contingency plan, should the snow vehicle break down. Relying on the sled dog to navigate through the snow, they set off. Zhang Heng remarked that with the snow vehicle, they would reach their destination in no more than 2 hours. Although it was summer, they were still within the Antarctic Circle. The cold was intense, plummeting to several degrees below zero. Outside, amidst the vast expanse of white snow, no living creature could be seen. Penguins would not venture into the polar circle to rest. It would be exhausting for them. The snow vehicle traveled swiftly, and upon reaching this point, they had completely lost contact with the outside world. Indeed, there was no signal. Su Yang momentarily pondered whether the satellites orbiting Earth meant that signal coverage extended to every corner of the globe. He was mistaken. Even the research team, delving into the heart of Antarctica, would find themselves in a state of disconnection. The external frigid temperatures did not affect Su Yang and Yu Xian, as both were clad in powered exoskeletons. In the cosmos, away from the sun's rays, temperatures could drop to absolute zero, at over minus 200 degrees. The powered exoskeletons operated with ease. This temperature was trivial. After running towards the pole for more than an hour, they heard a command signal emanated from the snow vehicle ahead, causing the vehicles behind to come to a halt. Zhang Heng's voice resonated from the front. There was something amiss in the snow. Everyone, exercise caution. Su Yang exchanged a glance with Yu Xian. Yu Xian donned his exoskeleton helmet and leaped into the icy expanse. In the heart of Antarctica, the winds howled, and the cold was biting. However, gazing upwards, the sky was a brilliant blue, devoid of any clouds, remarkably pristine. Shortly thereafter, Yu Xian's voice echoed back. A corpse, recently left behind. Someone had beaten them to it. This individual was a member of the renowned Daredevil Explorer, Hitter's team, whom they had seen just yesterday on social media showcasing his Antarctic adventure. Zhang Heng's voice crackled through the earpiece. Su Yang, Ji Chanqing, and others moved forward to discover a lifeless body. A male met with a gruesome fate. His body appeared to have been slashed by countless blades, as if mauled. A beast? The Arctic is home to polar bears. Could the Antarctic harbor its own breed of bear? Yu Xian curiously pondered, observing that the wounds did indeed resemble those inflicted by a wild animal. Zhang Heng's expression darkened. If there were Antarctic bears, how could they have eluded discovery for centuries? Ji Chanqing urged, all right, let us proceed. We must hasten our pace. After approximately half an hour of travel, they arrived at the location reported by Zhang Hong. The snow vehicle was parked, and they appeared to be standing on the edge of a sheer cliff. Below them lay a deep ice pit, with ice blocks of considerable size, exceeding 200 meters in diameter. The cliffs surrounding the edge of the ice pit were irregular and jagged, clearly shaped by melting followed by rapid freezing. We must descend to the bottom of the ice pit to uncover the relics, Zhang Heng stated. Soon, the ropes for descent were secured. Su Yang and Yu Xian, equipped with mechs, were the first to descend. Upon reaching the bottom, they found the ground to be uneven and pockmarked. Illuminate the surroundings, they called out. As the lights flickered on, they beheld within the crystalline ice the faint outline of a pyramid. Before long, everyone had reached the bottom. Ji Chanqing's expression turned grave. We must hasten. We need to discover a way to enter the pyramid. It won't be long before other nations' expeditions arrive. Chapter 83. You've stirred up trouble and still expect my assistance? Kill. That is ice. What other means exist to enter the pyramid? Su Yang glanced at Yu Xian, urging, come on, brother. The two emerged. The power mech, resplendent amid the crystalline ice, was a sight to behold. Plasma cannon, capable of sustained output. Plasma generated from fusion reactions, reaching temperatures in the tens of millions, unrestrained by any strong magnetic confinement, wreaked havoc upon the world. With temperatures soaring into the millions, it could melt any known substance. The ice evaporated in an instant, leaving no time to even transform into water. The towering ice wall, standing 100 meters high, was swiftly breached, creating a cavern. In less than 40 minutes, a pathway directly leading to the pyramid ruins was established. I began to piece it together. Ji Chanqing pondered. Beneath this crystalline pit lay a UFO that had, for some reason, activated and departed, melting the ice cap with its engines, thus leaving behind this deep pit. We have indeed come to the right place. The security team from Zhongshan Station had also arrived. This security team was formidable, the first line of pure Kunlun armor, equipped with heavily armed snowmobiles. They had anticipated that this expedition to Antarctica would not be peaceful. To seize the initiative, they dispatched this security contingent. The entrance to the entire crystalline pit was heavily guarded. Su Yang, Ji Changcheng, and the others stood at the pit's bottom, traversing the newly melted passageway until they reached the pyramid, or rather, a metallic structure resembling a pyramid. The pyramid stood there, seemingly untouched by the encasing ice. Curiously, the thick layer of ice, hundreds of meters deep, did not make contact with the pyramid. It appeared to maintain a certain distance. Engineers began to measure. The ice consistently kept a 1 centimeter gap from the pyramid surface. Good heavens, what force prevents the ice from contacting the pyramid? A gravitational system? This relic? Following the engineer's measurements, an old scholar, bespectacled and astute, emerged. Ji Changcheng whispered to Su Yang, a towering figure in the field of archaeology. Su Yang pondered. Is it appropriate to bring an archaeologist here? Listen to what he says. The archaeologist gazed up at the pyramid, and with the photos previously captured, his expression gradually turned solemn. While often referred to as a pyramid, I find it difficult to agree. It resembles more a miniature version of the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor. All eyes turned toward the archaeologist. What did you just say? A miniature of the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor? Ji Changcheng nodded at Su Yang, urging him to trust the archaeologist's authority. Yu Xian continued to dissolve the ice crystals. Under the archaeologist's direction, they swiftly located the entrance. Following the steps used to access the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor rather than a typical entry into a pyramid, Yu Xian led the way, his sturdy frame clearing the path, installing lighting devices as he went. The corridor stretched long, flanked by relief murals. It was the archaeologist's turn to be exhilarated. He immediately discerned that the relief murals here bore a striking resemblance to those found in the mausoleum of the first emperor. Upon passing through a hall, the ceiling took on a celestial form, adorned with a map of constellations. Strangely, data comparisons revealed that the stars depicted were not observable from any vantage point on Earth. After traversing this chamber, the stone relief murals vanished, replaced by a corridor of steel. Words began to emerge. Their script identical to that found on the recently salvaged UFO wreckage. Regrettably, time was of the essence. Otherwise, with meticulous collection of these symbols, we could decipher their writing system in no more than a month. A linguist had accompanied us, and despite the time constraints, they commenced image collection, employing 3D scanning tools to recreate every detail in a 1:1 ratio for further study upon our return. Good heavens, what is this? The voice of Yu Xian, who led the group, suddenly echoed. The crowd quickened their pace, navigating through the illuminated corridor. Yu Xian stood at the recesses on either side of the passageway. Su Yang joined him, observing 2 stone statues within the alcove, each wielding remarkably peculiar weapons. One brandished a Qin-style longsword while the other held a rifle. By contemporary human standards, it undoubtedly resembled a rifle. The statue on the right was clad in armor, and upon sighting this armor, everyone's gaze instinctively turned towards Su Yang and Yu Xian. Indeed, the armor appeared akin to powered exoskeletons. Upon closer examination of the sculptures, the peculiarities deepened. They were certainly not human. The heads bore enormous single vertical eyes, while the hands resembled octopus tentacles. In summary, 2 words encapsulated the scene: monstrosities. The left statue was merely an empty suit of armor, devoid of the monstrous figure within. A crackling sound of intense electricity filled the air. Guards stationed at the entrance of the ice crystal abyss shouted in terror, "Under attack! Unidentified entities! Unidentified entities! Comrade, I apologize." Amidst the explosion, contact with the outside world was severed. A rumble resonated through the interior of the pyramid. "What is happening?" someone asked in a tone of fear. Su Yang's face paled. He had seen corpses upon arrival. Could it be that one of the monstrous sculptures had vanished by mere coincidence? Suddenly, human wails echoed from the depths of the steel corridor. What was going on? Shortly thereafter, flashes of flashlights flickered from the innermost recesses of the pyramid, and several human figures scrambled out in a panic. Zhang Hong, the leader of the Kunlun team, narrowed his eyes, recognizing Richter, the sun never sets adventurer. The very individual who had boasted online about his high-altitude descent operation diaries while exploring Antarctica. Damn, this fellow certainly appeared to have stirred up a hornet's nest. Yu Xian's expression darkened. 3 individuals could not possibly escape the imminent calamity. As expected, a horde of dark shadows surged behind Richter. "Run, run, run," he exclaimed, clutching his chest as he sprinted in terror. Monsters. As they traversed an underground expanse, a horde of chilling monstrosities was unleashed. Yu Xian signaled all members of the Dragon Kingdom's scientific expedition to retreat, assuming a combat stance. "President Su, cover me. Everyone else, do not flee. The truth lies within my grasp." With that declaration, a barrage of illumination flares was launched towards the shadows behind Richter. The darkness was pierced. Crack. The statue sprang to life. With a singular eye, a fusion of metal and flesh, it scattered ice crystals as it moved. "Help." Upon seeing others, Richter appeared to glimpse hope. However, Yu Xian had already readied his laser cannon. Zzz. As beams of light flickered, Richter and his teammates, along with the lurking monstrous statues, were instantaneously incinerated. Were there still survivors? Yu Xian brandished his lightsaber and charged forward, unleashing a frenzy of strikes. After a mere 10 minutes, all the creatures lay vanquished. When Yu Xian returned, the expedition team was left utterly aghast. Goodness, has he gone mad with bloodlust? Yu Xin muttered to himself, in the kingdom of the Great Eagle. They shoot films haphazardly, fleeing from monsters encountered in ruins? Clearly, their weaponry is insufficient. With the truth in hand, why flee? A scientist murmured. Did you not see? Someone was running towards us. Ji Chongqing immediately reprimanded. Someone? Where? Comrade, are you under too much pressure, experiencing hallucinations? A bunch of troublemakers. Had it not been for the power Mechs maintaining order today, the entire expedition team would likely have perished here. The expedition's biologist advanced to begin collecting samples of the creature's flesh and blood. The perfect fusion of silicon-based and carbon-based life forms? How was this achieved? The value of such research is immeasurable. Others moved forward to examine Richter and his companions' bodies, hoping to uncover some findings. They discovered a camera and began to review its contents. It turned out they had entered through a crevice in the ice fields. In the Antarctic ice expanse, they had already encountered creatures. Subsequently, they had ventured deep into the innermost recesses of the pyramid, to the deepest, most central location, which revealed a sarcophagus. The camera was handed to the archaeologist. Upon seeing the photographs, the archaeologist's face fell into an expression of terror. I have been to the core area during the secret discovery of the tomb of the first emperor. The tomb of the first emperor does not contain the remains of the emperor. The sarcophagus of the first emperor is not among them. Look, this design corresponds to the sarcophagus of the first emperor. Chapter 84. The trap left by the Wansu people for humanity suddenly. An archaeologist emerged with a perplexing hypothesis that left everyone astonished. What? The tomb of the first emperor is in Antarctica? Words are futile. Mere observation is insufficient. We must investigate directly. At this moment, those stationed above the crystalline abyss entered, compelled by dire circumstances. The entrance had been assaulted by an unknown creature swarm, resulting in casualties among their ranks, forcing them to seek refuge here. The number of those unknown entities was overwhelming, and we had no choice but to demolish the crystalline passage. Ah, yes, it is indeed the very monsters depicted in the sculpture. Ji Chongqing remarked, that is reassuring. Those creatures are not particularly fearsome. Let us venture deeper within. Indeed, they had encountered far more terrifying entities before. They traversed the corridor of dismembered remains and continued onward. Passing through a grand hall, the individuals from Richter's group had likely entered the core zone, awakening the monstrous sculptures displayed within this region. Now that they had reached the core area, safety was assured. Their journey proceeded smoothly, and they soon arrived at the core zone, now illuminated brightly. Yes, there were indeed lights here, electric lights. In the corners, the engineers discovered several well-preserved bamboo slips. The archaeologist hurried over to decipher them. This is the Taigong Yinfu, a work authored by Jiang Zia, the Prime Minister of the Western Shou, which was supposedly lost during the infamous book burning and burying of scholars. Good heavens, it is astonishing that we can view the complete text here. This is the Huangdi Weijing, corresponding to the Huangdi Neijing, rumored to contain secrets of immortality and resurrection. Is it truly existent? This is the Yue Jing. And this, the Yuxia Shu. Ah, this too exists? Is this an ancient script system? The archaeologist was nearly driven to madness. Each scroll he lifted sent his blood pressure soaring. This is the true treasure. The final bamboo slip bore no title, likely a piece of apocryphal history. The archaeologist translated its contents. The energy core of the Luanbo vessel is damaged. We cannot depart from this planet. Once we reach Mars, we can contact the mother planet through a relay station. This planet is exceedingly primitive. We hope to utilize this civilization to reconstruct the energy core, requiring the assistance of the most powerful nation. Qin Shi Huang was remarkably audacious. We approached him, offering to aid in technological advancement. But he was solely concerned with the location of our mother planet and whether we possessed the secret to eternal life. Later, he dispatched a fleet to sea in search of our mother planet. This individual is exceptionally unique. If we transport his remains, we can resurrect him upon returning to our mother planet, which would greatly benefit the study of cosmic civilization. The archaeologist was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Indeed, the remains within must be those of the first emperor. The Wansu people sought to resurrect the emperor. The expedition team had already examined the surroundings of the coffin and confirmed its safety. The archaeologists, brimming with excitement, hurriedly approached the sarcophagus, preserved for millennia. It was hardly surprising given the frigid temperatures of the Antarctic interior that the coffin had remained intact. Should we open the sarcophagus now? Some voiced their concerns. If it truly belonged to the first emperor, should we devise a means to transport it back home? How could the archaeologists ascertain whether a body lay within without opening it? After repeated insistence from the archaeologists, the scientific team joined in to assist. Boom. It was opened. As the sarcophagus creaked ajar, the onlookers were momentarily stunned. A brilliant beam of light surged forth from within, piercing the pyramid, shattering the icy crystals, and vanishing into the vast cosmos. On Mars, deep within Olympus Mons, an unknown mound shifted, revealing a metallic signal light beginning to flicker rhythmically. What had transpired? Once the beam dissipated, the crowd's gaze fell upon the sarcophagus, which contained nothing but a pyramid-shaped, peculiar device with a rhythmically blinking red light. Naturally, there was no trace of the first emperor's remains. This object resembled a signal light. Based on human experience, when one encounters peril at sea, They deploy a signal light to continuously emit distress signals. Could this be transmitting location information? The scientists speculated in hushed tones. I recalled the three-body problem. If the universe is a dark forest, exposing one's coordinates is a foolish act. Could it be that the enigmatic figures had woven such elaborate deceptions to lure us into opening the sarcophagus? What should we do with this device? Ziz. Yuxian reacted swiftly, drawing his weapon to destroy the so-called signal light. The military teaches us that anything posing a threat to our safety must be obliterated. Rumbling. Following the destruction of the signal light, the entire pyramid began to tremble violently. It seemed prudent to retreat. We retraced our steps, hastily fleeing the pyramid. The previously blocked crystalline passageway opened rapidly under the searing plasma. The depths of the icy abyss were littered with the remains of monstrous creatures. There was no time to ponder this. With the help of Su Yang and Yu Xian, we quickly scrambled out. Upon reaching the icy plain, rumbling echoed behind us. Looking back, we saw the side of the ruins collapsing swiftly, the ice melting away, and the pyramid vanishing. Fortunately, there were still some snowmobiles left on the surface that were operational. Climbing onto the snowmobiles, we sped away. Along the way, we encountered a special forces unit from the Great Eagle Nation. Ji Chanqing stepped forward to negotiate, explaining that we had discovered the ruins but were unaware of why they began to collapse upon our approach. Do you have any information? Is this the work of Richter and his group? Naturally, the special forces were skeptical. We pressed deeper into the situation, and the scientific team finally returned to the Kunlun station, feeling a sense of relief as we accounted for our numbers. This time, a total of 14 lives were lost. After a moment of silence, contact was established with the National Space Agency via satellite phone. The agency reported a significant discovery. The National Astronomy Center had recently detected powerful gravitational wave signals emanating from the depths of Antarctica, and they wished for the research team to investigate. However, Ji Chanqing provided a definitive response. There was no need for further examination. Once the explanation was clarified, a profound silence enveloped the agency. Indeed, humanity currently lacks the capability to generate gravitational waves, yet the signals originating from Antarctica seem to broadcast across the cosmos. Furthermore, our Mars exploration program had recently detected a strong signal as well, indicating that gravitational wave signals were seemingly being produced continuously on Mars. This is troubling. If these are distress signals and we are unable to halt them, we might truly attract the Wantu people. Dean Ji, please return promptly with Academician Su. If we are to prepare for the Wantu people, his powered armor will be indispensable. Soon. Ji Chanqing relayed the news back home. Academician Su's plans to recuperate in Ushuaia would likely be thwarted. We must hasten our return to the homeland. Chapter 85. After careful consideration, the golden key can no longer be concealed. It must be surrendered. The Navy SEALs, one of the elite special forces of the Great Eagle Nation, were originally tasked with operations in South America. However, they received an urgent directive to venture to Antarctica to uncover the secrets of high-altitude drop operations. Their orders were clear. Should they encounter anything that threatened the supremacy of the Great Eagle Nation, they were to eliminate it without hesitation. As they approached the polar region, they encountered a scientific expedition team from the Dragon Nation. In Antarctica, where the heavens are high and the emperor distant, no one could impose authority. The solution was simple: eliminate the threat. Yet, what they faced was a marvel of human history, the first instance of combat with extraterrestrial beings, facilitated by two advanced mechs. It was a stroke of fortune that the expedition team politely allowed the SEALs to proceed. Delving deeper into the Antarctic interior, the ever-collapsing ice layers left the SEALs in a state of bewilderment. Were they sent here merely to perish? The Dragon Nation's representatives displayed remarkable courtesy, emerging from the depths yet choosing to remain silent. What could they do? They had no choice but to retreat. Upon escaping the Antarctic core and re-establishing satellite communication, they promptly reported back to their homeland. The interior of Antarctica is collapsing, even taking the most direct route back. It took Su Yang and his team 7 days to return home. In that week, the world had witnessed numerous events, such as the brief closure and reopening of TikTok, the emergence of a substantial wave of so-called refugees, and the rise of cyber reconciliation as a trending term. The core of public interest remains steadfastly fixed on the people's livelihoods, whether it be extraterrestrial beings or unidentified flying objects. In the end, they were merely fleeting phenomena. A week later, public fascination with aliens had dwindled significantly, and discussions surrounding high-altitude drop operations had also waned. Upon Su Yang's return, he received orders to proceed directly to Qian province. There, the Dragon Nation's Tianyin, a 500-meter aperture spherical radio telescope, had already identified over 1,000 pulsars, showcasing its formidable prowess and accomplishments. Key figures from the nation's vital departments, including the Space Agency, the Dragon Institute of Science, and the Ministry of Defense, gathered in anticipation. Upon their return, Su Yang, Ji Chanqing, and others brought forth a startling announcement. The textual system transmitted from the pyramid in Antarctica had been swiftly deciphered with the assistance of AI, provisionally classified as Wantu script, likely a variant of an ancient language. Subsequently, the gravitational wave information originating from both Antarctica and Mars was captured and rapidly decoded. This data represented a four-dimensional coordinate system, potentially containing parameters of even higher dimensions that elude our understanding. There had been no prior events to reference, save for the dark forest theory from the three-body problem. If the extraterrestrial beings in the galaxy are indeed hunters, broadcasting our coordinate information could unleash unforeseen dangers. Another hypothesis from astrophysicist Professor Yang Jining suggested that the multidimensional coordinates contained within the gravitational wave information could serve as anchor points for wormholes. A new term has emerged, wormhole anchor points. This has left everyone bewildered. Professor Yang posited that, should the Wansu people have mastered the art of wormhole creation, they would require an anchor point in the universe to initiate a wormhole. This anchor point, a temporal spatial nexus, would enable them to precisely open a wormhole to any desired location. If this theory holds true, wormholes could manifest within our solar system at any moment, heralding a potential catastrophe for all humankind. The latest interpretations of this information are both rational and compelling, resonating with undeniable authority. Who could have anticipated that human civilization would reach such a critical juncture in such a brief span of time? Consequently, the Dragon Nation must contemplate the welfare of its citizens and begin formulating countermeasures. It is imperative that the state takes the lead in accelerating the development of military capabilities in space. Should such a scenario unfold, the Dragon Nation must be prepared to intercept adversaries in the vastness of outer space. Hence, powered mechs and space planes emerge as the sole viable options. Su Yang, what are your thoughts? Minister of Defense Qin Jun interjected suddenly. Su Yang paused, contemplating the implications. If such a day were to come, relying solely on the strength of the Dragon Nation may prove insufficient. Are you suggesting we unite the powers of the world's major nations to confront an extraterrestrial crisis? He inquired. No, that would complicate matters. We need to consolidate the wealth of all nations into our hands, and with that, we would be confident in confronting any adversary from the heavens, Su Yang replied earnestly. What I propose is to capitalize on anxiety to market-powered mechs, to mass-produce and sell space planes, generate revenue, and elevate our industry. Qin Jun refrained from disillusioning Su Yang. In such dire times, he still harbored thoughts of profit? His business acumen was commendable. Ultimately, Qin Jun took the initiative to discuss the current situation, highlighting Su Yang's unique position in this systematic endeavor, foundational to the Foundation. A pillar of state support. The Dragon Nation would spare no expense in establishing a specialized force of powered mechs, with an initial estimate of 100,000 personnel and at least 500 space planes. Thus, wealth was never a concern for Su Yang. The investment in 100,000 powered mechs, when calculated in U.S. dollars, would begin at trillions. Su Yang's recommendation included a technological upgrade for the powered mechs and space planes to enhance their combat capabilities. Someone inquired, Academician Su. What direction do you envision for this technological upgrade? Can you share? Anti-gravity technology, he responded. This meeting is expected to extend over several days. As discussions progressed, Su Yang increasingly recognized the gravity of the situation. Behind the scenes, national institutions had mobilized comprehensively. Everyone understood that the path before humanity was narrowing. The power of an individual is ultimately limited. In recent days, Su Yang also came to a realization he had previously harbored a narrow mindset, believing that those with a golden touch, once revealed, would inevitably be stripped bare. No. The ability to transform one's own artistic creations into reality has yet to be fully realized, a potential that Su Yang has deliberately chosen to conceal. In the current circumstances, only with national recognition can such capabilities be fully actualized. After much deliberation, Su Yang reached a pivotal decision. He took his easel and made his way to a clandestine conference room. He sought the endorsement of Zhang Kechuan, Ji Chacheng, and others, inviting the heads of key national departments located near the 500-meter aperture spherical radio telescope, including Defense Minister Qin Jun Comrade Su, at such a sensitive time. Your invitation to all of us raises expectations. I hope you can provide a rationale that will convince us all, Qin Jun remarked, with the others nodding in agreement. Their curiosity piqued regarding Su Yang's unusual choice to bring an easel. Without further ado, Su Yang stated, Today, I wish to elucidate why my company has managed to achieve a technological leap in such a brief span, emerging as a unicorn enterprise. The secret lies within this very moment. Chapter 86. The Space Elevator, directly reaching the heavens, if not for the encounters with the Wansu people. If not for the expedition to Antarctica, if not for the temporal anchor points, I could have clutched my golden opportunity, indulging in a leisurely existence, occasionally unveiling new technologies, amassing sufficient wealth and renown, living a comfortable life. Alas, everything transpired. To remain aloof ultimately leads to destruction. To survive, it is imperative to secure the support of the nation. With resolute determination, Su Yang hesitated not. After all, he had already substantiated his worth through past endeavors, demonstrating his unwavering commitment to the Dragon Country. The drawing board was unveiled, depicting a robot the size of a soccer ball, shaped like a sphere with remarkable realism. The robot lacked feet but possessed minuscule vector engines. The onlookers gazed at Su Yang in bewilderment. He pointed at the drawing board. Inject sign-in point 3. Acquired. Vector anti-gravity personal AI assistant. Design blueprint. This was the information visible to Su Yang. In the real world, under the scrutiny of many, a faint blue light adhered to the drawing board. Subsequently, the soccer ball-sized device gradually emerged from the image, materializing before the audience. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In that moment, silence enveloped the conference room. Su Yang introduced it as the anti-gravity floating sphere, a personal AI assistant capable of numerous tasks. Moreover, he had obtained its design blueprint and comprehended its manufacturing principles. As long as he desired, he could initiate mass production at any time. Thus, he proclaimed, earning foreign capital while serving his own country. Another moment of silence ensued. So that was it. It all made sense. This explained why the technologies birthed under Su Yang's guidance were so prolific, each possessing the potential to transform the world. A voice broke the silence. Why reveal it at this moment? What do you think, Su Yang? That was a ministerial-level official. Without hesitation, Su Yang retorted. Those who question my intentions can cease their doubts. From beginning to end, I have never acted against the interests of the Dragon Country or my own identity. Minister of Defense Chun Jun decisively supported Su Yang, shielding him from considerable trouble. Such transcendent abilities belong to the Dragon Country, not elsewhere in the world. It was perfectly natural for Su Yang to exercise caution in navigating this power. Uncertain of the higher-up stance, Su Yang dared not recklessly pursue public disclosure. He could only inch closer to the core, understanding its thoughts until trust was established. It was only when the impending wormhole crisis, surpassing human comprehension, loomed that Su Yang chose to go public. Had he disclosed that capability prematurely, he would have been unable to garner even the most basic trust. Why should he? Ji Changcheng, Zhang Kechuan, and others exhaled deeply, silently aligning themselves behind Su Yang, implying, "Don't challenge Su Yang." Su Yang expressed his gratitude to them. The extraordinary capabilities of the new device have been unveiled to the public, anti-gravity technology and an AI assistant. The synergy of these two elements foretells its remarkable potential. As an AI assistant, it possesses an astonishing intellect. Some have even speculated that if 1,000 of these AI assistants were to operate in parallel, forming a supercomplex, could they alter the world? It is indeed a marvel. With such exceptional abilities, the Dragon Kingdom has found a shortcut on the path to high technology. Comrade Su Yang, might I inquire about the cost of acquiring this technological prowess? Su Yang did not shy away from revealing the existence of sign-in points. With 365 days in a year, this implies that to attain some super technology, one must endure and await their opportunity. The plan has transformed. The path to the stars will become increasingly accessible for us. Ji Changcheng is filled with excitement. The high technology that seemed insurmountable can be acquired with just a flick of Su Yang's finger. Goodness. No wonder Su Yang appeared unfazed upon hearing that the Wansu people could potentially lock onto the solar system through wormholes at any moment. It seems that for Su Yang, as long as he holds the pin, the world is his, provided that technology keeps pace. If the Wansu people were to launch a large-scale assault on Earth, it remains uncertain who would truly suffer the consequences. The sign-in points are accumulating swiftly. Su Yang is quite frugal. Presently, he possesses a considerable number of sign-in points, with the figure standing at 101. Suddenly, Zhang Kechuan's expression grew grave. The existence of space planes and anti-gravity vehicles could transport humanity en masse into space. However, when it comes to countering the intimidation of extraterrestrial civilizations, such migration still seems too sluggish. Su Yang, can you illustrate the space elevator? How many individuals can a space plane transport at once? How much cargo can it deliver to space? Dozens of tons? Hundreds of tons? What purpose would these supplies serve? If we are to construct a city on the moon, we will undoubtedly require a tunneling machine. Even a small tunneling machine weighs several hundred tons, while a large one can exceed 3,000 tons. By contemporary naval standards, a 3,000-ton frigate would merely be classified as a light frigate. Nuclear-powered aircraft carriers begin at a weight of 100,000 tons. In the Dragon Kingdom's ambitious plan for constructing kilometer-scale spacecraft, relying on rocket launches for material transport would necessitate hundreds of launches to accomplish the task. Now, there exists a shortcut, the space elevator. Su Yang reflected momentarily. Indeed, within my collection of drawings, there exists a depiction of a space elevator, albeit on a grand scale that I hesitate to manifest casually. At that time, Su Yang had no intention of revealing his ace in the hole and refrained from directly illuminating the space elevator. However, the circumstances have changed. As for how to position Su Yang, the higher-ups have made their stance clear: maintain the original pace. The Dragon Institute of Technology will swiftly draft a technological roadmap to present to Su Yang. The National Security Department will elevate Su Yang's personal safety to a higher level, surpassing even that of the individual in question. Now, Su Yang is set to return to Yusho, where he will retrieve the design of the space elevator from his collection of drawings. The artwork of the space elevator was completed prior to his journey to Antarctica. At that time, Su Yang had already been introduced to the concept of anti-gravity engines. Thus, his design for the space elevator incorporates this technology, taking the form of an immense cylindrical structure that connects the Earth's surface to outer space, stretching nearly 400 kilometers in length. Gravity modulation devices are installed every 10 kilometers, along with energy systems to alleviate the pull of gravity. Constructing a space elevator from scratch on Earth would cost trillions of dollars.